12 months ago, on the 208th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity retold the story of the battle in real time. Over the course of 12 hours, the show known as Waterloo Live, hosted by myself, Luke Reynolds, and Liam Telfer, covered all the angles of the campaign and the battle. It was all done to raise money for the charity, which works so hard to foster lasting, meaningful remembrance of those who fought and died across this conflict. Tonight, on the anniversary of Waterloo, the audio recording of that live stream is now going out on the Napoleonic Wars pod with a solemn plea. Plenty of people have warm words about the charity's aims and the importance of its work. If I had £1 for every time somebody liked a post about the charity's back-breaking work cleaning graves, or remarked, "Oh, good for you," I'd probably be able to fund the cleaning of another 20 graves for the charity. It has been the pleasure of this show to provide you with thousands of hours of free content, something which takes tens of thousands of hours worth of work. If you're listening to this, consider whether you can spare the cost of a cup of coffee. You have an interest in the period. You want to remember the stories of this conflict. That's why you listen to this show. So consider whether you can forego tomorrow's Costa to help an organisation that is working around the clock to restore the graves of these veterans, to ensure that there are places that you can go to pause and reflect on their service and sacrifice, and above all, is fighting for these veterans. Having long, protracted, legally difficult discussions across international borders to try and give them the quiet dignity of a marked burial when they are disinterred. Head to www.nrwgc.com to find out more, or listen out for details of how you can donate over the course of this 12-hour audio feed. A couple of things. Yes, I know the audio isn't perfect for this one. It was a nightmare to arrange as it was, and we did our best with the equipment that was available to us. The last chunk of the feed also never made it to the permanent recording. After 12 hours, frankly, the tech was holding on by its fingernails. And if you want to make this work in literal real time, start at 10 a.m. on Waterloo Day, and quite frankly, we'll do the rest. This is Waterloo Live from the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. Up next on the Napoleonic Wars pod.
We are broadcasting to you live from the University of Southampton, where the Special Collections Department are very generously hosting us. It is a huge privilege to be starting off this live stream in my capacity as chair of the NRWGC, an organisation that was founded in 2021 in order to enable us to care for the graves of veterans of this period and ensure that those who are disturbed as a result of archaeology or building work receive the basic dignity of a burial in the ground. Over the course of the next 12 hours, we will be broadcasting to you live, retelling the story of the Battle of Waterloo as it happened, blow by blow, in real time, 208 years ago. We will be joined by a whole host of leading experts on the battle, covering everything from reenactment through to the controversies, the myths, and some of the neglected aspects of the story. We're doing this in order to raise money for the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity, and over the course of the day, you will see more of our work and what it is that we seek to achieve. If you would like to support our cause, you will see details coming up along the bottom of your screen about how you can support our work. To donate £1, text UDP X01 to 70201. To donate £3, text UDP X01 to 70331. To donate £5, text UDP X01 to 70970. And to donate £10, text UDP X01 to 70191. Please only do this if you are in the UK, as your text may be charged, but we will not receive the donation. Fundraising payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme, operating as donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, please see www.easydonate.org. And as I say, please do not try to donate via text if you're outside of the UK. If, alternatively, you would like to donate online, please go to www.nrwgc.com/donate. And do bear in mind that you can become a member. For just £25 a year, you will get free access to all of our online talks, as well as exclusive discounts with military history publishers, discounts at our other events that we run, and obviously you'll be supporting a fantastic cause. So what can you expect over the course of the next hour? We'll be setting Waterloo within a wider context, not just of the campaign, but of the Napoleonic Wars as a whole. We'll be updating you on what has been happening this morning, 280 years ago, if that's not an oxymoron. And we will have interviews on some of the major characters of the Waterloo story, as we talk to experts on Napoleon, Wellington, and Blucher. So let's dive straight in with some of the historical context of this. It's a long and complex history. 1789, as many of you will know, saw a major revolution ignite in France. Initially a fairly middle-class uprising that became progressively more radical as ever more radical, I guess is the word, factions increasingly took hold. When it comes to the story of Napoleon, and specifically the Napoleonic Wars, we have to jump to 1799, so 10 years later, to the coup of Brumaire. In that coup, Napoleon took control and initially became first consul before then proclaiming himself emperor in 1804, after a plebiscite approved the process. What followed was a series of stunning victories on land and disappointing defeats at sea. Most famously, of course, culminating in the Battle of Trafalgar on the 21st of October, 1805. It's a situation known as the elephant and the whale, Napoleon dominant on the continent and Britain preeminent at sea. Britain, knowing that it did not have a large standing army that was capable of taking the fight to Napoleon, effectively relegated itself to the role of a bankroller, financing other nations to fight Napoleon for them. That led to battles like Austerlitz, possibly Napoleon's greatest victory, a crushing defeat for the coalition forces known as the Battle of the Three Emperors. You also had battles like Jena and Auerstadt in 1806 that saw the Prussians crushed. And Friedland in 1807 completed the defeat for the coalition powers and led to the Treaty of Tilsit. It appeared that Napoleon was dominant on the continent, preeminent and untouchable, and he sought to finally push Britain to the negotiating table. The only way to do that was to harm their trade, and he instigated something called the Continental System. This was effectively a way of closing European trade to Britain, bankrupting the nation, and forcing it to sue for peace. It was a bold strategy. It wasn't an unheard of one, but it was an indication of Napoleon's power that he could consider and then implement an economic policy for the entirety of the European continent. Yet within the continental system, Napoleon sowed the seed of his own downfall. Because in dictating the continental system of the other nations, the economic system of the other nations in Europe, he began to rile other powers. Portugal was ordered to close its ports to all British trade. Initially, it refused, then complied, and then was invaded by Napoleon regardless in 1807. Spain, as Napoleon's ally, followed Napoleon's request when it came to the continental system, but was invaded nonetheless in 1808, which sparked a huge uprising, famously depicted by Francisco Goya in the Dos de Mayo and Tres de Mayo paintings. That uprising in Spain and Portugal led to what became known as the Peninsular War from 1808 to 1814. And this was the point at which the British sought to take the war to Napoleon, working with their Spanish and Portuguese allies to win a series of victories under a man who you will become very familiar with over the course of the rest of today. Sir Arthur Wellesley, who goes on to become the first Duke of Wellington. Now, the Peninsular War is often known as Napoleon's Spanish ulcer, but it would be completely wrong for us to imagine that the Peninsular War was in any way the death knell for Napoleon. That did not come until Napoleon's disastrous invasion of Russia in 1812. Why war with Russia? Napoleon had secured peace with Russia on a raft at the Peace of Tilsit, embracing the Russian emperor and saying that he believed that Russia and France shared a common enemy, Britain. The answer was quite simply that trade with Britain was quite lucrative for the Russians. The British needed a lot of raw materials from the Baltic in order to maintain the navy: timber, tar, hemp, all key materials that you need if you are going to carry out a blockade of the European continent, as Britain did throughout the Napoleonic Wars, and particularly in response to the continental system. As Russia increasingly shifted away from Napoleon's sphere of influence, it became clear to Napoleon that a war was coming. It might not have been in 1811 or in 1812, it might have been in 1814, or maybe even ever so slightly later, but war was coming. And in 1812, he launched a preemptive invasion of Russia, seeking to bring the Tsar Alexander back to the negotiating table, back into the Russian fold. It was a catastrophic failure, not because of the Russian winter, but because of logistics issues more than anything else. 500,000 men formed Napoleon's Grande Armée as they marched into Russia in the summer of 1812. The vast heat caused huge problems for the fitness of the troops, but equally, supply and logistics were a vast problem. 500,000 men take a lot of feeding, and trying to secure that level of supply for Napoleon's army proved almost impossible. Nonetheless, Napoleon was able to march deep into the Russian heartland, in large part because the Russian strategy was to not give Napoleon what he wanted. There was no inclination to give him the pitched battle that he craved. There was an awareness that if you gave Napoleon the opportunity to fight, there was a very good chance that you might lose. Keeping Russia's armies in the field was actually the best way to keep the war alive. There was, of course, the inconclusive Battle of Borodino. The French won, and Napoleon was able, in the weeks that followed, to occupy Moscow. But that was not enough, because the Russians were not inclined to sue for peace. There were nowhere near enough supplies in Moscow for the French to stay there over the course of the winter. And that led to what is widely regarded as the catastrophic defeat. Thanks to the efforts of the Russians at the Battle of Maya-Slavets, Napoleon was forced to retreat along exactly the same route that he had taken into Russia, the route that had been stripped bare by the army on its way in. By the end of the campaign, 90% of Napoleon's Grande Armée was no longer with him. The backbone of Napoleon's control on the continent was shaken, and the confidence that Napoleon was utterly dominant and could not be beaten was broken forever. Napoleon, of course, raised fresh armies. By the time of the Battle of Leipzig in 1813, which we're going to hear more about in a second with my good friend and colleague, Dr. Luke Reynolds, Napoleon once again was able to bring a substantial army into the field, but by now the other allies were circling, sensing what was coming. I'm going to leave the rest of the story of Napoleon's decline to Luke to talk you through in just a minute, but I do want to just dwell for a moment on the wider significance of this conflict. This was a conflict with a global reach, whether it's the campaigns in Egypt in 1798 to 1801, whether it's Britain's colonial grab operations, there's no other way to describe them, snapping up other nations' colonies and keeping them after the war, quite frankly, whether it's the conflict in India, whether it's the War of 1812 in North America. Almost every continent saw fighting. But there are also wide-ranging social implications for this war. For all that Napoleon has, in some cases, legitimately quite a bad rap, and we will discuss some of his controversies in due course, there were some good elements to Napoleon's rule for the French, particularly. Napoleon's code is the leading example of that, and that had good and bad implications. It codified a system of laws that were badly needed in France. It created a unified legal system which did not exist prior to the code being implemented. But it also stripped women of many of the rights gained under the revolution, helping to consolidate a patriarchy in France for the next century. There was an ongoing political and ideological fight over slavery. In 1794, the French abolished slavery. Napoleon then brought it back in 1802, but then abolished the slave trade in 1815. Meanwhile, Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807, but not slavery until 1833. So whilst we Brits who are presenting, two Brits presenting this and one American, whilst the Brits might like to be quite kind of comfortable in our complacency about Britain's admittedly leading role in the abolition of slavery and the slave trade, actually the French were initially ahead of the game on that until Napoleon intervened in 1802. There's also a point to be made that this is a conflict that helps Britain to assert its imperial ambitions. It helps the empire to continue its recovery from the loss of the American colonies during the American Revolution and begin that process of building what will become the British Empire that grows and grows over the course of the 19th century, built upon Britain's naval dominance. It's also a conflict that has complex diplomatic and political legacies through the Congress of Vienna. However, we will save some details on that for much later in the broadcast at about 8:15 tonight, because we are live on stream for a full 12 hours. But later tonight, you will see an interview with Beatrice de Graaf talking about the Congress of Vienna and its implications for Europe. But I promised you a little bit more on the wider context of the Napoleonic Wars, and it's my great pleasure to bring onto the air Dr. Luke Reynolds, Assistant Professor at the University of Connecticut, author of Who Owned Waterloo, co-host of Waterloo Live, if you hadn't kind of worked that out already, and Secretary for the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. Luke, great to see you, buddy. Thank you for a Herculean effort putting all of this together.
It's been my pleasure.
I'm not sure it's been my pleasure. But,
that's fair. You had to work with me.
There is that. It's more the lack of sleep that's bothered me. But sleep's for people who need sleep, which apparently isn't us. Let's talk about. I'm asking you a lot of horribly broad questions.
You really are.
So why does this conflict happen in the first place?
So there's a inevitable instinct, right, especially here in the UK, to blame. No, this way. Sorry, to blame Napoleon for this, right? It's all about his aggressiveness and all of that. But honestly, we're talking about war in a context that is pretty normal, right? You know, we've got an 18th century and a 17th century and hell, a 16th century, all of which have been not quite near constant, but every 10 years or so, there is a European war. So this is relatively normal. And then you have the wider Anglo-French rivalry. Britain is not going to let France stand. And so at moments when perhaps the rest of Europe would have let revolutionary and Napoleonic France just sit, Britain is still going to rile up issues. So there is some of that. There is obviously, yes, there is the threat of regicide and reform that comes out of the French Revolution, and the conservative governments are not overly keen about this. They don't want to see it spread. As a professor of mine used to say, when Paris sneezes, Europe catches cold. So, they want to avoid that. But it's not just about Napoleon's aggressive behavior. It's not just about France expanding.
I'm going to ask you another horrifically broad question. Give us a sense of the impact that this war has already had on Europe by the time we get to the Waterloo campaign.
So it's completely changed it, right? It's changed the game. Every great power besides Britain and obviously France has been humbled by this point. And arguably, if you want to talk about the revolution as a war, France as a great power has also been humbled and then rebuilt itself, right? Everything has changed. The Holy Roman Empire is gone, right? Something that's been in existence one way or another for several centuries is just disappeared, it folded into the Confederacy of the Rhine and all of that, and basically just shattered. And trade as well, thanks to the continental system that you mentioned, has completely changed, right? Britain is at one point more and less dominant. Within the continent, they have, of course, tried to make up what they need without him, as in Britain is one person, without Britain. But at the same time, that continental system has allowed Britain to expand even more globally, right? Taking hold and basically saying, well, if you're not using this, we're going to, and expanding even further. So we really do have a Europe that is completely changed by that quarter century of near constant warfare.
Is it fair to say that the British outlook has also changed to an extent in that prior to this and in the early stages of the Revolutionary Wars, Britain's focus has always been sort of colony grab operations. Let's go to the West Indies, let's grab some sugar islands, they're really valuable, we can use them in a negotiation at the end of the war. Whereas it becomes increasingly clear over the course of the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars, that's not going to work, right? With Napoleon being so dominant on land, he has that ability to turn around and say, I don't need those sugar islands. And that leads to, arguably, Britain perhaps having an inclination to be more interventionist in Europe. Is that fair?
No, that's absolutely fair. Basically, what Britain figures out, right, is that, yes, while a war in Europe is a wonderful opportunity to grab some land, we don't even have to look at the Napoleonic Wars for that. The 7 Years' War is a perfect example of that. What they figure out is that they're not going to get the kind of peace that will allow them to really expand and cement their empire unless there's peace in Europe as well. And so they have to deal with that. So yeah, it does make them much more interventionist. At the same time, we have a Britain that is really just coming together, right? This is the period where England, Scotland, Wales, and debatably Ireland are being forged into the sort of Great Britain that's going to exist for the next century. And the external enemy of France and the other continental powers from one time to another is incredibly useful for forging that alliance system. It's a 19th century version and an 18th century version of what Shakespeare was doing in Henry V, right? Those captains, the Irish captain, the Scottish captain, and the English captain, all bickering together, but they're all there to defeat the Dauphin, right? It's that same thing.
Of course, it's a debate that rages on in Britain post-war as well. A lot of fight over foreign policy to try and decide, is Britain now going to focus, having defeated Napoleon? Spoiler alert, if you aren't aware, Waterloo goes quite badly for the French. Apologies if that's news to you. But having helped secure peace in Europe, that process of then trying to decide, are we going to continue an interventionist outlook, or are we going to focus on building the empire, is a big debate within Britain. And we will touch on this more with Beatrice later on. Let's talk about the defeat. Napoleon's final defeat by the coalition powers. How does it happen? Is it as simple as weight of numbers?
Partially. Look, the oversimplified answer to this is that they wise up, right? First of all, as you very clearly mentioned, 1812, the invasion of Russia, the complete collapse of the logistical power, and Russia fully being aware, right, that the French are feeding themselves off of the land they're marching through. If we sack and burn it for them, they can't feed, right? So they're already suffering, and then you have the summer and then the winter, and it's a mess, right? That strips the idea of Napoleon's sort of immortality away. You have also his marshals, a series of them being defeated in the Peninsular War by Wellesley, by the Anglo-Portuguese Spanish armies. And so all over we're seeing, wait a minute, this guy might actually have some clay feet. There's a chance here. And that convinces the Allies that if they actually work together, right? There's a chance at this. Remember, by the time we get to where we are, before Waterloo or at Waterloo, we're on the 6th or 7th coalition, right? These things have been tried and failed, and the only constant has been Britain. But Russia and the Peninsular War convince all of those allies to become allies again, to break from the continental system and to expand further, to try and push back. And because Napoleon is on the back foot, there is less diplomatic and military pressure for those coalitions to crumble again. Plus, they wise up. They realize that, yes, in the right moment, he can be beaten, right? This guy is not immortal. But how they do that helps. So yes, overwhelming numbers are massively important. You have the British, Portuguese, and the Spanish coming in from the south. You have the Prussians, Russians, and Austrians coming in from the east. And those are large forces. But to make matters even worse for Napoleon, they refuse to play his game. Whenever he shows up on the battlefield, they retreat. They don't offer him battle, right? They fully believe what he has said and what Wellington has said, right? That Napoleon on a battlefield is worth 2 divisions, roughly, right? They're fully on board with that. So they're just like, all right, if he's here, we're not. So as whatever army he's facing retreats, the others advance. And Napoleon just simply can't keep up with them all. It's the French equivalent of the beginning of Dad's army, that sort of the British flag trying to stop all of the German flags at once. It's just not going to work. And so finally, they do wise up, they do deal with that, and then you have this overwhelming force combined with strategic maneuvering that gets them all to the same place, with the exception, obviously, of the British and the Portuguese and the Spanish. They don't claw all the way through France to get there. But Napoleon has to face the Prussians, the Austrians, and the Russians, who are working together and who are all in the same place for really the first time. And those numbers are just too much. And that's Leipzig. And that's fundamentally the first battlefield defeat that Napoleon ever suffers, right? He does get beaten there. He's not completely destroyed. He gets away. But that is sort of the start of the end.
There will be, hopefully, a lot of fans of Napoleon watching. And it's important for us to not, particularly important for me, to not just kind of take that stereotypical pro-British line that a lot of British historians get accused of. So a key debate within this is, to what extent does Napoleon have war pushed upon him by coalition powers who aren't inclined to see things his way and aren't inclined to accept the peace settlements that they previously agreed to?
So there is a remarkable amount that Napoleon achieves, right? He's a remarkable figure. He's a brilliant battlefield and sort of continental tactician and strategist. He's actually arguably most dangerous on the back foot. His defense of France in 1814 is brilliant. But if he has a flaw, it's that he is aggressive. He understands, he craves the dramatic ends. He craves set-piece battles. He craves the glory in France that those victories win him. And so he keeps pushing for that. And by the time we get to 1814, there's a good sense going on, and there's a general consensus here that the Allies just can't trust him anymore. That for themselves, right? Whether he would have taken 5 years, 10 years. And there's also the sense that if they give him peace, he's just going to build another Grande Armée, and they're in this again, right? So it's all on the line. They're not going to trust him at this point. So yeah, you can argue that Napoleon is sort of trying to negotiate peace here, and the Allies are foisting war upon him. But it's not because of pure base aggressiveness. It is based on Napoleon's previous actions, with apologies to all of our Napoleon fans that are watching and listening.
I will say that we have a token Bonapartist by her own description. That's not my description, that's her description, in the form of Sam Jolly, who we will be seeing later on in the show. So please do not go away with the impression that the NRWGC is run by people who hate Napoleon. That is not the case. I can assure you that Sam would be very angry with anybody who tried to foist an anti-Bonapartist outlook on the charity. And Sam is not an individual that you want to anger, believe me. So one final question. Is it fair to call this the first total war? Are the Napoleonic Wars the first truly total war?
You don't ask the easy ones,
No, I
do
don't.
you?
No.
God, that one is up there. All right, let's give you the yes and no answer here.
Okay.
So first of all, yeah. So first of all, let's do the politician's dance, right? I'm going to answer the question you didn't ask.
Okay, fine.
Is it the first global war? No, because the 7 Years' War is there beforehand. So in terms of world war, as long as we're not defining world war as sort of powers in every continent, in which case you're dealing with the Second World War functionally, we've got that covered. In terms of total war, war is evolving, right? It's constantly shifting. And we are seeing new technology. We're seeing new ways to bring death and destruction. We are fundamentally seeing, to a certain extent, a new level of threat on civilians. Although anyone who watches the Napoleonic Wars, right, and who was also around, for example, for the 30 Years' War, the Wars of Religion, is looking at this going, okay, in some ways this is tame, right? So we've had this brutality before. We don't have yet the direct targeting of civilians a la bombings that we're going to have in the 20th century. But we are seeing more aggression. We are seeing more movement. And we are fundamentally seeing a war that affects the average human being, largely because of things like Napoleon's and the Grande Armée's habit of feeding themselves based on wherever they are, right? They completely destroy Spain's olive crop because they burn those trees for firewood. And you also have terror coming in here in a big way, in a new way. You know, guerrilla, the guerrilla warfare comes out of the Peninsular War. That's the term, right? So we are seeing an evolution. I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but we're definitely seeing it move in that way. And with that comes more laws of war as well. They're going to be codified in the 19th century.
We could talk for another hour just on this, but we've got a lot to cover. Dr. Luke Reynolds, assistant professor at the University of Connecticut, author of Who Owned Waterloo. Folks are going to be seeing a lot of this face over the course of the next 12 hours. But for now, thanks very much, Luke. Really appreciate it. As we've covered there, the Napoleonic Wars caused a huge amount of suffering to soldiers of all conflict, and of all nations, rather. And one thing that I do want to emphasize is that the NRWGC is not a British charity. This is an international organization with members across 3 continents, a committee that spans several countries, and the same is true for the Board of Trustees. We are an organization that brings together the museum sector, the heritage sector, academics, historians, archaeologists, the full spectrum of opinions, the full spectrum of expertise in order to do our work in the most ethical way possible. And that is why I would urge you to support the cause if you're able to. Details are running across the bottom of your screen now. I promised you an update. It's now 10:30. What's been happening this morning, 208 years ago at Waterloo? Well, the first thing is that, in common with the team running this show, actually, very little sleep has been had over the course of the night. At 1 a.m., Napoleon arrived at his overnight halt, establishing his headquarters at the Caylou farm. That is now a museum. It's known as La Dernière Quartier. You can secure access if you go to the Memorial 1815 Museum and ask, or go to the Waterloo Museum. I would urge you to go to the Musée Wellington, particularly, and ask for the all-inclusive ticket, and you'll get access to all 3. No, they haven't paid us in order to publicise them there. But it is well worth going to both headquarters in order to get a nice kind of broad appreciation of the wider context of the campaign. The rain has continued through the night, and that rain will play a crucial role, partly in delaying the battle, but not for the reasons that everybody tends to focus on. One of the common myths is Napoleon waits for the ground to dry out. Well, not really. Part of the reason that the battle is delayed is because Napoleon needs time to bring his army up. So in that respect, sure, rain delays the start of the battlefield, but that's because the troops aren't ready to go as he would have hoped. At 3:30 a.m., Wellington, pulling a long night shift, Wellington gets confirmation that the Prussians are coming and commits to standing at Waterloo. Another common misconception is the claim that the British and Dutch and King's German Legion and Hanoverian forces under Wellington's command almost get lucky and get saved by the Prussians. And that argument misses the point that there is a strategy at play at Waterloo. Wellington only stands on the defensive at Mont Saint-Jean because he knows that Blücher is sending forces. Without that assurance, Wellington would have moved his army over the course of the following day. At 4:45, the Prussians begin making that move. So the 4th Corps under Bülow begin moving out of Wavre, which is around about 10 to 15 miles to the east, and starts what becomes a very long march towards the Waterloo battlefield. They won't get there for about another 12 hours after starting out, partly because there's a major fire over the route that they're taking, and partly because that is where the rain has had an impact. The landscape is actually surprisingly hilly in that region of Wallonia, and that therefore means that the ground is slippery, it's harder to maneuver troops, harder to maneuver artillery, and the rivers are swollen from that rainwater. At 5 a.m., the Nassau contingent of troops have moved into Hougoumont. Another commonly missed point is that for all that Hougoumont is defended by elements of the Coldstream Guards and the Scots Guards, one of whom the charity commemorated just yesterday, having restored their grave, there is a large international contingent at Hougoumont. So it is the Allies, fundamentally, that defend Waterloo. At the same time, around about 5 a.m., Napoleon wakes up and orders his army to deploy for attack. Now, that attack then gets delayed until 9 a.m. because, as I say, the army has not concentrated. It is not ready for him to begin that campaign. And actually, that's, you could argue, is helpful to Wellington, helpful to the Allies. The rain is slowing down Blücher's men, but it is also slowing down Napoleon's men. So on balance, perhaps things kind of even themselves out, but you'd need to do a very kind of complex time-distance calculation to assess that. At 8 a.m., Napoleon holds his famous breakfast of the marshals and dismisses Wellington's reputation. Wellington has a bit of a rap as a sepoy general. Napoleon, bear in mind, has never faced Wellington before. Some of his marshals have. And once bitten is very much a case of twice shy. Some of his really well-regarded commanders are humbled by Wellington over the course of the Peninsular War. They are aware that he has a tendency to occupy a reverse slope to hide his forces. Wellington is sometimes characterized as a defensive general. That's not the case. He actually has more offensive victories than defensive, but it's not a big point of historiographical argument. It's just not true. But Wellington has occupied the defensive at Waterloo. He has hidden his forces behind the terrain. And the Allies, the marshals know that Wellington on the defensive is a dangerous animal. They've seen Wellington's victories at Talavera, at Busaco, at Fuente d'Ognoro, occasions when Napoleon's troops have been humbled, his marshals have been humbled, and they do not want a repeat of the situation. By 9 a.m., Napoleon is on the move. He sets up his headquarters at a place called La Belle Alliance. It is at the southern end of the Waterloo battlefield. If you're ever taking a tour of the battlefield, I would recommend that you start actually at Le Haisson, move up the hill into the Allied position of this kind of the center of the crossroads, move to the right of the crossroads as you're walking up the hill. Then you will see where D'Erlon's Corps struck home, a large part of where the Allied heavy cavalry counterattack came through, then apologies, I've got army movements on the brain this morning, then move across the length of the Allied position towards the Lion Mound, down to Hougoumont, and then circle round to La Belle Alliance. Do not neglect the French section of the battlefield, as is quite often done, and also don't neglect Plancenoit. You might need a car in order to do all of that, but I would urge you, do not do the classic thing that people do, which is go to the Lion's Mound, climb the Lion's Mound, see it, think they've done everything, and maybe go on a quick excursion to Hougoumont. If you go up the Lion's Mound, you will find that it's lovely in terms of the very impressive views. It's also really useful in terms of orientating yourself if you're trying to work out which troops are where, because if you know where the Lion's Mound is, you know that's kind of a fixed point that you can always use. However, as you go up, you also flatten out the landscape. The elevation completely disappears, and Waterloo is very much a story of kind of gentle ripples and folds in the ground, leading to dead ground where you don't really expect it. So by 9 a.m., Napoleon has set up his headquarters at La Belle Alliance. He does actually also have an observation tower. There has been a lot of debate on that, but there are enough primary source accounts from after the battle talking about what visitors have seen on the battlefield to confirm that there was such a thing there. He does some reconnaissance and then delays the attack again. So having initially hoped for an 8 a.m. assault, then delaying to 9 a.m., then has to delay it again until 11 a.m. His plan is very simple. He's going to use d'Erlon's corps to break the Allied centre and push on to Brussels. Now, Wellington isn't entirely expecting that. His big fear is that Napoleon, as a master of manoeuvre, as somebody who's brilliant at pinning an enemy down, then pivoting and striking at a weak point, Wellington has looked at his position and decided that the right flank is the weakest point. That is where he thinks that Napoleon is going to create this big arcing manoeuvre around the flank of his army. So much so is that Wellington's fear that he's actually deployed a force of 15,000 men at a place called Hal, a few miles to the west. Troops that he could really have really done with when it came to trying to fend off Napoleon's main thrust. So that is the state of play as of 10:30, 208 years ago. The plans are being laid for the big hammer strike into the heart of the Allied position using d'Erlon's corps. But if we're going to achieve an understanding of the Waterloo story, it is important to spend some time getting to know some of the key figures who shaped its outcome. With that in mind, I sat down with Napoleonic historian Dr. Claire Civita earlier this week to talk about the most famous and myth-shrouded figure of the entire Napoleonic era. That is, of course, Napoleon Bonaparte himself. Joining me now on Waterloo Live is Claire Civita, Senior Lecturer in French Theatre and Performance at the University of Bristol. Claire, welcome. It's great to see you. Give us a sense of Napoleon's life in Elba during 1814-15 and how that leads to him making the decision to come back to France in March 1815.
So Napoleon's life in Elba is dictated in some ways about the Treaty of Fontainebleau, and I just want to talk about that very briefly. So it was signed on the 11th of April, and it's Alexander I of Russia who decides that Napoleon is going to go to Elba. The rest of the Allied heads of state aren't consulted, so they're fairly annoyed to know that Napoleon is ending up on this Mediterranean island, rather close to a coast. Napoleon is taken down from Fontainebleau. He says goodbye to his guard. It's part of he kisses his the eagles 3 times. It's all very theatrical. But then it's also a little bit of a rain check, because as Napoleon heads south, he realizes that he's not quite as popular as
you're just out of shot
now. So that's really quite interesting. And then he is taken to Elba, lands 2 weeks later on the 4th of May, and there's all this interest in this fallen emperor. So Elba, it has to be said, a few months previously, hadn't been particularly keen on being part of the French Empire. There'd been revolting and things like that, but all of a sudden to have Napoleon here, it was kind of this object of curiosity. And initially he moves into the first floor of the town hall, and people are kind of who is this? They come to see him. And then he moves up to the Villa Murini and tries to create kind of like this sense of something
as long as we've got
not a
grey,
court, but something more fitting for a defeated emperor.
Yeah.
He's allowed to keep the title emperor. He has a small number of soldiers who go with him, so there's 700 members of the guard. More than 100 soldiers come from Poland as well to accompany him. And he creates this mini empire. He busies himself with building projects, agricultural projects. And we know from his daily rhythm that he keeps this intensity up, rising at 4, reading, administration, riding, lots of baths, lots of naps as well, but going out in the afternoons, meeting people. And we start to get this tourist trade as well, people coming to Elba to meet Napoleon. So again, kind of object of curiosity for the locals, like the 12,000 inhabitants, and for the people who then come to Elba. And there are several things that really annoy him, apart from no longer being Emperor of the French. That's probably number one. Number two is that Marie-Louise and his son don't join him. So he thought that his wife and son would join him. He thought that's where they should be, but that's not happening. Marie-Louise is the daughter of the Emperor of Austria, so he has other plans. And then Louis XVIII doesn't pay him what he's due under the terms and conditions of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. And then, to make matters worse, he then seizes his personal possessions in France. So Napoleon is really not very happy. On top of that, there are rumours going both ways. Rumours that by December 1814 that Napoleon is looking to escape Elba, and rumours that the Allies might move him. So it's thinking about what's the opportune, if you're Napoleon, thinking about what's the opportune time to make that leap across the coast and set sail. And this happens eventually in early February. He confides in his nearest and dearest and says, look, this is what I'm aiming to do. And at the end of February, Campbell leaves for Italy for a while. And that's kind of like the opportune moment for Napoleon to escape, because the English forces aren't being as vigilant as they perhaps should. And it creates this fantastic opportunity for him to be like, right, it's now or never.
So how do the public react to news of Napoleon's return? I mean, you mentioned there, as he's traveling south, he realizes he's not quite as popular as he thought he might be. There's a lot of debate about the idea that Napoleon's return is basically a military coup, something that I would personally agree with, but I know others disagree. What's your take on the whole situation?
So France in 1814, 1815 is in this, I mean, clearly it's in the middle of a massive transformation, but with the return of the monarchy, people aren't quite so sure. So Louis XVIII arrives back, and one of the problems is he's always been used to kind of like this royal idea of France. Like, he's aware of what's happened in the revolution, very obviously, but he still thinks that he ought to be able to rule as this monarch of divine right. And one of the sticking points is this idea of the Charter of 1814, the idea that France have a constitution, that he should be kind of like held to account slightly. That clashes with his idea of what it means to be a monarch. And we need to remember as well, in terms of PR, he's not exactly the person you would have chosen to be king, if that were possible. You know, he's at the end in the 1780s, you know, he's rumored to be sleeping with Marie Antoinette. He's kind of like this hedonist prince, and he can be, because he's number two. He's number two for a lot of his lifetime. So I think that transition to all of a sudden becoming number one is really difficult for him. So that's the background of what's going on in France. So Napoleon, as I said, on the way down, realizes that not everyone loves him. And when he comes back, he lands in Gauchois, and he's kind of like plotted this route with some of his close advisors, basically to go along the coast up into the foothills of the Alps and then into Grenoble, where apparently the inhabitants are so overjoyed to see him that they tear down the city gates. We can see kind of some of the legend coming in here, but it is really interesting that Napoleon doesn't go straight up, that he does make this very calculated geographical return to France. But of course, rumours start to spread, and we can see throughout France people celebrating the return of Napoleon, and others very annoyed about it. When he gets to Lyon, again, he is greeted as this revolutionary hero, and I think for him that's one of the first times he realises how much he can play on this revolutionary legacy. People are apparently overjoyed to see the return of the tricolour over the white flag that the monarchy had imposed. And so we can see in within Napoleon, there's kind of like recalculation of being like, right, this is how I'm going to get my political support. Eventually, he makes his way up to Paris. At the same time, not all areas of France are overjoyed to see him. So one of the key examples of this is Bordeaux, where the Duchesse d'Angoulême, who was the oldest surviving child of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, heads down and tries to kind of hold off the Napoleonic forces. And she manages to do so within the city until early April. But that kind of like stays very much part of the city's narrative. Even to this day, you can see it in the local art gallery. So not everyone's overjoyed. In terms of the question of whether it's a military coup, I mean, Napoleon returns through the military. The military had been neglected slightly, especially the veterans, by the Restoration government. So that's how he makes his way back up. At the same time, it was only possible because the Restoration government was fairly inept. They weren't good at PR, as I've already mentioned. They weren't particularly good at bureaucracy, at kind of ingraining a strong hold over the country. And they didn't take the rumours that Napoleon might escape properly. So had they done that, perhaps he may only have got to Grenoble, say, and then there would have been this face-off. But the fact kind of they don't try and fight, the fact they kind of then flee as well, we can see that it's half a dozen of one and six of the other.
Absolutely. What do we know about Napoleon's mood in the run-up to the 1815 campaign? Because there's a strong sense that he's not quite himself for a lot of it.
I think Napoleon's mood changes if you look at the history of his life quite dramatically. I think, if you took any 2-year periods and compared them, it wouldn't be the same. But within this 1815 context, there are several things at play. One, he's still really annoyed about 1814. I think that's really important to underline the sense of, he had been so great, but he lost it all. We speak today about trauma within kind of public discourse. And I think that you can see elements of that there in the way that Napoleon handles the situations in 1814. He, again, like Louis XVIII, had issues with how to govern France. They weren't quite so stark as for Louis XVIII, but whereas Louis XVIII had to kind of rethink his royal power, Napoleon also has to rethink his imperial power. So one of the places where we see this really coming to the fore is the Additional Act of 1815, which is put together by Benjamin Constant, and is much more liberal in terms of how France should be governed than it was beforehand. And as Louis XVIII struggled with the charter, Napoleon struggles with the Acte Additionnel, and we see him, even the celebration for it on the 1st of June doesn't go to plan. It's too hot. It's kind of the crowds don't react quite as they're meant to. So we can see him double guessing everything as he goes through. Thirdly, Marie-Louise and his son still aren't there. I think that emotionally plays a big part in how he sees the world. He's also spent a lot of time creating this hereditary empire. So to not have his son there, I think really does, he does struggle with it. Everyone knows war is coming. How far can you put that off? What does it mean? What are the allies going to do? He had worked with some of these people, created treaties with them. They've obviously then turned against him. I think that starts to play with his mind. And I think there is a sense of paranoia as well. There are so many spies around. There are so many kind of rumors going around. Whereas in the past, he could take swift action. Now, he doesn't know what to do in some senses. And then there's this question of, is he ill? Which historians have treated. So Philip Dwyer, for one, talks about him having severe anxiety. So again, kind of like this emperor who always used to be able to take decisive action, read the reports, we're going to do this, X, Y, and Z. He's no longer able to do that in quite the same way. Then Thierry Lance thinks that he might have hemorrhoids or a urine infection. And again, kind of like that puts him in agony. So that again changes his decision making. Can we know? Not entirely. We can speculate, and that's what we do. That's what our job is to do, to try and understand why he makes some of those decisions. But yeah, over 200 years ago, so it's quite difficult.
I just want to talk about legacy, if we may, in the couple of minutes we've got left.
I mean, this is a horrible question. You know, how do you sum up Napoleon's legacy in under 3 minutes? He is a dominant figure of the era, hugely successful for much of his life, but he also comes with his controversies, with his reforms, with his methods. How would you try and sort of soundbite, if you will, Napoleon?
He's a singular individual at a singular moment of time. I think you have to say that nothing he achieves would have been possible 10 years previously, 10 years later. It's only because of the revolution that Napoleon can rise through the ranks so quickly, that he can take charge of that situation in the Directory as well, and then Brumaire. And I think whatever you think of him, you have to respect the amount he achieves in so little time. There are very few other examples in history of one individual managing to achieve so much. Have I got time to talk for a little bit longer or not?
Oh, go for it.
Okay, so Napoleonic legend, it excites me a lot. I find it really interesting. So we can see him crafting this image of himself throughout his reign, even beforehand. I've been working on some of the censorship reports of the Directory recently, and we can see people wanting to write plays about him, and then the censors being like, but he's still alive, so we need to double check that with him. And then, you know, Annie Jourdain has looked a lot at what happens during his reign as well, how he crafts that image. But one of the things that really strikes me is Nathalie Petitou's the Légende Rose, the Légende Noire legend, which very much kind of is kept alive by the veterans, by the publication of the memorial, and then there's Légende Noire that's kind of like, and we're constantly switching in between the two. I think more recently, especially following 2021 and the bicentenary of his death, some of those debates have come back. There's definitely dark sides. I mean, you've spoken about, you know, the methods, the cost, etc. There's also the rise of nationalism during the Napoleonic Empire outside of France as well. And we see what happens to that, kind of like the very dark side of it at the end of the 19th, early 20th centuries. There are his views on women, which multiple people have approached him for. And then there's also his reintroduction of slavery in 1802 to the territories that were handed back with the Treaty of Amiens. And I think that's really important to integrate. And we can see that this anti-Napoleon or counter discourse being modified as time goes by, more things are being included, and I think that gives us a bit better idea. Having said that, the Code Civil, the kind of legal text that founds modern France, that allows other countries to have religious tolerance, that's then used as a model for in Latin America, for example, that's really important. The baccalaureate, the French equivalent of A-levels, are still going with the central bank. So it's this, you know, it's a great essay question. But there is this constant, you can look at it in different ways, and it's this constant balance. And he is a very complex individual.
He certainly is. And it's a debate that will last at least another 200 years, I'm sure. Claire Civita, Senior Lecturer in French Theatre and Performance at the University of Bristol, thank you for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
Hello everyone, my name is Liam Telfer. I'm part of the team hosting you guys through our tour of Waterloo, and also part of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. Now, we're back with the ever-present and ever-amazing Dr. Zack White, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about the Duke of Wellington. So we've talked a little bit about his movements before the battle, you know, how we get there. But if you could just give us a sense of the character of the man. Let's sort of deep dive on Wellington.
Sure. I mean, Wellington's different things to different people, right? Kind of like Napoleon in some respects, at least in terms of being different things to different people. He is obviously the archetypal 18th century aristocrat, and that shouldn't really surprise us. You know, he's born into an aristocratic family, not hugely wealthy, Anglo-Irish aristocratic stock, which some historians have suggested leads to him having like a kind of a bit of a chip on his shoulder about not being sort of full-blooded English aristocracy because of kind of different snobbish views on hierarchy, even within the aristocracy. He has a lot of the kind of prejudices that you would expect a guy of this period who's born into wealth to perhaps have. You know, he is not one of the most enlightened individuals when it comes to the working class, shall we say. He's not a fan. Yes, he does call his men the scum of the earth. yes, he does mean it. He says it on 4 separate occasions. So great is his disdain for the working class that he opposes electoral reform later in life when he's Prime Minister, which gives you a good sense of the guy's kind of views on the idea of giving the mob, humble mere mortals like you and I, the vote. Roy Muir's made a really good point, actually, that Wellington's a guy who likes talent with a title to talent alone. That's not to say that Wellington isn't talent-driven. If somebody has a title but is incompetent, he will raise hell for them. And he's not backwards in coming forwards about that. Some of the letters held here in Southampton Library, the home of the Wellington papers, are absolutely hilarious in terms of the level of ire and disdain, that kind of cold, cutting sarcasm that the guy could draw upon at times. He's also, I have to say, the exception to the rule that the promotion-based system in the British Army doesn't work. So during this period, you can purchase your commission, you can purchase your way up to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Beyond that, promotion is based on seniority. And that leads to a whole kind of swathe of talentless people buying their way in. You have people who have managed to buy their way up to the rank of even full colonel by the time they're 18 because daddy bought them a commission the day after they were born, and so they've had the number of years that were prerequisite in the service in order to buy their way up. And inevitably, that leads to gross incompetence at senior levels in command. Wellington's not of that stock. Wellington is much more an indication of, yes, he's managed to buy his way up to a degree. He's also benefited from patronage along the way. It certainly helps his case that his brother is governor of India when Wellington, then Wellesley, is out there. But he also makes his advancement based on talent. And that very much is something that's proved over the course of the Peninsular War.
Okay, cool. So we've got the scum of the earth. We're just going to take you back a step. Like you said, he definitely said it, definitely referred to his men as the scum of the earth. What can you tell us about the relationship that he has with his troops?
I mean, I could do like a full 15 minutes on just the scum of the earth. I have done that rant in the past. I'm not going to do it here today. So yes, he does mean it. He has a very frosty relationship with his troops. At times, it's a continuation of what we just discussed about this idea that these people are from a lower order of society, and he doesn't have a great fondness for them. He does, however, have a kind of a relationship of mutual respect between the troops. And you see that in the run-up to the Waterloo campaign. There's a very famous incident where he's with a guy called Creevy, who's an expat in Brussels. And he basically says, seeing a redcoat kind of wandering into a park and kind of gawping around wide-eyed at all of the fancy stuff on display, he goes, but the success of the battle will depend on that article there. And says, give him enough of it, and he is confident that he can defeat Bonaparte. So he does have that trust that the quality of his troops is good, and that they will do what he asks of them. And that relationship works both ways. The troops know that they know Wellington's command style by now. The rumours have circulated, enough veterans have seen him in action. They've told their stories at the campfire, and there is this awareness that Wellington's a guy who places himself in the positions of greatest danger, so that because he's a micromanager and he's a little bit of a control freak, I sympathise, as you would know all too well. And that therefore means that when a position is under threat, he will put himself there. And so he says himself, the troops know that if he comes, that's the point of crisis, and that's when he needs them to give him their all. And they do, in fairness to him. The scum of the earth thing, just one more thing on the mutual respect, actually. There's a famous quote from John Kincaid that sums it up nicely, that by 1811, the British troops would rather see Wellington's long nose on a battlefield, and he did have a long nose, very impressive nose, than 10,000, a reinforcement of 10,000 troops any day. So we're talking about, Napoleon's hat being worth 2 divisions, as the quote goes. Wellington's nose is worth 10,000. So if you've got a person, what if Wellington wears Napoleon's hat? What's that worth? That's a curious little question in terms of morale there. Yeah, the scum of the earth, yes, he does mean it. He says it on 4 occasions. The first time is in relation to plundering in the aftermath of Victoria, not the plundering of the baggage train, like everybody says. It's actually the fact that troops are continuing to maraud the countryside. About a week afterwards, he's getting complaints from the locals saying, look, it's great that you're on the battlefield, but can you do something about this? He uses it time and time again, sometimes a backhanded compliment, usually in a private capacity, but yes, he does mean it.
Okay. So looking up towards the Waterloo campaign itself, what kind of reputation does Wellington have? I know you talked about his time in India a little bit. And is that reputation different between, you know, the diplomatic side, the military side, and also up and down that scale of class, perhaps?
Yeah, by this point, Wellington's becoming, if perhaps hasn't quite become, a household name across Europe. This is the guy who has consistently beaten the French time and time again over a 6-year conflict in Spain and Portugal. And it's that succession of victories that has helped to shake that perception of Napoleonic invincibility. You know, Napoleon sent some of his best troops and some of his best generals down to Spain and Portugal, and it doesn't matter who gets thrown against him. Even when Napoleon's protege, Marmont, is comprehensively defeated at Salamanca in 1812 in a really shocking kind of lightning strike victory. So Wellington is known for his abilities on the battlefield internationally. When the Russians are preparing for Napoleon's invasion of Russia, obviously, what else would the Russians be preparing for Napoleon to invade? They are reading up on what he's done in Spain, and particularly in Portugal, in terms of the construction of the lines of Torres Vedras, and trying to look at how can they draw on some of Wellington's strategies. There's an ongoing kind of question mark about who is the leading general of the age. That debate continues to this day. I think everybody would still hand it to Napoleon. You know, he's probably still the number one. But Wellington is widely regarded as a strong number two. And you touch on a really important point here, which is that he has a diplomatic reputation as well as a military one. Wellington isn't just a commander of men, he's also a prolific letter writer. He sticks that long nose into other people's business relentlessly. There's hardly anybody of significance in Europe who doesn't get a letter from Wellington at some point about something. And that's partly because he has to work internationally in a kind of diplomatic role as a result of what he's doing during the Peninsular War. He's got to work with his Portuguese counterparts, he's got to work with his Spanish counterparts. Sometimes those relations are really difficult and really fractious. He's also not afraid to write to every politician and civil servant in London if he thinks that it will get him what he wants, either in a public or a private capacity. So Wellington is widely known at this point as somebody who will write you a stern letter if he's displeased with something, or will write you a very ingratiating letter if he thinks it's going to suit his cause and enable him to win this war for the Allies.
Now, you talked there very interestingly about his reputation internationally, certainly from the military side, being built on those victories in Portugal and Spain. Some of those, in certain, in some people's eyes, a lot of those victories would be classed as defensive maneuvers. And now, how accurate would you say that the description of Wellington being a defensive general is, and sort of why?
Yeah, it's total rubbish. We need to be careful with our language because we are live and anything can happen. If you do hear an expletive over the course of the live stream, apologies. We're all only human. It's a slightly tedious myth, if I'm honest. It's been overplayed a fair bit recently. The bottom line is that a lot of this perception comes from Waterloo. Wellington sits in the defensive whilst he waits for the Prussians to arrive. That is the plan. And it's a really good defensive position. You've got those forward points in the form of Hougoumont, La Haye, and Papelotte that help to sort of funnel the French attacks. And so it creates this perception that Wellington is a defensive general. He is very good on the defensive. There's no question of that. Some of his impressive victories at Busaco, if you go and walk the ground, Busaco is a mountain. The only question that springs to mind isn't, how is it that Wellington won here? It's why the hell did the French attack here in the first place? Fuente-d'Onoro, another famous defensive victory, also at the Battle of Amiro, again defensive. But what you see is a sort of a pattern of defensive victories in the early part of the Peninsular War between 1808 to 1811. Not consistently, there are aggressive assaults like the Battle of Porto, like the Battle of Releasa. But for the most part, the French kind of get this perception that Wellington likes to hold his ground. That's kind of strategic necessity. He's kind of saving his army. He's waiting for the tactical balance to shift in his favour so he can go on the offensive. But Wellington also wins some ridiculously impressive, aggressive engagements. Salamanca, the most famous, probably Wellington's greatest victory. Battle of Vittoria, again, hugely successful. What Wellington regarded, according to some sources, as his greatest victory was Assaye, where Wellington fords a river, outflanks the enemy position, and then has to go on the offensive as the enemy redeploy. So he's certainly more than capable of going on the offensive when the mood takes him.
Now, we've sort of brought ourselves up to, up to speed with what happened the morning of, those initial movements to get us to Waterloo. How happy do you think Wellington was with the army that he had under his command?
So there's a quote that gets pushed out a lot on this one. He writes back to the British government, which he does a lot, partly because he has to, partly because he's angry. He's a very angry man, writes lots of ranty letters. His blood pressure must have been horrendous. And he writes that he has an infamous army, and everybody goes, okay, Wellington thought his army prior to Waterloo was rubbish. Actually, what he's referring to is his staff. So he's got issues with the fact that he doesn't have the minions, if you like, around him who he wants. And that's because Wellington builds his staff into, as most senior officers do, they build their staff into an organisation that can work around them. Particularly during this period, that's the case. You see that on Napoleon's side, he doesn't have 30, and that really hampers his ability to wage war in the way that he wants over the course of the campaign. Now, does that mean that Wellington thought the rest of his army was rubbish? No, he would have liked more of his Peninsular War battalions, the veteran units. Of course he would have done. There are talks about getting Portuguese troops, who the British have retrained over the course of the Peninsular War, and shipping those to Waterloo to fight in Belgium. Obviously, because the Waterloo campaign, unfortunately, it does, they're not necessary, they don't need to be shipped anywhere. The trouble for Wellington, of course, is that the Peninsular War's over, right? And as soon as the war is over, nobody knows that Waterloo is coming. Nobody's expecting Napoleon to come back. Nobody's expecting to have to send troops to Brussels. So what he's got in Belgium, in part, is troops that were already out there fighting in the Low Countries in 1814, including your regiment, the 44th. For those who don't know, Liam's a reenactor. Obviously, he wanted more. He wanted those veteran units, but they've been shipped, in many cases, to fight in the War of 1812. Not hugely successfully, but that is what it is. He's got far more cavalry and artillery than he's used to. Those have been in really short supply during the Peninsular War. And we'll get onto the debates about cavalry in a bit. The cavalry tend to be quite kind of illustrious, but not always as well disciplined as perhaps he might have liked.
Thanks very much for that, Zach.
That's right.
Now, having looked at Napoleon and Wellington, it's really important that we discuss the Prussian side of things and their contribution that the Prussians made. And that's something that we're going to refer back to consistently throughout the day. Earlier this week, therefore, Zack sat down with Mike Legere, a professor of history at the University of North Texas and author of Blücher, The Scourge of Napoleon, to discuss the leader of the Prussian army, Marshal Blücher.
Joining me now on Waterloo Live is Mike Legere. He's Professor of History at the University of North Texas and author of Blücher, Scourge of Napoleon. Mike, welcome to the show. How does Blücher find himself in command of the Prussians in what will become the Waterloo campaign?
Well, thank you, Zach, and thank you for having me. I guess I'll answer a question with a question. Who else would there be? And this isn't a way of joking. The Prussian army had by now grown used to the general staff system. And while there are a lot of competent general staff officers, like a Gneisenau or a Boyen or a Muffling, the corps commanders, the line officers to command an army, it was really rather limited. If you look at the corps commanders in 1815, they were all relatively junior generals. compared to the guys who had commanded corps in 1813 and 1814, such as York, von Wartenberg, and Kleist, Townsend, and Bülow. Bülow was the only corps commander from the 1813-14 campaign to get a command of a corps in the field army. And the subsequent problem between him and Gneisenau kind of validated this concept that there's loggerheads between the staff officers and the line officers, the line commanders. And Blucher was seen as a unifying figure in the army. And not only in the army, but in the coalition. If you look at 1814, when Blucher became very ill, the Russian corps commanders in his army of Silesia, they begged that if he died, that the body at least travel with the army to give some semblance that he was still there, to maintain coordination and cooperation between the corps commanders and between the general staff headed by Gneisenau and the corps commanders. So really, there was no one else who could do the job the way Blucher did it. Once again, just by looking at the corps commanders under him, you basically are removing some of the corps commanders who have the most experience from the previous campaign, with the exception of Bülow, and you're inserting 3 new generals who were brigade commanders in the Prussian system in 1813 and 1814. So once again, indicative of the acknowledgement that friction existed between the line officers and the new general staff.
So what was Blucher actually like as an individual, and how does that influence his decision-making during the Waterloo campaign?
I think Waterloo gives us a real good insight, if not the best insight, into the type of person Blucher was. He was extremely loyal, and we see that with his determination to retreat north after the Battle of Ligny on the 16th, so that he'd be in position to support Wellington when his chief of staff, Gneisenau, famously wanted to retreat east along the Prussian line of communications, which was the direction that Napoleon believed that the Prussians would go in. But that's one thing that a lot of folks don't know about Blucher, was that he was extremely loyal, and he was committed to the concept of coalition warfare, where a lot of generals were not, even at that late stage. And this goes back to your first question about who could command the Prussian army. Well, as we know, the Allies, meaning the countries that fought against France, they fought 7 coalition wars. Several commanders, commander-in-chiefs, they simply did not understand the concept of coalition war fighting. And it really took a unique blend of a selfless person who was willing to sacrifice for the greater good of the cause, and somebody who could also maintain the loyalty of multinational armies, such as a Blucher and to a lesser degree a Schwarzenberg. But really, you had to have somebody who understood coalition war fighting and the need to support each other, or the operational plans of 1813, 14, and 15 were simply not going to work.
I mean, you touched there on the operational relationship between Wellington and Blucher, and I guess obviously that's integral, as we know, to what becomes the Waterloo story. Personally, kind of, what are relations like? And equally, I'm interested in the caricature that we sometimes paint of Blucher as sort of Marshal Vorwärts, being sort of one of these sort of slightly gung-ho cavalry officer style figures who likes to lead from the front. Is that caricature based on any sense of reality, or is it a gross oversimplification?
It's a gross oversimplification. There was the Blucher, who was the man of the troops, the soldiers general, who would do some of the things you mentioned. But the point I make in my book is that Marshal Vorwärts is actually the complete opposite. When Blucher needed to, he went backwards quite a bit, and that was the success in 1813 and 1814 was his ability to refrain from engaging Napoleon or engaging superior forces in front of him. Now, his relationship with Wellington, Blucher respected Wellington, I believe, a lot more than Wellington respected Blucher. I think Wellington respected Blucher for the man that you just described, the dashing hussar, the soldier's general, man of the people, so to speak. But in terms of war fighting capability, I think Wellington considered Blucher the way most people did. You know, the story that he couldn't read a map and so forth. And really, that's all rubbish. He was able to read a map. He did understand strategy. He could understand operations as well. What he really needed was an organizer, you know, like Gneisenau was, to keep everything in line. But he understood what needed to be done in terms of operations and strategy. But I believe that there was a degree of condensation in Wellington's dealings with him. And that might have simply come across because of the rumors that Wellington had heard of him, that he was a drinker, a gambler, a brawler, and so forth. But if you look at the respect that Wellington showed Marshal Soult after the war and the way he viewed Blucher, you could see that there's a differential in the levels of respect. And plus, the greatest fault of Blucher's was that he showed up at Waterloo and really, according to William Seaborn, won the battle. And Wellington could never get over that. I'm sure you recall the famous painting of Wellington staring at his watch on the field of Waterloo, and how Wellington would not have it, and said, "That makes me look like I'm waiting." And the point was, yes, you were waiting, but well, that's not the story that Wellington wanted to leave to posterity.
I think Wellington's one of those people who does condescension particularly well.
Yeah.
As we'll discuss, folks, in another interview on Wellington's character in a little bit. I want to discuss Blucher's attitude towards the French. We make a lot of the Prussians being sort of out for revenge during the advance into France, which has an element of logic and, you know, fairly kind of natural understanding behind it when you consider that their homeland has experienced, you know, French occupation early in the Napoleonic Wars. Is that a mood that Blucher shares?
That's the mood that Blucher leads. He is the foundational element of all that. Within the entire Prussian army, nobody wanted to exact revenge more than Blucher. So much so that he had to be restrained by the king, Frederick William III. He had to be restrained by his chief of staff, Gneisenau. He had to be restrained by Wellington as much as possible. There's the famous story about how Blucher was going to blow up the Pont de Iéna in Paris, and Louis XVIII came waddling down there himself to beg Blucher not to do it. He would have hanged Napoleon if he could have got his hands on him. And what's interesting is he's angry because he has to go back to war. He doesn't want to go back to war. He's an old man now. The king gifted him with estates and titles, and he wanted to enjoy life a little bit longer. His oldest son, who he loved very dearly, was very ill at the time from mental illness, in part due to saber blows to the head in 1813. So he was really disturbed by this and by the number of young soldiers that died because of Napoleon. So he was extremely angry about that. He blamed Napoleon. He wanted to capture Napoleon and hang him himself.
How does that sit with the other allies? Because there are some, like the Russians, who have experienced the French occupation. You've got other people like Wellington, who comes from a country that hasn't experienced French occupation, but has seen what the French have done to Spain and Portugal. So perhaps can understand, but perhaps isn't inclined to feel the same way. Is there this sort of sense that Blucher looks like a loose cannon? We talk a lot about sort of Wellington trying to restrain him, or actually is there a lot of sympathy and empathy amongst the coalition powers more broadly for that kind of perspective?
No, there really wasn't. First of all, you got to bear in mind that the Allied armies didn't cross the Rhine until July. So they were really out of the picture. They had nothing to do, next to nothing to do with the pursuit to Paris. Wellington conceded the pursuit to Paris, the lead to Blücher. And there's some good evidence that's been presented that Wellington hoped that more Prussians would die in the pursuit to Paris to weaken Prussia's position at the bargaining table, at the peace table at Vienna. And Blücher basically had carte blanche to do as he pleased. There was no overriding commander-in-chief. The Tsar was far away. The Austrian emperor was far away. So really, aside from maybe 1814, when he was running around northern France, this was the freest he had ever been in terms of operational flexibility. And I don't think that anyone would have, the Tsar or anyone would have really would have been disturbed had Blücher caught Napoleon. It was just the optics of it all. And that's the reason why Napoleon wasn't executed in the first place, was because they did not want to make a martyr of him. So in a sense, yes, Blücher was a loose cannon. He was not following any type of Allied policy. But the bottom line is the Allies did not want to see Napoleon, captured and hanged on French soil. That would not have, the optics would not have been good.
No, you can see that sort of stirring up dissent really quite easily, can't you? Just very briefly, what would you say is the most common misconception of Blücher and his role in Napoleon's defeat? Does it go back to what you were saying earlier about Waterloo and the enduring argument, effectively, that we'll be covering a lot over the course of today?
I think the biggest misconception is that he was just the Hussar general, as he was. Roger Parkinson named his book, Blücher, the Hussar General. He was much more than that. He was a good strategist. He understood operations. Tactically, he kind of suffered at times from the same problem that Marshal Ney did, where you get too caught up in the action around you and you don't see the bigger picture. But he had a good general staff to help him with that. He was also a very loving father. When I did my research on him, I couldn't imagine, I never would have imagined what a loving father he was and a kind man he was. It's just, he was human. I mean, sometimes he comes across as not being superhuman, but kind of being something that we might picture in a American cowboy movie, a Wild West type guy. And he wasn't like that. He was down to earth. He could relate to his men, whether they were Prussians or Russians. He was loved by his men. He understood military discipline and what was needed. So he maintained a decent amount of control over the army. He was saddled with a lot of militia when the 1813 campaign first started, and he was able to, over the course of that campaign, shape them into a fighting force equal to the line troops. So all of this talk that he was a drunkard and a womanizer and a gambler, and that he didn't maintain discipline and that he didn't understand strategy, a lot of things that some of the Russian corps commanders, particularly some of the French emigres who were serving in the Russian army, some of their criticisms were really out of jealousy. And conversely, you have some of the French emigres who are serving in the Russian army come out and be some of Blücher's strongest supporters.
It's been a fascinating discussion. Mike Legere, Professor of History at the University of North Texas, author of Blücher, Scourge of Napoleon. Thank you for joining us on Waterloo
Thank you, Zack.
Live.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And welcome back. That was Mike Legere on Blücher. Now, we've been asked multiple times over the past few days, especially yesterday at the wonderful commemoration and monument ceremonies that you will be seeing later. We filmed them for you. Why we do this. And there is no universal answer to that, which is why we're going to have trustees and committee members throughout the day explaining why they in particular do this. And I have the honor of being up first. We're saving the best for last. And my answer is pretty simple. This is a time before anything like the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, before anything along the lines of what we can guarantee now for serving soldiers, no matter how poor they are when they die, no matter how unknown they are when they die, can be guaranteed a military burial, can be guaranteed that last dignity and right. This is a time before that. This is a time before any form of social safety net to that way, right? There are paupers' graves, but they are unmarked, and it really is a public health thing more than anything else. So we have mass graves. We have people that are forgotten. And the vast majority of those that are remembered are the wealthy, the powerful, and the senior staff, right? There are very few generals' graves that are forgotten, but field marshals especially, but there are innumerable graves of privates, of corporals, of sergeants, even of junior officers that have been neglected, that have been forgotten. And they all risked their lives. They all fought for their country. They all deserve some level of respect, some modicum of respect. And so that is why I do this, to ensure that no matter what rank, no matter what social status, no matter what level of wealth, the people who fought and died in all nationalities, in all of the conflicts in the period we cover, 1776 to 1815, are well represented, have the dignity of remembrance, of burial, and of a peaceful final moment of rest. Or not only final moment, a final eternity of rest. Others will have different views. You'll be hearing from Zack White, you'll be hearing from Sam Jolly, you'll be hearing from Peter Malloy, you'll be hearing from our own Liam Telfer, all about why we do this throughout all of this. But if these ideas hit home to you, if you respect these ideas, I would urge you please to either donate, you've got the things going across the bottom of the screen, or join us. Membership is a mere £25 a year and brings with it remarkable perks, not limited to excellent pin badges, and every once in a while an email from Liam, and when it can never be avoided, an email from Zack as well. With that said, that is the end of this section, and I would like to bring Zack on, because I know you haven't heard enough from him already, with some crucial new information. I hate to say breaking news, considering we're 208 years in the past, but yeah, why not? Breaking news. Zack White.
Breaking news. Cheers, buddy, and thank you for that. Yeah, let's be honest. If people don't want to see my face, then they're going to need to tune out of the live stream, because there's going to be a lot of, I mean, your two faces, Luke and Liam's, I'm sure everybody's very happy with. This one, well, I'm sorry, folks, you're just going to make do with what you've got, right? Folks, there will be a battle update in just a moment, but before we do so, this charity is built around respect, and it is just coming up to 11:30. So at the moment, 208 years ago, that the guns opened fire on the fields of Waterloo. Here on Waterloo Live, we are going to hold a 1 minute's silence in memory of those who gave their all on that day. Okay, thank you for joining us there in a minute's silence to remember the fallen of Waterloo. Let's start by catching you up then very quickly with what's been happening since our last update. It's 11:31. As Luke says, it's not exactly breaking news because it did happen 208 years ago, but it's sort of breaking 208 years ago. I'm not sure if that's even a thing. So at 11 a.m., Napoleon reviewed his army. This was effectively a stopgap. It was about filling time, still waiting for the army to move into position. Napoleon deploys fundamentally on two flanks. D'Erlon's corps takes Napoleon's right flank, that is the section from La Belle Alliance and the main highway that leads to Brussels, all the way as far as Plancenoit. He doesn't occupy Plancenoit at this point in time. Instead, D'Erlon's corps, consisting of 4 divisions, occupies a span of ground that leads in a sort of almost kind of north, let me get the directions right, northeasterly direction towards Papelotte. Meanwhile, Ray, in command of 2nd Corps, deploys on Napoleon's left flank on the western side of the battlefield to the south of Hougoumont, so roughly in the area from Hougoumont to La Belle Alliance. So that gives you an idea of the deployment that is going on there. This massive display of military might is designed to try and shake the Allied morale. And it's a good thing to try and do if you're trying to fill a little bit of time. D'Erlon's attack has been delayed once again. And it's been delayed to 1 p.m. now. We've talked already about the rain, and I just want to dwell a little bit longer on this concept. You've got to bear in mind that at the start of the 18th of June, as dawn breaks, the army is not sitting there waiting for something to do. The army is still on the move. It's still a continuation of the previous day's campaigning, and that very much influences this delay. A lot of maps that you see will actually show you Lebeau's corps kind of to the south of La Belle Alliance. That's not the case at the start of the battle. It's much later in the day that Lebeau's 6th Corps starts to move up and can be used by Napoleon to start to plug what becomes a dangerous front out on his right flank as the Prussians begin to close in. And the Battle of Hougoumont is underway. As we speak, troops of Ray's corps 208 years ago were advancing on Hougoumont Farm. This is a battle that with a siege within a battle that shouldn't have unfolded in the way that it did. Jerome Bonaparte, Napoleon's younger brother, who I'm going to be mean here and say was a bit useless, that's a widely accepted opinion, gets sucked into this battle, drawing more and more troops from Ray's corps into the fight when frankly they could have been put to much better use elsewhere. Hougoumont should have been masked. It wasn't. Instead, it becomes a battle within a battle, which we're going to dwell on here and now. There's no better time to do so than when it's unfolding, right? So we're staying with Hougoumont, and we're going to dig a little bit deeper into the struggle for the chateau. Our very own Liam Telfer takes up the story of the defense of Hougoumont by Nassau troops and British guardsmen.
From the very early stages of the battle, it is clear that both Wellington and Napoleon saw the tactical and strategic significance of Hougoumont. Wellington had initially garrisoned the farm and its gardens with men from the 2nd Nassau Regiment and elements of the 1st Hanoverian Brigade. These were later strengthened by the light companies from the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Regiments of Foot Guards from General Byng's 2nd British Brigade. Napoleon's initial battle plan called for troops on his left flank from General Ray's 2nd Corps to attack Hougoumont, fix the Allied forces there and draw Wellington's reserve from the centre in order to facilitate a large and decisive combined arms attack. The defence began as one of the first movements of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington recorded in his dispatches that the French began a furious attack at about 10 o'clock. This initial attack by Boudin's 1st Brigade managed to clear the wood on the southern side of Hougoumont, but British artillery fire and musketry from the Guards would take a toll, driving the attack back and killing Boudin. The next attack from the French would not only try to force Hougoumont from the south, but also from the west. Men of the Light Company from the 3rd Foot Guards were pursued by this attack northwards up the western wall. The British Guards managed to narrowly escape into the northern courtyard, closely followed by the French. Approximately 30 French attackers managed to force the northern gate before having them closed behind them by the defenders. These men included the garrison commander, Lieutenant Colonel MacDonald. This incursion led to the much-told story of French Sous-Lieutenant Legros, fighting hand-to-hand combat with a commandeered pioneer's axe. Once the gates were closed behind them, the French attackers were killed to a man, springing another legend that only a drummer boy survived and was cared for by Private Matthew Clay of the 3rd Foot Guards. Wellington later said, "The success of the Battle of Waterloo turned on the closing of the gates." The next French attacks were then focused on the eastern side of Hougoumont, into the orchard. This was the scene of bitter and difficult fighting, with the wooded areas changing hands several times throughout the day. Another of the stories that has achieved legendary status in the wake of the battle was that of a driver of the Royal Wagon Train, who risked life and limb to bring much needed ammunition to the besieged defenders, distinguishing himself in the process. At around 3 o'clock, a battery of howitzers was brought forward by the French and put to work pounding Hougoumont. A result of this was a significant fire that ripped through the chateau and several of the other farm buildings. This caused untold havoc to the defenders, killing wounded as they sheltered in barns and burning horses to death in their stables. Even amongst this carnage, the Allies occupying buildings and walls as they could, the defence held, but their day's work was not over yet. In the early evening, the French attackers made another concerted effort to carry the position, this time concentrating the efforts at the southeastern end of the walled formal garden. They may have even achieved a small escalade of the wall before being driven back by the stalwart defence. There is no doubt that the defenders of Hougoumont contributed significantly to the Allied victory. The defenders had drawn in approximately 14,000 French that could not have, but maybe should have been, better employed elsewhere. Wellington dedicated around 6,000 men to the defence of Hougoumont, and this included the troops that were used to keep the Holloway open for resupply and reinforcement. Wellington is quoted as saying after the battle, "You may depend upon it that no troops but the British could have held Hougoumont, and only the best of them at that." Now, I believe Wellington would have been better saying that no troops but the Allied troops could have held, but in all other regards he was right.
Our very own Liam Telfer there, talking us through the defence of Hougoumont with footage that we shot last year. This show has been a long time in the planning. I just want to do a quick mention about donations. You've got the ticker tape going across the bottom. After the next interview, we are going to be doing a quick count of the donations and how much we've raised so far. Bear in mind that to donate £3, you can text UDPX01 to 70331. Please bear in mind the terms and conditions. The fundraising and donations are processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme, operating as Donate. Texts are charged at your standard network rate. Terms and conditions at easydonate.org, and do not try to text donate if you are outside the UK. We're going to stay with Hougoumont now, though, and a little earlier, I had the privilege of speaking to Professor Tony Pollard, an esteemed conflict archaeologist and archaeological director at the brilliant organisation Waterloo Uncovered, talking about the work that they have done, which has rewritten our understanding of how the fight for Hougoumont unfolded.
Joining us now to discuss some of the archaeology of Hougoumont is Tony Pollard, Professor of Conflict Archaeology and Conflict History and Director of the Centre for Battlefield Archaeology at the University of Glasgow, and Archaeological Director of a fantastic organisation, Waterloo Uncovered. Tony, welcome. It's great to see you.
It's good to be here, Zack, and it's nice to talk on behalf of all of my colleagues in Waterloo Uncovered.
Just give people a little bit of a sense of what Waterloo Uncovered seeks to do for those who aren't familiar with the organisation.
Waterloo Uncovered was established, I suppose, I was called in 2014 to discuss the potentiality by Charlie Fournette and Mark Evans, both of whom have military backgrounds. Charlie's still a serving officer as a Lieutenant Colonel in the Coldstream Guards. Mark Evans came out of the army after a very heavy time in Afghanistan. And what the project does is it integrates military veterans and still serving military personnel who are transitioning into the civilian world in an archaeological project. And it's been proven by projects like Operation Nightingale that archaeology is a beneficial application. It's a thing that is good for mindfulness, for well-being. And of course, a lot of the people that we're working with have conditions like PTSD, and so it's a pleasure and an honour really to take these people every year, which we have since 2015, for 2 weeks to the battlefield to engage in archaeological research. And they bring a lot to the project. They're not just passengers. They work hard, but they also bring that military experience.
Yeah, it's really interesting to go to some of the events that Waterloo Uncovered puts on and to talk to some of these people and hear about the insights that they can offer you guys as archaeologists from a practical perspective. You know, what would they have done in a particular scenario? One of the key areas that you folks have focused on is Hougoumont, and particularly the killing ground. So just give us a sense of what the killing ground is outside Hougoumont and what you folks have found in the course of your research there.
Well, the killing ground is a title that comes post-battle. It doesn't seem to be hugely contemporary, but this is an area of open ground. It's a strip about 120 metres long, about 30 metres wide. And at the time of the battle, it was the open ground between the southern wall of the walled garden. So you've got a wall that's about 7 or 8 feet high, brick built, famously loopholed with Wellington's men shooting through it and over it, the French who were attacking. But on the other side of the killing ground was the woodland that stood through that wood before they even encountered or saw the farm behind it. And of course, if they're going to try and take that position and get over that wall, they've got to cross that 30-metre stretch of open ground. And as you can imagine, with massed musketry coming from the other side of it, that was an incredibly unpleasant place to be during the battle. And it was obviously of interest to us archaeologically, because one of the things about the killing ground is, given all of the documentation we have for Waterloo, for the battle, for the post-battle period, and all of the books, there aren't that many eyewitness accounts of what happened at the killing ground. There are 1 or 2 from either side, but not much. So we were very interested to see what a metal detector survey would tell us about the battle in that portion of the field. So we began work there. At first, we were slightly worried. The first sweep that we did just from the surface with detectors, I think, threw up 2 musket balls. And we thought, that's not great, given the amount of lead that must have been exchanged in both directions. And we thought at first illegal detecting had looted the site. But then we discovered that if we stripped off a few centimetres of soil using our mechanical trowel, as we call it, the big excavator, very carefully, and then detected the freshly exposed soil, signals started to pop through. And so we started to do this strip, detect, dig, strip, detect, dig. And we've done that now for about 2/3 of the length of the killing ground. Unfortunately, the other third was disturbed by sand quarrying post-battle, and so there's nothing in it. But the area that we've got, which is towards the top end, toward the eastern end, is phenomenal. and we have this kind of from the battle. And in great detail, we've been able to map French balls being fired both from the cover of the wood. They'd also have to break through a hedge, which was lining the edge of the wood. At the wall, we excavated at the base of the wall. We've got musket balls that hit the wall and have got red brick dust impacted in them. And then we've got obviously the defenders shooting musket balls at the French advancing. And over time, we would return to this. We first started there in 2015, and I think we finished most of our work at Hougoumont in around 2018. Then most of our focus switched to Mont Saint-Jean and other sites. We're also working in Plancenoit, where the Prussians came in, on the opposite side of the battlefield. And over time, we created a map which shows the position of every musket ball based on the caliber. So the French musket shot .69 tends to be smaller than the 7.5 Brown Bess. And what it's allowed us to do is identify areas where the wall has been absolutely bombarded with shot. Now, that might be in preparation for a storming, an effort to get over the wall, scaling exercise. Now, obviously, that would have been easier with ladders, but it's likely that men were boosting one another if they got that close. So we've got about 3 or 4 areas where we've got massed musketry just being pumped at the wall. And on the other side, we've got areas of concentration of Allied shot being fired from the wall, focused on certain areas, certain places. And we think they might be gaps in the hedge where the French are actually coming out. So fire is being focused on that zone. And so it is quite phenomenal. Stu Eve, my colleague on Waterloo Uncovered, and I wrote a paper on this for a journal called Digital War, which is available online. And so you can see the detail of that. But what we've really done there is prove the capacity of archaeology really to add to our understanding. Because of course, I'm a historian as much as I am an archaeologist, and I'm very well versed in the arguments that historians wheel out that archaeology has nothing to tell us. We've got all of these written accounts. Well, don't. In some places, we have to use archaeology almost in a forensic capacity, because the eyewitness accounts aren't there, or they're confused, they conflict. What does the landscape and the material relating to that action have to tell us? And I'm very proud of the work that we did on the Killing Ground. I think it's a standout example of what battlefield archaeology can do.
As you say, it's a brilliant case study. And as somebody who doesn't have any background in archaeology, but has plenty of experience working with documents, if you think the documents are going to give you the entire story and a consistent story, then sorry, folks, but that's just not the case. There are so many contradictions that actually you need the archaeology to turn around and say, look, your documents might say this, but you've got a concentration of fire that's demonstrably focused here. And that's how you really start to understand where these events take place.
To take that slightly further on, to top it all, it looks as though, from the archaeology, some of the French got over the wall. We've got musket shot from both sides that has been fired at close range within the garden, within what would be the southeast corner. This isn't drop shot, this isn't musket shot that just come over the wall and drop to the ground. It's been fired at close range. You can tell it from the impact. So it looks very much as though some French got over. We know about the North Gate, we know about incursions into the farmyard, but here we've got French getting into the garden. Now there are I think there's one French account which suggests that. Some of the British accounts come out and say the French never got in the garden. We fought them off, but they did. They probably didn't last very long once they got inside. I wouldn't like to get over that wall and find myself trapped in that garden, but nonetheless, the archaeology does suggest that at least in small numbers there was an incursion.
Another place where your archaeological work has really transformed our understanding is, you've mentioned it already, the break-in at the North Gate, and particularly in terms of the locations of the barns and how that influences what happens to the 30 or so Frenchmen who force their way inside. Talk us through that.
Yes, obviously the North Gate is just one of several incursions. It tends to get confused with others. There are several other gates. There's a south gate, there's a side door. There are other incursions, but the North Gate is the most famous, not least because of that famous painting. And I have to remind Charlie and Mark that it wasn't just the Coldstream Guards that closed the gates. It was also a unit called the Scots Guards that were there. And the point is that during the battle, a lot of the buildings in that area, which included the chateau, the big house, several of the barns and stables, caught fire and burned to the ground, or at least were gutted and then later demolished. And that includes a big building that ran from the side of the North Gate along the wall of that courtyard. So when you go there today, it's great. You've got a bit of the chapel that was attached to the house surviving. You've got the big barn, which is now that audio-visual display and the gift shop. Then you've got the South Gate with the gardener's house. And it was wonderful to be working at Hougoumont. We were given the use of the offices and part of the accommodation there to work in. And so we were actually almost living at Hougoumont and working there. It was superb. But the point is that there's nothing upstanding near that gate, which was replaced. Replica gates were put up there in 2015. And so we started excavation there, and some of which was under the direction of Phil from Time Team. And what we came up with through that excavation with our archaeologists and our veterans was the foundation deposit related to a huge barn. And we know it's big from drawings at the time, from sketches, which I'm really into now. Is these visual representations are as important as the written accounts in some respects. And so we excavated the footings, and we got the wall as it came off the wall, running alongside the gate, and then there's a corner where it runs along its length. And what struck us was the size of the thing. I mean, it's a massive structure with walls well over 1 meter thick, with buttresses, brick buttresses, stonework foundations. And Phil found a pit within the space, the interior space towards that corner, where there was a deposit of burnt slate and other materials. So this is part of the clearance of the battlefield, the aftermath. And we also found there buttons which included, much to my delight, Scots Guard buttons. So at least one tunic had been within that building when it burned down, and there may well have been the treatment of wounded in there. And there are very visceral accounts of the screams of men coming from these buildings as they're on fire. I mean, Matthew Clay's sharpshooting away in the attic of the house, and that goes on fire, and he's lucky to get out of that alive. It's a phenomenal story, and the archaeology backs that up. But one of the things that we did discover was that this building stood out much further. It was much wider than any of the plans or drawings suggested. And what that does in configuration with the building that's still standing on the other wall at 90 degrees to it, is it creates a very narrow space just inside the North Gate, effectively a bottleneck, which you have to pass through between these two buildings to get into the main part of the courtyard with the house in front of you. And yes, the French got through, and we've mentioned the famous incident where about 30 soldiers break through. But the thing is that they are probably, most of them, killed or wounded or stopped within a few feet of that gate because of that bottleneck. It's like literally shooting fish in a barrel if you've got guys in the upper eaves of these buildings, and certainly, a few men delivering volley fire from the open space into that bottleneck. They're not going to get very far at all. And I did a kind of deep investigation into this, just working out the practicalities. And we've got this image of the Scots and the Coldstream Guards closing the gate, with the French inside and the French trying to push through. How was that achieved? That really can only happen if you've cleared the field. If you've taken out those guys that are inside, you can then focus on closing the gate. So that they must have been stopped fairly quickly, and that reconfiguration, as we now understand it, of that space certainly points to that.
It's absolutely fascinating. I know you plan to go out there again this year, and we're going to see you a little bit later on today to discuss that, and also the work that you've been doing that has uncovered human remains, which is another fascinating discussion. Sadly, that's all we've got time for this segment. So Professor Tony Pollard, Professor of Conflict Archaeology and Conflict History and Director of the Centre for Battlefield Archaeology at the University of Glasgow, and importantly, Archaeological Director of the fantastic Waterloo Uncovered. Thank you very much for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
Pleasure, Zack.
And welcome back. You're going to have to get used to my face, I'm afraid, for the next hour. I'm going to be sort of holding down the fort here. First, we have a very welcome donations total. So far, only 2 hours into this, we have raised £35. And we have a special shout out to David Maxwell, who is our first Waterloo Day member, who is joining us all the way from Michigan, which, if you know anything about the time difference, really does illustrate dedication at this point in the morning. Just as a reminder, you can donate by text from within the United Kingdom. To donate £1, text UDP X01 to 70201. To donate £3, text UDP X01 to 70331. To donate £5, text UDP X01 to 70970. And to donate £10, text UDP X01 to 70191. Fundraising payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme, operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, see easydonate.org. Please do not try to text Donate if you are outside of the United Kingdom, as your donation will not be received, but you may still be charged. And frankly, I think you'd rather give your money to us than to Easy Donate. Alternatively, you can donate online from anywhere in the world at nrwgc.com/donate. And you can also become a member, as David Maxwell just found out, for a mere £25 a year, giving you free access to our monthly online talks, discounts at other events, exclusive deals with military history publishers, and to support the cause. And just to illustrate what we do, this here is one of the graves that we have cleaned. This is John Russell. We had a lovely ceremony at this grave yesterday, which you will see later on. But just to give you some idea of what we are doing, right? This is now a grave that you can see. It's a grave that you can appreciate and access, and that the family can visit. And in fact, they were there and they laid a wreath there. All right, it's now time to turn back to the battle updates. And we are going to stay at Hougoumont because at noon on the 18th of June, 208 years ago, Hougoumont was in crisis. A group of French soldiers find their way into Hougoumont through a gate at the rear under the command of sous-lieutenant or a second lieutenant Legros, known as l'enforceur or the smasher. To give you some idea of what we're talking about here, the average man at this point was somewhere between 5'6" and 5'8". Legros was about my height and probably a little bigger. So we're talking significant here. He's wielding not a bayonet, not a sword, but a pioneer's axe, a good old-fashioned weapon for knocking down anything in your path, whether it's a gate or a member of the Scots Guards. British Guardsmen, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel James MacDonald, forced the gates closed, trapping and killing the French in the courtyard. One of the key men involved in the closing of the gate, Corporal James Graham, was promoted to sergeant immediately after the battle in acknowledgement of his courage and dedication in this moment. Now, although the immediate crisis has been averted, Hougoumont remains under constant fire from French skirmishers going forward. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Van Biljon's Netherlands Brigade are ordered to retire off the forward slope of the Allied ridge, where they had been exposed to cannon fire, and regroup on Picton's 5th Division. Wellington using this trademark reverse slope here, not to fight a defensive battle, but to merely save his troops from vast amounts of fire from Napoleon's chosen daughters, his cannon. The French cavalry have captured a Prussian scout at Saint-Lambert to the east of the battlefield. And that Prussian scout, I have under here, warns them of Bülow's approach. I would argue that instead he threatens them with Bülow's approach. Warning them sounds like he's on their side, and he most definitely was not. But so they know that the Prussians are coming. The battle is really fundamentally just heating up at this point, right? We have vast amounts of concentrated artillery fire. They're still not quite at the height yet. There's, the Allies especially are under orders to conserve their ammunition, but the French cannon are having a lot of fun with that forward slope of the Allied ridge, and that's only fun if you're on the back of the cannon, not on the front of it. Things are starting to move. It looks briefly, as I said, as Hougoumont is about to fall. The Scots Guards hold it. The other guards hold it as well. And of course, the Allied troops that are there are fighting as well. But in other portions of the battlefield, things are relatively peaceful. We're still not yet at the massed charges. We're still not yet at what we picture when we say Waterloo, right? The massed cavalry charges, the columns of French infantry moving across the battlefield. So it may be that you're watching this, you're listening to us, you're seeing this, and if you were on there, you're thinking, okay, this is going to be relatively low stakes. It's going to be relatively calm. It's not. Already, people are experiencing it. And if you are in the hot zone, then you are already there. And to give you some idea of who is experiencing this, I've just been handed by my lovely assistant the initial Hougoumont garrison listing. We have the light company of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Foot Guards in the Orchard, the light company of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Foot Guards in the Orchard, the light company of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Foot Guards in the buildings and the gardens, the light company of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Guards, who are in the buildings, and then, of course, the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Nassau Infantry, the 14th Company of the Field Jäger Corps of Hanover, and 100 from the Hanover Light Battalions. I'm not even going to try and pronounce those. I apologize to all watching from Hanover. It's going to be easier just to acknowledge that they're Hanoverian than to completely butcher the names for you guys. Reinforcements are going to arrive in the form of 7 companies of the 2nd Foot Guards, the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Guards, some of the KGL, the King's German Legion, of course, the Foreign Corps of the British Army, and more reinforcements from the Hanoverian divisions as well. Now, earlier, Zack was talking about the context of the Napoleonic Wars, and he was very cruelly asking me incredibly broad questions about the context of the Napoleonic Wars, the broader context of the Napoleonic Wars. But how do we get here, right? We've talked about how we get to 1808, 1809, the Peninsular War, the invasion of Russia. But how do we get to this point? How do we get to the point where the Waterloo campaign happens? And our next segment seeks to answer that. It tells the story of Napoleon's exile from Elba and the 100 Days. And I'm sorry, you're going to have a little bit more of me because it's me narrating this. But here we are with Elba and the 100 Days. To understand the context of the so-called 100 Days, the actual 110 days between Napoleon's arrival in Paris on March 20th, 1815, and the reinstation of, or restoration of, Louis XVIII on the 8th of July, 1815, a period of 110 days, we actually have to go back to 1814. Now, by 1814, Napoleon is on the back foot. Russia has shown him to be human, fallible. He is no longer invincible. And Wellington and the Anglo-Portuguese Spanish armies are slowly liberating the Iberian Peninsula. So he is in 2 fronts looking weaker. Previously humbled to certain degrees, Russia, Austria, and Prussia come together with Britain to form the Sixth Coalition, sensing blood in the water, sensing that there may be a chance here to stop Napoleon, to eliminate Napoleon. Napoleon gathers what's left of his Grande Armée and turns to face the Allies at Leipzig, where he is, for the first time fundamentally on the battlefield, actually defeated. In the aftermath of Leipzig, the Allies invade France. The Russians, Prussians, and Austrians from the east, the British, the Portuguese, and the Spanish from the south. France, it should be noted, is utterly sick of war. 1 in 10 men of fighting age are dead, and another 2 of those 10 are maimed and wounded. So we are seeing a situation not unlike the European powers saw at the end of the First World War, where literally not a family has not been touched by this conflict in one way or another. Now, the French armies do their job. They face down these invading forces. It should be noted that the invasion from the east, the Prussians, Austrians, and Russians, are much more brutal than the invasion from the south, coming from Wellington and his Anglo-Portuguese Spanish army. The Prussians, the Austrians, and the Russians, you will remember, had all recently suffered at the hands of the French. They had been occupied. And so they see this as an opportunity to wreak their revenge in a way that Wellington has not been, right? The British have not been occupied during the Napoleonic Wars, and therefore he can afford a little bit more restraint. The French armies, as I said, do their job. They defend well, but the Allies use their higher numbers to push forward while retreating whenever Napoleon himself is in the field, denying him his craved set-piece battles and nullifying his advantage. Paris falls on the 30th of March, and Napoleon abdicates on April 6th. He's gone, which relieves the Allies with a much bigger question. Now what? Now, in the bigger sense, this question is going to take months to answer, and it's going to take the form of the Congress of Vienna to answer it. But in the smaller sense, the question of now what is, now what do we do with this man who has terrified Europe, this man who tossed almost all understanding of government and right on its head, installing in some ways a much more advanced, much more progressive system, in other ways rolling back the advantages of the French Revolution, or the advances of the French Revolution. And so the solution is the Treaty of Fontainebleau, which, in addition to formalizing Napoleon's abdication, sends him to Elba, a small island in the Mediterranean, which will become his private island kingdom. Napoleon has his own little private army, his own personal bodyguard of 600 volunteers from the Imperial Guard, and he and them are shipped by the British to Elba, where he feigns delight at his new kingdom and bides his time. Less than 10 months later, Napoleon slips past his now complacent British guards in the brig Inconstant, surrounded by a small fleet containing his guard. He lands near Cannes on the Côte d'Azur in southern France on the 1st of March, 1815, determined to enter Paris by March 20th. The ordinary people of France were largely nonplussed by his return. They were shocked, they were surprised. Some, the diehard Bonapartists, of course, were delighted, but most were still recovering from a quarter century of conflict and are still trying to piece their lives back together. And to have him return is at best a surprise, sometimes a welcome one, sometimes an unwelcome one. The army, however, was largely delighted. Louis XVIII had cut back the funding, had cut back the French army, and Napoleon's return was seen as a way to regain that lost glory. Troops in his way largely go over to him en masse. Within 6 days, his force of 600 guards and 40 Polish lancers had become 8,000 infantry, a full regiment of hussars, and 20 cannon. 8 days after that, he has 14,000 men, many of whom had been directly ordered to stop him, but had gone over to his side instead, had joined him instead. Good to his word, Napoleon arrives at the Tuileries on the morning of March 20th to find that Louis XVIII has departed Paris for the Allies. In his wake had also left many nobles and government officials, leaving the French government largely headless and Paris with 20 million francs fewer in its banks. Napoleon immediately starts claiming he desires nothing more than peace while preparing for war. Attempting to prove his bona fides as a reformed man, he pushes through a number of reforms and job-creating efforts, winning the Parisian mob especially over to his side, at least to a certain extent. It was not enough for other portions of the country, however, which erupted, most notably the royalist Vendée, forcing Napoleon to commit 20,000 reliable soldiers, including 2 full regiments of the Young Guard, to its suppression, troops that he would categorically miss in the Waterloo campaign to come. Napoleon finds himself hampered by numbers. France simply does not want another war, nor can it afford one. Paris has less money than he thinks it does, and when he puts out the call for troops, he does not get the numbers he wants. A recall to the Eagles that it was hoped would produce over 100,000 troops produces half of that, many of them press-ganged and therefore functionally useless as frontline units. By June, only 142,000 of the nearly 500,000 called out were in place and ready, led by only a few of his marshals. Now, in the face of this, Napoleon has 3 advantages. The army that takes the field in the northeast, the army that would fight the Waterloo campaign, was, by his assistance, entirely made up of veterans, so he could trust every single one of them. Second, he has his own reputation, both within and outside of France. And third, he has his superb intelligence and counterintelligence corps, which is so powerful that it makes the Allies hesitant to act on concrete information. Tied to that also is perhaps his most diplomatic masterstroke of the period, his leaking of the secret treaty signed in January of 1815 by Britain, France, and Austria to counterbalance an ascendant Prussia and Russia. By leaking this, he sows a seed of distrust between the British and the Prussians. It will not come to anything, but it is one that scholars since have tried to make several mountains out of small molehills. Now, the one thing the Allies were sure of was that Napoleon had returned, and that could not stand. Each committed 150,000 men, but the Austrians, and especially the Russians, were too far away to matter if Napoleon struck quickly. If he did, and he would, it would come down to the Prussians, under the 72-year-old fire-eater Prince Blücher, and the Anglo-Dutch, under the Iron Duke, although he hadn't earned that nickname yet, Field Marshal Wellington. Blücher and Wellington know Napoleon was coming for them, but they don't know where and when he would strike. And thus they adopt the traditional aspect of an army or 2 armies waiting for movement. They array their troops and their forces across a wide area, but with plans in place to concentrate and support each other when Napoleon finally strikes. He does so on the 15th of June. With his entirely veteran army, he crosses the Sambre River into the Netherlands, launching what will become known as the Waterloo Campaign. 87 days into his 100 days, he casts the die. It will not go as well for him as it did for Caesar.
And welcome back. It's weird being, introducing yourself and then throwing back to yourself. I'm regretting I didn't end that one with "and back to the studio," so I could just get handed over from myself to myself. I just want to take a brief moment to talk about some of the other things that you can get as a member of the charity. We talked about membership and how it gives you access to everything. You also get one of these very fancy pin badges. David, yours is going to be in the post at some point soon. But we do have other options. All 3 of us, you'll see, are wearing NRWGC ties, a recent product that we can highly recommend. They are silk. They are not polyester. We have standards here. And they are yours for only £25 on our website, nrwgc.org. In addition,
You may see us, sorry, NRWGC.com. In addition, you may see us sporting mugs throughout. Now, we don't have mugs yet, but we do have the stickers that we've used to turn these mugs into NRWGC mugs. So if you fancy making your own, if you fancy branding your car, your horse box, if you fancy branding, as Zack has already done, all of our tools that we use to clean graves, then you can. These are superb quality. They are tougher and thicker than you'd think, just like all of us. And they are £5 a pop. Also available on our website, or you can just contact us directly. Now, that's enough of the hardcore sales pitch. It's important to remember that Waterloo marks the culmination of a 4-day campaign, right? It's not just Waterloo, it's the Waterloo campaign. We're now going to explore how Napoleon and the Allies got to Waterloo. And to help us do this, Zack sat down with a leading historian of the Waterloo campaign, Andrew Field, to talk about the Battle of Quatre Bras.
Joining me now is Andrew Field, MBE, retired colonel and author of Quatre Bras, Prelude to Waterloo. Andrew, welcome to Waterloo Live. Let's start with the Allied position at the start of the battle. How precarious was it for the Allies in the early hours of the 16th of June?
Well, I think the first thing to talk about is that the troops that were actually on the position, certainly by late in the morning, were exclusively Netherlands troops, and they were the 2nd Netherlands Division of Paponchet. And of course, there was that whole background to it about whether they should be moving troops to Quatre Bras, or if they'd have followed their orders of the night before, they would actually have concentrated all their troops at Nivelles. So the fact that there was a whole division at Quatre Bras was really, I guess, from Wellington's perspective, quite a bit of luck, because he certainly hadn't ordered them there. So what we're looking at, a strong division with about 7,500 troops, I think, and a couple of batteries as well, a horse battery and a foot battery. And of course, Prince of Orange had joined his troops there. Paponchet's division was a part of his corps. He had joined them there in the early morning, and he had supervised their initial deployment. So by the time the French, commanded by Marshal Ney, were in a position to attack the Prince of Orange, he was pretty established in the position. Wellington had visited, had a look over the position, moved forward with the Prince and looked down on the approach that the French would make towards Quatre Bras, and actually convinced himself that the French were unlikely to attack there. Wellington believed that probably the whole of the French army under Napoleon was facing the Prussians down at Ligny, and therefore he left the Prince, not having interfered with his deployment, and gone off to visit Blucher over at Ligny to coordinate what he could do with his army as it came up to support the Prussians against Napoleon and hopefully defeat Napoleon early in the campaign. So Wellington shot off to visit Blucher, leaving the Prince of Orange behind. Marshal Ney, very much criticised for being slow on bringing his troops up. But it must be remembered he hadn't long been with the army. Up until that point, really the left wing had been under General A, who commanded the 2nd Corps. He had led the advance on the French left. But as the French had advanced, they'd left troops of D'Erlon's corps, which was following on the 1st Corps, along the route to protect the left flank of the advance and to occupy and observe over in that direction. So by the time we get to facing Quatre Bras, Marshal Ney only really commanded a fraction of his troops. A couple of divisions by his 2nd Corps, hit the cavalry division of that corps, and about 5 batteries. So about 9,000 infantry, so not that huge a superiority over the Prince of Wales. So by the time the battle started about 2 o'clock, the forces weren't as uneven as many people believe.
And let's stay with something that you raised there in terms of plans on both sides. What are the initial hopes and plans for both sides at the start of the day?
Well, I think from the Prince of Orange's point of view, he was concentrated around the crossroads, but at that point he probably didn't really understand the significance of it compared to where the Prussians were. Of course, the road that ran from Quatre Bras ran down to the rear of the Prussian position, and so of course the Prussians were hoping that Wellington's army would march down that road and support them against Napoleon. For Marshal Ney, he had really been waiting during the morning for his orders, and eventually he received his orders, which were to occupy Quatre Bras. But at that point, they didn't really know that it was occupied by a substantial Allied force. And therefore, Ney set off, I think, pretty much believing he was just going to march forward and occupy it. And of course, as the morning ran on, so Napoleon, seeing that the Prussians were holding, started sending orders across to Ney to march down the road from Quatre Bras in order to take the Prussians in the rear. So if you like, that road was really significant for both sides. But it was only later, after the battle really started, that people really understood the significance of it. So significant for Napoleon, wanting Ney to march down onto the rear of the Prussians, significant to Wellington, increasingly sent down to Quatre Bras rather than Nivelles, which was the original concentration area, was going to come down and reinforce the Prince of Orange's position. But until the first Allied troops arrived as reinforcements, the Prince of Wales had to fight the battle with what he had, those 7,500 infantry, no cavalry at all, against a whole French cavalry division, and only 2 batteries against a very powerful French artillery. So from the Prince of Orange's perspective, his was almost a delaying battle. He needed to hold on for as long as possible to give time for the Allied reinforcements to move down either from Nivelles or down from the Brussels road to reinforce his position and therefore throw Ney back. From Ney's perspective, he was increasingly aware that Napoleon was wanting him to have troops available to march down the road to Ligny and take the Prussians in the rear. And so he was very much focused then on seizing Quatre Bras and didn't seem to consider that maybe he could send troops off to the flank without having to capture Quatre Bras itself, i.e. they could take some of the side roads across in that direction. But I think it's fair to say Ney was very focused on the crossroads and perhaps really didn't think and really didn't know or understand that bigger picture of what Napoleon was expecting from him. So he was pushing his troops forward to try and overwhelm the Netherlands troops. And the way that the Prince of Orange had deployed his troops, of course, he couldn't be strong everywhere, and he sort of tried to adopt a sort of Wellington-esque deployment of hiding as many of his troops. So he put a fair proportion of his troops hidden into the Boissou Wood on the Allied right. He had over 3, nearly 4 battalions hidden away there. Across the open ground between the Brussels road and the road that ran down to Ligny, there were only 2 battalions and then some battalions back at Quatre Bras in reserve. But of course, what he didn't seem to figure is that from a French perspective, they would want to maneuver their columns across the open ground and not get sucked into a battle for the Boissou Wood. So if you like, his ideas were good, but he hadn't necessarily thought it through. So the two French infantry divisions that were available to Ney marched across the open ground, which was very thinly defended by a couple of infantry battalions. And although he quickly sent more battalions forward, they were really overwhelmed by the French advance, threatened by cavalry to which they had no real defense. And also their artillery was getting a real hammering from the very powerful French artillery. So right from the start, he was under real pressure, and the French were able to advance across the open ground and really start getting threateningly close to Quatre Bras itself. And then when Ney was reinforced by another one of Ney's division, then he could move some troops over to the Boissou Wood and start to clear that by pushing the Netherlands troops back there. But I think it's fair to say, if Van Merlen's Netherlands cavalry brigade hadn't turned up, there's a fair chance that within another half hour or so, the French and Marshal Ney would have actually seized the crossroads. But luckily for the Prince, Van Merlen's cavalry brigade turned up, two light cavalry regiments, and they were thrown into the fray. And although they were defeated and pushed back, if you like, that the sacrifice of that brigade really saved the time, or gave the time for the Allied reinforcements to turn up just in the nick of time.
There's a lot of controversy around the action of d'Erlon's corps during the battle. You've talked already about, troops being summoned from Ney's area of operations over to Ligny. For d'Erlon, he's meant to be at Quatre Bras, then Napoleon summons him across to Ligny, then Ney calls him back. What's your assessment of who's at fault for that debacle and the impact that it has on the course of the battle?
Yeah, that's a really difficult question. And I think part of it lies the dichotomy we always face. We read previous histories which lays the blame here, there, or the other. But when you look at the primary sources, the accounts of the people that were involved, suddenly there are plenty of contradictions. No one seems to really be sure who delivered the message to d'Erlon's corps to forget Quatre Bras and cut to the right, to the east, over towards Ligny to support Napoleon. Two people are named, there's a possible third, and some of those have written accounts and some of them haven't. So if you look at d'Erlon's account, his account says he had moved forward towards the battlefield of Quatre Bras to see what the situation was there and wait for his corps to come up, and that whichever courier delivered the order delivered it to his corps following, and he was not with it. And it was only later, was he told, that his corps had already started its march over towards Ligny. So there are these real contradictions that make it difficult to apportion blame. I personally think that even when d'Erlon got the message and rushed to join his corps, if that's what actually happened, at the end of the day, the order for that had come from Napoleon, the emperor, the commander-in-chief. And really, it absolutely was his job to march in that direction and carry out the emperor's orders. So in that respect, it's difficult to blame d'Erlon for marching in that direction. However, of course, sorry, yes.
Sorry, no, please carry on.
But of course, what happened was that as he approached the battlefield of Ligny, because he hadn't marched down the road from Quatre Bras, which is what the French were expecting, the French left, commanded by Vandamme, saw this force marching across the fields towards them from a different angle to what was expected, and they were concerned that it was Wellington. And therefore, the final, perhaps the decisive attack that Napoleon was planning had to be stopped until they knew who these people were. And it was sometime later that the people came back to say it was d'Erlon's corps. And only then, if you like, Napoleon could carry on with his attack. He'd lost that time and daylight, if you like, that might have meant a decisive result. And then, of course, it was only just as d'Erlon approached the battlefield did he get the message from Marshal Ney demanding that he march back to Quatre Bras. And of course, Marshal Ney was d'Erlon's immediate commander. And he didn't really understand what the situation was then in Quatre Bras. So he faced this problem. What do I do? Do I carry on my march and make an impact at Ligny, or, as my immediate commander is demanding, I should march back to Quatre Bras? Perhaps Marshal Ney was in real trouble, and without this corps, he could have faced a significant defeat. And so d'Erlon made the decision to leave Duretz, one of his 4 infantry divisions, at Ligny, and then march back to Quatre Bras with his other infantry divisions and his cavalry division. Sadly, his orders to Duret were to act cautiously, the opposite of what Napoleon wanted, which was to significant formation to fall on the flank of the Prussians. And of course, they were insufficient really in strength to make a significant difference. And d'Erlon then marched back to Marshal Ney. So where might the problem lay? Perhaps partly with Napoleon, or not necessarily Napoleon, perhaps with Marshal Soult, in the order that he sent, didn't make the situation clear enough to either d'Erlon, or when it then went on and was delivered to Marshal Ney, so Ney knew what was going on, that Marshal Ney didn't ever really understand the significance of Napoleon fighting the Prussians at Ligny. And it was only quite late in the day, that Napoleon realized that the whole of the Prussian army was in front of him. So I could understand why Ney might have made that, because he was focused on capturing Quatre Bras. More and more Allied reinforcements were arriving, and he wasn't strong enough then to seize it. So those were his troops, and he demanded them back. So partly d'Erlon, partly Ney, and partly probably Napoleon's headquarters, more likely Soult, in the way that he framed the order, rather than the direction that Napoleon gave him.
It's the epitome of communication problems, isn't it? Colonel Andrew Field, MBE, author of Quatre Bras, Prelude to Waterloo. Thank you for joining us on Waterloo Live.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Andrew Field there, author of Quatre Bras, Prelude to Waterloo, speaking to our own Zack White. Now, throughout the day, as I've mentioned before, we're going to pause briefly and just remind ourselves why it is that we're holding this event. We'll be bringing you special features from a number of members of the NRWGC, the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity, on why the charity is important to them. In this particular one, NRWGC trustee and our token Bonapartist, Sam Jolly, the curator of the Royal Logistics Corps Museum, explains why she feels that our work is important.
Hello, I'm Sam, NRWGC trustee and curator of the Royal Logistics Corps Museum in Winchester, where I am today. Behind me is this really lovely example of a royal wagon train coatee allegedly worn at the Battle of Waterloo. Sadly, we don't know who it was that wore it, which is a real shame, because it's probably the last sort of example and representation of this man's service. And for many, their graves is the last example of their service and is how we commemorate them. And many of these will fall to anonymity if time and weather gets their way. And that's why Luke, Liam and Zack are doing this very impressive but slightly insane live stream for you all today. And with the money we raise today, we will be able to restore graves and we will be able to repair graves. And in some cases, unfortunate cases, restore them. Some of you may have seen in the news recently the graves that were destroyed in Croydon, one of which is very personal to us here at the museum because it was of John Kennedy, the quartermaster for the Royal Wagon Train, who died in 1804.
Sam Jolly there, NRWGC trustee and curator of the Royal Logistics Corps Museum. We're going to stay with the Prelude to Waterloo for the moment with another interview with Andrew Field, this time looking at the Battle of Ligny between the French and the Prussians.
Returning to us now here on Waterloo Live is Andrew Field, MBE, retired colonel and author of Grouchy's Waterloo, Ligny and Wavre. Andrew, welcome back. Why was Ligny's position chosen by Blücher, and what did he hope to achieve by offering battle there?
Well, this is quite an interesting question, because Clausewitz, in his sort of account of the campaign, he states that Blücher's initial plan when he chose Sombref as a concentration area for the army, an area just to the, if you like, just to the east of the main Brussels road, which Napoleon was probably going to use as his approach towards Brussels. And he states that Blücher's idea was to concentrate his army off to the east, and then as the French marched up the Brussels road to actually attack them in the flank. But of course, at the end of the first day of the campaign, really, the 15th, the Prussians moving back to the concentration at Sombref drew the French after them, and therefore they knew where they were, and therefore they followed them up rather than marching up the Brussels road and exposing their flank to Blücher. So I guess at first it wasn't so much a defensive position as a concentration area. When Blücher realized that considerable French forces were following him, so he set them up in a defensive formation. It's actually a strong position, and therefore that must have been in the back of his mind when he chose it as a concentration area, if that's what he did, because as I say, it's a strong position, some heights above the Ligny stream, and along the stream a number of villages that could become strong points. The heights offered him good dead ground behind a reverse slope position, very a la Wellington, really, because again, contrary to popular belief, most of the Prussian forces were hidden on that reverse slope. Wellington famously said, if he fights there, he'll get damnably mauled, I think were the words he used. But that suggests that the troops were there on the front forward slope and therefore would suffer from the French artillery. But when you study the deployment, what he did is he had a screen forward occupying the villages and the streamline, and most of his forces held and the columns held in the dead ground. And then as the French were perhaps capturing a village or on the verge of capturing a village or making a crossing of the stream, those reserves were then deployed to retake whatever the French had actually seized. So it was quite a clever defense, it was quite an aggressive defense, and it was quite a strong position. The only dilemma he faced is that he wanted to reach out towards Wellington in the west. So if you like, he was drawn a bit to the west where the position wasn't quite so strong. Strong in the center, but then in the east, the road from the moor really needed protecting because some of his troops had been marching up from there. That's where he'd spent the night before. And he wasn't quite sure where the fourth corps was going to arrive from. So he was drawn into perhaps a much wider position than he really wanted. But I think the bottom line is he had a good, strong position there. And like I say, he was able to carry out quite an aggressive defense.
So how does Napoleon go about trying to break the Prussians at Ligny?
Well, as I think we discussed during Quatre Bras, Napoleon wasn't sure that the Prussians were going to hold at Ligny, and he certainly didn't know that the whole army was due to concentrate there. So Grouchy, commanding the right wing of the French army, was following Blücher, and it was only during the morning of the 16th, that Grouchy started reporting to Napoleon that a bigger and bigger concentration of troops were appearing in front of him. And it was only late in the morning that Napoleon began to believe that Blücher was planning to make a stand, rush forward himself and pull forward the troops that were following on. But because he didn't expect to fight the whole of the the whole of the Prussian army, that concentration was rather slow, and it was only later in the afternoon that he concentrated his whole army. Then his plan really, as we've again already touched on, is that he was going to attack them at the front to try and hold them into position, and then rely on Marshal Ney's troops to march down the road from Quatre Bras into the rear of the Prussian position, and then attacked in the rear and attacked at the front, he hoped to destroy the Prussian army. Napoleon really needed to destroy one of the Allied armies, because if they concentrated together, then the numbers were such that he couldn't expect to defeat them concentrated. So here was an opportunity to not only defeat the Prussians, but to destroy their army, and then he could then turn his attention to Wellington.
As you say, we've touched on elements of this when we sat down to talk about Quatre Bras, but the crucial thing, of course, is that Napoleon isn't able to break the Prussians. Just give us a sense of what goes wrong here that means that doesn't happen.
Well, I think, first of all, the position was a strong one. Secondly, the Prussians actually considerably outnumbered the French. During the battle, the Prussians had 10,000 odd troops more than Napoleon, and so Napoleon was attacking a strong position with an inferior force. And of course, the Prussian army was 3 corps stronger at Ligny. The 4th Corps had not reached the battlefield. And if that had been the case, then Napoleon would certainly have been in a really bad position. But luckily for Napoleon, that corps didn't arrive. But he'd attacked strong position, 10,000 men, I think. And of course, as the day wore on, he developed this idea of Marshal Ney coming in on the Prussian rear. And of course, it didn't happen. So although Napoleon, against the odds, really was able to win a sort of tactical success over the Prussians, he wasn't able to destroy their army, and he ran out of time during the day to really put the coup de grace onto the Prussians, and that allowed them to withdraw in the night, and then, of course, finally meet up with Wellington 2 days later.
Let's stay with exactly that, the kind of Prussian withdrawal, that ability that they have over the night of the 16th, 17th to break away. One of the big problems for Napoleon is that follow-up operation. There are lots of debates about who's at fault with the sort of what appears like a slightly sluggish follow-up. Talk us through the debates behind that and what your feeling is of where the fault does or doesn't lie on this one.
Okay, I think the battle ended quite late at night, between 9 and 10 o'clock when it was dark. So as far as a pursuit is concerned, that's difficult when you're pursuing an army, a defeated army, in a direction you're not quite sure when they're taking. But the rear guard, the Prussian rear guard, were quite aggressive. They were launching sort of local counterattacks, even in the dark, which held up the French further. But of course, when they started falling back, the question is, who ordered the reconnaissance to identify where the Prussians went? And that is a really difficult one. Everybody says Napoleon was at fault. He should have ordered the follow-up, and he left the battlefield, went to bed about 11 o'clock, and then wasted the following morning. But it shouldn't have taken Napoleon to say, right, we've got to follow the army up. I want you to send troops in this direction, that direction. That is really the chief of staff's responsibility, to coordinate that. All Napoleon really needed to do was say, so make sure we follow them up really closely and find out which direction they're moving in. But that's not to exonerate Napoleon from any blame. Secondly, Soult should have coordinated that. That really was his responsibility. Having been given the guidance by Napoleon, he should have then allocated responsibilities. Grouchy's cavalry had hardly been involved in the Battle of Ligny. There were plenty of relatively fresh cavalry available to scout in every direction. But there's no suggestion that Grouchy actually gave any orders during the night either. Now, he claims that he sent Pajol off, the first cavalry corps off in pursuit, if you like. But actually, Pajol, in his memoirs, said he took the initiative himself, and it was him that sent a division off in pursuit down the Namur road to try and find the Prussians. Exelmans, with the 3rd Cavalry Corps, the 2nd Cavalry Corps, essentially a dragoon formation, were marched towards Jean Bleu. But we don't seem to know who gave the order for that to happen, and no one claims to have done it. And whether it was Exelmans himself that decided, you're beginning to get this feeling, well, who was in charge? Who was giving direction here? And the answer is no one seems to be. Of course, Namur was in absolutely the wrong direction, which was almost east from the battlefield. And although a lot of Prussian stragglers went down there, and Pajor captured a Prussian battery, which just reinforced the idea that maybe that's where they were going, Jean Bleu was to the northeast. Now, that was a much more likely direction, because that was falling back on lines of communication, and that's where defeated armies tended to go. But of course, to their eternal credit, the Prussians realized if they fell down their lines of communication, they'd be getting further and further away from Wellington's army, and therefore they would not have the opportunity to concentrate and defeat Napoleon. So they made that very brave decision to give up their lines of communication and move north to stay parallel to Wellington. And it seems that that's a one direction the French didn't consider that they would go. They would go either down an approach that they used for battlefield towards Namur, or to the northeast, down back along their lines of communication. And it really doesn't seem as if any French cavalry was sent north in the direction that the Prussians had actually withdrawn in. And I think the truth is that the responsibility for that lay almost across the chain of command, the French chain of command.
Let's stay with sort of the aftermath of Ligny, and particularly outcomes, and the way in which the outcome at Ligny changes the outlook of the campaign for Napoleon. Is this the closest that he gets to victory over the course of the entire Waterloo campaign?
Yes, it is. It probably is the closest he came, but at the same time, by the end of the day, I think he probably had no chance of winning the campaign at all. If the battle had run the way he wanted it to, then there was a good chance that he would have destroyed the Prussian army and therefore been able to turn his entire force against Wellington. And I don't think many people would doubt that if he'd have been able to do that, then he would have been able to destroy Wellington. Ligny was a very much a tactical victory for Napoleon. He'd beaten a far superior army in strength in a strong defensive position, but he had failed to destroy one of the two allied armies, and that is what his primary aim must have been. The Prussians lived to fight another day, and their considerable losses were made good by joining the Fourth Corps, which, although it hadn't been available during the battle, was able to reinforce the Prussian army and make good the considerable losses that the Prussians had suffered at Ligny. So without getting drawn into the whole Grouchy saga, the scene was set really, if you like, for the decisive Prussian intervention at Waterloo.
Yes, we will get into the Grouchy saga a little later over the course of the live stream. Andrew, you've offered us some fascinating points of discussion. Folks will have a lot of questions to follow that up with. So if you want to read more of Andrew's work, you will find Grouchy's Waterloo, Ligny and Wavre a fascinating read. Colonel Andrew Field, MBE, thank you for joining us on Waterloo Live.
Thanks very much, Zack.
Andrew Field, author of Grouchy's Waterloo there, with a superb two-part interview with our very own Zack White. Now, the Battle of Waterloo generated a lot of what I refer to as memorabilia. I've got a piece of it on me right now, in fact. And Zack, peevish as he is, describes as tat. But this is tat that's well worth exploring. And in this next piece, I talk you through some of the more fun items that cashed in on brand Waterloo, or Waterloo mania. When the news of the Battle of Waterloo reached London, the most sizable public structure then being built was the Strand Bridge,
a privately funded toll bridge almost exactly halfway between Westminster Bridge and Blackfriars Bridge on the River Thames. It had been under construction for roughly 4 years and was slated to take another 2 years to complete. It was inevitable, given the public coverage of both the battle and the construction of the bridge, that it be suggested that the bridge be renamed in honor of this great victory. And that is indeed exactly what happened. Parliament graciously deigned to rename it the Waterloo Bridge by Act of Parliament in early 1816, and it was subsequently opened on June 18th, 1817, the 2-year anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, by the Prince Regent, his brother, the Duke of York, and the Duke of Wellington, who traveled back to Britain specifically for the opening from his position as Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Army of Occupation in France. Now, the Prince Regent was always a fan of a good medal, especially one with him on it. And so in honor of the opening of Waterloo Bridge, he commissioned a special medal to be made, of which a little over 4,000 were eventually struck. He commissioned Thomas Wyon Jr. to design it. Wyon Jr. had distinguished himself, of course, by designing the Waterloo Medal itself. And the Waterloo Bridge Medal, to tie it even more closely to the Waterloo Medal and to Waterloo, was struck out of the silver that remained from striking the Waterloo Medal. So it is the same silver as the Waterloo Medal. As you can see, we have a copy of it here. On the obverse, we have the Prince Regent in classic depiction, along with his title all around. And on the reverse, we have the Royal Banner, with Wellington above and Waterloo and the battle's date below. What you cannot see in either the large-scale image or in this version of it is around the edge is the description of of why it's there. Waterloo Bridge, dedicated June 18th, 1817. Now, this automatically and very quickly became quite a collector's item, as only 4,000 were made, as each one was distributed by or by the order of the Prince Regent, and as it was tied in via the silver, via the designer, and via the opening of the bridge to Waterloo itself. In terms of Waterloo memorabilia, it is on the rarer side. It's also on the least well-known side, but it does illustrate rather neatly how much civilian and royal effort went into tying their reputations to the bridge and therefore to the battle. Waterloo Bridge then gave its name to Waterloo Road, which ran across the bridge, and Waterloo Road then gave its name to a new train station that was eventually erected on it. Waterloo Station, as we now know it, was in fact originally called Waterloo Road or Waterloo Bridge Station, and is named after the bridge, not after the battle itself. One of the more unusual pieces of Waterloo and Wellington memorabilia comes to us courtesy of David Bray, an ironmonger with a foundry on Cranbourne Street just off Leicester Square in London. Now, Bray originally developed this item in 1814 to celebrate the Peninsular War, but it found true popularity in 1815 in the aftermath of Waterloo, and it is a Wellington door knocker, every knock of which, and I quote, brings home to the bosom the recollection of the heroic deeds achieved at Waterloo and the final downfall of the enemy of the rights and liberties of mankind. The Morning Post, when this was re-debuted after Waterloo, declared it one of the most ingenious and pleasing inventions of the modern day. It was available in 3 finishes, brass, bronzed, or Japan, and the door knocker took the form of Wellington's hand grasping his field marshal's baton, from which hung a wreath of laurel wreaths. The hand was attached to the door, and the baton acted as a pivot point, allowing visitors to swing the laurel wreath up and down. At the bottom center of the wreath, serving as the striker, was a lion's head, the traditional symbol, of course, of Great Britain. Now, original advertising copy indicates that the knocker was intended to be sold with a strike plate in the form of a French eagle, so that each strike reaffirmed the defeat of French imperial ambitions by the British lion. Unfortunately, the strike plate eagles are much rarer than the Wellington knockers themselves, and thus are harder to find. So here we have an example of the knocker, but not the strike plate. I've looked at these things for several years, and I've actually never seen one of the original strike plates. The knocker seems to have made Bray's name, as advertisements for unrelated products noted that his much-admired Wellington door knocker could be had at the same address, presumably the door of which featured another one of these so that you could register your interest and purchase one for yourself. There are, in fact, countless examples of unexpected, interesting Waterloo merchandise and just desperate attempts to capitalize on the victory. I'm not going to go through them all, but I did want to share a few other of my favorites. Spode, the well-known producer of blue underglaze patterns, honored the victory with a Waterloo pattern, which first appeared in 1818. It featured a surround of laurel wreaths and rosettes of flags, weapons, and armor, while at the center of each piece was a depiction of a battle from the Napoleonic Wars, culminating, of course, with Waterloo. The pattern proved popular enough that it remained in production through at least the 1830s. Then there is Waterloo Blue, a color. Waterloo Blue first appealed shortly after the battle in 1815, often advertised explicitly for pelisses, a female garment built off of the idea of the pelisses that cavalrymen wore, but soon became a popular choice for a variety of cloths and uses. Elizabeth Grant recorded in her memoirs that we were inundated that whole winter of 1816 with a deluge of dull, ugly color called Waterloo Blue, which she described as a vile indigo that none of us were sufficiently patriotic to deform ourselves by wearing. She and her set seem to have been alone in this view, however, for in the spring of 1817, the Morning Post reported that Waterloo Blue was one of the two most popular colors for day dresses, while in 1823 it was once again popular for pelisses, silk dresses, and velvet reticules. Importantly, Waterloo Blue retained its connection to the battle and was used to symbolically acknowledge the victory and authority. In 1823, when the Drury Lane Theatre was preparing for a visit from George IV, the royal box was, quote, hung with Waterloo Blue draperies ornamented with fringe in imitation of gold lace. In 1826, the state carriage of the senior sheriff of the City of London was painted Waterloo Blue, while in 1848, the state liveries for the Lord Mayor's Day of the City of London featured Waterloo Blue coats. In addition to house furnishings and fashions, the horticulturalists and botanists of Britain went out of their way to ensure that a number of plants would bear the name of the battle. One 1839 treatise on flowers lists 7 carnations, 3 pinks, which are another type of dianthus flower, 4 auriculas, 2 polyanthi, a tulip, and a hyacinth, all named Waterloo. For those who preferred edible commemoration, there was the new Waterloo, one of the largest and tallest of the marrow peas, and the Waterloo variety of the cherry tree, praised for its tender pulp. Finally, we have snuff. In the winter of 1815, Poole and Company, the London tobacconists, not to be confused with the Savile Row tailor of the same name, offered their Waterloo mixture, quote, a composition exclusively their own, composed of some of the finest genuine foreign snuff. It proved so popular that in an advertisement early in 1816, the company stressed that the blend was exclusive to them, as, quote, the celebrity the Waterloo mixture has acquired has induced several persons to offer for sale a spurious article under that name. Their advertising continued this trend throughout the winter, and a year later they still noted they were the sole proprietors of the Waterloo mixture. The snuff became so recognizable that it was parodied. In September of 1818, the Morning Chronicle ran, quote, the Diary of a Modern Dandy. In it, the anonymous dandy notes that a snuff expert has invented a new mixture, Wellingtons and Blüchers, which he has named in honor of the meeting of the two heroes after the Battle of Waterloo, La Belle Alliance, and notes that it is a good bit, quote, not to be sneezed at.
Okay, and welcome back. It's the top of the hour. It is 1 o'clock, which means it is time for another update. But before we do, I just want to say thank you to my inimitable friend, Dr. Luke Reynolds there, author of Who Owned Waterloo, for that piece on what I maintain is Waterloo tat. It's a considered position from my part. I have to say, though, I would definitely buy some of it. So by all means, judge me for my hypocrisy there. So it's 1 o'clock. What's been happening? Well, this is where Waterloo really starts to hot up. I have a new toy to play with in the form of a highly sophisticated, it's not highly sophisticated, it's a screen with a battle map on it. But I do want to use it to just kind of show you where this leads us in terms of the context of the battle. So what you have here is a satellite image, courtesy of Google Earth, of the Waterloo battlefield as it is today. Now, obviously, it's undergone some changes since then. As I talked about earlier in the live stream, this is Ray's 2nd Corps, deployed on Napoleon's left, and this is D'Erlon's 1st Corps, deployed on Napoleon's right, cavalry supporting both flanks. You have the farm of Hougoumont, the farm of La Haison, and Papelotte, which is up here. Let's start with Hougoumont. Howitzers have now been brought forwards. Artillery have had very little impact because of the thickness of the orchard and woods to the south of the complex. Those howitzers are going to, or that howitzer singular rather, is going to keep firing, and at 3 p.m. the barn will catch fire 208 years ago, with the wounded still trapped inside. However, the French are no closer to actually getting inside of Hougoumont. And crucially, Wellington is not redistributing his forces. Just because Hougoumont is placed under threat does not mean that Wellington has been suckered into this idea that he needs to desperately reinforce Hougoumont to keep the battle alive. Let's take a quick look at Wellington's position. It's important to emphasize that this is an Anglo-Portuguese, King's German Legion and Hanoverian force that he has under him at Waterloo. And of course, there's a whole separate force under Marshal Blucher, the Prussians, which we will talk about later in the live stream as those forces get increasingly closer to the battlefield. If you take one look at this map, you will see that Wellington's position is very unevenly distributed. Wellington has pumped most of his forces into what is his right flank. So Wellington would be facing south, so from his perspective, this is the Allied right, and this is the Allied left. What you have on this flank is a force of Dutch-Belgian troops, and then behind that, Wellington has positioned what is effectively his fail-safe, his stopgap, his iron rod that he is using to back up this entire flank. A division consisting of his Peninsular War battalions, those veteran units that he prizes so highly that is designed to form the final line should the Dutch Belgians give way. At 1 o'clock, D'Erlon puts all of those troops to the test. Napoleon is thought to, at this point, have been able to observe Bülow's Corps' advance guard. That's fiercely contested, not least because if you go and stand at Napoleon's observation point and have a look in the direction that the Prussians were coming from, you can't see anything because of the nature of the ground. We could debate that endlessly, but we may well get there later on in the live stream. For the moment, I want to stay with D'Erlon. D'Erlon has 11,500 men under his command. Just now you heard from Andrew Field talking about the Battle of Quatre Bras and how D'Erlon's force spends the entirety of the 16th of June marching from Quatre Bras to Ligny and then back to Quatre Bras, achieving nothing when his force could have tipped the balance in either battle. So D'Erlon's troops, therefore, are fresh. They have not been bloodied, unlike other elements of Napoleon's army. And these 11,500 men are split into 4 divisions. And they advance effectively en echelon. The aim is to strike straight upwards into the Allied centre-left and then pivot, sweeping the rest of Wellington's force away and then marching on for Brussels. Napoleon is going for the capital. Those divisions in order were 1st Division under Bourgeois, 2nd Division under Donzelot, 3rd Division under Marconnay,
and the 4th Division under Durut. Now, 4th Division fights all day and ends up being suckered into a fight for Papilot, a fight that they will eventually win. Very little focus is ever paid to the fight for Papilot and Farm of LaHaye, which is also out on this side. So you've got LaHaye Sant and LaHaye, which causes a lot of confusion for historians who don't know what they're talking about but want to write about Waterloo anyway, and then confuse the two. So 4th Division, Durut's division, will focus on Papilot. The other 3 are the hammer blow. They are aiming to push through, shatter the Allied army, and march on. 1st Division makes decent progress, but its line of advance takes it quite near a sand pit, which is just up here. It's now a car park and a Hanoverian memorial. And in this sand pit are troops of the 95th Rifles, famously Sharp. Sharp wasn't at Waterloo for one very simple reason: Sharp wasn't a real person. Very sorry if you're not familiar with that. It's a bit like telling somebody that Santa doesn't exist. Apologies if I just spoiled that for you as well. So 1st Division ends up taking some flank fire from the 95th in the sand pit, and also kind of gets drawn to an extent into the flank fire around LaHaye Sant, but nonetheless is able to make good progress and keep pushing on northwards. Donslow and Marconnet also make exceptionally good progress. Facing them are the 27th Dutch Line, the 7th Belgian Line, and the 5th and 8th Dutch Militia. All of them break under the pressure. They withdraw up towards the northeast, leaving behind Wellington's stopgap, his failsafe, the do-or-die units that he will call upon to save the day if needs be. This is his Peninsular War Division. It consists of 2 brigades, Kempt's Brigade and Pack. Kempt had the 3rd Battalion 1st Regiment, 42nd, 92nd, and 2nd Battalion 44th, which our very own Liam Telfer is a living historian for, and Pack had the 32nd, 79th, and 28th. All of them were under the command of the deeply controversial Sir Thomas Picton, a very brave, very fierce commander who was killed in the process of leading his men forwards. After the battle, his body was examined and it was found he'd actually sustained a groin injury at the Battle of Quatre Bras, but had concealed that from everybody because he knew he was needed by Wellington to fight at Waterloo. So a very brave individual for sure, but that does not change the fact that he was also, by many other measurements, a horrible human being, a vicious disciplinarian, but also had been placed on trial for really brutal methods whilst governor out in the West Indies. So Picton, the epitome of the sort of complex reality of many figures from this period of history. So Picton leads his men forwards. They break the first column. So Bourgeois' division do break, but they have to be broken using a bayonet charge. That therefore means that as Bourgeois' men have marched forwards, gained the crest of the ridge, and Picton's men have come forward to counter them, these troops, Wellington's crack troops, are broken. Well, not broken, but they are out of order. They are not in their well-formed lines, and they are vulnerable to the follow-up attacks. And bear in mind, this is not an attack of a single division. This is an attack of an entire corps with 2 other divisions marching up the right-hand side of the battlefield and are poised to come in and break Picton's men. The Battle of Waterloo literally hangs on a knife edge, and then a trumpet call rings out. But that is a story for the next hour. I'm now going to hand over to my good friend Liam Telfer, who's going to conduct our next interview. Enjoy, buddy.
Thank you very much, Zach. Now, one area of particular importance and interest to me is what it would have been like for a soldier in the line. How was their motivation maintained day to day? So, with that in mind, joining us to shed some light on this is Ed Koss, Emeritus Professor at the US Command and General Staff College, Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves Charity Trustee, and author of the excellent, one of my favourite books on the period actually, All for the King's Shilling, The British Soldier under Wellington. Can you hear me, Ed?
Yes, sir. It's good to see you again, too.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Hang on.
1 second. We're just having some technical difficulties. Is that better?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We have got you live. Thank you very much for joining us, Ed.
It's good to see you.
And you, and you. Now, just to start us off, can you give us a flavour of what life was like on campaign for the rank and file?
Absolutely. Make no mistake, life was difficult for all the Napoleonic soldiers, and the British ranker was no exception. His primary threats, though, were not what people usually think about, which is battlefield injury. His biggest concern was disease and nutritional challenges. This is a staggering number, but at any time, between 19 and 37% of the Army was in hospital. These are numbers that today would lead to the removal of any officer of a unit that put forward those kind of numbers. And since the soldiers had to pay for their own care, it wasn't like they were using it as a break. So these individuals, these soldiers, day to day was their primary focus was finding food and sharing it with their comrades, finding alcohol to dull the repetitive and the general pain of every day, and avoiding physical punishment, the floggings. Just day-to-day survival at that lowest level was pretty much the challenge.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Just to go back on one of your points there, one of the big revelations from your book was issues of soldiers' rations being completely nutritionally inadequate. How significant was this, and what sort of impact did that have on wider troop behaviour?
That's a question that drove me to do several years of research right there. I discovered that even if you look at macro, we're only going to deal with macro nutritional analysis here because I have the micro, but it gets into too much detail. It's more visual print than television, if you will. I discovered that the rankers are given about 2,460 calories a day. That's the standard ration if they got it. So you have to keep that qualifier there if they receive their rations, because they often didn't for various logistical reasons. Sometimes that was related to cost, sometimes it was just the availability. And remember, they're all working under the guidance that they can't be the French. They cannot live off the land. They cannot do the things as the French have done to the local populace. So, using a 7,500 man sample, it turns out the average soldier was about a little bit taller than 5'6" and weighed about 136 pounds. His body mass index was 20 to 21. Once I had that, once you can conceptualize that, that means that every day you can run his caloric needs. He needs about 3,040 some calories. So that on a standard day with not exertion, not marching 20 miles, not going into combat, his rations are already 19% short. 19%. It's almost a fifth short. During heavy marches and assaults, he'd be in need of 5,000 to 6,000 calories, so double what the ration was given. So over very short times, the deficits are they're physiologically they're overwhelming. Weight loss, fatigue, and of course nobody ever mentions any of the accounts the missing factor here, which is water. We don't even know how much hydration and all of these affected the soldiers' health. And we haven't even touched on the micronutritional things. Not saying this was totally different than any other Napoleonic soldier. Not claiming that. I'm only pointing out that given Wellington's commands and the reality of the situation, it's amazing to me that they were even as well behaved as they were in regards to doing things not against the population because they had their own norms, but the soldiers stole food because you had to. So that to me is a pretty serious revelation on day-to-day troop behavior.
Yeah, and just to go back, I think, sort of jump ahead in the question list that I've got in my hand, what I wanted to get from sort of next would be, how does that differ at all, or, you know, or is it the same in the French army?
Fair question. Fair question. In many ways, not at all. It's what the soldiers experienced. Life was pretty much three things. It was perilous, it was short, and it was uncomfortable. The French officer corps earned their ranks, though, by exhibiting professional competence. They didn't buy their ranks. They were offered a whole array, as were the men, of awards, bonuses, medals, retirement possibilities, retirement homes, soldier care. All of these are dangled in front of the French soldier. The British ranker had none of those. It's to be remembered, he had none of those. And the French soldier, while often miserable in the field, and this is going to get unsavory here, but if you look at Michael Hughes's fine work on the dynamics of what's going on ideologically in the French army, they were, quote, many of the norms, the camp letters, the camp newspapers were about, quote, getting to know the women of Europe. It was dangled in front of them. And while rape is against the soldier code for the French, they never prosecuted it, or very rarely. So you have the Brits under a much more draconian system, the French having an opportunity to plunder, in fact, being encouraged to plunder and do some unsavory things. So there, if you're talking about driving kind of divisive motivations, the differences are significant. Although when it gets right down to it, you're still going to talk about primary group cohesion and the survival of the group. It's just the dynamic that drives everything. I'm trying to make sure that we don't, wanted to touch there quickly that the one thing the British had, wasn't 3 rounds a minute. My homage to Bernard Cornwell and Richard Sharp, that's not how the British did the business. If you look at the accounts, if you look at the individual recollections, it's about keeping the men from firing until they close within about 40 yards, which is Brown Bess range. Devastating volley and go to the bayonet. And to get men to do that required external, but mostly, I would argue, internal discipline, because the men did it because they know it helped them survive. So different, the dynamics are different in the French soldier, the rewards are different, and the requirements are different. So I hate to cut that one short, but our main host has told me to be concise. He's threatened me. He's threatened me, yeah.
No, I think that's absolutely brilliant, Ed. And just to sort of move on a little bit from the point you were just closing with there, we know about that day-to-day struggle, but when it came to the battlefield, is it purely just that survival that's motivating the troops?
John Lynn and Bayonets of the Republic created a model that I think was really, it was crucial for me to understanding all this, and I really much encourage the listeners. But in that model he comes up with, he creates 3 kinds of soldier motivation, which helps you delineate things. He's got initial motivation, the things that bring you into the army. He's got sustaining motivation, the things that drive you while you're in the Army. But the last one, and the one I spent 25 years examining, is combat motivation. And Lynn makes the perfect argument that people need to understand that whatever you think they fought for, whether you think it's God or country or whatever, those are initial and sustaining motivations at best. What we talk about is the driving soldier, and it's always the same answer. What drives them? It's the soldier to their left and right. All my years of teaching at Command and General Staff College, I asked that question over and over, and allowed the students to consider and pass the essence of what their experiences were in Iraq and Afghanistan. And all I would get was this gesture. Why do you fight? What's going on? It was always the men to their left and right. So what drives a soldier for me to act on the battlefield, it's the need to safeguard the individuals he lives with. They're his family, they're his brothers. They're the ones he depends on. So while other people can argue that they were fighting for the king, etc., this is a survival-based dynamic. This is removed from the civilization in a country that brought them up and sent them here. This is a day-to-day dynamic of, I'm fighting to survive, but I'm going to enhance my survival by being part of this group. And this group then you become so close to those individuals who share the hardship with you. They share the physical, just the fear with you. They share that day to day, that you'll end up being willing to sacrifice yourself for the very group that you joined to save your life. It's a kind of a paradoxical thing, but ask anybody like yourself who served, and they'll tell you it's pretty simple when the bullets are flying.
Absolutely, I completely agree with you. And now we've got a couple of minutes, but I'm really interested to see how officers fit into that relationship, you know, in an era of such sort of social divides. How do they sort of fit into that dynamic?
Now that's a complex relationship because you have social chasm, and I'll use that word, between most of the officers and the men. Now, it was figured out that only about 2% of all the officers were peers or sons of peers, which turns out to be about 140 guys. 300 officers attended one of the major public schools, which isn't many, right? So most of it, what has distinguished the British officer is his access to money because he was able to purchase his rank. That access to money is unheard of for the British ranker, who is, according to my sample, 40% were laborers and another 30% were related to the textile trade, being weavers, tailors, etc., who are being put out of work by the industrialization. So they're joining the army because they don't have much choice. So there's that social economic chasm. When you read the soldier accounts, it's about day-to-day survival and finding food. If you read the officer accounts, it's about the officer's mess, for most of them, not all of them. Officer's mess, the beauty of the women in country. So that's significantly different than the men's considerations. Professionally competent leaders were the exception for the reasons I've stated. They were there, but they were there more by the content of their character and their focus than they were by industrial, institutional creation of competency. Then we have to throw in that they had the power to flog, and Zack would know tons more about this than almost anyone, but having someone you have to serve under who could be a flogging officer, who uses that as a motivation, who has no understanding of what you're going through on a day-to-day basis, economically, nutritionally, that's, and the idea that a soldier can be beaten into commitment is crazy. So it's complicated.
It really is, Ed. It really is, and I really, really appreciate you you coming on to talk to us live. I wish I could talk to you all day, to be honest with you, but unfortunately, we're going to have to move on from that interview now. Thank you very much, Ed Koss, Emeritus Professor at the US Command and General Staff College, and author of All for the King's Shilling, the British Soldier under Wellington. Thank you very much for joining us.
Totally my pleasure.
Thank you very much. Now, throughout the day, we're bringing you pieces on why we're doing this and why the work of the NRWGC matters so much. In the next one, NRWGC trustee and treasurer Peter Malloy talks about how our links to the period are actually everywhere you look.
Hello, I'm Peter Malloy. I'm from Dublin in Ireland, and I'm one of the trustees as well as the treasurer for the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. I've been fascinated by this incredible period of history since childhood, going all the way back to visiting the battlefield of Waterloo for the first time at the age of 11. And these incredible episodes, these incredible events, and perhaps most importantly, these people have pulled me back again and again ever since. I've gone on to research and write about Ireland's role during this period, in particular during the Waterloo campaign in 1815. Today though, I'm here in Ypres, in Belgian Flanders. Now, this is a place that for most people is inextricably associated with a later period of history, with the First World War. But the tombstone just behind me marks the final resting place of one Pierre-François Joseph Duroc, a French general of the revolutionary Napoleonic period. Duroc ended his career as a divisional commander under Napoleon at Waterloo, where he received 2 serious injuries, including the loss of one of his hands. He retired here to Ypres following Napoleon's final abdication, and when he died in 1827, he was buried here in the town cemetery. If you look closely, this tombstone is actually a fascinating little piece of history in and of itself, because it visibly shows the impact of artillery fire between 1914 and 1918, when Ypres was a frontline city. So, even here in the heart of the old Western Front, it still isn't too difficult to find traces of this fascinating period between 1775 and 1815. Thank you so much for your support and interest in the work of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. We're so excited to have you on board with us for the journey ahead. Thank you, and take care.
Thank you very much to Peter Malloy, the NRWGC treasurer there. Now, I'd like to give you a donations total. We are currently up to £115 donated over the last couple of days. We did have a donation yesterday from, excuse me, James Preston. We're calling that the Janap donation due to the withdrawal of Wellington's forces through Janap on the 17th of June. We did also have a Quatre Bras donation on the 16th. Unfortunately, we couldn't track down who that was, but we are very grateful, so thank you very much. Couple of shout outs from donators. We've got Karen Wade, Neil Carey, David Gralick bought a tie, so thank you very much for that. Matthew Maitland, a new member, so welcome. And David Maxwell again, thank you very much for your kind donations. You can donate by text from within the UK. To donate £1, text UDP, that's Uniform Delta Papa, X01, X-ray 01 to 70201. One thing to bear in mind is that the fundraising payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Fundraising Scheme, operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, please see www.easydonate.org. Please don't try to text donate if you are outside the UK, as your donation will not be received and you may still be charged. Alternately, you can donate online from anywhere in the world at www.nrwgc.com/donate, or you can become a member for a mere £25 a year. Benefits include free access to monthly online talks, discounts at other events, and exclusive deals with military history publishers. And of course, you support this cause, as you can see on the banner to my left, on the right hand side of your screens, the hard work that goes into cleaning these, and it does take your kind donations, so please donate if you can. Moving on, sorry, getting a bit confused with myself there. One thing I would like to remind you about is we'll be having a special feature at 10 to 2, that's 13:50. So keep your questions coming in. And we'll be able to get to some of those then. So, you've just heard about the troops' motivation in the period, but what did fighting actually involve? Well, a few days ago, we filmed the next piece with a suspiciously familiar character. You might recognise him. I'm just going to quickly hop in my time machine. And this will be fighting in the period with myself, Liam Telfer.
Hello everyone, my name's Liam Telfer, and as you can see today I'm in the impression of a British Napoleonic infantryman, specifically the 2nd Battalion, the 44th Regiment of Foot, and how they would have looked at Waterloo on the 18th of June 1815. And I'd like to just give you a quick rundown of the kit from top to bottom. So starting off with the headgear, we've got the post 1812 pattern regimental cap, otherwise known as the Belgique. You can see the red and white plume there that denotes that I am part of a centre company. If I was light it would be green and grenadier would be plain white. Working down into my red coat, you can tell I'm a member of the 44th by looking at the buttons, the lace and the colours of my turnbacks, cuffs, collars. That yellow denotes me as part of the 44th East Essex Regiment of Foot. As you can see I'm wearing 2 sets of white belts, one for my cartridge box. It goes over the left shoulder and comes across my body, cartridge box sitting on the right hip, and one for my bayonet, and it comes across and sits just behind my left hip. You can see the bayonet fitted in there. I'm also wearing the pack, British Infantryman issue pack with a cross strap, and that helps to keep the strap secure and coming off the back of my shoulders. You can also see I'm wearing a haversack. In there I've got my sort of daily necessaries, pocket knife, pipe, playing cards, things like that, things that I'm going to readily need on the march, and also my standard issue Board of Ordnance canteen. Wearing grey trousers, which came in post 1812 as part of the new dress regulations, and also grey gaiters, short grey gaiters, with the Napoleonic British straight-lasted boots. So now I'm going to take you through the revolutions of firing the musket in the way that the British did during the Battle of Waterloo. We can break this down into its constituent parts, and that was how it was done to conduct training, to bring new recruits up to standard. Now the first word of command will be prime. The right foot comes forward into the arch of the left foot, and we bring the musket under the right arm and tucked into the right breast. At the same time as that, we open the pan, and that's that movement complete. The next word of command will be handle cartridge. At this point, we let go of the musket with our right hand, take it to the rear to our cartridge box, bring out the cartridge. We finish this manoeuvre with the charge in our mouth, ready to prime the pan. The next word of command will be prime. At this moment, pour a small amount of powder into the musket's pan, close the hammer, resting 3 fingers on the side, keeping the round upmost so that we don't lose the powder. The next word of command will be cast about. Now this is slightly different whether we're in the front rank or the rear rank, but for the moment I'm going to simulate being in the front rank. So we bring the musket across our body, down to the ground to our left hand side. That is in the position of cast about. We then put the round down into the muzzle of the barrel, and that is that movement complete. The next word of command would be withdraw ramrods. At this point we withdraw the ramrod, spin it round, and finish in this position here with the arm across our chest, being cautious not to expose our fingers over the muzzle if not necessary. The next word of command will be ram cartridge. We ram the cartridge home, leaving the ramrod about halfway up the barrel ready to withdraw. The next word of command will be withdraw ramrods. And at this point we remove the ramrod, spin in our hand and withdraw it into the pipes onto the barrel. The next word of command following this would be to shoulder arms. You'll see a movement with my right hand. During the period, this would be to check that not only the ramrod is securely home, but also the bayonet, if fitted, was securely fitted. Word of command being shoulder arms. As you can see, the right foot comes back into the position of attention, and we are ready to either make ready, present, or carry out any other drill manoeuvres as ordered. Now we're at the position of shoulder arms, we could receive the order to make ready. At this point, we bring the musket across to the centre of our body, while at the same time withdrawing the cock with our right thumb. Have you make ready? I've got the cock and the hammer pretty much level with my eyes. The next word of command will be present, and that's when we bring the musket level and aimed at the enemy. That's slightly different for front and rear rank. For front rank, you'll notice that I take a step to the rear, but if you're in the rear rank, you would take a step to your right, filling the gap between the two men in the line in front of you. Present. We keep the finger off the trigger unless ordered. Then once given the word of command, fire. Fire! The musket's discharged. We maintain this position and wait for orders, whether either to recover or to resume prime and loading. For this instance, we'll go to the recover. We go to half cock and close our hammer, and then we can go back to the shoulder.
Now, a large part of what people think they know about Waterloo is in fact total myth. And if you're a fan of ABBA, I hate to break it at you, at Waterloo, Napoleon did not surrender. To help us explore some of those myths, we're now joined by possibly the most knowledgeable man on the planet when it comes to Waterloo, Gareth Glover, author of over 100 books, including Waterloo Myth versus Reality. Gareth, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Hello, lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. I'd like to dive straight in, if that's all right, and just go straight in with a question. What's the most common misconception that you see being spread amongst the public about Waterloo?
The biggest one that I seem to be constantly battling is the Grand Battery and its use on the intermediate ridge, which a lot of people claim. There's two parts to that. One is the fact that I don't believe there was what you would call a mass battery, the Grand Battery, because to me, to do that, you have to actually bring all your different batteries together into one large formation, and then actually to have them firing on a specific target. Well, neither of those two things actually happened. We know that even from the French, they say that their different batteries were actually kept separate, and that they were actually firing in the general direction of where they thought the British were over the slope, just to basically weaken them and sort of ready for the attack that was coming to come. The use of the intermediate ridge, which is one that did appear early on in the history of the war, the battle, sorry, but then disappeared until the last 20 odd years or so, and has been re-raised again by people like Mark Adking in his great book, which is unfortunately the one bit of this book I don't agree with, is that they've actually shown the guns being put on this middle ridge much closer to the Allied lines. Now that comes about because people think that if you look at sort of the firing range of a 12-pounder or an 8-pounder that period, you're talking about 600 to 800 yards if you're actually firing horizontally. And that would make sense. Therefore, they need to be closer because the French line is up to 1,200 meters away, and therefore it's no good. However, the French say they didn't do it. The British don't see this grand battery on this middle ridge. And certainly when the Allied cavalry charge, they don't come across that ridge, guns on that ridge either. The whole reason for that is because of this misunderstanding. If you actually look at artillery records of the period, if you actually simply put a 2-degree elevation onto that 8-pounder and 12-pounder, you are suddenly firing 1,400 meters instead of the 800, and therefore you are firing over that Allied ridge and into the actual, hopefully into the Allied forces behind. And I say the evidence basically does not back up the middle ridge being used for this battery at all. In fact, there were literally only about 2 guns mentioned on that ridge by anybody, but it is the one I seem to spend my life refighting.
Thank you very much. And to stick with the French, or certainly myths around the French, one popular one and an area of debate is that to which extent was near to blame for Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo. I'm really interested to get your view on this.
Well, this largely, I mean, ignoring the Quatre Bras situation, literally at Waterloo, that largely equates to the grand cavalry charge mid-afternoon, led by Ney. Now, the problem with that is that the preparation for that charge by the cavalry was huge. It required all of the actual cavalry on the right wing to come across to the left wing, most of them, and therefore you have to believe that Napoleon was either unavailable or completely blind to what went on for about 2 hours in advance of the actual attack. My view is that he wasn't specifically ill on that day. There's no real evidence on the day. It's literally stuff that comes up later. And Napoleon certainly had a very good view of what was going on, knew that this cavalry attack was going in. And I actually do believe that having softened up the Allied right, the idea was something on the basis of an attack like Eylau, where the cavalry were able to smash through the infantry that had been weakened by artillery fire previously. I don't buy the Ney situation. I don't often buy the Grouchy situation similarly, because it's all part of that story of abdicating Napoleon of any blame for anything that went wrong.
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, to flick things over to the other side of the ridge, one often repeated quote from Wellington is how the Lion's Mound monument had ruined his battlefield. Is that a myth? Is there any truth in it? And how much of an impact did the building of the Lion Mound have on the landscape of that ridge?
It's obviously had some effect, but the first thing you have to do is look at Wellington's quote. And you have to look at where it appears first. The answer is in Victor Hugo's great book on a completely different subject, obviously, but he talks about the battle in Les Miserables, and he, early on in the book, decides to actually discuss the history of the battle, and he tries to be a historian. Actually says that he makes this quote for Wellington. So this is where the quote originally comes from. Yes, it did affect the battlefield, but not as much as people seem to think. The majority of the Allied ridge is still as it was on the day of Waterloo, apart from there has been some natural erosion over the last 200 years because of industrialized farming effectively on the land. But in fact, if you look at the actual mound itself, which has a central brick core and then is obviously filled around but with earth, making that ramp. That ramp has come completely from one spot only, and that is from the Lion Mound to the crossroads, and only on the southern side of the battlefield, as in just behind La Haye-Sainte, up to the road itself. The other side of the road, you will notice if you're there, is actually still is much higher. So it actually, yes, it unfortunately affects a small part of the Allied ridge, just where you want to see, I suppose, where it was perfectly right on the day, just behind La Haye-Sainte. It does affect that, but everywhere else, no. So when you look at it on the other side of the crossroads, and when you go to the sort of the area around Mercer's battery, etc., all of that is as it was. There is no reason to believe, apart from the natural erosion that's happened since, that these areas have been affected by the mound at all.
Thank you. I feel like I could just see on behalf of all of the people watching live, just, you're just clearing up all these myths for us as we go. We're ticking things off, and I'm sure visitors to the battlefield will be able to sort of see that a lot clearer now. Now, another famous site on the battlefield is the Wounded Eagle Monument, just to the south of La Belle Alliance, which commemorates the last stand of the Guard. Can you give us any indication about the truth, what happened there? Because, especially in recent years, there's been a lot of debate about that.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm glad to say there's been a lot of new evidence come out as well, which helps. But I mean, most people will have probably seen the film Waterloo and have seen that the terrible destruction of the last square because it refuses to surrender, etc. It's pure baloney. I'll say no more than that. I wish I could say more sort of than that online, because without offending people, it is rubbish. Basically, the evidence is that there was no final Guard square that held for a significant period. There were a couple of squares that actually started to withdraw from the field and to hold back, tried to hold back the Allied advance and also the French retreat, if you say, and hold the line. But it's very clear from the evidence that as they start withdrawing from the battlefield, they slowly disintegrate themselves. And to be honest, within half a mile of the battlefield, those squares have actually also disintegrated completely. There's no evidence at all for this final destruction.
Brilliant. Another one ticked off. Thank you very much. And now, just for over the broad sort of brush of it all, why do you think so many myths have arisen about Waterloo over the years?
The main reason is because everyone wanted to have their say on the subject. The problem is you have, I would say, 4 armies giving their own version: the Prussian, the French, the British, and the Dutch, Dutch-Belgians. But you also have the French giving 2 versions. You've got the Royalist version, you've got the Bonapartist version. And then beyond that, you've even got everybody else, man and dog, wanting to actually say what they saw or what they've heard about the battle, including poets, everybody. Everybody went there and wrote something about it, and they've all muddied the waters, including, as I said, the worst of them all, unfortunately for faults, is our friend Victor Hugo, who I can put back at least 4 or 5 huge myths down to him. Because he was getting such brilliant information from the grandchildren of the farmers that owned those farms, who had all fled the battlefield and never been anywhere near the battlefield on the day. But apparently they were brilliant witnesses 50 years later to write his history.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Gareth. If I can just jump on to a question from one of our viewers, Ian Crew asks, "What's your thoughts on Corporal Shaw, the prize fighter, the famous prize fighter who served with the lifeguards? Mythic legend or genuine article?"
Well, clearly, obviously, he existed. It is real in that sense, and let's be honest, it is incredibly difficult to know exactly what the truth is. You know, for those who don't know anything about it, basically there are myths that he actually takes out up to a dozen Frenchmen before he's sort of brought down. And eventually, I mean, there's even the talk that his throat is finally cut by a young drummer boy, which I suspect is actually trying to make his demise, should we say, as pathetic as possible for the French side, should we say. Every witness to his actions says something completely different. I think there's a very good basis to say that, yes, he fought hard, that it appears that, in fact, he was actually knocked off his horse and possibly wounded, or at least sort of winded early on in the action, because a number of other lifeguards say he was down literally as soon as he started advancing. But then they then say he was up and about later on, so he must have got back on his horse. And yes, he probably put up a great fight. His final demise is very questionable, even down to the fact that Walter Scott is supposedly has his skull up in Scotland, up in his house. All of it is very questionable. You know, there's supposedly a few people that saw his corpse afterwards, but nobody actually identifies anything regarding it. It is one of those where we'll probably never know the truth.
Indeed, and I'm sure you can probably comment a little bit further, but I'm sure, I mean, Shaw is a bit of a sort of mythic character within my old regiment, the Lifeguards. I'm sure there's an account of him being both blind drunk and then at one point with a snap saber starts fighting the French with his helmet. And like you say, I'm sure a lot of these things sort of are just polluted by witnesses.
Yeah, I think it's the difficulty of, you know, we've got snippets from dozens of people, half of which I can be pretty guaranteed weren't actually there, and sort of got a story from somebody else over a campfire. So it's actually trying to find out who actually knows much at all. And you know, the few accounts that actually indicate that the body was found afterwards, they don't seem to indicate what happens to the body, but they certainly detract from some of the stories. For example, none of them quote him actually having his throat cut, which would actually knock out the sort of the drummer boy, for example. But as I said, it's not one I'm actually able to really pin my sort of hang my hat on and say this is what happened. It's one of those where I don't think we'll ever really get to the bottom of it unless we're very lucky and find a really good, strong account that gives everything.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to ask my colleagues, do we have any more questions for Gareth directly from the stream? Nothing. Okay. I'd love to just get your thoughts very quickly, Gareth, on any myths that surround the fighting at Hougoumont. I know there are several. Is there any that sort of jump out to you as being some of the major ones?
Well, I 20 years ago brought out the fact that there was a second break-in. That was obviously a huge one. And when I brought it out initially, I think everyone looked at me as if I had three heads. But it seems to have now become standard and accepted that, in fact, that, you know, which was based very much on fact and evidence. But there seems to be now a bit of a game as to how many break-ins they can actually invent. And I think I've actually seen up to 7 and 8 claimed, which I'm sorry, I can't go with them. They're now starting to separate out which in events which are clearly the same event and actually making them into more events. I have still stick with the fact that I, at the time, identified a second break-in. I said there could possibly have been a third, and I still have yet to actually seen enough evidence to prove that. And that's where I would stand on that. As to the actual French breaking into the formal gardens, I know there's been some evidence come out from sort of Waterloo Uncovered, etc., with regard to sort of spent balls, etc., found in the gardens. But still, there is zilch evidence from either side to say that actually happened, apart from the claim from the regiment.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Gareth Glover, author of Waterloo Myth versus Reality. Thanks very much for joining us on Waterloo Live.
My pleasure.
Now, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Zack White. He has some questions answered, I believe.
Well, they should be popping up on your screen.
Oh, they're going
right
to come up
now.
here. Excellent.
But thanks, buddy. Thanks
No
very
worries.
much for handling that. I would say round of applause, but there's nobody here. I mean, considering that this is the first day that you've been doing interviews live on history stuff, you're handling it like a pro. So, folks, keep your questions coming in. Usual story, comments through the stream, whether it's on Facebook or on YouTube. If you are commenting on Twitter, we are doing our best to monitor social media. But as you can imagine, there are only 3 of us and we have to be octopus-like in our operations over the course of the day. So Southern Gentleman asked, was Waterloo lost for Napoleon before it began? Basically, was there any way Napoleon could have won? This goes back to something that Andrew Field and I discussed in an interview roughly actually around the same time that Southern Gentleman posed the question, to what extent was it feasible for Napoleon to win once he got to Waterloo? My personal opinion, and inevitably, this is always going to be a matter of debate, is that by the time Napoleon leaves Ligny, the campaign is effectively over. Why? Quite simply because the Prussians have managed to break more or less cleanly away. We will talk quite a bit about Grouchy later on, to what extent Grouchy is to blame, and, spoiler alert, Grouchy is not to blame. The issue there is that the Prussians managed to achieve a clean break, and therefore Napoleon, Grouchy, and the rest of the high command in the French army are struggling to try and re-establish contact. And that is the point at which Wellington is able to slip away from Quatre Bras, and the Allied plan of fighting combined can once again be put into motion. Andrew emphasizes a slightly different point. Andrew basically argues that if without a crushing defeat at Ligny, Napoleon has no option. And I've been having to have a think about that over the last few days since I interviewed Andrew, and I very much see his point. I think we're probably talking about sort of different sides of the same coin there. For me, it's the point overnight where contact is lost with the Prussians. For Andrew, it's the fact that the Prussian army isn't removed from operations, that therefore enables the fight combined strategy to survive. So thank you very much for that. Please do keep your donations coming in. Just a quick reminder, the codes that you need if you are texting from within the UK to donate £5, text UDPX01 to 70970. That is UDPX01 to 70970. We've also had a question come in from Tim Cockett via Facebook. Research has shown that the British soldiers were 20% or more light on calories. You've just heard from Ed Koss on precisely that point. I know the French lived off the land. Is there any known statistics for their calorific well-being? We actually we've got 3 historians in the room, and we tried to text Ed on this one. And between us, I haven't heard back from Ed, unfortunately, but between us, we have drawn a blank. There's a lot of logic, though, to the idea that actually the French were perhaps in a worse state, living off the land. Soldiers are going to find food as and when they have a need to find food. So there would have been plenty of tussles over who's going to snaffle a particular chicken. And soldiers can be very inventive in how they manage to find calories. But absolutely, there is no question that the French would have been laboring under not only equally poor circumstances as the British were, but arguably even worse circumstances, given that there is this philosophy of live off the land. They do have a supply network. Let's not pretend that Napoleon's plan is to just walk into the countryside and hope that there's stuff there to eat. Wellington's army lives off the land to some degree. There are still members of the commissariat department going out, trying to find food to keep the troops supplied. So this is all this is a situation that everybody is grappling with. But also bear in mind that you have things like cantonnières, who are civilians who march with the army, basically making a living out of selling additional food that they're able to procure. You also have battalions' wives in the British case, who are particularly skilled at managing to magic up, shall we say, a leg of pork when circumstances require. Thank you for your questions. Please do keep them coming in. And as I say, please do keep those donations coming in. Last time we checked, we are still steady at £115. I have a theory that we're not going to break £150 over the course of the live stream. I've been told that I'm an idiot for being so pessimistic, but hey, let's hope that you are able to prove us wrong. Please donate what you can. To donate online, the web address you need is www.nrwgc.com/donate. And you can see the brilliant work that your donations enable us to achieve. It is now 2 o'clock, which means it is time for another battle update, this time from my good friend and colleague, Luke Reynolds. Luke.
Thank you, Zach. And yes, I would just I would add my own voice to Zach's and to Liam's and to the entire trustees. Go on, prove him wrong. We love it when he's proved wrong. So please. All right, so we are back at Waterloo. When we left, D'Erlon's First Corps had successfully started to move north. They had pushed out of the way the Belgian and Nassau troops, some of whom didn't want to be there, some of whom did want to be there, but when you've got the entirety of the First Corps of the French army coming at you, what you want is secondary to what you can, in fact, do. So they have been pushed back a little bit. We, of course, have one portion of D'Erlon's Corps heading up into this area. We'll be talking about them later. But for now, we're going to concentrate on the area that is, on the portion of it that is the hammer blow, heading towards Brussels, which my friend Zack incorrectly identified as the capital. At this point, it was entirely the Netherlands, which means the capital was not Brussels. But it was the center of British control, and had the French taken it, the Allies would have been in a worse position. So Napoleon's steel backbone is in place. His Peninsular War regiments are there, but as Zach pointed out, they are out of order. They are not in correct fighting position. They haven't broken, but they're not in quite the best position. And Waterloo, therefore, hangs on a knife edge. And as Zach teased, right at the end of there is the sound of a trumpet call. Now, that trumpet call is going to come as a surprise. D'Erlon's Corps, or at least the three western portions of it, have reached the Allied ridge. They are absolutely poised to push over. But just as they reach the Allied ridge and they're trying to reorganize its formation, the Allied heavy cavalry, which had been hidden by the reverse slope, appears as if by nowhere, already at the canter. The Union and Household Brigades, some of the elite of the British Army, mounted on what is by this point the best horses on the entirety of Europe, because Britain has access to horse flesh that the rest of Europe has used up through 25 years of war. These are heavy cavalrymen of a type that portions of the Grande Armée have not seen. And they slam home into D'Erlon's Corps in a devastatingly successful charge. The Union and Household Brigades are made up of, unsurprisingly, 2 brigades. Lord Edward Somerset's Household Brigade, roughly 1,000 sabres, 2 squadrons each of the 1st and 2nd Life Guards, the Horse Guards, and the 1st of the King's Dragoon Guards. And they rout General Dubois' brigade, the 1st and 4th regiments of cuirassiers, while at the same time Sir William Ponsonby's Union Brigade, English, Scottish, and Irish, of over 1,700 sabres, the 1st Royal Dragoons, the 2nd Royal North British Dragoons, also known as the Scots Greys, and the 6th Inniskilling Dragoons of Ireland, concentrate on D'Erlon's infantry, who are powerless to resist the Allied heavy cavalry. 2 eagles fall in a matter of minutes. The French regimental standards are captured from the 45th and the 105th Regiments de Ligne, one of which is taken by Sergeant Ewart, who is raised to the rank of ensign for the deed. He is a justifiable legend in the Scots Greys, the Royal North British Dragoons. Liam can be talking about him later as a veteran, by the way, not only of the Life Guards, but of the Scots Greys as well. We have a representative of both of those regiments in one man. Just think about how big his horse has to be. The other eagle taken by Captain Clark and Corporal Stiles, I apologize, that one broke me, both of whom also received promotions in the aftermath of the battle. Just to clarify here, right, there is this assumption, we've talked a little bit about purchase, right? There's this assumption that no one in the British Army, if they entered in the ranks, ever is raised to the officer corps, and that is, in fact, not true. We have several accounts of these, but the most famous is Sergeant Ewart, who becomes Cornet or Ensign Ewart in the aftermath. But we do have occasions of soldiers being raised from the ranks for remarkable feats of bravery. Now, what unfortunately is true is that they face an enormous amount of snobbery after they had been raised. And we don't see many that rise further in ranks. So I'm afraid, much as Zack spoiled earlier, Sharp is fiction. Santa Claus is not real. And should we throw any other spoilers on there? The Tooth Fairy isn't real either. And a significant member of the Avengers dies at the end of Endgame. I think you've gone too far. Fair enough, fair enough. All right, now, here's the problem. The heavy brigades of the British cavalry, the Union and Household brigades, have smashed into Durland's corps. They have been overwhelmingly successful. And what they see is what cavalrymen for centuries have dreamed of: broken infantry running from them. And that is a sure way of getting a cavalryman's blood up. Flushed by their own success and lacking reserves, the British heavy cavalry overextends itself. It keeps charging into the backs of the French infantry who are broken. But while they are carrying those French infantry before them, there's an entire French army waiting for them, and they don't have the support coming down the slope from the Allies. They overextend themselves, charging all the way to the French gun line. They are then cut off, unfortunately, by French hussars and lancers. Realizing the trouble they're in, completely, again, unorganized, they try and make a retreat, but very few of them make it. The problem is that while cavalry is matched against cavalry relatively well, there are few things that you can do when there are lancers on fresh horses behind you. And the Scots Greys, the Union and Household brigades both fall largely to those hussars and lancers. Over to the west at the Chateau of Hougoumont, which we've been talking about, you thought we'd forgotten about it, reinforcements are being sent in. They're taking advantage of the fact that a lot of the concentrated firepower is currently on the east portion of the battlefield, and it's time to reinforce Hougoumont as it faces its fourth assault from Biles' corps. You can see here down here the second corps. I'm sure Zack will correct my pronunciation of that in a moment. This allows the orchard to be briefly reoccupied, and attacks continue when most of the second corps is committed to taking Hougoumont back, or not even back, just taking it, and thus stripping one of the anchor points out of Wellington's line. That concludes our 2 o'clock update here. You know what? I'm going to do it because I've got this screen right here. By this point, the rain has faded to the north and sunny skies are coming in over Waterloo. Always wanted to do that, guys. Apologies. All right, let us continue with our content. Yesterday, I had the privilege of being present for this. We marked the culmination of a major restoration project by the NRWGC on the graves of 2 Waterloo veterans at Southampton Old Cemetery. This is one of them, as you can see here. This is the grave of John Russell of the Scots Guards. We're now going to bring you some footage of that moving ceremony so that you too can pay your respects should you wish. If you'd like to read about this ceremony, by the way, we have just been featured in the national press about this. You can find it on, it's in the Observer, and you can, the Express, I apologize, the Express. I'm an American. The Express Online, I'm an American, so it's all the Times to me. The Express Online, you can find it linked through our Twitter and all of our social media. But for now, please enjoy portion 1 of our service at Southampton Old Cemetery yesterday.
And hopefully you will agree, a very poignant occasion. On the 18th of June, 1815, a combined Anglo-Dutch and German army under the command of Field Marshal the 1st Duke of Wellington defeated for the final time, with the assistance of the Prussians and Marshal Blucher, a force under the command of Emperor Napoleon. It was a key moment in not just British history, not just in military history, but in European history, marking the final defeat of Napoleon, vanquishing him for the final time and leading to his final exile on St. Helena. An estimated 120,000 men fought in that battle in an area just a few square miles across. And 20,000 were not alive at the end of that day. Nonetheless, plenty did survive, and here in Southampton Old Common Cemetery, 2 now lie at rest. Over the last 6 months, with some very enthusiastic and generous support from the Friends of the Southampton Old Common Cemetery, the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves Charity, the organisation which I have the privilege of chairing, has been involved in the restoration and clean-up of firstly this grave and then the restoration of a second. Today we will pay tribute to the sacrifice of those 2 men, Lieutenant Colonel William Hewitt of the 14th Foot and Private John Russell of the 3rd Foot Guards. To open the service, we are going to pause to remember John Russell, a member of the Scots Guards, the 3rd Foot Guards, who defended the farm of Hougoumont, one of 3 forward positions in advance of Wellington's line, crucial breakwaters that were vital to his strategy to defeat the French on that day. To open the service, I would like to invite a descendant of John Russell, Colin Russell, to read a memorial about John's life and tell us a little bit more about the man who now lies beneath this memorial.
John Russell is my and other family members here today great-great-grandfather, as well as those here today for whom he is their 3 times great-grandfather, and for Kit and Ellie, their 4 times great-grandfather. John Russell was born in 1786 in Carluke, Lanarkshire, the only child of Thomas and Elizabeth Russell. He enlisted at Edinburgh in the 3rd Foot Guards, which would later become known as the Scots Guards, on the 29th of September 1807. Presumably a military career was a logical progression for a gun stock maker, his recorded occupation. His height was noted as 5 foot 7 inches, which was slightly taller than the average for the time. He fought with the 3rd Foot Guards at the Battle of Telfer in 1809 and defended the Hougoumont farm position at the Battle of Waterloo, where Wellington's decisive victory brought the Napoleonic Wars to an end. John did not return to Scotland after leaving his regiment. He married Mary Ann Broadest on the 10th of May 1818 at St Martin in the Fields Church in Trafalgar Square. Mary Ann was born in June 1797 and was 11 years younger than her husband. John and Mary Ann had 9 children, 6 girls and 3 boys, with 6 surviving into adulthood. The eldest 3 were baptised in Westminster before the family moved to Southampton in 1841. John was now a cabinet maker, dealing in new and what we would call antique furniture. The family settled in St Mary's Street, where they were to do business for the next 100 years. The 1851 census places John and Mary Ann at number 7, with their son Isaac and youngest daughter Sarah Jane. And as a matter of interest, Sarah Jane is buried just the other side of the footpath. She had found work as a dressmaker while Isaac was working with his father. The business that John established on St Mary's Street would go on to become Russell & Sons during Isaac's tenure and would continue trading until the 1960s. John was to become deeply involved in the commercial and civic life of the town, with a particular concern for improvements in public services and public health, for the population of Southampton was increasing rapidly. In these times of outbreaks of cholera and typhus, over half the streets had no sewer, and John persistently drew attention to the need for a good water supply and suggested public baths be built to improve standards of hygiene. He was also instrumental in the establishment of a general market, and there is much correspondence over more than 3 years on this subject in the council records. Then as now, bureaucracy moved slowly and was not above referring an issue to a committee in order to achieve delay. But John was persistent, and as you know, Southampton Market continues to this day. In 1861, John Russell's business was focused on buying and selling furniture. He and Mary Ann had continued to reside at number 7, though it was now known as Upper St Mary's Street. John was now in his 70s, and he retired during the next 3 years and moved with Mary Ann to 12 Clifford Street, one of the side streets off St Mary's Street. John died there on the 11th of January 1864. The death certificate states that he died of old age, having also developed bronchitis. His son Isaac registered the death, and Isaac and his family, as you can see, are buried in the same grave as his father. And in completion, I would just like to say on behalf of the family, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity, and in particular Zack White, together with everyone at the Friends of Southampton Old Cemetery who's contributed to our memorial service today. Thank you.
We are here today to remember these men's service, and it's only fitting, therefore, to pause and consider what it was that they experienced on the fields of Waterloo. What therefore follows is a reading not directly written by Russell, but of an officer of the same unit, describing the defence of Hougoumont Farm. The post of Hougoumont was one of considerable strength. It had been occupied on the night of the 17th by various bodies of light troops and the foreign contingent of Nassau, about 800 strong, under the command of Colonel MacDonell. Something had been done by art during the night to strengthen the defences, but either from want of entrenching tools and axes, or from some other cause, not a 10th part was done which might have been done, and which could have added greatly to the security and certainty of the defence. Not a spadeful of earth was moved, and although the wood in front presented very great facilities, no attempt to form an abattis or oppose any impediment to the rush of an enemy by the felling of a few trees was made, although this could have been done within 30 yards of the defences of the place. While the action began at 11:30, Colonel MacDonell had occupied the when the action began at 11:30, Colonel MacDonell had occupied the extreme skirt of the wood nearest the enemy, with the larger part of the garrison of Hougoumont. They were attacked in this open position by overwhelming numbers of tirailleurs, skirmishers, supported by heavy, unavoidable confusion down the supported by heavy masses of infantry, and after a short and gallant struggle, were driven in unavoidable confusion down the carriageway to the rear of the chateau. Several Frenchmen followed up so closely that they entered along with our troops and were taken prisoner in the courtyard, and it was only by the great personal exertions and courage of Colonel MacDonell himself that the gates were secured and check given to the pursuit. It was at this moment that the post ran the greatest danger of being carried, which it incurred during the day. Not only were the troops, including the whole Nassau contingent who had been thus placed in advance, driven in, but they were completely dispersed. Of the Nassau contingent, these several foreign battalions, said to have been commanded by Colonel Hepburn, not a man was to be found on the ground after 1 o'clock, with the exception of one officer who made his appearance after 1 o'clock, at about 8 at night, after the action was over, for the purpose of asking a certificate for the loss of the colours of that corps by fire. What I would now like to do is lay wreaths. So we're going to invite, first of all, the members of the Russell family to lay a wreath in remembrance of John. now on behalf of the Friends of Southampton Old Cemetery. Billy, I believe you're doing that.
Yeah.
It is my pleasure to ask members of the Scots Guards Association, who very generously join us today, to lay a wreath on behalf of the regiment. Thank you.
Gentlemen. Up. Down. Thank you.
We're now going to have a regimental collect from Bill.
Almighty God, whose blessed Son did say unto St. Andrew, "Follow me," grant that the Scots Guards who wear the cross of the Holy Apostle may follow thy Son with impunity, be made stronger in brotherhood and fierce against all enemy of our Saviour, ever going forward under the leadership of him, who by the hand and painful way of the cross won the highest conquest and great glory, even Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
If we can just bow our heads, please. John grows not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary him, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember him.
We will remember him.
And that was the first portion of the service. The second portion you will see later on as we laid wreaths at another grave. We are joined once again in recorded video form by our very own Liam Telfer for his view of why we do this. So he is going to give us a little insight into why he is here.
Hello everyone, I'm here today in the lovely village of Twyford, just south of Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire. And as you can see behind me, I'm just in front of the grave of one John Ryder, who died in March 1863, aged 76. He served for 10 years in the British Army in the 1st Dragoon Guards and received 4 wounds at the Battle of Waterloo. Now, the 1st Dragoons were part of the Union Brigade, heavy cavalry, that charged with the 2nd Dragoons, the Scots Greys, and the 6th Enniskillen Dragoons, and they were instrumental in defeating Derlon's corps attack up that right-hand side of the Brussels-Charleroi road, and I've no doubt that John Ryder would have been present for that charge. Also, his regiment is famous for taking an eagle. They captured the eagle of the 105th Line, and who knows, maybe John Ryder was in the vicinity or certainly close by when that was captured. It's very well known that the regiments that charged became quite intermingled and mixed up, so he may have even charged with members of another regiment. onto a little bit about why I'm here and why we do this. As you can see from the grave behind me, it's the stone itself is in excellent condition. But what we need, what the NRWGC need from everyone, is your help to maintain these graves and make sure that they stay in good condition. Now, this grave could really do with a clean, and we've got various ways of doing that. But your donations would go a long way into really cleaning this up, and it'd be very important for us to rectify. As you can see, it's slightly marked. It's got patches of growth and lichen that we can quite easily rectify, and I think that actually this would be a really good candidate for a clean because the stone is in such good condition, the inscription's still very visible, and I think it would come up really well. We can really honour John Ryder, and I think by proxy not only his achievements serving for 10 years, but also the achievements of his regiment. Now that's where you, the viewers, and our charity, the charity supporters, come in. If you can, we'd really appreciate any financial donations you can make. The details will be flashing up throughout the day, so please make a note and please give all you can. If you can't help financially, you can volunteer with the charity, and you can help us not only research people like John Ryder and where their graves are, but you can also get out into your own communities and find people who served during the period. And it's really important. It's really important that we remember these guys. We honour their sacrifice and their commitment. Many of the graves that we find, like John Ryder behind me, they're not casualties of the war. They're guys who survived and came home. And having served myself, I'm sure that some of these guys brought their demons with them from the battlefield and lived with that for the rest of their lives. So it's important that we honour that sacrifice, and we take care of these guys and remember their memories.
Thank you, Liam, for that. We have a special treat for you. We have brought up the Daily Express coverage of the two graves, one of whom is this who we've just seen, right? We just saw the ceremony to lay a wreath at that, or multiple wreaths at that one. You'll be seeing the other portion of it later on, but as you can see, we do have the coverage here. If you're curious, there's the URL on top, and it is on all of our social media as well. I also have some other excellent news. You guys have come through. Not only have you proved Zack wrong, you've proved him very wrong. I am delighted to announce that as of a moment ago, our donation total for today alone is £355. Special shout outs to those who have come in to specifically prove Zack wrong. Guy Hughes, Martin Curran, Tim Cockett, Giles McNamee, Jared Hogan, and our very own Ed Koss. Thank you guys so very much for donating. It allows us to continue to do what we do, and it allows us to continue honoring the soldiers of all countries who fought between 1775 and 1815. Now, we're delighted to bring another live interview to you at this point. In amongst all the inevitable focus on the fighting, it's easy to forget that there were civilians who were also caught up in this campaign. To shed a little more light on their experience, we're now joined by Dr. Katrina Kennedy, senior lecturer at the University of York and author of Narratives of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, Military and Civilian Experience in Britain and Ireland, a book that I have used myself in my own research, and it is well worth a read. Dr. Kennedy, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, look, delighted to be with you, and great to see how well the day is already going.
It is going superbly, and we are incredibly grateful to our fans and to you for joining us. Let's start with sort of where a lot of people think we're going to go when we talk about civilians in war, which is camp followers, right? What do we know about their experiences of both the Waterloo campaign and of life in the army generally?
Well, I suppose maybe just to start by thinking about what the official regulations were in relation to camp followers. And really, by the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the women are being progressively excluded from the army. If you look back to the 17th century or earlier, it was much more common for a huge array of civilians to be following European armies, and that's beginning to change in this period as the army professionalizes. But officially, 6 wives to every 100 men are allowed to go on campaign, but often it seems unofficially that there would have been higher numbers than that. And the women who are allowed to go are chosen by lot. So just before regiments are about to embark, lots saying to go and not to go would be put into a hat, and then they would be drawn often on the harbour just as they're about to head off. And you can imagine the kind of distressing scenes, of course, for those families that would have been separated who hadn't chosen the to-go lot. But of course, for those who did choose or did draw the to-go lot, it wasn't really much of a winning lottery ticket, as it were. You know, they often had to endure extraordinary hardships. So officially, they were on the strength, and they provided essential support services for the army. So washing clothes, mending clothes, finding and cooking food, and so on. But they only got half the rations of the men. So they would have been, you know, that's not very much. And yet they were often being required to, you know, accompany them on these long marches. So we have some kind of narrative, say, from the Peninsular Campaign, Catherine Exley, who wrote about her time there, and she describes these really grueling marches barefoot through the Pyrenees, and often with children in tow. So Catherine Exley had 2 children that were born in the peninsula, and she also buried 2 infants there. So really kind of a very challenging experience for those camp followers who did accompany their husbands on campaign. Thinking more specifically about Waterloo, one of the very few surviving testimonies we have of a camp follower who was at Waterloo is from Jenny Jones, who was from Talalyn in Wales, and her husband was in the 23rd Welsh Fusiliers, a private, and she travelled with him and her 6-month-old baby to Ostend. And then the colonel initially ordered all the women to stay behind at Ostend, but Jenny and her husband pleaded with them, so she was eventually allowed to go to Waterloo with her husband and baby, and she stayed with him right up until the battle begins. So, you know, generally the rule was that women would stay behind with the baggage. But she's there really up until the moment the British are about to start firing on the French. And then she does pull back to encampments, but does so under, you know, is experiencing quite heavy fire as she does that, and eventually has to seek refuge in a chapel with others. And even there, you know, there's a stray cannonball comes through the roof and kills several other people sheltering in the church. So even though they might not have been taking part in the actual fighting, camp followers are very close to the battle, and, you know, kind of sharing in many of the hardships of the soldiers that were there.
Absolutely. And, you know, we just had Ed Koss on talking about the rations that the soldiers were fed. To exist on half of that, doing effectively all the same marching and all of that, is a nightmare. And I also cannot get over just that idea of that level of uncertainty that you don't know until the moment you're about to get on a ship, whether you're going to get on the ship. It's flying standby and elevated to a true nightmare.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not just, I mean, Waterloo is somewhat special, interesting in that it's not just camp followers that we have to talk about, right? There are significant numbers of British civilians in Brussels at the time. Why was that?
Well, I suppose the thing to remember is that at this stage in Britain, certainly, people have been cut off from continental travel in Europe for nearly 12 years since the kind of short 1802 peace. And really, they've been cut off from the continent for over 2 decades. And what had been a routine and expected component of elite and middling class education and recreation, so going to France, going to Europe for the Grand Tour, that's an experience that has been denied, British people for a very long time. So there's a pent-up desire to travel to the continent. So with the peace of 1814, there's a huge rush of tourists to Paris who want to see the sights there. And some of those leave Paris for Brussels because they think it's going to be safer there as Napoleon begins his advance on Paris. And of course, they don't realize, this is a common thing, they just don't realize that there's going to be a major confrontation there. Some do, though, clearly they're traveling, some travel later, they're traveling in June to Ostend, knowing that there probably is going to be some kind of confrontation, and probably with a desire to be close to that, to knowing that this is going to be a monumental conflict. Again, probably not as close as they end up being, but so there's a kind of desire to experience some of that, the thrill of being near these historic battles. And there's also a quite sizable community of expatriates, elite aristocratic families who are a bit cash strapped, and they've gone to Brussels, they've settled there because it's cheaper. So they can live quite lavish lifestyles, but on a more modest budget than in Britain. And of course, the British garrison is stationed in Brussels from 1814. So that ensures that there's this quite lively, sociable expatriate community there.
And presumably they feel a little bit safer there with the garrison, even though the garrison is in fact what draws Napoleon's attention to Brussels.
Absolutely. So yes, what seems like a guarantor of safety ends up being, bringing them, closer to the events than they might have wanted to be.
Yeah. So famously, after the battle, some civilians tend to the wounded. Others actually visit the battlefield, right? Mercer has this wonderful bit about sort of this dandified fop showing up the morning after the battle and sort of staring in horror at all of these soldiers covered in blood and powder. Tell us a little bit more about how the civilians respond to and process what has happened.
Yeah, so it's, there's a lot of women there at the time. And this is really, I suppose, thinking of the fact that, especially for the British, they have quite a distinctive experience of war in this period. They don't experience conflict on their own territory, discounting, of course, Ireland and the brief landing in Wales in 1797. So to that extent, they're insulated from the experience of war. They experience war at a distance. They experience it through reading about it in the newspapers, maybe through theatrical reenactments. But they haven't actually been that close to a real battle. And that's something they comment on a lot. Georgiana Capel, a member of one of those cash-strapped aristocratic families, and the niece of Lord Uxbridge, who of course loses his leg at Waterloo. She's in Brussels at the time, and she says, to English ears, the sounds of real cannon is absolutely terrifying. And of course, they can hear the cannon through the battle. They're seeing, you know, the wounded coming back. And then afterwards, yes, there's almost immediately, as much as they're kind of horrified by what's happened, they also realize that they have witnessed something truly historic. So there is this desire to perform a kind of pilgrimage to the battlefield. So someone like Thomas Creevey, who's the Whig MP who's there in Brussels with his family during the battle, he goes there only 2 days afterwards, on the 20th of June, you know, while it's still covered in dead bodies. And he's slightly surprised. He says, I thought I would be more horrified by this sight. So weirdly, you know, he seems to be able to manage it. But, you know, for a lot of the women who in the months that follow go to see the battlefield when it's still, you know, a kind of scene of carnage, and there are still quite gruesome details. You might see a skeleton, parts of a skeleton emerging from one of the mass burial mounds. What I suppose the way that they're trying to make sense of it is by drawing on literary sources to frame their experience. So one of those would be the Gothic novel, the hugely popular kind of tales of terror that were widely read in this period. And that provides a language to make sense of it. Georgiana Capel, who I've already mentioned, the niece of Lord Uxbridge, she visits some of the graves of fallen British officers, and she writes an account of it to her grandmother, where she quotes from the poems of Ossian, which again is a hugely popular epic poem, reputedly, you know, this authentic poem from ancient Scotland that tells of chivalric Celtic warriors. So she's taking this quite romantic, poetic language and using that to filter the disturbing experience of the battle. And of course, there's a sense as well in which the civilians who are there, you know, who were there at the time of the battle, when all the other Waterloo tourists start to flood into Brussels in the months following the battle, and they start writing their own accounts. So famously, Sir Walter Scott came to Waterloo, wrote a poem, The Field of Waterloo, about it, which was quite universally panned, really. And you know, although he was a very highly regarded poet at the time, you know, people thought he hadn't done it justice. And the civilians who had been in Waterloo are particularly critical, because they feel he wasn't able to write about the battle because he wasn't there at the time, unlike them. So there's a kind of sense that they have this a particular authority as eyewitnesses. They, you know, a lot of the, you know, there's women like Charlotte Ann Eaton, who writes a very successful, one of the first narratives of Waterloo, with a sketch of the battlefield, which is done by a panoramic sketch that's done by her sister. So she's a kind of aspiring novelist who manages to use this unfortunate experience to sort of, in a way, boost her literary career, if that's not too cynical. But they do kind of, yeah, they have that understanding that they were there, they witnessed it firsthand, and that's a kind of unique experience.
Yeah, they were there before it became popular in the to use the hipster language.
Yeah.
We actually have an extract coming up from Eaton's work, which I'm very much looking forward to. I did want to throw one thing on there because it's always worth mentioning. That Scott poem produces one of the best bits of literary criticism I have ever encountered, which is on Waterloo's ensanguined plain lie tens of thousands of the slain, but none by saber or by shot fell half so flat as Walter Scott.
Ouch, that's harsh.
Yeah, from someone who was, you know, because Scott was fully aware of the level of suffering going on there, and that must have really hurt. Dr. Katrina Kennedy, thank you so much for joining us and for giving us some insight onto the civilian side, and especially, I think, the women's side of both the Peninsular War, the Napoleonic Wars in general, and Waterloo. If you want to encounter more of Dr. Kennedy's superb scholarship, you can pick up her book, Narratives of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, Military and Civilian Experience in Britain and Ireland. Thank you so much for joining us here on Waterloo.
Thank you so much, Jake. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That was Dr. Katrina Kennedy, as you heard, and we have another brief battle update for you. Yes, the screen is back. We're going to start where we left off the last time, at Hougoumont. You can, we're getting into the Hougoumont story at this point, and it is a big one for this battle. So we've got a planned 5th assault on Hougoumont that's going forward at around 2:45, which is where we are now, by Bachlu's 5th Division. And it is mauled so badly by concentrated Allied artillery fire that it either abandons the assault entirely or is ordered to desist. Basically, they're all marching to that assault, and someone on the Allied line spots them and goes, well, these are clearly a lovely target. Let's have some fun with that. And they just bombard the 5th Division until it either beats a hasty retreat or is told to beat a hasty retreat. Shortly after, however, Hougoumont seems to have been spared for a minute, but while an assault is prevented, something else occurs, and that is that the chateau is set on fire by incendiary shells. So we now have not just the battle with the French, but we have the battle with fire as well. Moving a little bit to the east, we have another mention of the vaunted Prussians. Now, you'll be aware by now, of course, that all 3 of us in this room consider Waterloo to be an Allied victory. Wellington would not have fought there had he not known the Prussians were coming, and Blücher wouldn't have marched had he not known that Wellington was waiting for him. The Prussian troops in the army's advance guard are beginning to arrive on the fringe of the battlefield by this point. We are nearly at 3 o'clock, and the Prussians are beginning to set foot on the battlefield, most notably the 15th Brigade. Now, the 15th Brigade, bless them, had encountered all of that rain that my colleague Zack White had dismissed earlier. They had slogged through the muddy Lahn Valley and across the rain-swollen Lahn River. And we're finally approaching Paris Woods, or Paris Wood, where they would deploy a quarter of an hour later at 3 o'clock. And that is sort of when they start to move. Simultaneously, sort of in the center of the battlefield, we have another French attack by the 54th and 55 regiments of the line under Colonel Charlet. And they are launched to try and take, yet again, La Haye-Sainte, or La Haye-Sainte. Now, an attempt had been made upon this during D'Erlon's massive attack up into Wellington's left flank, which had come relatively close because there's just so many men, they don't know where to constrain their fire, there's just overwhelming numbers. This, however, is just 2 regiments. And without the distraction of a grand attack, the defenders can concentrate all of their fire on the assault. And the French, to put it simply, are flayed. They're flayed by a crossfire from the defenders at La Haye-Sainte and the 95th Rifles occupying the adjacent sandpit, which, as Zack pointed out, is now a car park. How are the mighty fallen? You want a good example of what tourism has done to the battlefield of Waterloo? We've turned the sandpit into a car park, as well as all of the others into museums. Also Napoleon has the gift shop. This is a battle that the loser is celebrated at much more than any of the victors. Speaking of Napoleon, he himself is on the move. He is returning. He returns to his rear headquarters at the Carré, leaving Marshal Ney in tactical command of the battlefield. Now, there is endless debate about why he does this, but the fact that he does gives him a very convenient way to heap the blame for what follows on Marshal Ney rather than on Napoleon himself. I'm not saying he does it deliberately. He's not trying to scapegoat Ney at this point because he thinks he can still win this, and he's going to want to be the one who wins it, not Ney. But in the aftermath, he sees an opportunity there, and he seizes it with both hands. Now, we are lucky enough to have another one of our live interviews coming forward. Something that often gets overlooked in this war is prisoners. And here to talk about that is my colleague and good friend, Liam Telfer. Liam.
Thank you very much, Luke. So, to help us answer this and other questions about POWs, we're joined now by historian Paul Chamberlain, author of Hell Upon Water, Prisoners of War in Britain, 1793 to 1815. Now, Paul, if I might dive straight in, a large POW community grows in Britain during the war, during these wars. Why is this the case? Because it seems to be a bigger problem than in previous conflicts.
Hello, thank you for having me. Yes, there are a number of reasons for this. The first reason is it's very much a global conflict fought on every ocean, every continent of the world at that time. And wherever there were sort of enemy interests, the British would try and counter those interests. And so during the period 1793 to 1815, something in the region of 200,000 prisoners of war of many different nationalities arrived in this country. The Napoleonic period proper, 1803 onwards, about 122,000 captives arrived in this country. And many of our allies during the period handed over prisoners of war to us for safekeeping, because this country had a very well-organised, well-run system for catering for prisoners of war. And so, for example, in 1815, when the Prussian army was pursuing the defeated French, a lot of the prisoners taken by the Prussians were handed over to the British to be sent over to Dartmoor prison in this country. So it was the global conflict of the nature. It was our allies handing over prisoners into a well-organised system. And also Napoleon's actions during this period meant that we found ourselves at war with most European countries at one time or another. So the captives would have not just French inside the prison depots, but Germans, Dutch, Spanish, Italians, Russians, Danish, Swedish, and Americans, black and white prisoners, men, women, and children, military and civilian. All of these prisoners were caught up in this global conflict. The other main reason why there was an ever-increasing prisoner of war population was the lack of formal exchange between Britain and Napoleon after 1803. The exchange system had been set up in 1780 between Britain and France, where prisoners of war exchanged man for man, rank for rank. This system worked well between Britain and Denmark during the period, Britain and Spain, Britain and the United States of America in the Americas, but not Britain and France after 1803. And this was mainly due to Napoleon's intransigence in agreeing a sort of workable exchange system at that time. But these prisoners came from the war on trade. The West Indies was a major theatre of the conflict at that time. So enemy colonies fell to British arms, and those garrisons and the civilian administration on those colonies came to this country as prisoners of war. Give an example, in 1796, 4,000 prisoners of war were sent from the West Indies to Porchester Castle alone. And these were soldiers, seamen and civilians, many black prisoners as well. Because merchant vessels were plying the oceans, going to these colonies to sort of boost Britain's commercial activity, they were attacked by privateers, the commerce raiders. So the Royal Navy had to protect sea routes and attack those privateers. So aside from the big battles, you'd have this continuous trickle of prisoners coming in from privateers and merchant vessels. Aside from the larger conflicts such as Trafalgar, which generated 7,500 French and Spanish captives for the prison system, Camperdown, 3,500. Even Napoleon's threatened invasion of the south coast in 1803-1805 generated thousands of captives for the system. Even though his armada didn't land on the south coast, the Royal Navy was engaged in various cutting-out expeditions to actually harass all the troop transports and gunboats being moved along the sort of northern shorelines of Germany, Holland, and France. And so many thousands of these erstwhile conquerors arrived in this country as prisoners of war. And the major conflict which generated large numbers of prisoners was the Peninsula from 1808 onwards, when many thousands of captives arrived from that conflict alone.
I mean, that's fascinating. Not only the staggering huge numbers of prisoners of war that are coming into Britain, but also the huge variance in nationalities. Now, just to sort of look a little bit deeper into the POWs, what was daily life for the prisoners of war once they were in the UK? And if I may add to that, was that different per class or per nationality?
All prisoners of war were treated the same, whatever their nationality. So it didn't matter whether you were French or Danish or American, you were treated the same. And you entered a system that was run by the Transport Office of the Admiralty. And you entered one of three types of prison depot. The prison ships at Portsmouth, Plymouth and Chatham, the infamous and ominous hulks of the time. The land prisons, such as Dartmoor Prison, Porchester Castle and Norman Cross near Peterborough, and the parole depots. Now, in the prison ships and the land prisons, prisoners were given the same food ration, the same clothing, the same health care as well. And prisoners were given a food ration that was very, very similar to that given to seamen in the Royal Navy, except that it was delivered fresh every week. There was no preserved foods at all. They got their £1.5 of bread and half a pound of beef and a selection of vegetables every day, regardless of what was happening out in the civilian world. So prices might be rising dramatically, the cost of flour might be rising dramatically, civilians might not be obtaining bread every day or meat, but prisoners of war were fed continuously and consistently throughout this time. So prisoners were coming into a system where they got a consistent food ration, they were clothed, they were accommodated, they got access to health care as well. There was well-run prison hospitals, run usually by a British surgeon with assistance from the sort of prisoner of war parole population. So there'd be sort of Dutch and German and sort of French assistant surgeons helping him. So many prisoners came into what was a very comfortable existence. And when you remember that a lot of these prisoners prior to their capture had experienced great trauma. So I'll give you two examples. Emmanuel Cruchet and Jean Laporte were two seamen on board the Intrépide warship at Trafalgar. And they experienced this intense battle, the storm that blew up afterwards. About a third of the crew of that ship perished, and they arrived at Norman Cross prison depot and found themselves being looked after quite comfortably. And they were in a safe, comfortable and rewarding existence there. Cruchet settled down and made bone guillotines and bone automatons that he sold in the prison market. And Jean Laporte settled down and made straw marquetry pictures. And so a lot of these men suddenly found themselves having a change of career and a very comfortable existence. And it was said that when some of these prisoners left the depot in 1814, they took with them 200 to 300 guineas in their pockets in terms of the money they'd obtained from their sort of work. So their lives in the prison depots, they were being looked after at no expense to themselves, and their time was their own. So they made these bone domino boxes and bone ships. They had schools and educated each other. They practiced fencing, they learnt languages. There were even theatres as well. In Porchester Castle, there's a very well organised theatre there, where they put on plays for themselves and the sort of soldiers of the garrison as well. And the prison market that every depot had was somewhere where the local people could come in and see these prisoners at work and play. And they'd buy a souvenir, which would be a bone domino box or a bone ship. And so prisoners did very, very well out of captivity. Another example is one prisoner by the name of Germain, who was at Forton prison at Gosport. And he and a colleague specialised in making bone ships, which they sold in the prison market for 30 guineas a time, which was a large amount of money at that time. When he left for France in 1814, he took home with him £160 and he bought himself a small farm in the north of France, married a local girl, became a very respected member of his community. So captivity for many of these men was a sort of positive experience in their lives. There were prisoners who couldn't cope with it, but there were many who actually did very well out of it. The prisoners who went on parole, these were officers of the rank of second lieutenant and above, who were allowed to sort of reside amongst the local population of the towns and villages designated as parole depots. And they were sort of billeted upon those local people, or they rented out houses for a group of prisoners, and they sort of weren't allowed to go beyond 1 mile from the town limits. They had to be indoors by sunset, not allowed out before sunrise, But otherwise, they could mingle with that community, they could entertain the community, they could be entertained by them, and they could sort of become part of that sort of village, that town. And the local people liked that because it brought welcome business into the area. The Transport Office gave them a shilling and sixpence a day from which they bought their own food, clothing and lodging. But many of them had private funds and so brought welcome money into that community. And again, the local people did very well out of it. If you can imagine you're a sort of tavern keeper in, say, Alresford in Hampshire, and you've got 2 or 3 rooms you're renting out to French officers for 10 years on the trot, that's welcome business coming in on a regular basis.
I mean, that's fascinating to think that they're not only almost better treated than British Army and Royal Naval counterparts in terms of their food, but also, you know, that the income that they could generate, and almost made very welcome by locals. Like you say, the financial implications for a small village perhaps must have been, you know, in wartime particularly, must have been well needed. Now, to look at their counterparts across the Channel, how did the treatment compared to that received by Allied POWs in France?
Napoleon divided prisoners of war into 2 categories. First class, i.e. British, and then everybody else. The rest, the Germans, the Spanish, were sort of put into sort of labour and garrison battalions. They were a source of manpower for Napoleon. But the British were treated somewhat separately. The idea being that Napoleon wanted to exchange the Britons that he had in France for the ever-increasing number of Frenchmen held in England. And in 1810, there were sort of 43,500 French in this country, but 12,500 Britons in France. So if the exchange system had worked, then he would have got some of those Frenchmen back. And bear in mind, a lot of these prisoners being taken are experienced seamen. So you've got some people with skills that you want to man your ships and sort of fight your war for you. And so he kept Britons separate. So British prisoners in France were on a par with their French counterparts in this country in terms of their treatment. Indeed, a lot of British prisoners in Verdun, which was the main parole depot for Britons, were able to obtain funds from home and from the banking system across the continent. And so there was a lot of money going into Verdun through the British prisoners being held there that inadvertently was helping Napoleon's war economy. And so Britons did, I think, very well during this sort of conflict. Again, because of the exchange system, they were there for the duration, especially those sort of Britons who had flocked to France during the Peace of Amiens, expecting to sort of see the sort of cultural sites of Europe. And when war broke out, Napoleon kept these men and women, détenus, as they were called, and they sort of spent the rest of the war in Verdun. But they had access to money. Many of them had close links with the sort of banking firms of Paris and London. So vast sums of money were going from England into France via the British prisoner population, who lived quite comfortable lives on parole. Those prisoners who, the sort of lower class of prisoners, the ordinary seamen, who were put into sort of border fortresses, on occasion their conditions were not that good, but then that reflected upon what the conditions were like in the local civilian population as well. If there's a lack of food and drink and sort of fuel for their fires locally, that was reflected in the civilian population and the prison depots as well.
I mean, that is fascinating to think that, you know, both sets of POWs would probably have a very comfortable existence as a prisoner of war. Now, we haven't got much time left with you, Paul, but I just wondered, there are a few memorials around the UK to POWs. If you could just quickly give us their main locations for those people who might want to pay their respects.
Right. The first one I have a particular interest in is the Norman Cross Eagle Memorial up at Norman Cross near Peterborough, which is a memorial to the 1,770 prisoners who died there. At Dartmoor Prison, there's a couple of memorials, a couple of cemeteries behind the prison there to the Americans and French who died at Dartmoor. I don't recommend you go there yourself. I'd go to the museum in Princetown first and probably get a guided walk, you know, because the prison is still in use at the moment. So sort of strangers suddenly appearing on the outside is probably not a good idea. There is also a Napoleonic monument at Valleyfield Paper Mill Museum that was used to house prisoners of war up near Edinburgh. And also you will find gravestones to prisoners who died in the parole depots around the country. The Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity just recently have cleaned up some gravestones to the prisoners who died at Alresford in Hampshire. So that's a good place to go and get some of the storyline. But remember, when you go and see these graves in these cemeteries, they are just a representative portion of the prisoners who were commemorated by either their comrades at the time or by the French government since. And if you look through the sort of parish records at the time, you'll find other prisoners have been buried in these places as well. So wherever there was a parole depot, prisoners would have been, come to the end of their lives and be buried.
That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Paul Chamberlain, author of Hell Upon Water, Prisoners of War in Britain, 1793 to 1815. Now, I'm going to shortly hand over to my colleague. We're going to be back with Luke Reynolds, and we're going to start the first in a series of features. The first time that we're going to do this one today is Voices from the Battlefield. If I hand over to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam. So as promised in the interview with Dr. Kennedy, we're going to be talking briefly about Charlotte Walding, Charlotte Eaton, who is a member of the Scottish gentry born in Roxburghshire, who happened to be in Brussels at the time of the battle, and who recognized an opportunity, as Dr. Kennedy said, to further her career. She took to her pen, she took up her pen, she wrote a 40-page narrative of her own views of the battle, penned as a near observer, to which she added a whole bunch of other letters, the official dispatches, etc., etc. It was published as the Battle of Waterloo in August of 1815, and it was so popular that it went through 4 editions in 2 months and 7 editions in 1815 alone. It reached its standard in the 10th edition, published in 1817, and then there was an 11th for the anniversary, for the marking Wellington's death. Now, what I want to read for you guys is basically her experiences not on the battlefield, but in Brussels and Antwerp as the battle was going on. It would be endless to dwell upon every fresh panic. An open town like Brussels, within a few miles of contending armies, is subject to perpetual alarms, and scarcely an hour passed without some false reports occurring to spread general terror and confusion. Every hour only served to add to the dismay. So great was the alarm in Brussels on Saturday evening that 100 Napoleons were offered in vain for a pair of horses to go to Antwerp, a distance of 30 miles. And numbers set off on foot and embarked in boats upon the canal. In the afternoon, a violent thunderstorm came on, followed by torrents of rain, which during the whole of the night, when the army were laying unsheltered upon the field of Waterloo, never ceased a single moment. On Sunday, the terror and confusion reached its highest point. News arrived of the French having gained a complete victory, and it was universally believed. A dreadful panic had seized the men left in charge of the baggage in the rear of the army, and they ran away with a rapidity that could not have been surpassed even by the French themselves. The road between Waterloo and Brussels, which lays through the forest of Sogne, is completely confined on either side by trees. It was soon choked up. Those behind attempted to get past those before. Officers' servants were struggling to secure their master's baggage. Panic struck people, forcing their way over every obstacle with the desperation of fear, and a complete scuffle ensued, which might really be called a battle burlesqued, in which numbers of horses were killed and some lives lost, not to mention the innumerable broken heads and black bruises sustained on the occasion. The road was covered with broken and overturned wagons, heaps of abandoned baggage, dead horses, and terrified people. In some places, horses, wagons, and all were driven over high banks by the roadside in order to clear a passage. The quantity of rain that had fallen of itself made the roads nearly impassable, and it was impossible for the wounded to be brought from the field. Certainly, these Waterloo men who came flying into Brussels on Sunday did not cut a very glorious figure. At Antwerp, though more distant from the scene of action, the consternation was nearly as great. Long rows of carriages lined the streets, filled with fugitives who could find no place of shelter, and people of rank and fortune were glad to eat and sleep in one and the same miserable hole, which at any other time would have been disdained to have entered. So great was the universal anxiety that during the whole of Sunday, though the rain was almost incessant, the great Place de Mare
was crowded with people who stood from morning until night under umbrellas, impatiently watching the arrival of news from the army and assailing everybody who entered the town with fruitless inquiries. Our persons indeed and our outward senses might be in Antwerp or Brussels, but our whole hearts and souls were with the army. One common interest bound together all ranks and conditions of men. All other subjects, all other considerations were forgotten. All distinctions were leveled, all common forms thrown aside and neglected. Ladies accosted men they had never seen before with eager questions. No preface, no apology, no ceremony was thought of. Strangers conversed together like friends. All ranks of people addressed each other without hesitation, everybody seeking, everybody giving information, and English reserve seemed no longer to exist. It is impossible to imagine the strong overpouring of anxiety of being so near such an eventful scenes without being able to learn what is really passing. To know that within a few miles such an awful contest is deciding, to hear even the distant voice of war, to think that in the roar of every cannon your brave countrymen are falling, bleeding and dying, to dread that your friends, even those dearest to you, may be the victims, to endure the long and protracted suspense, the constant agitation, the varying reports, the incessant alarms, the fluctuating hopes and doubts and fears. No, none but those who have felt what it is can conceive or understand it. This state of suspense had lasted 3 days. Continual vague and contradictory reports and rumors of evil were brought in during the whole of Sunday, which only served to increase the general anxiety. At length, between 9 and 10 in the evening, some wounded British officers arrived on horseback from the field, bringing the dreadful news that the battle was lost and that Brussels was actually in the possession of the French. This was corroborated by fugitives from Brussels who affirmed they had seen the French in town, and one gentleman declared that he had been pursued by them halfway to Malines. It was even asserted that the French had entered Malines. Later accounts tended to confirm these disastrous tidings, and Antwerp was filled with consternation and dismay. Many people set off for Holland, thinking Antwerp no longer safe. Through the whole night, carriages filled with the wounded, heavy wagons loaded with military stores, trains of artillery and ammunition, Hanseatic troops to garrison it in case of siege, continued to pour into the town. It was then, when fear almost amounted to certainty, when suspense had ended in despair after a night of misery, that the glorious news burst upon us, that the Allies had gained a complete victory, that the French defeated, routed, dispersed, had fled from the field of battle, pursued by our conquering troops. No words can describe the feelings of that moment. No eloquence can paint the transport which filled every breast and brought tears into every eye. An express arrived at 8 in the morning, bringing a bulletin to Lady Fitzroy Somerset, dated from Waterloo the preceding night, merely containing a brief account of the victory, the tumults, the acclamations, the rejoicing which ensued, the voluble joy of the Belgians, the more silent, heartfelt thankfulness of the British, the contending feelings of triumph, pity, sorrow, anxiety, gratitude, and admiration may be conceived, but they cannot be described. A party of wounded Highlanders who had fought their way on foot from the field of Waterloo no sooner heard the news than, regardless of their sufferings, they began to shout and huzzah with the most vociferous demonstrations of joy. And those who had the use of their arms threw their Highland bonnets into the air, calling out in broad Scotch, "Bonnies beat, Bonnies beat, huzzah, huzzah, Bonnies beat." Now, throughout the day, we've been emphasizing the absolutely integral role that the Prussians played in the outcome of the Waterloo campaign, and we're going to return to that theme now to discuss the Battle of Wavre. So I'm going to hand over to my good friend Zack, who will be interviewing a special guest on Waterloo's twin battle.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much. Somebody give the guy an audiobook contract, because that's deeply impressive. I'm not sure how many agents are watching, but there you go. I've done my plug for you. Consider my debts fulfilled. As Luke says, there's a very important twin to the Battle of Waterloo that often gets pushed to the sidelines. That is, of course, the Battle of Wavre. As Wellington fights Napoleon, so the Prussians are trying to hold Grouchy's pursuing force at arm's length. It's a really important aspect of the Waterloo story, and we're going to discuss it now.
I'm joined by Vanya Bellinger, Assistant Professor at the US Naval War College and author of Marie von Clausewitz, The Woman Behind the Making of On War. Vanya, welcome. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us all the way from the US. We'll do the necessary statement out of the way. The views that you express are in no way reflective of official statements from the US Naval War College. There we go. Legal stuff sorted. Let's crack on. What state is the Prussian army in following its defeat at Ligny?
The Prussian army is in a really difficult state after Ligny. They lost the battle. After bitter fighting almost all day, they suffered something like 3,600 dead. Also, it's important to understand that the Prussian troops consisted of largely inexperienced troops that's been largely mobilized early that year, so they're not very well trained. And many are not even Prussian, you know, ethnically Prussian, but they are Saxon, Westphalian, or Rhineland soldiers, and their lands had become Prussian only a couple of months ago. So those new troops actually lost their nerve, and about 8,000 of them deserted right after Ligny. The bulk of the troops fell back north and not on the original line of retreat to Namur, which would have been east. So they fell north towards Wavre. And the Prussian leadership recognized that this movement that came more or less accidentally actually preserved the communication with Wellington. So they kept the direction. So this is a very fortunate decision, as we shall see. Now, another thing that made things even more complicated is that the retreat came in the middle of a storm and torrent rain on terrible and muddy roads. So the troops were really, really exhausted. They had lost the battle, but they could they could rest on the 17th. There are three things that were beneficial for the Prussians, however, and for the rest of the Allies, sort of fortune in the misfortune. Despite the defeat in Ligny, the retreat was not chaotic. The Prussians even managed to recover much of the troops that deserted the army. Much of those 8,000 troops, they actually managed to retrieve them, to find them. So the army is mostly intact. And the second was that the Prussians had a whole new, fresh and well-equipped corps. That's the 4th Corps under Bülow. That's the one that kind of was late for Ligny and never rejoined the army in Ligny, but now they are back, so they can throw those troops into the battle. Those are fresh troops. And finally, the French reconnaissance dropped the proverbial bow here. Napoleon believed that the bulk of the Prussian troops had retreated east, the original line, so actually away from Wellington. So he sent 1/3 of his army under Marechal de Grouchy to pursue it. In fact, the Prussians were much closer to Wellington than Napoleon anticipated it.
Absolutely. What's the Prussian plan then for the 18th of June, and why choose Thielmann's corps for the task that it was actually given at Wavre?
So the Prussian plan is very simple: march as quickly as humanly possible to support Wellington by Waterloo. There had been some bad feelings. The Prussians had anticipated Wellington will come and help them in Ligny. That did not happen because he had his own hands full in Quatre Bras. But ultimately, everybody understood in that moment, despite the bad feelings, what matters is the alliance. And that battle in Waterloo is what's going to decide the thing. So, like I said, Prussians have also the 4th Corps leading, the one that hasn't done any action, so they can send it right away to Waterloo to lead the battle. 3rd Corps, that's Thielmann's corps. Famously, the chief of staff is Karl von Clausewitz, the later theorist, the famous theorist. These guys were the smallest in number and least equipped from the rest of the Prussian army, so they had to cover the rear. And it had to leave a few battalions to protect the bridges to Dial River. but ultimately slowly marched to Waterloo as the last of the Prussian corps to join the fight. So again, covering the rear. They were on their way when Thielmann and Clausewitz suddenly discovered that Grouchy was on their heels. Grouchy thought that he was facing 3 Prussian corps and he wanted to cut them off, to cut their march to support Wellington. The Third Corps decided that instead of like fighting in the middle of a field, it was better to march back and reoccupy Wavre and make their stand there. So they marched back to the city. But unfortunately, there was a lot of confusion. So their 9th Brigade, that's the Corps' strongest brigade, actually continued to march to Waterloo. So that brigade did not get the memo, so to say, as we will say today. So we see the Third Corps facing Grouchy's 30,000 men with only 15,000 men.
Absolutely. The early French attacks aren't particularly successful, but by the end of the day, Grouchy's forces have managed to push the Prussians back. Talk us through the kind of the ebb and flow of the battle and why initially the French aren't able to succeed.
So the French had twice as much more troops, better troops, but they're taking over a whole fortified city, and that's difficult. Now, with the war in Ukraine, we all have become like experts on this decisive battle. So this is what you see. It's very hard to take a fortified position, even if you have more troops and you have better troops. And also, we have to keep in mind that initially Grouchy believed he was facing the bulk of the Prussian army by Wavre, which surely made him more cautious in the initial stage. Also, the Prussians did not realize for some time that they are missing their strongest brigade, so they were much more aggressive than they should have been if they had known how outnumbered they were. But it's still an amazing feat that the Third Corps held as long as they did. What broke their back was that finally the French found a spot where the River Dyle, the bank of the River Dyle, was unprotected by the village of Limau, which is southwest from Wavre, further down, and they crossed here. And once they crossed the river in the evening, they could start surrounding the fortified town. So this is where the noose is starting to close. They start closing on the Prussians. And also, like I said, the Prussians there was miscommunication, so they did not actually know that part of Dyle was unprotected. And they were like really surprised. They tried counterattacks, did not work out. And also they had heard about the victory in Waterloo by that point. We're talking about 10 o'clock in the evening, 11 o'clock, 12. So the mission was accomplished for them. Their mission was to hold Grouchy, so Grouchy cannot go and support Napoleon. So was the prudent thing was to retreat on the morning of the 19th. So that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying that these are the troops who fight the last shots of the Waterloo campaign proper, in that they are still fighting when they go on the offensive on the morning of the 19th and find to their surprise that actually Grouchy's troops haven't heard about the defeat at Waterloo, and so are still kind of sitting there ready to fight themselves. We are sadly running out of time, but I do want to just ask one important follow-up, I think, and it ties into a wider debate about the sidelining of Prussian contributions to the Waterloo campaign. Why do you think it is that Wavre gets sidelined to the point that it's almost forgotten?
I mean, Wavre is a secondary battle. So by definition, its role is to support and create favorable conditions for Waterloo. So by definition, it should be overshadowed by the main battle. The actual result doesn't matter, to be honest. It's to shape the conditions for Waterloo. And also, it's kind of hard to explain to broader audiences, a secondary battle, first theater, secondary theater, those things normal people have hard time understanding. And also, we know the Prussians, they wish they had won that battle. They wish that very badly. Clausewitz wish he had won that. And the French who actually won, that was empty victory. It did not matter. So it kind of complicates the narrative. It's a complicated narrative of that story. And unfortunately also Grouchy kind of was allowed to slip back in France, to move back. And there was several pretty bloody battles that cost that decision, letting Grouchy escape, that cost the Prussians dearly.
And just quickly, what kind of implications does involvement in the Waterloo campaign actually have for Clausewitz and his career?
So Clausewitz, he thinks they performed, that was the main objective, to support the main battle. But after that, there is a lot of debate, who lost, who did, and so on. So there is a lot of kind of unpleasant feelings. He doesn't think he needs to justify his actions, but at the end of the day, that kind of dims his view. The generations after that, he comes out like sometimes well wishes in a not really well wishes, but they also try to paint him as a timid officer who just wrote these things but never performed, so which is not the truth. It's not, we should reiterate, it was not the truth. It makes a great honor to the Prussians that they held their position when they were so outnumbered in Wavre, and shaped the conditions and helped the main battle. Their mission was accomplished.
Absolutely. Wavre is a battle that you only fight if you're trying to achieve what the rest of the Prussian and Allied forces are trying to achieve at Waterloo. Vanya Bellinger, assistant professor at the US Naval War College, author of Marie von Clausewitz, the woman behind the making of On War. Thank you so much for joining us here on Waterloo Live. Just a reminder to you folks, please do keep your questions coming in. We will do our best to answer those. We have one of those sessions coming up at 3:45. But I'm going to stay with the theme of the Prussians for the moment. This time to look at where some of the ire, I suppose, and anger starts to descend into the question fundamentally of who won Waterloo, a debate which continues to rage to this day. Those of you who have heard somebody sit down the pub and tell you that the British won Waterloo, well, you're well within your rights historically to turn around and say, well, the British partially won Waterloo, but then so did the Dutch, so did the Hanoverians, so did the Belgians, so did the Prussians, so did the men of the King's German Legion. It's a very complex picture is what I'm getting at. But Wellington, as we're about to see, wasn't so inclined to indulge that more complex answer, at least not later in life. Initially, he does pay tribute to Blücher and the Prussians, and we'll discuss that later as well. But next up, we have our resident expert on all things Waterloo materiel and kind of don of the memory and the history of the history of Waterloo, my good friend Luke Reynolds, who I'm trying desperately to make blush just because it's an amusing way to pass an afternoon. Luke is here talking about the Cyborg model, which is in the National Army Museum, and we would just like to thank the team at the National Army Museum for allowing us in for exclusive access to film the exhibit at a time when normally people can't access the Cyborg model. So thank you very much to them. Enjoy this from Luke Reynolds.
I am here at the National Army Museum in front of Captain William Cyborg's model of Waterloo. This is a remarkable piece. It is nearly 420 square feet, 417 to be precise, populated with 80,000 just under half-inch figures, one for every 2 soldiers on the battlefield. It is a scale of 9 feet to the mile, which means that it can encompass the entirety of Waterloo in 39 detailed sections. Now, Cyborg was a little too late to actually fight at Waterloo. He served with the Army of Occupation, but he graduated
Sandhurst in 1814 and didn't quite make it there. He was commissioned in 1830 by Lord Hill, then Commander-in-Chief, to create this model as a national military work. The idea was to make it educational and a piece of entertainment at the same time, right? It was what we would now today call edutainment. He then spent 8 months surveying the battlefield, staying at La Haye-Sainte, and sent out over 500 requests for information to various officers and soldiers that had served there. Not just British, but Prussians, Hanoverians, even some French, although we don't talk about those too much. Having gained a detailed understanding of the battle, he decided to set his model at what is generally considered to be the crisis point, around 7 p.m. on the night of the 18th of June. Now the problem, from Siborne's point of view, although he wasn't aware that it was a problem at the time, was that by the time we get to 7 p.m., the Prussians are close enough to be in the model. And this caused a massive amount of problems for Siborne. He was lambasted by British officers for including them, and I will quote from Captain John Kincaid here, including them and giving an equal division of the glory to a power that did not taste our equal division in the labor. This was made worse by the fact that Wellington was also of the same view as Kincaid, and not only disapproved, but categorically refused to support the model in any way. He didn't back it, and crucially, he didn't see it ever. He refused to, he went out of his way to not approve of it. He was asked in 1840 by the Countess of Wilton why he had never seen the model, and he responded that he was, quote, he was unwilling to give any sanction to the truth of such a representation in this model, which must have resulted from his visiting it. So he knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew exactly why he couldn't see it. Siborne displayed it multiple times, never quite getting out from under the debt involved in it. Because while Hill had commissioned it, in the aftermath of the Great Reform Act, the government withdrew their funding. They said he could keep the £500 he had already gotten if he finished it. So he had to finish the rest on his own money. It served as a millstone around his neck until he died in 1849. 2 years after he died, the regiments changed their tune, and it was purchased by a subscription by the regiments that had fought at Waterloo, donated to the Royal United Services Institute, and therefore found its way here to the National Army Museum.
Mute audio. Our very own Dr. Luke Reynolds there, author of Who Owned Waterloo, a book that I would recommend you buy. It's out in paperback in November. That's twice I've been nice to you, actually, Luke. I feel you owe me an agent's fee now. We'll discuss the rates later on. We're going to stay with the situation on the right flank of the entire French army, not just Napoleon's force, the entire French army now, and dive straight into an interview with Rachel Stark. She's a specialist on Napoleon's marshals, and I sat down with her a few days ago to talk about the most maligned of Napoleon's marshals, the scapegoat that is Marshal Grouchy. Joining me now on Waterloo Live is Rachel Stark, Napoleonic commentator and specialist on Napoleon's marshals. Rachel, welcome. What's Grouchy's background before the Waterloo campaign? Because he's the most recently appointed of the marshals when it comes to Waterloo, isn't he?
He is, and despite being so ignominiously tied to Waterloo, Grouchy's career prior to this is actually a long and consistently honourable one. despite being the most blue-blooded of the marshalate, he fully embraces the philosophies of the revolution. He comes actually from quite an intellectual and progressive family, and very much follows the pattern. He stays behind in France when many others of his class flee into exile. He joins the Revolutionary Army, and his rise through the ranks is very rapid. He makes his name as a talented, reliable officer, commander of cavalry. And this is despite being viewed with some degree of suspicion by the Committee of Public Safety, because he has that aristocratic background. But his progress is very successful. He is part of the failed invasion of Ireland in 1796, but the years that follow that are full of success stories. He performs particularly well at Novi and at Hohenlinden, and fantastically well at Eylau and Friedland. He was briefly in Spain, where he successfully put down insurrection there, performed again very, very well at Wagram, served in Russia, and then performed brilliantly in 1814. So his entire track record is as a very solid, dependable, reliable officer who would do what he was asked to do. And he amassed, quite a number of wounds throughout that time. The last one being in Craon in 1814, that left him with a considerable limp. So this isn't the career of somebody who was shy of action or who hesitated to get involved in the battle. He was very much, like all the other marshals, a man who led from the front.
Yeah, as you say, a lot of how people like to perceive Grouchy is tainted by this long shadow of Waterloo, isn't it? Let's talk about his character and the way in which that influences how the Waterloo campaign unfolds, because Grouchy is of a very particular type of commander and leader, isn't he?
He is. As I mentioned, he comes from a very intellectual, progressive, enlightened family, and his character reflects that. He's an intelligent man, he's a well-educated man, and in terms of character, he's comparably a lot quieter than a lot of the other personalities you see in the marshalate. He is none of the dash and flair and panache that inevitably draw people to the likes of Murat or Ney or Lang. So he's a much quieter sort of person, and contemporaries described him as having excellent manners, extremely well bred, being very good, very amiable company. Complimentary accounts of him say that he actually was devoid of ego or pride, which is a definite rarity in the marshalate. Less complimentary accounts describe him as a sort of a weaker or indecisive character, and obviously that's the way he's painted at Waterloo. But as I've mentioned, he was solid, he was reliable, he wasn't what we'd call an imaginative commander necessarily. He had none of that sort of intuitive brilliance for independent command that we associate with Davout or Lang or Massena. And there are distinct personality clashes we see at Waterloo with some of his subordinates, the more dynamic subordinates like Van Damme, who probably would have respected him a lot more had he been a bit more of the Ney or Murat school of commander. But Grouchy stuck to Napoleon's orders by the letter, vague as they were. He stuck to what he interpreted he was meant to do. And in his meetings with his subordinates, he made it clear that he found it absolutely unthinkable that he would deviate from what the emperor has asked him to do. That is his honor as a commander is to follow his instructions. And, he would not let the emperor down by deviating from them. And bear in mind, Napoleon's not a man who up until now has generally been very complimentary with the marshals when they've gone off and done their own thing. So you could say that inflexibility maybe was a bit of a flaw, but that inflexibility meant that he was able to lead a successful action at Wavre, pretty much the only success of the Waterloo campaign as far as the French are concerned, and he was able to get his troops back to Paris as a result, undefeated. So yes, possibly a bit inflexible, but ultimately that worked out to the benefit for his men.
You've touched on this already, but I want to drill into that kind of Waterloo controversy since you've raised it. It's often claimed he should have marched to the sound of the guns, isn't it? Give us your thoughts on the whole kind of convoluted picture that is that debate.
Well, I mean, this has been debated almost since the last gun stopped at Waterloo. It's been debated for centuries. I don't imagine that's going to stop anytime soon. But as far as I'm concerned, Grouchy did what he was asked to. He followed orders. The fact that he was sent off far too late and in the direction that he went in isn't at the fault, it doesn't lie at his feet. The Waterloo campaign had, a whole host of problems, most notably communication errors. But ultimately, again, that's not Grouchy's fault. You could say, with some justification, he could have moved a little bit quicker. He could have spread his men out instead of having 25,000 troops following the same avenue of advance. So possibly he could have moved with a bit more alacrity. But sticking to his orders and not racing off to the sound of the guns because, it might have been a battle. I mean, that sounds military logic, ultimately. And again, as I've already said, the entirety of the Napoleonic Wars has not seen any point where Napoleon's been pleased to see people deviate from his plans. Obviously up until 1813, 14, and of course 1812, usually Napoleon's plans had paid off, but he liked things done his way, exactly as he'd instructed and in the manner that he had instructed. So Grouchy's very much sticking to type. But even if he had marched off to the sound of the guns, the fact is he could not have got there in time to have made any difference. And, historians have actually gone and walked that route, moving faster than an armed column would have been expected to go, and have timed it, and he couldn't have got there to change the outcome of the battle. So he becomes a very useful punching bag for people who adore Napoleon, but he wasn't going to make a difference either way. The fact that his successful action at Waterloo and managing to get the troops back to Paris, that's the element that should be focused on. That's where he should be getting the credit. And I honestly think the Waterloo movie, which portrays him as a sort of bumbling, incompetent idiot, actually has a lot to answer for in the way that Grouchy is perceived now, because he was far from an idiot, and he comes out of there with pretty much the only French success story.
Yeah, you touched on a couple of really key points there, which is, he's the man who gets a chunk of his forces out, which is a significant achievement, and out in a cohesive way. His forces are not broken, unlike those that fight at Waterloo. And equally, the Prussians have a head start on Grouchy. And there's no way that he can kind of get there faster than they can, because they've been marching for hours before Grouchy even comes up to what becomes the battlefield of Wavre. He is, though, in some cases, his own worst enemy, isn't he, when it comes to defending his reputation? Explain to our viewers why that's the case.
Yeah, he does sadly do himself an ultimate disservice. So after Waterloo, Grouchy, like Marshal Ney and like a good number of other Bonapartist officers, is prescribed for treason. And with a sight more self-preservation than Ney, he makes for America. He goes into exile. And while he is in America, he arrives in early 1816 and eventually resides in Philadelphia. He hears the first accounts that come out of St. Helena that Napoleon is laying the defeat at Waterloo pretty much at his feet, and he talks about Grouchy's imbecility, and it really devastates him, possibly not unsurprisingly. Bear in mind, the man is in exile at the moment as a result of his loyalty to Napoleon, and that gets flung back in his face. He's a man who has just followed every instruction Napoleon has given him, and again is being castigated for that. So he wants to try and write his own account, to try and clear his name, to defend his honor, which is something that means a great deal to him. Again, pretty understandable. Unfortunately, writing it as he does in America without access to a good number of his papers, without his correspondence, and at a distance of a couple of years, his account's actually full of errors. And people, of course, pounce on these as evidence. Well, he's not even listing, the dates or the times right. So clearly he is an idiot. Clearly Napoleon's right. And it's really, really unfortunate that he's doing his best to clear his name and actually making things worse.
Yeah, as you say, it's unfortunate, isn't it? You know, there's a very clear theme emerging through this interview. You know, Grouchy's the scapegoat here, which is obviously consistent with a lot of the other discussions and insights that we've been having over the course of the day. Tell us a little bit about what his life is like beyond Waterloo. Does he ever make it back to France?
He does, yeah. He resides in America for a few years, where he was actually very warmly welcomed and very well received. In fact, he socialised mostly with other French exiles when he was there. He was joined by quite a number of Bonapartist officers. He eventually did distance himself from some of the most vehement Bonapartists, which is possibly not to be surprising given the way that his name was besmirched. And during that time, he corresponded with Thomas Jefferson, and who wrote of Grouchy in the warmest possible terms, looked forward to meeting him. But he got an amnesty from Louis in 1819 and was able to return to France the following year. He didn't get his marshalate back, though, and he didn't get his peerage back when he returned to France. It was another decade before those were restored to him by Louis Philippe. And Grouchy found himself being in the really unfortunate position that he spent basically the rest of his life having to defend his actions at Waterloo and having to defend himself ultimately to both sides, because the royalists always viewed him as the traitor who'd gone to join Bonaparte, and the Bonapartists viewed him as the reason that Napoleon had lost. So he sort of was, looked down on by all sides, which is a fairly unhappy place to be. That's kind of how he's still viewed today, despite the fact that, I've just talked about how well he performed at Freeland or at Eylau, etc. You think of Grouchy, or when most people think of Grouchy, they automatically think of Waterloo. Despite everything else he'd done in his career, he's associated with that one, defeat, and it really is undeserved. He lost his wife in 1827, married a much younger woman very scandalously quickly, to the point his late wife's family became estranged from him as a result. He's one of the few marshals, or a handful of marshals, who survived long enough to see Napoleon's remains repatriated to France in 1840. But he died in 1847 at the age of 80, and like most of the marshals, he is buried in Père Lachaise, where you can find his tomb today.
Fantastic. Is part of just to touch on the thing that you raised in relation to how Waterloo eclipses everything, is part of the issue for Grouchy that it's his first campaign as a marshal, and so it's not like some of the others who have this sort of track record that they can draw on, and therefore Waterloo looks like the exception.
Yeah, I mean, he has no Erstadt or Austerlitz to tie to his name. He gets a baton from Napoleon. I mean, deservedly so. You could argue that there's a lot of deserving generals, but Grouchy's not an undeserving one. Unfortunately, he gets his baton and everything goes south.
Rachel Stark, Napoleonic commentator and specialist on Napoleon's marshals. We will see you again a little bit later to talk about Ney, but for now, thanks very much for your time and for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
Thank you.
The ever-brilliant Rachel Stark there, expert on Napoleon's marshals, joining me a few days ago to talk about Marshal Grouchy. We're now going to have a Your Questions Answered segment. Just a quick reminder and a big thank you to everybody who is continuing to donate. To donate £5, you can text UDPX01 to 70970, or to donate £3, you can text UDPX01 to 70331. Fundraising payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme, operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, see www.easydonate.org, and please don't try to donate if you are outside the UK. Well, please do donate if you're outside the UK, but not by text, because if you donate by text outside of the UK, we won't receive the donation and you may still be charged. To donate online, please visit www.nrwgc.com/donate, and you can amend the amount that you wish to donate. You just fill in the details on the first screen, click donate £5, the button, and then it will take you through to a second screen where you can amend how much you do or don't wish to donate. And thank you once again for all of your support. So, as we say, a Your Questions Answered feature is up now. Southern Gentleman is back. Southern Gentleman is a prolific question asker. The sort of person that lecturers really enjoy having in their seminars because it shows that somebody's actually engaged. Not that I'd know because I'm not a lecturer. He asked, what were the key lessons Wellington learned in the peninsula that he deployed at Waterloo? I'm going to kind of answer the question that you didn't ask there. Wellington, after his military career, said that actually by the time he'd finished his career in India, he didn't really learn anything more that fundamentally changed how he waged war. So actually it was India that was his formative time. And of course, before that, it's worth bearing in mind that Wellington's deployed to Flanders in the 1790s as part of a disastrous expedition under the command of the Duke of York, which really tells him what not to do as a soldier. And I think, personally, this is my opinion here, I think is part of why he is so almost psychotically fixated with the issues of supplying his men. He's seen what happens when it goes wrong and does his damnedest to try and prevent a repeat of that. When it comes to the Peninsular War, I've been mulling over this quote for a little while and whether or not it's entirely fair. Wellington does still learn things over the course of the Peninsular War. He particularly learns that he's not very good at sieges. And I think eventually decides it's probably best to avoid sieges altogether, given the strategic opportunity. But when it comes to his style of fighting in the Waterloo campaign, I think it's probably fair to say that actually he's more or less learnt his art well in advance. Next up, Southern Gentleman also asked, much has been made of Napoleon's health issues, stomach ulcers, piles. To what extent was Napoleon's decision-making and performance impacted by his poor health on the 18th of June? And we have a follow-up question as well on Napoleon's mental health. This is from Wade Elder, who incidentally is showing a picture of Ed Coss's brilliant book, All for the King's Shilling, in his profile photo. Nice work. Wade mentions that Napoleon was depressive and had the burden of narcissistic personality disorder, which is more of the work of Ed Koss at play there. So in relation to Napoleon's physical health, it is quite clear that he's not as well as he had been earlier in life. It's the point that Claire Civiter actually made, that Napoleon shifts across his life. Claire Civiter I interviewed at the very top of this live stream, and she was saying that sort of every 2-year period, Napoleon is different in some way, and I think that's very much the case here. It's worth bearing in mind that by 1821, Napoleon has died of stomach cancer, so his health is on the turn. The piles thing can be debated at length. I don't want to be crude about the entire thing, but I can imagine it makes riding a horse somewhat uncomfortable. It is also, I'm getting nods from the expert coveryman in the room in relation to that. But we know that Napoleon was receiving treatment for the condition. To what extent were they so severe that it impaired his ability to think? That's something that, in all honesty, we can't entirely know for sure. As for Napoleon's mental state, It's a matter that's debated at a lot of length. There is an important caveat, which is that you have to be very careful when retrospectively diagnosing any form of mental health disorder. Ed was incredibly careful with the team that he compiled when he was assessing Napoleon's mental state, and they used ethical frameworks used by the US military. He brought together a team of army psychologists to conduct this work. They were satisfied that ethically they could draw conclusions about what Napoleon's condition might suggest about his mental state, which is why that we would say that it seems as though Napoleon may have been suffering from narcissistic personality disorder. This is not just pure narcissism. This is an extreme form that would have made it utterly incapable for Napoleon to take anybody criticizing him in any matter whatsoever. It's not unusual for people to display elements of narcissism, but the argument is that essentially Napoleon took that to an entirely different level. I believe that's it in terms of questions for now. Please do keep your questions coming in, and do remember that you can donate via text. Details are on the bottom of your screen, or you can donate online at www.nrwgc.com/donate. For now, though, I am going to hand over to my good friend Liam Telfer, who appears to have acquired a conductor's baton for reasons that are not entirely clear. But Liam, it's all yours, buddy.
Thank you very much, sir. The reason for the baton will become apparent in the fullness of time. However, for the moment, we are joined for another live interview. We are very pleased to have Graham Callister with us, who is going to tell us a little bit more about the French army. And we have some good questions coming up for him. Graham, great to see you and have you on Waterloo Live with us today. I'd love to just dive straight in, if I may, and ask the question that your work answers a lot of questions about the makeup of the French army at Waterloo, albeit for the moment you're focused on D'Erlon's Corps. But in terms of those in the fighting line, are these largely raw conscripts, or are we looking at a more experienced force here?
Yeah, hi Liam, thanks for having me. So the army of 1815 that Napoleon builds has a reputation of being the best that he's fielded since 1805 to 7, because it's got the most experienced men. And in some way it was, but it's also a real mix. So some of these men are very experienced, but some are very new, or have only got experience on paper. So at the experienced end, it contains a lot of men who'd fought since the Revolutionary Wars, who'd seen plenty of the major battles of the empire. Around 1 in 20 men in the line regiments had fought since 1805, and probably 1 in 100 of them had fought since 1790 or earlier, with a higher proportion, of course, for the Imperial Guard. The average length of service of these men is about 4 to 5 years, with a median start year of 1812, meaning that half of them had seen service since 1812 or earlier. Most of these men who had served since before 1812 had seen experience of campaigns in the main continental theatres and also in the Iberian Peninsula. So they have fought against some of the British troops they'd be coming up against at Waterloo. We should also remember that maybe a fifth of the army is made up of returning prisoners of war, the largest number of which have been taken prisoner by the Continental Allies in 1813-14, and most of whom had at least a couple of years' experience before being taken captive. One caveat for them, though, is that not all of these men return to the unit from which they have been taken prisoner, so there's a lot of individuals with long service, but not necessarily a huge amount of cohesion within their units. But the army also has some very new soldiers indeed. In simple raw numbers, there are no new conscripts at all. Although the Council of State declares in late May that conscripts of 1815 should return to service, most didn't, and those that did had already seen some service because they'd been called up a year early in 1814. But there were some new volunteers. Not many, because most get sent to depots, but there are perhaps a dozen per line regiment at Waterloo. So maybe 1 in every 100 men in the army had never served during wartime at all. That's the same for the artillery and the line infantry, but of course the guard and the cavalry were desirable enough that they were able to pick only men with previous service. On top of that, we get some men with plenty of kind of experience in the army, but absolutely no campaign experience. Some had been conscripted in late 1813 or early 1814 and had only seen in garrisons, but some had just served in the interior throughout their service. Others had also been conscripted years earlier, but actually been taken prisoner quite quickly. So, for example, there were 150 men in First Corps who had been captured at Flushing in 1809 by the British only a few weeks after they'd been conscripted. So technically they've got 6 years experience, but all of it is in a prisoner of war camp. There are also about 40 to 50 conscripts per regiment in 1813 who'd been, they were conscripts of 1813 who'd been taken prisoner only a few weeks into their service. In some units like the 45th Line, this adds up to fully a quarter of their men never actually having served before. But in most units, it's about 5 to 10%. So yes, very experienced army in some ways, but in other ways, there are a lot of raw troops.
That's really interesting, actually, to think that, you know, a lot of these guys had some serious service, but without any actual battlefield experience. So I just want to quickly remind our viewers that on the live stream, we are currently halfway through. Sorry to interrupt you there, Graham. I'm being held cue cards by a very exuberant Luke Reynolds. But we are halfway through. So thanks for joining us. Anyway, back to more important discussions about the French army. We talked a little bit earlier with Ed Koss about the physical attributes of a lot of the British troops. Now, in terms of the men's physical attributes within the French army, what can you tell us about them?
So there are plenty of caricatured impressions of the French soldiers not being particularly physically imposing, and especially when compared to their British or their Dutch counterparts. And the records do actually bear this out somewhat. So the average height of a French line infantryman at Waterloo is only around 163 centimeters or 5 feet 4 inches tall. In the voltigeur or light companies, this goes down to just under 160 centimeters. The center companies, it's about 161 centimeters. And in the grenadier companies, it's significantly taller, between about 168 and 170 centimeters. That said, there are plenty of grenadiers who are in the low 150s, so just scraping 5 feet, and the tallest of the voltigeurs can be nearly 6 feet tall. So it's not always the case that the tallest become grenadiers and the shortest become skirmishers. But in height terms, they're not particularly physically imposing. We also know that a lot of these men, probably around 1 in 8 or 9, had been wounded before on the battlefield, badly enough for it to be noted in their service records. So about 2/3 of them had suffered gunshot wounds, and about 2/3 were to limbs rather than to vital central areas. There wouldn't have been debilitating wounds, or men would have been discharged, but a handful of men had lost fingers or toes to things like frostbite or occasionally to battle wounds. We also know, though, that there were no major outbreaks of disease in the army leading up to the campaign that might have debilitated the soldiers. So in most months, even in peacetime billets, regiments would lose between 5 and 10 men hospitalized for various reasons. And that continues to be the same in almost all regiments in May and June 1815. The only one that really differs a bit is the 19th Line, which starts to lose more men, including a dozen or so hospitalized in the week before the campaign. Although they are from companies across the 2 battalions and the reasons aren't recorded, so it doesn't seem to have been particularly serious.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, in terms of, you know, I know you said earlier about how regiments had different proportions of experience, etc., or guys that had very little service. How do these men get deployed on the battlefield? Is it a case of, you know, strongest and most experienced to the front? And how would that have affected and influenced their perspective of what they recalled afterwards?
Yeah, so the experience doesn't really make a huge difference when they're deploying men. Generally, men are simply deployed in height order in the line. Obviously, men with certain attributes are deployed in certain roles. So the voltigeurs, for example, act as skirmishers. The grenadiers are meant to act as shock troops, although at Waterloo, most of the time they just serve alongside the line. With skirmishers, for example, one thing that we often note with them is that they're seen as thicker than normal at Waterloo, especially by British commentators. For me, there's no major mystery in that because the battlefield's just so small. So if we look at the eastern side with First Corps, there are 33 French battalions trying to pack their skirmishers into a frontage of less than a mile, and that works out at about 2 feet per man. So there's maybe no huge mystery about the thickness of the skirmishers. In the line infantry, though, men's experience doesn't really come into it. It's purely height order in how they're deployed. So in a 3-rank formation, which the battalions of Derlong's First Corps adopt for their advance in the early afternoon, for example, the tallest third of each company stands in the front rank, the shortest third in the middle rank, and the medium third in the rear rank. Now, having worked out the averages for each company across 15 regiments of Derlong's Corps, on average, there's a disparity of 14 centimeters between the first and the second rank, and 7 centimeters between the second and the third rank. And that doesn't take any account of any kind of experience. It's purely based on height. These ranks are arrayed about 1/3 of a meter apart. So men in the second rank are basically going to be staring at the top of the backpack of the man ahead of them, while men in the rear rank would have been looking pretty much in line with the top of the shako of the man in front. Now, that might not sound too bad, but essentially it completely blocks the view to the front. If we add in the slope, which is deceptively steep in the final ascent, then it gets even worse. And that's just for the men in the front battalions. Derlong, of course, advances his division with battalions stacked one behind the other, with a gap of only about 3 meters between them. So basically, only one of the 24 ranks in each division would have been able to see more than snatches of the enemy. And even that, of course, gets taken away from them by the smoke of guns and musketry, which we know hangs in the air because of the valley and because of the relatively light breeze in the early afternoon. As the men come into contact, the front ranks also slow. Again, there's nothing that says that the men in the front ranks are likely to be more experienced. They may well be new troops, so they're not too keen on closing with the enemy. The rear ranks keep going forward, and the whole thing just bunches up, meaning that people can see even less, and that the men, of course, in the rear can't use their weapons. Not only can't use them to fire, but, as we're told by some accounts, can't even use them to wield the bayonets. And this really is borne out by what the veterans remember. So the Netherlands troops who first make contact with Derlong's Corps, for example, are rarely properly identified in French accounts because most men simply didn't see them. The British cavalry charge that shatters First Corps is remembered as coming out of nowhere by many men, and we might find that absurd that 1,200 heavy horsemen on big horses can appear from nowhere, but given the formation, given the conditions, it's maybe not that surprising.
I mean, that is fascinating, isn't it? And especially when you take into consideration the ground. Now, when we put all that together, I think we can really get a wider perspective of the battle. I wonder if you could give our viewers a sense of how this information combined alters our understanding of Waterloo.
Well, I think to start with, if we think about the experience, it starts to explain some of the brittleness in the French army. We know that army shatters late in the day. Okay, sometimes that's overstated, but there is a brittleness there. So many men are veterans, others aren't, or they'd only spent a couple of years in the army without ever going on campaign, which means that these are not all veteran units. And even where most men had previous service, many of these regiments are amalgams of other units from 1814, so they don't have the cohesion of troops of 1812 or before. We also know that the training and the brigade level manoeuvres were not particularly extensive at all in the months before Waterloo, so this is not a particularly combat hardened or trained cohesive force. If we then consider the formations, I think it's worth noting that men in the 3-rank formation who are in the second and third ranks simply can't fire their muskets effectively. If we use the average heights I mentioned earlier, the second rank would have to raise their musket barrel to an angle that would put a bullet about 10 meters over a target at a 40-meter range. Now, of course, these average heights are for the line infantry rather than the Imperial Guard, but they do hint that French formations as a whole would have little hope of actually winning a straight-up firefight against most Allied formations because they simply can't deploy their muskets. To get around this disadvantage, Napoleon would have needed to maneuver and combine his attacks a lot more artfully, which of course he simply didn't do, possibly for time reasons, possibly for other reasons. But it does show, I think, that his chances of winning Waterloo were maybe minimal.
Brilliant. And do we think we've got about a minute or so left? So just quickly, are there any indicators that this sort of maybe lack of brigade level or more higher tactical level training had an effect on the morale of the French during the campaign?
Yeah, there's certainly some indications. So a lot of people remember that morale was enormously high in 1815, but of course, A lot of these men had not served with their regiment before. Now, Napoleon restores the old regimental numbers and eagles, and for the men who had served in those regiments, that was great. But that was maybe only a third to a half of men, so around 250 in the 21st, up to, say, 700 in the 105th. So they would have attachment to those symbols, but half of men wouldn't. We can also remember, though, that a lot of the men at Waterloo were serving under the gaze of the emperor for the first time. That would have helped to boost morale. But we also know that not everything is necessarily well. Desertion rates, for example, in the French army are slightly higher than the Allied army. We do get a dribbling of men leaving, and we get some companies where a lot of men start leaving. So the 1st Battalion of the 19th Line, for example, their 2nd company has 1 man arrested on the 13th of June, 6 men deserting on the 15th, the Sergeant Major deserting on the 17th. All could be a coincidence, but I think stats like that show that all was not well in some of the units, at least, of the French army.
That is absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much, Graham. That's Graham Callister, Senior Lecturer at York St John's University, author of the best-selling Battle, Understanding Conflict from Hastings to Helmand. Thank you very much, Graham.
Thanks, Liam.
Now, we've reached that time, just after 4 o'clock, and it is time for another battle update. This time you've got me to contend with. Hence the pointer. I thought I'd employ this and excuse Hans, as the saying goes. Now, so just after 4 o'clock, around about that 16:05 mark, we've got Marshal Ney down here somewhere, and he's looking up north. Okay, he's looking up that north, up on that western side of the battlefield, and possibly thinking that Wellington's army is retreating. This may have been wounded leaving the battlefield, ammunition going backwards and forwards. So what Ney then does, he orders an assault, a cavalry assault with 10 regiments, and we're going to look at these regiments coming across towards the centre right of Wellington's line. 10 regiments of French cavalry made up of 8 of cuirassiers, so heavy cavalry, plus red lancers and chasseurs from the Imperial Guard. Now, this may have been a diversion. It may not have been because he thought the Allies were retreating at all. It may have been a diversion whilst Lebau's corps moved in to attack Wellington's left, over towards this way. But what happens is you get this mass cavalry attack up the slope, and the problem with that is the Allies see it coming. Now, the Allied army deploy into squares across the ridgeline here, particularly along between where the Lion Mound and sort of where Hougoumont is, down that road there. And we're on the reverse slope there, so you've got the Allied army deployed in square in a checkerboard, chessboard type formation. And what that gives the squares is it gives them overlapping fields of fire. So when the French charge through the first line of squares, there's nowhere for them to go other than to face more musketry from the Allied squares. As you can imagine, at this point, the French cavalry suffer heavily, not only from the musketry of the squares, but also we've got British guns, British and Allied guns along the ridge here that are enfilading, both directly firing and enfilading fire on these cavalry attacks. So the French suffer heavily due to it. We think that there's probably somewhere between 22 to 25 Allied squares across that ridge, and some on the reverse. Some of the French try to either break away or drag away to try and break some of the Allied guns once the gunners have retreated into the squares, or even drag them away. But these attempts are foiled by the fire from the squares. Now, coming down towards Hougoumont, the attacks continue at Hougoumont and Le Haye-Saint. Peugeot's brigade from Duret's division resume a more furious attack, as it were. They come right up the centre and they're trying to support attacks on to Le Haye-Saint. Now, at Wavre, the French artillery opens fire on the Prussian 3rd Corps under Thielmann. The Prussians have around 15,000 troops facing Grouchy's 30,000. But they are defending the line of the river there, and given their lower numbers, some parity, if not an advantage in that defence. I mentioned earlier Lebau's corps, as it moves to attack Wellington's left, It's attacked by Prussian units beginning to move onto the battlefield from the Bois de Paris. So they're coming in from this direction, and they start to stall those French assaults. And that's about where we are at this time, 208 years ago on the battlefield. Now, I'd just like to remind you all, if you have any questions, we'll be answering some more in about 25, maybe 20 minutes or so. And again, if you can, please donate. Text donate to donate £1. Text UDP X01, that's Uniform Delta Papa X-Ray 01 to 702201. You will get a confirmation text for that. Fundraising payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, see www.easydonate.org. Please don't try to text donate if you're outside the UK, as your donation will not be received and you may still be charged. Now, I'm going to hand over to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Zack White, and he's going to take you through the next part of the show. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure who this esteemed colleague of yours is, Liam, but I'm happy to fill the gap before they turn up. Thanks for that, Liam. Another cracking interview. For somebody who's never interviewed until today, he's an absolute pro at this. It's ever so slightly irritating, if I'm honest.
Just too much talent surrounding you, Zack?
I know, too much talent in the room today. It's almost like this charity is built out of really enthusiastic people who love doing what they do. Back to today's proceedings, though. We are now very pleased to feature another interview in the vein of what you've just heard Liam talk through. We're talking about Ney now, the leader of those cavalry charges, the man who becomes a scapegoat, the man who is one of the few to pay, amongst the marshals, to pay the ultimate price for returning to Napoleon's side during what became the Waterloo campaign. I sat down with Rachel Stark once again to talk about the bravest of the brave, Marshal Ney. Returning now on Waterloo Live to talk about none other than Marshal Ney is Rachel Stark, Napoleonic commentator and specialist on Napoleon's marshals. Rachel, welcome back. Why does Ney have such a fearsome reputation? Because let's be honest, that bravest of the brave thing just seems to hang over everything.
Yeah, Ney's a soldier in every respect of the word. He was a man of, almost indescribable personal courage. He was, and very much beloved by his troops. Aides would say that merely getting an order from him made them feel brave. So he just had this incredible ability to inspire. I talked about early on about Grouchy being a sort of quieter character. Ney was anything but. He was big and loud and dynamic, and people bought into it. They wanted to follow him. He was the sort of man who inspired other people to be brave. He typified the revolutionary soldier. He started very much from humble beginnings and enjoyed a meteoric rise through the ranks. The list of victories that he was involved in as a commander is really extensive, including Hohenlinden, Elchingen, Ulm, Jena, Friedland. We could spend 15 minutes just going through that list. He also saw extensive service in the peninsula with slightly less successful results. And of course, famously, this is where he has a massive clash of opinions, tempers with Marshal Massena. But it's during the infamous retreat from Russia that Ney's bravery and personality and character sort of achieves almost legendary status. He goes from beyond, a very brave man to achieving sort of heroic level. He commanded the rear guard, of course, and he fought, I don't think it's an exaggeration to use the word heroically, every step of the way out of Russia. And, according to legend, he's the last Frenchman on Russian soil. And of course, that's where Napoleon uses the expression, the French army is full of brave men, but Michel Ney is truly the bravest of the brave. And he inspires his demoralized troops to keep going, to get out of Russia to safety. And he's just He is just a fascinating, even dynamic, colourful individual who continues to excite a huge amount of interest, probably especially because of his tragic end as well. I've seen so many people use the expression that he sort of belongs in the Iliad. He's like something out of Homer or an ancient Greek legend. So he continues to inspire so much interest today.
He really does. Is it fair to say, though, that Ney acts in quite an un-Ney-like fashion at Quatre Bras? What was the case there?
Yes and no, which I know is not a particularly useful response. But I mean, Napoleon definitely thought that. And he afterwards said if Marshal Ney had executed his orders and had advanced with his 43,000 men at daybreak on the 16th, he would have taken that position. And I think it's probably true to say he did show an uncharacteristic hesitancy at Quatre Bras. I mean, lack of enthusiasm is not usually a charge that was laid at Ney's door. If anything, he was usually repeatedly reprimanded for tending in the other direction. Had he acted sooner, there is a possibility that there might have been a change of outcome. But I do think it's fair to say in Ney's defence, he was basically parachuted into the campaign at the last possible minute. He was summoned a few days prior and actually only received his command on the 15th. So it's very, very lastminute.com. And the written orders he got from Napoleon regarding Quatre Bras had no real sense of immediate urgency about them. And in no way was it made clear that we must have this position and we must have it now. So at daybreak on the 16th, when Napoleon later said he wanted Ney to have moved, Ney was still amassing his men. He had only half of his men at his immediate disposal. He was meeting officers with whom he was not at all familiar. He had a chronic shortage of ADCs. And so he was using officers for staff work who were completely unexperienced in the area, and that slowed things down even more. So I think you could justifiably say he could have shown a bit more initiative and he could have acted quicker, but equally, it was really not ideal circumstances in which to begin a campaign.
Yeah, as we've discussed elsewhere over the course of the day, this idea that at the start of the day, Ney's entire force is sitting there camped and waiting for his orders is just not the case. And this is one of those battles where the forces move up over time and have to be thrown into the field. And that's before we even get to the Durlon debacle that we talked about earlier with Andrew Field. We often talk about the possibility that Ney had PTSD at Waterloo. What's the basis for those claims?
Yeah, this is another hotly debated topic and by its nature quite a controversial one. I think it's fair to say that on the battlefield, Ney behaved with absolutely zero sense of self-preservation. Now, he wasn't a man who shied from the action at the best of times, but eyewitnesses said it was like he was actively seeking death. I mean, he was a big, easily recognizable figure. He'd lost his hat. He had very distinctive red hair, and he was putting himself at the head of his troops. He was presenting, the Allies with a very, very big, very attractive target. He had 4 horses killed from underneath him during the battle, poor horses who he had just acquired from Marshal Mortier, who I'm sure would have preferred to have stayed with Marshal Mortier. And when things started to go south, at one point he actually shouted out, "Come and see how a Marshal of France meets his death." So it was like he was, actively seeking a battlefield death, which I imagine he would have felt would have suited him more. And numerous people have questioned his cognitive abilities at this point as well. They seem to think he suffered from impaired decision-making. Gourgaud, who was hardline unbiased commentator, said that Ney had a sort of mental derangement at that point. And David Chandler, who's obviously written extensively on the Marshals and Napoleon's campaigns at large, summed him up as a general whose brain was no longer capable of the cool strategic not to do. And if you look at his correspondence, of his later life, he says that early in the 100 days, after about the 13th or 14th of March, he states that he had often thought about blowing his own brains out. So I think it is probably quite fair to say that he was mentally in quite a vulnerable place at that point. But also worth pointing out that he was generally quite an erratic commander throughout his entire career. He had a habit of, mucking up in quite a major fashion, but then redeeming himself brilliantly afterwards. But unfortunately, there was no redemption for Waterloo.
There really wasn't. We talked a lot about scapegoating when you were talking about Grouchy earlier this afternoon. Ney's another one who comes in for criticism. To what extent is he also a scapegoat for what unfolds on the 18th of June?
Oh, absolutely. And he becomes a scapegoat for, both sides, because from the Bonapartist point of view, he, like Grouchy, is another man who you can lay the failure at Waterloo at their feet. And I think for people who buy into the drama and the romance, etc., of Napoleon's story, it's much more palatable to think of his ultimate downfall coming as a result of, incompetent subordinates, rather than, the military genius who finally, lost his touch and overreached and, tried for too much. So it becomes very convenient to have Ney as an excuse, leaving aside, the noticeable absence of Marshal Berthier, a campaign completely, replete with communication errors, vagary of orders, Napoleon's asking Soult to send something, then immediately sending another order that undermined him. But let's blame Ney and Grouchy. And as for the royalists, they were out for blood. They'd been driven out. It was humiliating. It certainly wasn't good optics that they had run away while Napoleon had all but waltzed back into Paris. And, this notable war hero who's, had said he would bring Napoleon back in a cage, falls back under the spell of Napoleon's charisma and goes back to him. So they wanted revenge, not just for the humiliation of the 100 days, but for the last, 20 years and more. And Michel Ney, this man, this upstart who's been serving his country for the past 2 decades while the emigres have been in exile, he's top of their list.
Let's stay with that, because Ney pays the ultimate price post-war when a number of marshals had defected to Napoleon in 1815. Why is it Ney particularly who ends up being the one who pays with his life?
I mean, realistically, Grouchy would have joined him, because Grouchy is also prescribed in Article 1 of the Ordinance of the 24th of July, on which Ney's name comes top. But Grouchy and the vast majority of the other officers prescribed under Article 1 have the sense of self-preservation to get out of France and go into exile. Soult, interestingly, is included in Article 2 and is thus deemed not quite so treasonous and is able to also go into exile. But there were other commanders, in addition to Ney, who were executed by the Bourbons, including La Bédrière, Chartrand, and the Fauché brothers. And it is worth also pointing out, this is completely at odds with the amnesty that was negotiated between Marshal Davout and the Allies, that had said that nobody would have been persecuted for their actions during the 100 days. So I don't think it reflects particularly well on the Allies that nobody raised a voice in protest at that. Ultimately, though, Ney, a bit like Grouchy, was his own worst enemy, because there are numerous attempts made to help Ney escape. He's offered a passport, he's offered money, he's offered papers by more than one friend and acquaintance, including Marshal Suchet, and he chooses not to run away. Davout, advises him to go for a military court-martial, a military trial, and he refuses because he claims that the other marshals on the, who would be judging him would just as soon have seen him shot. So he insists on a trial, by peer, which was suicidal, honestly. And during the trial, his lawyer advises him that actually, based on the technicality of his birth, his place of birth's technically now Prussian, he could claim German nationality and thus say the French court was incompetent to try him. And Ney's response to that was, I am French, I will remain French. So he is not interested in running away or trying to kind of save his own neck. He would entertain none of it. He saw his honor as being, you know, far too important for that. And it was with honor he stared down a firing squad on the 7th of December, 1815.
He certainly did, didn't he? Let's just tackle one myth that has probably come up in the comments already. Ney escapes to America. He really doesn't, does he?
No, of course he doesn't. There are eyewitnesses of his execution, but here are my arguments for the non-escape. He's just been offered about a dozen other attempts to escape and turned down all of them. Somehow I don't see he's going to go out at the last possible minute. His wife was still pleading for clemency on the morning of his execution. He was very much attached to his wife. There is absolutely no way I accept that he has run away and not told her that he was doing so or brought her with him. She remarries, you know, not soon, but not scandalously soon, but not that long after his death. If she knew he'd escaped, she'd have been a bigamist. One of his sons attempted to challenge Wellington to a duel. If Wellington had allegedly helped him escape because he was a Freemason, that's a pretty unnecessary bit of street theatre. And lastly, the man in America is going by the name Peter Ney. If you're running into exile and trying to disguise yourself, why would you change your first name and not the second? Sorry, it's just not a theory I'm buying into at all.
That's a pretty emphatic shoot down of that theory. Rachel Stark, Napoleonic commentator and specialist on Napoleon's marshals. It's been great talking to you about Ney and Grouchy. Thank you for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
Thanks for having me.
Rachel Stark joining us there, an expert on Napoleon's marshals. Now, throughout the day, we're keeping you up to speed with the developments on our fundraising bid. I have had a bit of an argument off air with my esteemed friend and colleague, Luke, who is claiming that £1,000 is not only doable, but is realistic. I say he's completely lost the plot, and that 6.5 hours of live streaming has addled his brains and was clearly too much for him. He says that I'm an imbecile and a pessimist and need to shut up. And that if he's right, I'm buying the drinks this evening, which I think is an entirely fair resolution to the matter. We stayed friends at the end of it all. In terms of where we're getting to, though, I've got to say we're closer to Luke's predictions than we ever were to mine. I thought we'd make 150 over the course of the entire live stream. We're actually at £492. That is an incredible total. To put that into context, cleaning John Russell's grave cost us £400. So that gives you a ballpark figure of the kinds of amounts that we're talking about and what your generosity is enabling us to achieve. So thank you so much for your generosity. Please do keep donating what you can. And shout outs to Ian Crew, Mark Trowbridge, Dean Riddick McGregor, Alfred Moores and Jonathan Stark, who have all donated since our last update. It really does mean a huge amount that you're willing to dig into your pockets to enable us to do more to honour the veterans of this period. We have a bit of a time now to answer your questions. Kay, I don't know if that's a reference to Men in Black, but okay. Kay asks, do you think Napoleon should have focused more on destroying Prussia and not turning on Wellington? It's a really good question. It's one of those questions that makes a lot of sense to us in hindsight because we have the ability to look at everything. I think at the time, Napoleon's mindset is very much, I've beaten the Prussians, they've run away, I've won the battlefield. Therefore, to continue to invest effort in fighting the Prussians would sort of have been a waste and would perhaps have even been quite dangerous, given that Ney had been forced to, you could call it, personally I'd call it a stalemate, others call it a tactical loss for the French. And so therefore there was a need to go and deal with Wellington and tackle the British, Dutch, Hanoverian and KGL force that was under his command. So I think going in and fighting Wellington was probably the logical move, the sensible move, the no-brainer move at the time. But of course, we now look back on it and think, well, you know, had he gone after the Prussians, maybe he could have continued to inflict more damage, and that might have been to his advantage. He would, however, have just been further extending his supply lines, which would have created more danger for him in the process. Giles McNamee asks, how much ammunition did the armies consume in the Waterloo campaign? Was there any issue with running out of ammunition for either the infantry or artillery? Well, we're going to speak to Liam a little bit later when he talks us through his work as a living historian and the number of cartridges the soldiers carried. I believe it was 60? 60 rounds is what you carried as a soldier. Certainly at different pockets on the battlefield, shortage of ammunition was an issue. When we talk about the fall of La Haye-Saint, that was absolutely crucial. And in fact, there were points in the battle where the men were down to 5 rounds a man. The reinforcements came in. Is that they were told, open up your ammunition box, we're going to share around what you've got because of the need to keep on fighting. For both sides, you've got to bear in mind that the campaign doesn't last all that long in the grand scheme of things. It's 4 days, 4 intense days for sure, but it is only 4 days of fighting. The British are getting supplied through the Channel ports. They do not have any significant issues with supplies. They can just keep that flow of resources coming through the Channel. For the Prussians, had the Waterloo campaign gone on, the fact that they haven't withdrawn on their lines of communication could have created real issues though, because they are investing in this idea of fighting combined and staying in a region where they can stay in communication with Wellington. That would have created much bigger supply issues for them further down the line had the campaign gone on. Lawrence Brown asked, was the local population more friendly towards the French or the coalition armies? That is a $1 million question. And you'll get a different answer depending on which accounts from the period you pick up. There was a lot of concern actually that the Dutch Belgian forces might not be particularly loyal to their new king, and that therefore there might be huge spates of desertion, or that on the battlefield those troops just might not fight or might desert en masse to the French. That didn't happen. The Belgians fought just as valiantly, and so did the Dutch. They fought just as valiantly as any of the other troops on the Allied position. So those fears were never played through. When it came to the civilians, inevitably you're going to have the full spectrum of opinion. Some who are pro-Napoleon, some who are anti, and some who are just indifferent and would like nothing more than for all of these wars to quite simply end. David Maxwell is being really kind and saying this has been so amazing. Thank you, David. Glad you're enjoying it. We have another few hours of this to come. So hold on to your hats, people. Keep your donations coming in, please. www.nrwgc.com/donate, or you can donate via text. The details are on your screen. But please remember, if you're donating by text, only do so within the UK, as your donation will not reach us, but you may still be charged. We've talked a lot about fighting, but there is, of course, a really big element of our understanding, yours and mine, about Waterloo, which is how we get into this. For some of you, it might be the Bernard Cornwell Sharps series, whether that's the TV series or whether it's the books. That was certainly my route in, and I have no shame in admitting that. I absolutely love them. I still say that Sharps Trafalgar is the best. Everybody says I'm an idiot for believing that, but there you go, I'm entitled to my opinion. But for one generation in particular, the film Waterloo, released in 1970, was absolutely vital for inspiring a generation to fall in love with the Napoleonic Wars. We are now going to talk about on-screen depictions of Waterloo, and I'm delighted to be joined by a very dear friend and great orator, Josh Provan. He is a historian. His book,
Bullock's Grain and Good Madeira is highly recommended. And he's also the producer of Adventures in Historyland, the YouTube channel. Josh, stop looking so bashful, my friend. You are highly deserving of that praise. Good to see you. We're going to dive right into this. How does the film Waterloo manage that really complex balance between reality and entertainment? Because it's very easy for somebody like myself with a knowledge of the period to pick holes and go, oh, well, those buttons aren't quite as shiny as they should be. But when it comes to this genre, actually the entertainment part is arguably, and this is an open debate, more important than the rivet counting, as we might call it.
It is, yeah. Waterloo, 1971, the unholy union between Mosfilm and Hollywood, this love child of Laurentis and Bondarchuk, which was nicknamed affectionately Batty Poo by the cast who filmed it because of the way the Russian Cyrillic works, is wonderful entertainment. It's fire to the mind. However, it falls down quite dramatically, both as a historical document and technically as a war film, because you don't really have any understanding about how the war is fought, not much context for the campaign outside of the 18th of June. And it, as a war film itself, apart from the obvious, somewhat anti-war, which I appreciate very much, sentiment, it doesn't really give you what other war films give you. However, it's the best we have, massive impact, and it is a very impressive movie.
Yeah, the single biggest beef I would say that I have with the film is the fact that the Prussians just get utterly sidelined. You know, Blücher turns up, says one line, which I think is actually meant to have been used. What they did was take the line that was meant to be used for Ligny and then just chucked it in for the Battle of Waterloo segment when the Prussians arrive, which would explain why it always feels a bit out of place. Having said that, there are lots of things that they sought to get right. You know, a huge swathe of the landscape was reshaped, literally remodeled. Sorry to interrupt this. We've just had notification that we are over the halfway mark with the donations. David Maxwell goes, boom, there we go, over the 500 mark. Let's get to 1,000. I think David wants me to not have any money left in my wallet at the end of the night once I've bought this lot all of the drinks that they are planning on having. But hey, the charity's gain will be my loss, and I'm quite happy with that. Apologies, Josh. Back to you. The other argument when it comes to the Waterloo film is, of course, they reshaped the entire landscape to try and get an accurate depiction. So I just want to kind of let you loose in terms of your rants about what goes right and what goes wrong in this film.
Well, it doesn't do a bad job of hitting the high notes. Of course, it misses completely Plancenoit. It very briefly flicks to possibly Blücher's March at one point. This movie actually contributes a lot to the majority of the myths that exist today in popular imagination about the battle. You have the reason for Ney's cavalry charges. It peddles a lot of old myths. There are the famously, as you say, the biggest one is the Prussians. The fact that they're all redcoats on the British side. There's no Belgians or Dutch or even Hanoverians anywhere to be seen. This, of course, is something that the producers decided was necessary, so there was lack of confusion on an already packed movie. So, okay, nowadays it would be different, but maybe the movie would have suffered as a result. Who knows? What we can say is that despite Blücher getting such a side role in this, he absolutely owns it. He actually, that one line is deployed so effectively. You know, raise the black flag, my children, and he just charges. And of course, all the cavalry charges, you never see the cavalry strike anybody, which is also weird. But yeah, he owns that. The Prussians do actually come out with a lot of the credit. I thought that when I watched it the first time, I was very impressed by this Prussians show up at the end sort of thing, despite the fact it's not accurate. Yeah, there are quite a lot of problems with it that I have, but as I say, it is the best that we have at this time. I mean, weirdly, it doesn't even focus very much on Hougoumont. There's no character Colonel MacDonald. There's no Wellington's staff is weird. I don't know who Gordon is supposed to be. He's too old to be the real Gordon, and if he's the colonel of the 92nd, he should be dead. You know, that it has its issues. It's entertainment. It's historical entertainment. It's great for getting people into the period, but it's not tremendously. It's great. It's not good.
I'm with you. I hear what you're saying. There are also some scripting moments which I find quite amusing. I was talking to a friend of mine a while back. There was a moment when one officer, a very young officer, is on his horse in one of the cavalry squares, and he's trying to rally the men and boost them around. He's going, "Think of England, think of England," and then he gets shot. And my friend just turned to me and said, "Yeah, but if you were actually in the square at that moment and you've got this officer squilling in your ear, you just turn around to him and say, 'Sir, would you mind awfully just shutting the hell up, please?'" Because sometimes the desire for the Hollywood element kind of eclipses the realities of what it's like to fight, and somebody sort of shouting meaningless nonsense in your ear isn't always that helpful. The big thing about the Bondarchuk film is, of course, there is no CGI. There's been a lot of excitement in the news recently. We have Ridley Scott's treatment of Napoleon's life, which is going to much more focus on his relationship with Josephine, but nonetheless has some action sequences in it. We also have the news that Steven Spielberg is working on a 7-part series on Napoleon's life. So the debate inevitably arises, CGI or not CGI. Can CGI help in terms of some of those issues that you raised, not least the cavalry not striking home? You know, health and safety means inevitably you don't want to be riding a horse into a crowd of people. Does CGI help that, or does it bring simply its own challenges?
It does a bit of both. The strength of Bondarchuk's film is the characters and the scale of what he puts on in front of you, in front of your eyes. He had a division or two of the Russian army, and Bondarchuk, if you ever watch War and Peace, and I highly advise you should, and if you do, you will see that Waterloo is essentially Natasha's Dance, the Battle of Borodino, with a Waterloo skin on it. You'll see that nobody does a ball or a battle like Bondarchuk. He knows how to stage these things, and I will say that whatever comes of Scott's and Spielberg's movies, they will not have the same impact as what Bondarchuk achieved. CGI does help in getting troops on the screen nowadays. It does help with the action. However, it will date whatever is put on the screen to a particular degree, whereas Waterloo has a certain timelessness because they're all real people. And so we'll just have to see. Sometimes it works. Scott knows how to use CGI. He does very impressive battle scenes with it. I have some hopes that the battles he puts on screen will look very impressive. I just think that the tone of the old Waterloo movie is actually one of its other great strengths, and that's very much down to how Bondarchuk worked.
Absolutely. We only have time for one more question, sadly. I mean, you've talked about your views on Waterloo particularly. For me, the problem that I have is Les Mis as a production. It's a brilliant book. It's a blinding musical. It is not the greatest piece of history that has ever been written. And part of the problem is that some folks like to take Les Miserables, the book, and use it as historical source. Now, inevitably, there are some benefits in that Victor Hugo walked the ground. I still don't believe that merits the Victor Hugo monument with the best will in the world. It would be like putting up a monument to Sebastian Faulks on the Somme. It just doesn't quite feel right to me. What is your sense about myth perpetuation here? Is it possible to use film as a means of trying to break down myth, or actually some of these stories just too good, too exciting, too enjoyable to not be translated when it comes to Hollywood?
the temptation is overwhelming, frankly, to spin the good story. And that is where, for instance, Waterloo 1970 has one of its greatest weaknesses. Now, just as the old Waterloo movie is the perpetuator of many a good yarn and a myth, Hugo's book is sort of the prologue of that, the ancestor of that, the myths that he created out of just trying to figure out why the French lost, because Waterloo was a big deal for Hugo. He cared immensely. He didn't understand how Napoleon could go out like that. In any other battle, he could have gone out better than he went out at Waterloo. And so this myth building begins, this world building begins, and you get this strange thing of the Hugo Waterloo. I think that historical movies up to this point have shown us that we will not be escaping, retellings of the good yarns for any time soon.
Absolutely right. We are going to have to call it there. But Josh Proven, who runs the Adventures in Historyland YouTube channel and author of Bullocks, Grain and Good Madeira, thank you very much for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
My pleasure, Zach.
Folks, please do keep those donations coming in. We will give you an update on where we are with those at just after the top of the hour. But first, we are going to have an interview between two rather familiar faces. For more details, I'm going to hand you over to the very capable hands of Dr. Luke Reynolds.
Thank you, Zach. So when we were planning this, we were talking about content, we were talking about how to get ideas in place. And it occurred to us that we have in our midst someone who knows a thing or two about this. Now, Liam is going to be talking about reenactment and living history a little bit later on as a member of the 44th Foot. But what you may not know, actually, we know I've dropped it on stream multiple times, is that you are also a retired and ex-heavy cavalryman with both the Scots Greys and the Life Guards. And we thought this was an unprecedented opportunity to talk to somebody who's actually worn some of this kit. Not in battle, we will admit, but to sort of experience some of this. So so we're going to talk about Liam's experiences with cavalry in what we now consider the sort of pomp and ceremonial style, but at this point was worn on the battlefield. So let's start with where the army itself starts. Drill. How do you drill for this, and what are you taught, if anything, about fighting and maneuvering on horseback?
So to start us off, the training is really broken down into two sections. Now, the majority of young people, young men and women that the Household Cavalry get as recruits have never sat on a horse before. That has changed slightly in the last few years, but generally, certainly when I went through training, I think probably 90% of what we call a ride, my ride, had never even touched a horse before. And so the training is split down into two parts. You've got khaki ride, which is your very basic military equitation skills, staying on a horse, going forwards, going backwards. Important. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go stop type stuff. And that's all about building confidence. There's some theory around stable management, veterinary and things like that. You do a little bit of jumping, and that's really getting some time in the saddle for these guys. And that can be quite challenging in itself, for someone who's never sat on a horse before. I was lucky enough to be one of the instructors. So I actually taught khaki and kit rides. So that khaki stage will take about, I can't remember exactly how long it is now, but it was 14 weeks when I did it. And so it's quite intense. And then that used to take place, and I believe still does, in Windsor. And then we move on to the kit phase, kit ride. And that takes place up at Hyde Park Barracks in Knightsbridge, and kind of does exactly what it says on the tin. And that's when we start introducing the cuirasses, the sword, the helmet, the things you're used to seeing as part of the pomp and ceremony, like you say. And that's, in terms of the drill itself, I wouldn't say we necessarily train in any sort of horse-on-horse combat, but obviously we do mounted sword drill. The modern drill manual is very different to that of the 1796 manual. And, you know, none of the 6 cuts are taught and things like that. But we do teach maneuvers such as the guard, where the cuts come from, and also the protect left, protect right. More of an interest piece, and also for confidence. You know, these young people might have only been in the saddle for, you know, a few months, riding on one hand all of a sudden, with double reins. So yeah, getting confidence wielding that sword, and also the swords, the modern swords that we use, the household cavalry use, it's been a while, is based around the 1892 pattern rather than the 1796 pattern, which is actually a couple of inches longer. So doing these exercises like the guard and the pre-guard, and the protect left, protect right, builds up confidence and some strength in the sword arm.
It's almost as if they recruit for the heavy cavalry to be in modern tanks rather than horses these days. Although, in fairness, I would imagine that this training is a superb way of learning how to work together as well, in the way that the Army builds in everything, ideally. So, moving on to the kit stuff. How much does this kit weigh? And what does it feel like to be wearing this?
So the kit that each soldier wears, you're looking at around about 30 kilos. It's probably, that's less horse furniture. So the horse has probably got to take an extra 45 kilos. That's just in kit, not just, that doesn't include the rider. So yeah, you're talking about 30 kilos, the jack boots, cuirasses, even just the woolen uniforms, the tunics are quite heavy. State helmet, sword, etc. In terms of wearing it, it's one of those things that it's not so comfortable at first. Certainly, you know, when you just come back to work after Christmas leave, or it's been or you haven't been in the kit for a while. But once you get in it, and also once you're mounted, it's very different. You know, trying to walk in this stuff, you know, you sort of waddle a little bit. But once you're mounted, it's fit for purpose in that sense. And actually, you sort of forget about it. The helmet digs in a little bit after a while, but like I say, once you're in it, you're generally pretty set.
Fair enough. And for those Americans watching, that's about 65 pounds on the human and just under 100 pounds on the horse. The advantages of having a power lifter as an interviewer. Can you give our watchers a sense of what it's like to be clad in this, like this, on a horse at full speed? And what are the challenges that presents?
I guess the biggest thing that I think you would notice when riding in all this kit is the noise. You know, not only do you have the sound of horses' hooves, which, you know, when I've been lucky enough to take part in sort of simulated cavalry charges of up to about 120 horses. And the noise is incredible. When you add all of the metal work into that, you know, you've got a curb chain, you've got brake chain, you've got headstalls, you've got scabbards, you know, and also the communication between section commanders and the sort of section, the division corporals of horse. The noise is really, it's really impactful, you know. In terms of other challenges, looking behind you is really difficult.
I can imagine.
Once you're sort of strapped into your cuirasses and you've got a state helmet on, you know, you flick your head around, you end up with a face full of plume. And it is very difficult. You sort of, you know, I've had to do it at the front and at the front of a division before. You almost have to try and stand up in your stirrups, which is quite difficult because you ride quite long in that more traditional style. And almost, you sort of have to twist everything around to try and look behind you. So the main challenge is maintaining that cohesion. And I think that's what heavy cavalry during Waterloo really would have struggled with. Yeah. You know, we've sort of heard stories about the heavy cavalry advancing too far and sort of and overextending themselves. And I can really see not only that rush that you get, you know, the horses gee each other on as well, not just the people riding them. And the noise, and like I say, that sort of restriction of vision can really narrow things down.
Almost a tunnel vision, the same you get clearing a house in combat.
Absolutely, like absolutely.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it'd be like not being able to turn around at all with lancers behind you. That would have been utterly terrifying. All right, this one's a little bit more abstract, but actually I think you're the person to ask about this. From your experience, can you give our watchers a sense of what it would be like to be at the other end of one of these charges, to face this? Especially, say, you know, D'Erlon's Corps, who has no expectation that suddenly they're going to face the cream of Britain's heavy cavalry already at the canter.
I mean, like we heard Dr. Graham Callister say earlier, you know, the French accounts from the sort of leading ranks of D'Erlon's Corps saying that they came from nowhere. I mean, I cannot imagine that. The utter fear, I mean, I think that probably goes beyond human comprehension, that sort of real deep primal fear, because, you know, like I said, I've been lucky to be involved with in charges, you know, of 100 and, you know, 120 horses or so. When you're looking at, you know, over 2,000 horses, wow. I mean, the power behind that and the weight behind that and the real impetus, like I say, that it's almost an unstoppable force. You know, I've ridden lots of horses and been very lucky to train young horses for parade, and sometimes they literally get the bit between their teeth, and there's not a lot of stopping them. So to be on the receiving end of that, I mean, I think it would put a crack in a man's soul, quite literally. I don't think that's something you're ever going to forget. My brother tells an interesting story. My brother served in the army as well. And he tells me a story where they were on exercise on Salisbury Plain, and he was an infantry, and they were hidden in a wood block, avoiding some main battle tanks, Challenger 2s. And they were watching the sort of Challengers from inside the wood block, and they're sort of unseen, but the ground is shaking. And you know, for the young French infantryers, you know, you might be a brand new conscript, but because you're a big guy, you're at the front rank, and I mean, terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
It does remind me, it's more of a U.S. Civil War thing, but there's the whole thing about, you know, how do you describe combat? It's seeing the elephant. You can't, there's no way to describe it until you know, and then you never will forget. Yeah, so one thing that you casually threw out when we were sort of joshing back and forth about this and talking about this, that I desperately just want to hear about, because and I know the answer to this, but it's one of those, you know, leading questions, but I'm pretty sure our audience is going to love it, is have you ever been unhorsed in this kit at speed? And what is that like if you have?
You know, I will tell the tale, but yes. Like I say, I was lucky enough to be an instructor, and not only does that entail training the young riders through khaki and kit ride, it also the responsibility for training the young horses falls to the instructors. So we'll get youngsters from Ireland through auctions, and they'll go through a very similar process where they sort of learn to be under saddle and backed and broken in Windsor. And then they go uptown, as we say, up to Knightsbridge, and do a very similar process of learning to ride in the kit. Now, what I can explain to a young trooper is this scabbard makes some noise when it flaps around. Trying to explain that to a young horse until it happens. Now, I remember one particular horse who was actually good at school, and I hadn't had any problems with it. I took it on through kit ride. Someone else took it through khaki. And we'd got to the point where it had been scabbard trained, it had been sword trained, so we're in full kit, you know, with cuirasses, helmet, the works. And you generally expect at that stage things to be a fairly steady day, because you know the bangy bits, the loud bits, they've heard all before, and you think we should be all right. However, when I was crossing the diagonal of the riding school, the indoor riding school in Knightsbridge, which means basically do a sort of a crossover of the school for those that aren't necessarily of a horsey disposition. And this young horse caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Oh, yeah. Now, what he didn't expect to see when he glanced at himself in the mirror was, you know, a 6 foot plus guy on his back, covered in really shiny things. Which, to be honest, you know,
what shocked you?
Oh, well, it absolutely shocked me. I was thinking about what I was going to do that evening. You know, sort of trotting around on one hand, you know, sort of being quite blasé about it, and to coin a phrase that is sort of familiar to cavalrymen, this young horse decided to turn himself inside out at this point. Managed to sit. He'd gone up and gone back, and managed to sit to that. At which point he'd gone, well, if I can't go up and I can't go off forwards and get you off, I'm going to go really, really fast. And I'd liken it to the wall of death. You know, indoor riding school, so it's quite small, and we just start doing laps of the school. Pretty much at a gallop, and so the rest of the ride stops. I'm just going around the wall, and my boss is like, I think you're going to have to bail out, which is not something you necessarily want to do at speed, but I couldn't stop him. So I ditched my sword. I'd gone onto two hands to try and stop him. Managed to bring him under some semblance of control, but as I've leant forward to try and put some weight behind the reins, he's felt my weight go forward, and he's go, all right, big lad, off you get. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, I flew off like a dart. Ooh. And the wind was thoroughly taken out of my sails. And I knew it was a good one because my boss came down, the riding master, it was a guy called Captain Richard Chambers, really, really unbelievably talented horseman instructor, and also crazy knowledgeable about all things House of Cavalry. I knew it was a good one because he came down to see if I was all right. Ooh, yeah. You know, generally he'd be on the balcony of his office, sort of surveying, like, yeah, get back up, you're absolutely fine. But he actually came down to the riding school and was like, you all right? And I was like, yeah. You know, all of every ounce of air had been taken out of my lungs. I had a big dent in my helmet, which is just sort of made out of tin. So yeah, it was an interesting day.
Very, very quickly, we're about at time, but I just have to ask, just out of curiosity, that launch, right? That I believe you've referred to it as binning it. Would it have hurt more or less in khaki than it did in full kit?
Definitely hurt less in khaki.
Okay.
You know, you're riding in maybe a shirt, a jacket, breeches, boots. Whereas jack boots, cuirasses, helmet, sword, yeah, it adds a whole new level of pain.
Right. So it does in fact make it worse, because there is that moment of like, all right, you're adding protection in a weird way, but the weight and everything, plus the sharp edges.
Absolutely. And you know, those French cuirassiers who are maybe getting binned and then dragged along, you just can't imagine it. Like just utter pain.
Yeah.
And
then having to walk back across the entire valley in those jack boots.
Absolutely. And for a cavalryman, I mean, it must be not only painful but quite shameful. You've lost your mount. You know, that's a big deal. You're no longer a cavalryman without a horse. You're just a shiny tin man.
Yeah. There's that wonderful quote from Terry Pratchett that we will end with. But you know, what do you call a cavalryman in a rookery? Lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Liam, the audience will see you again momentarily. They cannot escape any of the three of us today. But thank you so much for these insights in a way that I think most historians don't get. And I think that's been very valuable. So thank you so very much.
You're very
we will continue with our own Zack White, who has never been thrown off a horse, to my knowledge, although it might do him some good. It might do me some good as well, come to think of it. But we're returning things back over. So, Zack?
Thanks, I think. That was in no way sinister whatsoever. I can confirm I've never been thrown off a horse, and I would be the first to admit that if you took me anywhere near a battlefield, I would run away screaming. And that's part of the reason why I have such endless respect for anybody who goes to serve their country. I'm going to stay with that theme, actually. Periodically throughout the day, and particularly over the course of this evening, we're going to focus more and more on the commemoration element and the memory side of things. Yes, we will do a blow-by-blow run-through of the attack of the Imperial Guard at 7:30. We have prepped for it. I'm sure it will go fine, but a 35-minute lecture, well, it's not a lecture, it's a talk on the attack of the Guard did seem like a good idea at the time, although I'm not quite sure it'll feel like it in reality. But for now, well, that's just your foolhardiness, Luke, for volunteering to pick up the mantle. You could have just watched me squirm. That's far more entertaining. Let's be honest, that's why folks are tuning in, right? But to bring it back to some kind of a sense of calm and a sense of commemoration, we're now going to bring in another of our trustees. Katie White-Irabogbe is an osteoarchaeologist, and it was incredibly important to me when I built the NRWGC team that I brought together experts from across all sectors, people who had that perspective of all the different stakeholders who have views on our work, because we don't just restore graves, we also seek to bury veterans. So here is Katie talking about her expertise in the field
and why she thinks our work is important.
Katie White, Irabogbe, and I'm one of the trustees of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. I'm a human remains specialist and archaeologist with 20 years experience. And in my field of research, the very highest ethical standards of treatment of the excavation, the analysis, the storage, the curation of human remains is massively important from all periods. Obviously, most people tend to think of archaeological remains being from much older centuries, say Roman and medieval, for example, but there are a lot of archaeological excavations where much more recent remains are found. And we have seen, for example, incredibly high ethical standards being applied to the archaeological excavation of remains of individuals who died in the First World War, soldiers who died in the First World War, who were buried close to their sites of battle. And I believe it's very, very important that the same types of very high ethical standards are applied to any excavations and any remains that have already been excavated of individuals who died in the earlier conflicts of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary Wars. I also think it's massively important to properly restore and commemorate the grave sites of individuals who also served in these wars, either individuals who died at the time or who later died as veterans. And this is why I think that our work with the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity is incredibly important. And I hope we're able to make a big kind of big steps towards honouring these individuals in the same way as later individuals from the First and the Second World War.
Osteoarchaeologist and NRWGC trustee Katie White Irabogbe there on why she feels that our work is important. I know we're reminding you about this a lot over the course of the day, but it's a fundraising live stream. I make no apologies for doing so again. You can donate by text from within the UK only. To donate £3, text UDPX01 to 70331, or to donate £5, text UDPX01 to 70970. A quick update for you. We are now over the £500 threshold. Luke has thrown down the gauntlet, believing that we can get to 1,000, and I think he's crazy, but never mind. But we are at £522 now. Thank you to everybody who continues to donate. It's exceedingly generous of you. And shout outs to David Maxwell and Jim Deary, who've donated in the span of time since we last updated you. Covered already. Apologies, my producer, inverted commas, is trying to feed me information that I've already fed to you. I've got to find ways to rip him. We are going to strike a more somber note now. Earlier today, you saw part of the service that we held yesterday in Southampton Old Cemetery to commemorate the lives of John Russell and William Hewitt, both of whom fought at Waterloo. We showed you the half commemorating John Russell a little earlier. Now we're going to show you some of, not all of, for time reasons we can't show you the entire ceremony, but some of the ceremony to commemorate William Hewitt, who, as his gravestone attests to, was the last surviving English officer at the Battle of Waterloo and has recently had its gravel restored by the NRWGC.
Thank you all for coming to the second portion of our commemoration memorial event. My name is Dr. Luke Reynolds, and I have the privilege to be the secretary of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, I am an American. I'm over here for this specifically to pay honor to these men. We have roughly the same order of ceremony as we had. Thankfully, as we did, we neglected to mention this earlier, but in the presence of the Right Worshipful Lord Mayor of Southampton, Councillor Valerie Lawrence. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to open with a memorial to William Hewitt, this time offered by Jeff Watts of the Friends of Southampton Old Cemetery.
Lord Mayor,
Dr. Zack White, everyone. It is a very great honour for me to be standing here today as part of this commemoration and at this particular grave. If we'd been in Southampton in 1900 and we had bought the guidebook, we would have followed it to the Hell Lane gate, come down the path and stood exactly where we are today to view this headstone. It is very special. The man buried here with his wife is William Hewitt. He was the son of the Right Honourable Sir George Hewitt, Baronet. He was born in 1795. He entered the army in 1811, was promoted to captain in November 1814, and he joined the 3rd Battalion of the 14th Regiment of Foot, the Buckinghamshire Regiment, in April 1815. Now the 3rd Battalion itself was formed in 1813. Early in 1814 they thought they were on their way to the continent, but then Napoleon abdicated. There was peace with the French, they didn't go anywhere. Later in the year they were actually sent to Plymouth in Devon. They were to embark for America, to take part in the war that we were undertaking over there. But it didn't happen because the peace treaty was signed, and they were told that they would be disbanded on the 24th of March 1815. So if that is the case, how were they at Waterloo? The answer is that Napoleon made his comeback. Beginning of March, he's on his way to Paris. The 3rd Battalion are sent to Belgium. And it's worth noting that a good number of the men and of the officers were under the age of 20 years old, and that included William Hewitt. On the morning of the 18th of June 1815, the day of the battle, they would have been drying and cleaning their weapons and equipment. It had been a filthy night. They were ready for the day of battle. And Luke will be reading a memoir from that day of what happened to the battalion at Waterloo. William Hewitt survived the day unwounded. With his comrades, he would have seen the terrible toll exacted from the French as a result of their continued attacks on the chateau farm of Hougoumont during the day. But they were not destined to come home at that time. They were sent to Paris as part of the Army of Occupation. Imagine that, 20-year-olds in Paris in 1815. They actually came home at Christmas 1815, returning to the port of Dover. Now, if they'd expected a welcome from the people of Dover, they were in for a bit of a shock, because the people of Dover had evidently heard it all from returning Waterloo men. So far as they were concerned, they were paying for these soldiers and they didn't want to go on doing that. So they were treated with as much interest as if they had been convicts coming off a prison hulk. But there was one group of men who took a really deep interest in them, subjected them to rigid searches and their equipment. They were the men of His Majesty's Customs, who had just been diddled by a returning brigade of artillery who had managed to smuggle a quantity of French lace through the port of Dover. They'd done it by the simple expedient of stuffing it down the barrels of the guns, and Customs didn't look there. once bitten, twice shy. The third were billeted in Dover Castle. Dover Castle at that time was used as a prison. It was dark, it was gloomy, it was a pretty horrible place to be. They weren't given any special food, it was only their rations. There was very sparse furniture. Welcome home from Waterloo. The battalion were in fact disbanded in 1860. Later on, William Hewitt joined the Rifle Brigade, and he retired from active service in 1828, living out his life quietly here in Southampton. When he died in 1891, at the age of 96, he held the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. He lived at 17 East Park Terrace, overlooking East Barnes Park, or Andrews Park as we know it today. The funeral began there. There were many people there and on the streets of Southampton lining the route to this cemetery. There were men of the Rifle Brigade from Netley leading the procession. There were officers from the Rifle Brigade at Winchester behind the coffin. And there was a splendid tribute to him. A wonderful laurel wreath. It had ribbons and streamers. And on the streamers was the evocative word, Waterloo. That was arranged by Sir Frederick Perkins, a 5 times Mayor of Southampton, who was the Commandant of the Hampshire Regiment, and members of the Hampshire Volunteers were actually at the funeral in this cemetery with their band. The Hampshire Advertiser said, "It was very impressive, but it could have been more than that." Well, the reason it wasn't more than that was because of William Hewitt himself. He insisted there should be no pomp and no ceremony. That was his simple wish, and that was what was actually carried out for him when he was laid to rest with his wife in this grave. So it is a great honour to stand here and say these words about William Hewitt. Thank you all very much for listening to me.
Thank you for that, Jeff. As you mentioned, I will be giving a brief summary of what the 14th did at Waterloo in the words of the daughter of their lieutenant colonel at the time, F.S. Tidy. And I think it does reflect very much the youth that you mentioned, as well as something I've heard many veterans say, that your regiment becomes a family to you. Colonel Mitchell commanded the brigade to which my father's regiment was attached at Waterloo. It may appear strange that it was the only brigade of Sir Charles Colville's division actually present at the battle. The brigade was stationed in the neighbourhood of Grammont, where Lord Hill was then quartered, and when his lordship received the order to advance, Colonel Mitchell was dining with him. He solicited and obtained permission to advance forthwith, without waiting for orders in the usual way from headquarters. Had he waited, he could not possibly have been present. When they first went into action, my father of course watched his young soldiers with an anxious eye. At one time there was a report that some Hussar regiment was driven back. "They have driven back the Hussars," said one soldier to another. "What of that?" replied his comrade. "They must blow off the froth before they come to the porter." One young officer in the regiment had been laughed at by his brother officers for his particularity as to dress and appearance. He had ever been accused of effeminacy. Some of them said, "I wonder how F will get on in action." He soon gave them an opportunity of deciding. On a sudden charge of the enemy's cavalry, a young bugler of the 51st took refuge in the square of my father's regiment. The poor fellow was rejoicing in his safety and just cried out, "I am all right now," when a cannonball struck him in the head and scattered his blood and brains on the colours borne by the dandy ensign, covering the face of the latter at the same time. When the smoke cleared away, the ensign's condition was discovered, his uniform being soiled and he carefully wiping it. "I should like," said he very quietly, "to wash my face and hands after this." Among the officers there was an Irish lieutenant, an old peninsular campaigner who was coolly looking about him at the passers-by far and near. At some distance on the extreme right he espied a body of Belgian troops, their strange uniforms leading him to suppose that they were French. He explained, "Ach, murder thin, them's French safe enough." Sure, after Pat's imprudent speech, a large body of French cuirassiers appeared in sight. It seemed doubtful which of the squares that they were dotted about they would honor with a visit. In the meantime, my father's anxiety for his boys induced him to address them in the following style. "Now, my young tinkers," said he, "stand firm. When you remain in your present position, old Harry himself can't touch you. But if one of you give way, he will have every mother's son of you, as sure as you are born." After a slight pause, the cuirassiers made a sudden charge upon the regiment to the left of my father's, and after several attempts to break the square, they sounded a retreat and retired in the utmost confusion. The attacked regiment waited only till the enemy was entirely clear of the 14th, when they opened upon them with a murderous fire, while at the same moment several guns on the other side of my father's corps played upon them. For a minute or two, the smoke was so dense that it was impossible to see a yard in advance, but when it cleared away, a scene of the greatest disorder presented itself. Numbers lay strewed around in all directions, both dead and dying. Horses running here and there without their riders, and the riders encumbered with their heavy armor scampered away as best they could, without their horses. At this period they were not far from Hougoumont. My poor father had much pleasure in relating the narrow escape of one of his boys, the Honourable George Keppel, who was then scarcely 16 years of age. He was a boy in every sense of the word. Nay, I have heard he was flogged at Westminster only 4 months before he was at Waterloo. Mr. Keppel was sitting on a drum, just in front of my father's mare when she was shot. He was even stroking the poor thing's face at the time, but the ball struck her down, broke the bit of the bridle, and knocked him head over heels, drum and all. The animal plunging in her agony threw the square into great confusion, and her misery was speedily put to an end by the soldiers' bayonets. In the midst of the battle, my father would say to Mr. Keppel, as he pointed out some spot more distinguished for din and smoke than any other, "I say, George, I hope your elder brother, the Lord, is there, for your sake." I think the young Lord Bury was in the Guards. De Soto reminded people, in these piping times of peace, excuse a hackneyed quotation, this lightheartedness sounds like levity, but the battle could hardly have been won if commanding officers had not talked cheerily. A somber remark in the midst of action is not the way to keep a man's courage up. My father had 19 ensigns in his regiment at Waterloo. Only 2 of them had attained the age of 21. Many of my military readers, whom I fancy myself addressing as old friends, must remember the pride with which old Frank was in the habit of talking about his boys. Now we have the privilege of laying 2 wreaths on Lieutenant Colonel William Hewitt's grave. The first brought and presented by the Right Worshipful Lord Mayor of Southampton. And the second by the Friends of Southampton Old Cemetery. We now have the regimental collect of the regiment that the 14th became.
O Lord God, the shield and buckler of all that trust in thee, grant to the regiment the strength that fears no evil tidings, no desperate endeavours, and no foe, bodily or spiritual, but advances in thy righteousness through all rough places under the captain of our salvation, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
So that was the second part of the memorial service that we held yesterday, commemorating 2 veterans in Southampton Old Common Cemetery, whose graves the NRWGC have had the pleasure of working on and restoring. I just want to take a moment to thank the Friends of Southampton Old Common Cemetery, who not only hosted us for that event, but have been incredibly supportive and have green-lighted a number of future projects, really exciting projects that we have that will enable us to get cleaning faster, get more results in for you folks, so that you can see the impact that your donations are having. And thank you to everybody who is continuing to donate. In just the last short span of time, since I last gave you an update, we've had another £100 come in, which is just incredible. We're getting much closer to that target of Luke's, which I still think is mental, of £1,000. Thank you so much for all of your generosity there. Just a quick heads up, we are doing your questions answered at 5:45 to 6. But right now, I have a slightly surreal experience on my hands because a little while ago, Liam Telfer walked out of the room and then somebody walked back in oldie worldy stuff. So welcome to Private now. We've demoted you from your household cavalry days. So Private Liam Telfer, who, if you hadn't worked it out already, is a living historian. He doesn't just kind of have one of these in his back pocket for special occasions. Liam, good to see you again, buddy. I'm not going to welcome you to the show. Can I just say, I've done a lot of interviews in my time. This is the weirdest experience I've ever had, talking to somebody in full kit. So let's talk through your regiment, first of all. The 44th, they weren't in the Peninsular War, but they were at Waterloo, 2nd Battalion, 44th. So talk us through a little bit of their service in the run-up to the Waterloo campaign.
So they were in the Peninsula.
Okay, I'm an idiot and I'm wrong.
They had elements at Fuentes de Onuro. Okay. They were part of 5th Division at Badajoz.
Okay.
And they were also at Salamanca, where there is a little bit of conjecture, but they have claimed an eagle. Rory Muir makes the interesting point that I'm not sure which eagle they claim, and there's all that bit of a mix-up, which is a really excellent book about the Salamanca battle and campaign. But yeah, so the 44th were there. 1813, they come back to England and Ireland, and
we have a live stream issue.
They recruit, and they end up in the Low Countries in 1813, towards the end of 1813. And they take part in the elements of the Siege of Antwerp and the Siege of Bergen-op-Zoom, where the 2nd Battalion, 44th, is very badly cut up at Bergen-op-Zoom. The 1st Battalion at this point is now fighting in North America. And yeah, so the 2nd Battalion, they eventually end up at Ostend in early 1815, and then make their way towards Waterloo after that.
Brilliant. It's always nice to be put in your place once in a while. We've discussed with Luke already, you've got a whole series of perspectives on this. I'm going to start by bashing a myth on the head right from the get-go. The kit. We often talk about, oh, it must be so impractical, so uncomfortable, just impossible to fight in. Sure, it's made out of wool, which perhaps isn't the nicest thing to be wearing on a hot day. You've also got a leather stock. Talk us through sort of some of the misconceptions about the kit and how it works.
I mean, I think that's great in itself. The fact that, you know, a lot of people assume that it's, you know, it's very heavy, it's very impractical. It's very much designed for the fighting of the time. You know, I was fortunate enough to serve on operations in Iraq and Afghanistan in a very different type of warfare with very different kit. Now, if I was expected to carry out the role of a modern soldier in this, it would be very impractical. But you know, they're very much, it's probably an incorrect term, but that stand-up fighting of the revolutionary Napoleonic period, where you're getting within 40 yards of the enemy and you're stood up and you're tall. This kit is ideal. It actually is made to make you stand up straight. You know, the misconception about the stock being some kind of punishment item, I think, comes from, unfortunately, it's one of the sharpisms. However, it's the fashion of the day. You know, men wore stocks. The army needed a practical way of implementing that, that wouldn't, that would last the test of time. Soldiers being notoriously good at breaking things or losing things.
Or selling them.
Or selling them, exactly. Yeah. So the leather stock is a sort of product of that. But as far as the kit goes, it's breathable. It's broadcloth. It's real wool, so it's surprisingly water repellent. Sheep repel water quite well. So
not by force of personality.
No,
just they're designed that way.
They're part of their mind. But it is remarkably comfortable and easy to function in.
And in terms of things that you would change, and again, I'm thinking about, you've got that experience having done, 3 tours in the Middle East. What would you change as somebody who's used to fighting, and also having kind of worked with this kit as a living historian? What is it that you would change, and what do you look at and think, actually, given another 50 years, or given the materials they had at the time, this could have been done more smartly?
I mean, I think that's a real difficult question. For me personally, I think the 2 items that would change an infantryman's day are his boots. The boots I wear are straight lasted. They're designed to be worn on either foot, and you can swap them around. Which just over a period of time, we sort of covered the prelude to the campaign earlier. The British advancing from Brussels and from Nivelles and things. The guys have been on the march for 2 or 3 days. So if I could change anything, it would be more comfortable footwear. After that, it would be an improved mechanism of firing the weapon. The firelock, it works. It's very functional. But it does have its faults. Flints need changing, touch holes get blocked. Ultimately, you want something reliable that when you pull the trigger, it is going to go bang, and it is going to have that effect on the enemy. But again, because of the tactics of the time, it's quite cyclical, I think. The kit is how it is because of the weaponry, because of the tactics, and it goes round in that circle. Probably from a practical standpoint, I'm wearing a late pattern, sort of 1812 pattern regimental cap. As you can see, the cap plate's got the regimental number on, and it's one of the few identifiers that I'm wearing that show me as being a member of the 44th. But it is fairly impractical for moving around wooded areas. As you can see, I've got the plume on. It adds, almost another foot to someone who's already 6 foot. The amount of times it gets whacked off by things. I don't necessarily know if your standard centre company soldiers at the time, being shorter, would have had that issue. But it's certainly something that I do find slightly impractical.
Yeah, we were doing some filming the other day, weren't we, for not only this live stream, but also for another project. And it was quite amusing when I told you, just go into those trees and I need to film you sort of doing some skirmishing. You kind of go, I've got my hat on, think it through, man. What's the matter with you? Can't you see the challenges I'm going through here? As you can see, the team do like to keep me in line. I want to talk about getting into this as a hobby, and also perhaps one of the areas of perhaps touchiness for some when it comes to women in reenactments. Now, I know you and I share the view that fundamentally reenactment is a recreation, and welcoming women into the reenactment fold is a positive development. Just talk us through your stance on that, and give some advice to others who want to do this living history job.
I think in terms of getting into the hobby, good old internet search, good old Google can help you out. Pick a period, I would say, is my advice. A lot of people do multi-periods. I wouldn't say that's for me. I prefer to sort of deep dive down and really sort of know as much as I can about one particular period. It's impossible for us to know everything about everything. So pick your period. And then within that, I don't doubt, I can speak for Napoleonics. There are various different line infantry regiments. There are the rifle regiments. There are French, not just British, especially in the UK. There are French units. There are Prussian units. A good friend of mine, who I think you've spoken to before, Rory Butcher, he's Prussian Landwehr. So the units in the UK are out there. So pick your period. And then just, get out, engage with groups. I would always recommend going to an event as a bit of a sort of spectator on the side of a unit, and then that will give you a feel of that. In terms of making it, accessible for everyone, I completely agree with you. Units have their own policies. I don't necessarily agree with, agree with that. I think the argument that, modern women can't take part in living history as members of the line because historically they weren't recruited into the line. I find that I don't think that stands up for me personally. When the only other reason you can join is being a man. We don't discriminate against race, size, religion, age, but some units do discriminate against people firing in the line. I would say it's about time we change that. But again, I'm not here to sort of tell units how to run themselves. I would love to see it more accessible for all, because ultimately we're just missing out on 50% of the population. There will be female historians out there who have descendants at the Battle of Waterloo, perhaps, and I think it would be really important and detrimental to the hobby if we didn't include them.
Liam, it's been great to talk to you. We will sadly have to call a halt there, but perhaps not quite as much laughter as you had with Luke, but it's, I think I'm still fazed by this kind of the psychological impact. You don't need to make yourself look any taller, man. It does remind me of when I was filming out at the Ligny reenactment last year, and a couple of guys rode past on a horse. And that's the moment that you really start, you're sort of looking up, and this horse is sort of, it's got the jitters and it's circling around, and you're sort of standing there with nothing but an umbrella because it's pouring with rain, and you know that an umbrella is completely inadequate as a defense against cavalry. You're surprised. But yeah, that kind of height advantage really kind of emphasizes the psychological kind of shock factor that is built into these uniforms. Thank you very much for taking the time to put together your impression for us and for joining us. And just to say that Liam will be with us at the Chalk Valley History Festival. We will be at Chalk Valley for all 7 days. I decided that having spent 3 weeks putting together this show, I also needed to spend an entire week sitting in a sunny field, which probably sounds like a recovery, but I'm not entirely sure it will be. Luke is kind of making gestures that suggest that you should make sure that it's not a recovery for me by coming to see us. So there you go. Details on the Chalk Valley History Festival website. I should have done a battle update about a quarter of an hour ago. Apologies for that. I did get some furious notes from my producer, but we are now going to run you through some of the details of what has been happening and what is going to unfold over the course of the next little span of time. So, my glamorous assistant has put the battle map up. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that this is the situation at some point between 11, 12 and 1 o'clock during the battle. We are now in the second half of the battle. A lot of this has changed. So Derwent's Call, as we discussed in previous updates, has been shattered. March forwards, countercharged by the Union and Household Heavy Cavalry Brigades that swept to the side. It has not fled the field. It is busy reforming here behind the French gun line. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the pressure continues both at Hougoumont, well, not just at Hougoumont and La Haye-Saint, but also at Papelotte. At La Haye-Saint, the ammunition is starting to run out. The officer in command there, Major Bering, sends pleas for more ammunition. He knows that he needs more shot to keep the French at bay. Those pleas go unanswered for reasons that get debated hotly. However, 200 men of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Nassau Regiment are called forwards to La Haye-Saint to act as reinforcements. Bear in mind that the units are suffering from attritional losses over the course of the day, and that therefore means that they need more men. The French start to try and set fire to the barn, and Bering orders his men to use the camp kettles of these reinforcements to extinguish. They fill them up from the pond and start using that water to try and extinguish the fire. So the fight for La Haye-Saint is very much in the balance, and La Haye-Saint, bear in mind, is very close to the centre of the Allied position. It's almost embedded in the heart of it. If La Haye-Saint falls, that is going to open up more options for the French. Part of Ray's corps have been sent to try and support Ney's cavalry. So
The French are now starting to move. They do bring up a few guns in terms of artillery support, but they are now starting to try to move up troops in order to support these cavalry charges by Ney. The bottom line is that it is, frankly, too little, too late. Wellington, meanwhile, has been doing that thing that we discussed earlier on in the live stream, this kind of thing that he does of placing himself in the places of greatest danger as a morale boost to the men, sending that message that this is the place in the greatest danger at this moment in time during the battle, and he therefore needs the troops to give that bit more. But that he's also willing to share in their dangers. You know, he's not a rear echelon commander. Very few during the period who are successful are of that kind. More Prussians are now starting to arrive around Planstois. The 14th and 16th Prussian brigades are again thrown into the town. So Planstois is over here. You can see how crucial this place is in terms of the threat that it poses for Napoleon's entire position. It is right in his sort of back hind quarter, almost in his kidney of the position at Waterloo. And that therefore means that as increasing pressure comes in on this flank, as the Prussians start to deploy into the fields north and the south of Planstois and into the town itself, that creates a problem. He has to keep pushing his reinforcements, so we're talking Lebeau's corps here, out into this sector of the battlefield, holding this kind of line from sort of Papelotte down to Planstois. Napoleon is effectively now having to fight in an L-shaped arc, fighting almost on two fronts, and that pressure is going to ebb and flow over what's left of the afternoon and well into the evening. As 14th and 16th Division push into the town, so the 13th and 15th Brigades also deploy to the north and south. So rather than just the two brigades trying to take Planstois, this whole section is filled with an entire Prussian corps. This is Bülow's 4th Corps. Now it's worth bearing in mind that these soldiers are raw. These are militia soldiers, very inexperienced, and they are badly suited to the street fighting that follows. To be honest, they're badly suited to line fighting as well. They just don't have the experience, but they are thrown into this fight. 6,000 Prussians are committed to the fight of Planstois, only to be driven out shortly after retaking it by the young guard of Napoleon's Imperial Guard. But there is a key clue in what you just heard there. Napoleon is starting to commit elements of his Imperial Guard. That is just the tiniest sign of a warning bell. Napoleon's Guards are the elite troops, and yes, there was a lot of debate about quality, lowering of standards prior to the Waterloo campaign, but nonetheless, that is meant to be his ultimate reserve. The fact that he feels the need to start feeding troops like that into the fight of Planstois is hugely significant, not least because it means that he is starting to drain those reserves that he would like to use to retake the fight to the Allied main line in the form of an infantry assault. The battle, therefore, continues to teeter on a knife edge, and Napoleon is just starting to run out of options. We're now going to have a brief your questions answered option. Folks, we have an issue in that the screen here is frozen, so I need somebody to reset that whilst you feed me more questions. Whilst we're just sorting a minor tech problem here, please do remember that you can keep your donations coming in. You can donate by text. The number, the code that you need to send, please text to donate £1 is UDP X01 to 70201. And to donate £3, text UDP X01 to 70331. Fundraising and payments and donations will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme, operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, please see www.easydonate.org. Please do not try to text donate. If you are outside the UK, your donation will not be received, but you may still be charged. Please bear in mind that if you would prefer to do it in a more conventional, inverted commas, manner, you can do so on our website, www.nrwgc.com/donate. And do bear in mind if you might like to become a member. It's £25 a year and you get a whole range of perks, including access to our monthly talks, which aren't like this. We don't do this every month because it would drive me insane. But we do have monthly evening talks that you can enjoy for free as a member. They're £5 as a non-member, so if you come to 6 over the course of the year, you actually save money, in addition to a host of other perks, including some very fetching pin badges, because everybody wants a pin badge, obviously. Right, questions answered. Southern Gentleman is back with another belter of a question. Wellington was known for attention to detail and logistics. Could he have done more for the wounded, many of whom were left on the battlefield? Interestingly, we've got an interview coming up on casualties later on, sometime around 8 o'clock, I believe it is, with Mick Crumplin, who is the knowledge, quite frankly, when it comes to surgery during this period. Mick talks about that, but just to give you a brief kind of teaser, he basically told me when I sat down and asked him about this and other questions, that you've got to bear in mind the scale of the death, the scale of the casualties. The Waterloo battlefield maybe covers an area of 6 square miles, give or take a bit. It's a very sort of tightly compact battlefield. And within that, you've got an estimated 20,000 casualties. So these are huge numbers of people. The efforts are certainly made to get as many as they can, the treatment that they need, but you've got to bear in mind when the Battle of Waterloo ends. It doesn't end until night is physically falling. The image that you've seen over the course of the day of the Lion's Mount at sunset is taken at exactly 9:30 at night on a July evening. That gives you roughly an idea of what the conditions would have been like. So the light was failing as the battle came to a close. So for many who were seriously wounded and needed immediate treatment, there was very little that could get to them over the course of the night. Jean-Charles Blanc asks, British reenactors are not using bayonets. I was under the impression that in the Napoleonic period, also bayonets were usually fixed in the British Army line infantry, or was that different? Well, it just so happens that we have an expert on this kind of stuff, who has undergone another staggering transformation and is no longer dressed as an infantryman. Liam, give me your take on this. You're the expert.
So the British did have bayonets. They were used to great effect in many battles. You know, it's the exception to the rule. Those musket duels where troops are going toe to toe and firing round after round after round. It's very much a case of, you know, maybe a volley, maybe two, and then we're charging with the bayonet. I guess for today's example, I wasn't actually wearing the bayonet. That is purely health and safety and bringing what is a bladed weapon into a university.
We decided it was better not to have security lock us down before we started the live stream. Paperwork involved, it wastes time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there are other health and safety considerations to take in when at events and things like that. We don't generally have the bayonets fixed during battles because there's the risk that someone basically gets stabbed with a 17-inch pointy thing. We will fix them to face cavalry. Again, it's part of the impression. But you are absolutely correct. The British Army did have bayonets. They were removable. They weren't fixed, and they would have been fixed in battle.
I must say, having seen Liam do the whole thing of charge bayonets and advance while screaming blue murder, I wasn't actually expecting him to scream quite as loudly with his war cry as he did. Even I, knowing it was reconstructed, had a kind of almost double take of, I wouldn't want to see, sort of 150 of you guys coming at me.
Yeah, you imagine 600 or more.
Exactly. So thank you very much for that. I'm just going to stay with you for a moment, if I may, and just talk about the whole thing of cavalry charges. You have this experience in reenactment. Obviously, the horse has a mind of its own. So as reenactors, how do you deal with that challenge of a situation where you're, let's say, trying to recreate an attempt by cavalry to break a square, which we know did happen on occasion, but not regularly?
Fortunately, fortunately for health and safety, a lot of certainly reenactments that I've seen and been part of, the involvement of cavalry is sort of, dare I say, staged and very, very heavily managed for obvious reasons. The last thing you need is someone being trampled by a horse. So the involvement in cavalry, everyone will know that there are going to be cavalry on the field, dissimilar to the Dillon's Corps facing the Union Brigade. Everyone will be aware of what's going to happen, and everyone will know words of command, wear cavalry, and act accordingly. And likewise, the people mounted, are there for show, public enjoyment and information. They're ultimately not trying to hurt anyone. So yeah, it's very managed, and it's almost to the point of being staged, but purely for safety, I think it's important.
Absolutely, and we've had a question come in from Twitter. Is it true that the British stayed largely silent until they charged? You've got more experience fighting in a living history context than I have, so I'm going to leave that one to you.
Well, I'm going to just sort of go back from the primary sources that I've read, and that seems to be mostly the case. I must say, I think when we look at primary sources, like any source, there is a bias, and there is that bias generally by, an educated potential officer, a man of that ilk, to really show his men acted stoically under fire. And there is something, in that silent charge, as it were. So whether it actually happened like that in battle, I don't know, but we can only go off what the primary sources say.
There is also an interesting point to be made there about the difference in the makeup of these two armies. The French army being a conscript force, noise as a motivator is you kind of G each other along. That's why you've got the shouts of Vive l'Empereur. It's that kind of swell of noise as everybody's shouting has its own psychological impact, both for the attacker and for the defender.
Yeah.
Here is a body of troops that seemed perfectly content and unfazed by the fact that I'm standing here waiting for the order to shoot them, and that kind of can cause jitters within a line preparing to receive an attack. But for the British, this is an inverted commas professional force, right? These are men who are recruited. British conscription does exist during this period, but it's predominantly in the militia and within the context of the Navy through the press gang. So Wellington's troops are not conscripted, nor are they the pickings of prisons, despite what various books have led us to believe, mainly because the convicts are all drafted off into penal regiments. Liam, thank you very much for joining me for that segment. It's nice to see you back in normal get-up.
Back in 2023.
Yeah, less imposing, I've got to say. I'm not sure I'll be experiencing the oddity of interviewing a Napoleonic soldier anytime soon. Folks, you know the drill. We're going to keep doing this. Again, I make no apologies for doing so. You can donate to support our cause. Please bear in mind that this is not just a charity that is involved in cleaning graves. We are also deeply involved in trying to get veterans buried. We're going to talk about this a little bit later with Tony Pollard. But increasingly in the news, there have been discoveries of remains of veterans who died during these battles. And we are actively involved in discussions with local stakeholders on more than 100 human remains, trying to establish some kind of consensus on what the future may hold in terms of how these remains are treated. Some remain in storage in cardboard boxes, awaiting further analysis. Others are on display in museums. Still more are being picked up by organizations who would advocate for the burial option. And certainly as an organization, we are very much here to seek to facilitate that, providing the funding to remove some of the impediments, not least the cost impediment, to try and make that happen. So if you believe, as I do passionately, that these soldiers deserve the dignity of a final resting place in the ground, please do donate what you can. Donate online at www.nrwgc.com/donate, or you can donate via text. Details are on the screen now. To donate £5, text UDPX01 to 70970. But please do not try to donate if you are outside the UK, as you may be charged, but we will not receive your donation. Fundraising payments and donations by text will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme operating as Donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, please see www.easydonate.org. That is the legal rubric that we have to say every time. Now, we're going to return to looking at some of the figures that influenced the outcome of the battle, and another individual who comes up for a lot of flack, albeit in this case, I would argue, quite legitimately. The Prince of Orange, received quite a hammering in Bernard Cornwell's Sharpe's Waterloo. So I sat down with Andrew Field, an expert on the battle, to ask whether or not that reputation was justified.
Joining me for the third and final time over the course of this live stream is Colonel Andrew Field, MBE, author of Wellington's Waterloo Allies. Andrew, I've been saying this a lot, but welcome back. It's good to see you again. With the Prince of Orange, he has this very infamous reputation, I think it's fair to say. Is this sort of the long shadow that's been cast over him as the symbol of incompetence in Bernard Cornwell's Sharpe's Waterloo?
Well, I certainly don't think that Bernard Cornwell did him any favours in his novels. But to be fair to Bernard Cornwell, the Prince of Orange did have a pretty poor reputation, certainly amongst the senior British officers by the time of Waterloo. Many of them will have known him from the Peninsula. But before Wellington came to take over command of the army in May, he had been the senior commander of the army. And there were many complaints from formation commanders and from other British officers about the way that he tried to prepare the British army for the coming campaign, over-drilling them, over-exercising them, and sort of generally messing them around. And of course, he had working for him British senior officers were much older than him, far more senior than him, except by the fact that he had recently been made a full general in the British Army, and of course far more experience than he had. So I suspect there was a touch of jealousy, if I'm perfectly honest, but I wonder how a 22-year-old with his limited operational experience and his limited command, how he sat as a senior commander there and how he handled those senior officers. He was put in a very difficult position, but I don't think he executed it very well, and I don't think it helped when Wellington was finally nominated to take command, that he wrote to Wellington saying, "You're the only officer that I would happily hand over to," thereby passing over all these very experienced other British generals. So I think there was a certain arrogance about him as well. So he started off on the wrong foot, I suspect, in the campaign. And then, of course, the performance of Quatre Bras, although the Netherlands fought pretty well and the battle fought pretty well, there were errors in his performance there. And of course, most famously, Quatre Bras responsible for forming the 69th, 2nd Battalion, the 69th British Regiment into line when they were forming square, because he said there was no cavalry threat, and then they were ridden down, had huge casualties, and lost to colour. Obviously, that wasn't going to do his reputation any good either. But I think for me, the biggest mistake he probably made is very little commented on. And that is, on receiving the news of the French crossing of the border on the 15th of June, the Prince, whose troops were in the forward line, decided it should be him that rides to Brussels to inform the Duke of Wellington. So he left his corps at the sort of moment that they were expecting to come into contact with the French, left them to ride up to Brussels, and then, having delivered the news, chose to stay there for the Duchess of Richmond's ball, and then overnight in Brussels, whilst those really key decisions on the deployment of troops to Quatre Bras, for example, were having to be made by his quartermaster general, Constant Lebec, and the divisional commander down there, Ponchet, to make that key decision to occupy Quatre Bras, a decision really he, as a corps commander, should have made. So not a very auspicious start.
It's not, although perhaps the irony is that because the Prince of Orange wasn't making those decisions, maybe that actually helps the long-term outcome of the campaign. I guess it's one of those things we'll never know. You alluded to this. He's served on Wellington's staff, hasn't he, prior to Waterloo? Just give us a sense of this background, and equally, this decision to ride off and tell Wellington in person, do you think that's perhaps influenced by that history of that connection that he's got with Wellington?
I think that last point, I think that's absolutely a good point. I think he wanted to go and deliver that news personally to Wellington, but he should have known well enough that that was not his job. So he was commissioned into the Prussian army when he was 16. He was then commissioned into the British Army in 1811 as a full colonel, not bad going, at that age. And the same year, he went out to Spain to get some operational experience. Now, when he arrived there, Wellington was keen for him to work in a brigade, perhaps as a deputy brigade commander underneath an experienced British brigade commander, to learn the business, to learn commanding troops, because of course up until then he had no experience commanding troops at any level, whereas any one of those officers, that brigadier that he was working for, the brigade commander he was working for, would have commanded troops as a second lieutenant, as a captain, and as a major, and as lieutenant colonel, having commanded a battalion. That's what Wellington wanted for him, but he said he didn't want to do this. He chose not to do this. He chose to become an aide-de-camp to Wellington, a far more prestigious appointment, a far more comfortable existence, I'm quite sure, but meant he didn't get that level of tactical experience that he really needed that would fit him for higher command. He was present at a number of major actions, major battles through the peninsula, and showed incredible courage at them. But at the end of the day, when he came to leave Spain a couple of years later, so at the end of 1813, when the Netherlands on the point of being liberated from the French, and he left with only that experience of operating in Wellington's headquarters, and without that tactical level of experience that was to be exposed during the Waterloo campaign.
During the Battle of Waterloo, it's always struck me that his corps is essentially split across both wings of the Allied position, and I've always queried whether or not this is a deliberate move by Wellington to reduce the Prince of Orange's ability to make a decision that could have disastrous consequences, because it's just that much harder to be everywhere at once and have that sort of overall picture on what's happening on both sides of the field. Do you think that's fair, or is that sort of a slightly cynical take on the situation?
That's quite a cynical take on the situation. However, Jay, I tend to agree with you. That's my theory, but unfortunately, there's no real evidence to prove that. Clearly, he hadn't performed particularly well at Quatre Bras as an individual. He'd had a couple of mistakes that were that we've already touched upon, and I think Wellington was a bit concerned that one of his two frontline corps commanders was an inexperienced young chap, and so I think that was behind Wellington's decision to split his corps across the whole of the British line. The extreme right was held by one of his divisions, the extreme left was held by another one of his divisions. Another division was split into half. The cavalry was put under command of the Duke of Uxbridge. And that was only decided on the morning of the battle. That was a real risk by Wellington to break up a corps, reorganize the command, the chain of command, in order to cover those troops and incorporate them into other commands. That's a real risk and threatened people understanding of the correct chain of command. And he was nominated as a commander of the centre. But who did that consist of? I don't know. I can find no evidence for who was therefore put under his command in the centre. And he rushed around, made some really poor decisions, rushed around, led some brave counterattacks, but he did all that generally under the eye of Wellington, which is perhaps why he ended up in the centre. Although that didn't save some other units from a rather grisly end. So it's a really difficult question to prove, but I'm pretty sure that that was behind Wellington's decision.
You mentioned that certain units suffer quite badly from some of Orange's decisions. We've talked about Quatre Bras already, but I want to talk about Ompteda and the whole debacle there. Can you just give us a quick sense of what happens and who's at fault here?
That, of course, La Haye-Saint sat in front of the centre of the Allied army, and so the Prince was no doubt in a position looking down on that and seeing how the attacks on that farm were developing. quite early on, when the French were almost investing it and attacking it, he ordered through one of his aides-de-camp for the Lunenburg battalion, a regular Hanoverian battalion, to counterattack and support the garrison. They marched down in line. Initial success, but then they were ridden down by a force of cuirassiers. By the time they got back onto the ridge, there were only about 50 troops that could be mustered, and they were sent back to pick up any stragglers they could find. So there was a battalion straight out of battle. Then later, in a very similar situation, the order came to Antida to counterattack onto La Haye-Saint with 2 of his battalions, the 5th and 8th Line battalions of the King's German Legion. Antida, as a brigade commander, that wasn't the whole of his brigade, that was only half of his brigade, sent them down. And once again, that same force of cuirassiers suddenly appeared from a piece of dead ground and rode down part of the 8th battalion, captured one of their colours, and again sabred a fair proportion of the troops. The 5th battalion, luckily, because the 8th battalion were in the line of the charge, were able to form square and withdraw with very few casualties. But the 8th were pretty much ridden down too. And then later in the battle, General Van Alten ordered the 5th battalion, again 5th Line battalion, to counterattack and try and recapture La Haye-Saint once it had been captured by the French. Now, Antida, after his previous experiences, argued with the order and refused to do that, and said those cavalry are still down there and we're going to face the same problem as found out. Van Alten insisted, Antida refused, and the Prince of Orange arrived, and then, perhaps not surprisingly and possibly correctly, supported the senior commander and ordered Antida to send the 5th battalion down. Antida, feeling his honour was now at stake, decided as a brigade commander that he should lead the 5th battalion down to La Haye-Saint. Surprise, surprise, exactly the same thing happened. The battalion was ridden down and Colonel Antida lost his life, was killed by the French cavalry, and the attack failed. So there are 3 situations where, from our understanding, those were orders from the Prince of Orange to carry out those attacks, and if you like, 3 battalions were decimated as a result of that.
If I understand rightly, according to some sources, Taylor actually had his son with him at the battle, didn't he? And
I think they were his nephews.
Okay.
And he made sure that they were put into a position of safety before he led the 5th battalion down, so that so he clearly saw what was coming and wanted to make sure that they were in a position of safety before he left. But yes, they could well have suffered the same fate if he hadn't have taken that care.
Absolutely. So when you put all of this together, how do you sum up the Prince of Orange's role at Waterloo? I mean, it's worth saying, look, he's wounded at Waterloo, not hugely seriously, but a little. Was he more of a hindrance than a help, or is that too harsh?
Yeah, difficult one. I think it's fair to say, once again, he displayed much courage. He led counterattacks in the centre by the Nassauers, by some of the Hanoverian units, and he was he was seen as an inspirational leader by the Netherlands troops. He was, after all, their prince. So he had quite a lot of respect, and he clearly had a lot of courage as well. But as we've already discussed, as a corps commander, there were sufficient doubts over his ability to command the corps for Wellington to make the decision not to leave him in that command for the battle. And of course, as we've just discussed, on 3 separate occasions, he displayed very poor tactical decision-making that resulted in many deaths, and probably reflected the fact that he had actually no tactical experience or no experience commanding troops on the battlefield, and therefore perhaps this was just an accident waiting to happen. So overall, I think I would sum it up by saying that whether you say he was a help or a hindrance, I don't think he had a significant impact on the battle and on the victory.
Andrew, you've been very generous with your time over the course of today. Colonel Andrew Field, MBE, author of Wellington's Waterloo Allies. Thank you for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
A pleasure. Thanks very much, Zack.
Andrew Fields, MBE, there, author of many well-regarded books on the Battle and the Waterloo campaign, including Quatre Bras, Prelude to Waterloo, and as you saw there, Wellington's Waterloo Allies. We have another donations update for you. Remember what I said at the start, well, not at the start, but partway through this, when I said that the deeply peevish pessimist that I'm having to acknowledge, I just am, said that I would be surprised if we made more than 150 quid out of this. So the latest total is more than five times over that, which is staggering. We have reached £767. That is a phenomenal amount of money. Thank you so much to all of you for your generosity. To give you an idea of context, so this grave, John Russell's grave, partly because Liam paid for the gravel that we replaced there, and he and I shoveled the stuff out ourselves rather than hiring somebody to do that. That meant that we only had to pay for the clean on that one, and that was £400. The French prisoner of war graves in Alresford that we had cleaned cost £200 a piece, and there were 5 of them. So that cost us £1,000. So we are getting incredibly close to that £1,000 gauntlet that Luke slapped me across the face with in a hastily whispered debate behind the scenes during production. And I want to do a shout out to those of you who've donated since our last update. That is Mark Duckers, Vera Witt, Todd Campbell, Lynn Dawson, and apologies, my pronunciation is going to be awful here, Tiamir Jakshik, I believe is the correct pronunciation. I'm probably wrong. Apologies there for the horrific pronunciation of a fantastic name. But thank you all of you for your generosity. Please do keep those donations coming in. Donate only what you are able to, quite obviously. If you're having a few pints, just be careful not to donate something that you can't afford to donate. But the details on how to donate by text are on screen now. And equally, if you would like to donate in the traditional method via our website, go to www.nrwgc.com/donate. Once you've filled in the online form on the main page and then click the donate £5 button, it will then take you to a second page where you can edit that donation to something that you are more comfortable and happy with. So you do not have to be tied into donating £5. Anything that you can afford will make a massive difference for the work that we are doing. I'm going to stay with the efforts that we're making and why we are making these efforts. One of my favourite Irishmen, not necessarily my most favourite, but one of my most favourite Irishmen, Peter Malloy, is treasurer for the NRWGC. And he is back with a second video for you all on why he thinks this organisation is worthwhile.
I'm Peter Malloy, and I'm here in Merrion Cemetery in South County Dublin in Ireland. The headstone that you can see just over my shoulder here against the base of the wall, badly weathered with age, half overgrown with branches, marks the final resting place of around 120 people, most of them Irishmen serving in the British Army. Now, these men didn't die in battle, they drowned here off the Dublin coast in November 1807. These Irishmen were on their way to fight Napoleon, but instead they met their end in the stormy waters of Dublin Bay. Seeing a place like this, I think, is a really important reminder of two things. The first of those is the incredible global impact of this period of history between 1775 and 1815, between the outbreak of the American War of Independence and Napoleon's final defeat at Waterloo. It's a reminder also, I think, of the importance of properly engaging with and preserving the heritage of this period. Perhaps above all else, the remains, the resting places and the memorials of the countless ordinary people across the globe caught up in these incredible events. I'm really proud and really excited to be a founding trustee of the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity for 3 particular reasons. Firstly, I think there's a need for a new organisation like this. There are many really worthwhile organisations out there operating in lots of different countries, like for instance the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, that do invaluable work to ensure that the war dead from the 20th century onwards are properly honoured and not forgotten. But there isn't, as things stand, a comparable organisation for previous generations. And I think that's a shame. Why should it be that those who fought and those who fell during this period of history, why should it be that their sacrifices aren't remembered, regardless of their background and regardless of the cause in which they fought? The second thing I'm really excited about is the fact that this is, from the get-go, an international organisation, both in terms of our composition and also in terms of our intended geographic reach. That's something that's really important to me. Finally, I believe that we can make a real difference. We have an energetic, expert team in place, and we have clear objectives in terms of what we want to do ahead. With your help, we can start to make that difference straight away. Thank you for joining us this evening, and I do hope you enjoy learning more about who we are and what it is we intend to do ahead. Take care.
Thank you very much there to Peter Malloy, NRWGC Treasurer, for his second contribution on why we do this. Now, another version of seconds. I would like to go to our second Voices from the Battlefield. And for this, I'd like to share a couple of accounts from the battle, particularly the action that surrounds the charge of the 2nd Dragoons, the Royal North British Dragoons, the Scots Greys, as part of the Union Brigade. These can both be found in Volume 1 of the Waterloo Archive, edited by the magnificent Gareth Glover, who you saw me talking to a little bit earlier on. Just a little bit of context for the 2nd Royal North British Dragoons. I served with the Royal Scots Dragoon Guards, who are related to the 2nd Dragoons through the Scots Greys. And I'd like to start with Sergeant William Clark, and this is an excerpt from a letter written to his parents, dated 8th July 1815. We passed this night on this ground, which is called the Plains of Waterloo, and on the morning of the 18th, the French did not come up until 9 o'clock. This morning, for the first time, I saw my brother Mark. He was permitted by the colonel to come down the hill to our lines. He found me, and we had just time to take a dram of each other's flasks, as other warriors do, when the word was given to arms. We shook hands and took a more than common farewell with each other, adding at the same time, if we both spared, we must be sure to send word to each other as soon as possible after the battle, which we well knew was well to be a serious one. The brigade that our regiment belongs to was ordered to cover the Highland Brigade of Infantry, and the French advanced and attacked the right flank of the British line about 9:30 o'clock, and about 2 hours after, both lines, extending about 6 miles in length, were engaged, which filled the elements with smoke and fire, and the noise of the guns could be compared to nothing but a continued roar of thunder. The scene I am not capable of describing. The good old Greys charged the enemy 4 times and dashed through solid columns of their infantry. This was the first charge. But after they went through the infantry, there was a line of those cavalry in armour, who they were obliged to engage at the rate of 5 men to 1, and a heavy fire kept up on them the whole time. They forced the French cavalry from the field and came back again upon the infantry, laid hundreds of the enemy lifeless wherever they went, and brave General, the Honourable Sir William Ponsonby, being at our head the whole time, fought like a lion. And when he was just in the act of crying out, "Well done, Greys, this will be a glorious day," he received a musket ball through his heroic breast, which laid him lifeless on the ground. Colonel Hamilton, our first colonel, was likewise killed on the same spot, and 7 more of our officers. Return of killed and wounded of the Royal Scots Greys at the Battle of Waterloo on that ever memorable day, 18th of June 1815, was 78. I was one of the party who was sent next morning to bury the dead of our regiment as far as we was able to find them, and to give a description of the field is far beyond my power. In the evening of the 18th, I saw my dear brother walking to Brussels wounded, but I was happy when he informed me that he was not severely wounded and it was only a flesh wound. I had the pleasure of hearing from him since, and he informs me that he is recovering fast, so that we have great reason to cry aloud to our Heavenly Father and return thanks for our preservation in the midst of so deplorable a massacre. Now we know through the historiography, sorry, that some of the the things that Sergeant William Clark says are maybe slightly out of kilter, but who can blame him for what he went through? The description of the charge and the description of the field afterwards has clearly left a huge indelible mark. The second letter I'd like to read is from an unknown sergeant, also from the 2nd Dragoons, writes to his wife on the 25th of June, 1815. Sunday 18th, being a fine morning, we made our fires of wood and dried ourselves. A foraging party was sent out and brought in bread and gin. Every man had half a pound of bread and half a pint of gin, which was all we tasted for 3 days with dear Mary. We ate it very greedily, but sorrow to tell you that in 2 hours after many thousands were lying weltering in their blood and in human shape. About 11 o'clock, Boney brought up his whole force. The Duke of Wellington made the attack. Terrible was the sight. The roar of the cannon was constant. Men and horses killed and wounded, and cannonballs flying by the 20s in all directions. And we got to the glorious spot where the Scotch Greys gained a name which will ever be an honour to their grandchildren. And when we came up, the foot fell, and then we were within 20 yards of them. Then with sword in hand, everyone killing another, so awful was the sight, it could be compared to nothing other than the day of judgment. But God forgive me for such an impression, dear Mary. I was the orderly sergeant, so I was covering my captain, and while he was engaged with a lancer, a spearman came up to run him through. I struck the man and wounded him and saved my captain's life. Excuse me. He immediately made a push at me, but when I struck at him again, and just as the spear was entering my breast, I cut his arm off. When I was galloping off, a rifleman shot my poor horse in the head, which killed him on the spot. He fell, poor fellow, and me under him. There I was prisoner, but the Frenchman, thinking it too much trouble to draw me from under the horse, or perhaps thought I had no money left, he left me, and so I made the best of my way into a wood and came to the Brussels that night. The colonel has placed me to take care of the wounded horses. My comrade, Sergeant Hewitt, took one of the French eagles. Sergeant Thorne Stoddart has lost an arm. Sergeant Hayward, both hands. Indeed, we are sadly cut up. Not quite so bad as was first thought. My captain was not hurt. He helped the lieutenant colonel off the field when he was wounded and slept in Brussels 2 or 3 days. He sent for me, told me if he lived to get to England, he would do something handsome for me that will do me good in my old days. He is a gentleman of his word and has got plenty, so no more at present, but remain your husband, loving husband, till death. It's incredibly powerful stuff, and I think the thing that really resonated with me from this piece was the way that he talks about the Scotch Greys gaining a name which will be an honour to their grandchildren. And it certainly is. You probably can't see through the live stream, but I'm wearing Royal Scots Dragoon Guards cufflinks that still bear the eagle that Sergeant Hewitt captured on that day. Right, so that's enough of the voices for the battlefield for now. We're going to come back to a battlefield update, and I wondered if one of my colleagues wouldn't mind putting the map on screen for us all to see. So, General Pirsch has arrived with the Prussian 2nd Corps. Again, like we spoke about earlier, the Prussians are coming in from this direction. And his men are used to support Bülow's attack as the fight for Plancenoit, Plancenoit being down here, continues to intensify. So now that is a hotbed of action. The Prussians are starting to really funnel reinforcements and fresh troops. I say fresh troops, they've been marching some distance. But funneling sort of unbattle tired troops into Napoleon's sort of right flank and almost behind him. Now, in big news in the centre of the battlefield, La Haye-Sainte, after desperate defence from the King's German Legion, who we'll be talking about very shortly, after a desperate defence, they have exhausted their ammunition. And the French finally capture La Haye-Sainte. This allows the French to post a cannon very close, as you can see, to the Allied ridge, and really start to put down some effective artillery fire on that ridge. Now, Ney has asked for reinforcements from Napoleon. He's taken La Haye-Sainte. He really wants to make a push for Wellington's centre, and he asked for these reinforcements from Napoleon for a final assault. None are forthcoming from the Emperor, and this is probably due to the Prussians pressing very, very hard on the French right flank, and Napoleon needing to keep those troops to combat that. Colonel Omteda's brigade, who probably just around here somewhere. They have been ordered forward by the Prince of Orange to retake La Haye-Sainte before the French can, fortify and consolidate that position. And they're ordered forward to try and carry that position from the French. Although accounts do differ as to their purpose in that advance. They were, however, ordered to deploy in line and not in column or column of companies, as Omteda wanted, and they are decimated by French heavy cavalry to the west of the Brussels-Charleroi road. Now, the struggle for Hougoumont continues just like it has all day. Intense fighting. The French are in possession of the southern wood. The orchard has changed hands several times, the orchard being to the west of the formal garden. But the buildings continue to be strongly defended by the British Foot Guards and men of the Nassau battalions. Now, moving on to a live interview. We are going to be talking about the King's German Legion and the defence of La Haye-Sainte. And joining me for this is Hayley Stewart, historian at the University of North Texas. She's an expert on Hanover during the Napoleonic Wars and the King's German Legion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now, Hayley, if I can just dive straight in with my first question, if you don't mind. We've been talking a little bit about the action at La Haye-Sainte, but if you could just take us back a few steps and tell us how the KGL was formed.
The King's German Legion is created in 1803, and so it revolves around the re-eruption of war between the British and the French when Napoleon and the French General Mortier invades Hanover in June of 1803. And George III, who is the Elector of Hanover, and his British ministry, once the French have invaded and taken over, part of that is the Treaty of Erlittenberg, which disbands the Hanoverian army. And the British definitely think they can get some use out of these troops who have been disbanded. And so they give the authority to Frederick Decken, who was a Hanoverian soldier. He was in the service. He was a staff officer to Adolphus, the Duke of Cambridge, and Major Colin Hackett. They both get the authority to start recruiting these Hanoverian troops who have been disbanded. And it's slow. A lot of these troops don't want to have to leave their home, right, and come to England. And they are trickling very slowly to join this legion. The French start to announce that they're going to create a Franco-Hanoverian legion, which is going to be a kind of conscription. And that fear of conscription starts to increase the number of former Hanoverian troops or soldiers who are fleeing the electorate to go to London. In August, there's still very few troops who have volunteered service for this legion. George III issues an appeal on the 10th of August of 1803, appealing to not just Hanoverians, but Germans. They definitely see this as a German kind of coalition coming together to be anti-French, right? Anti-Napoleon. And that really starts to increase the numbers. So through the fall of 1803, Adolphus, his seventh son, the Duke of Cambridge, is overseeing this. Decken is helping. There are stations set up throughout England where they're recruiting the troops. They're forming cavalries. They're forming the artilleries, etc. And in December, on the 19th of December, 1803, Adolphus gets the official patent that forms the King German Legion, and it becomes an official part of the British Army. And historically, the most successful foreign, legion serving in the British Army between the 17th and 19th centuries, I guess you would say, arguably. So it's a process. It's more Hanoverian in the beginning, conflicts. As it goes on, it becomes more German broadly. They start to incorporate POWs, Polish, even some French, but it still stays German in its kind of origin, and the majority of troops who serve in it are German in some way.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We're going to jump forward now. So if we can talk, we've talked about their origins and what kind of reputation do the KGL have by 1815?
I think it's pretty remarkable, the kind of reputation they have. They serve in so many theaters of the war throughout the different coalitions of warfare. They serve in North Germany in like 1805, 1806. They're in the Baltic. They're obviously in their most well-known, the peninsular conflicts. They're even in some places in the Mediterranean. So everywhere they go, they are very successful. I think their reputation largely comes from, number one, their cavalry. That is what allows the rest of the Legion to be more accepted into the British Army largely, is the effectiveness and the success of the cavalry. It makes the transition easier for infantry. Artillery is really successful too, but the light cavalry are really what gets the attention. So the Peninsular War, they really make a name for themselves. Obviously, they serve under Wellington. The Battle of Garcia Hernandez is one of the big ones where they take out some French square formations in the retreat. So their reputation is solid. There's a trust there. I think this kind of leads us to why they're in La Haye-Sainte to begin with, because they served Wellington well, and Wellington trusted their cavalry and trusted their courage, bravery, effectiveness, all of those types of things.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. For an Allied commander to put this foreign legion right in the center of his line obviously shows a great deal of faith. Now, they obviously repaid that by holding on to La Haye-Sainte for as long as they feasibly could. But how well prepared were they for battle on the 18th of June? And didn't they use some of the gates as firewood? Now, if I'm building a defensible position, I'm probably not likely to want to set fire to it beforehand.
No. Well, in some instances, they are prepared. They had not been at Quatre Bras, right? So they're not exhausted from that earlier battle. They are in retreat. They're making their way to Mont Saint-Jean. And when they are ordered, they receive the orders. General George Baring, he has about 400 men with him. He receives the orders that they're going to be positioned at the farm at La Haye-Sainte. And when they get there, it is because of its positioning along the line, it had already been pillaged. So the barn at the farm, the door of the barn is taken. Prior soldiers had taken it to burn it for firewood. All of the hay is gone because it's already been, pillaged by others. There is livestock still there. The family, of course, has fled, who owns the farm. They do butcher the livestock. They feed the men with a lot of that. And so Baring, he starts with defensive fortifications. So some of it isn't what his men are doing. It's what had already been done to the farm before he gets there. To Baring's credit, I think he organizes defensive preparations as much as he can. His men and him are aware of the implications of being positioned to keep the farm, to hold the center of the line. They know the French are going to attack them there tomorrow. There's an awareness from a lot of the accounts that they know that they may die tomorrow. So it depends on our question of preparedness. Do they have all of the things they need to be successful as far as ammunition, men, all of those things? Maybe not, but prepared for what the day faces, what they know they're going to encounter. I would say that they do know that their encounter with the French is going to be fierce. They know where their positioning is. They know it's the center line. They know that the French are going to want to break that. So they're not, they maybe don't have everything they need, but they very much are prepared for what they're going to face mentally, maybe we should say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that mental preparedness being, you know, so close to the Allied line, but on that center axis, you know, they must have known when they're you know, building their fortifications as best they could and sort of bedding down for the night of the 17th. They must have known that we are gonna, you know, we're gonna get it tomorrow. So in terms of the fall of the farm, then is it as simply as and you know, it may be, but is it as simply as something like incredibly determined, incredibly brave, exceptionally brave soldiers who fought bravely throughout the day? They, you know, is it just as simple as them running out of ammunition? Can you give us some more detail on that?
I mean, I think it can be as simple as running out, because obviously they had been reinforced, but the entire Allied line is stretched thin, as are the French on the other side. So I think sometimes it's making do with what you have. And yes, that Bering the whole time, right, is desperately asking for more ammunition. They're preserving it. They're pilfering it off of dead bodies, hoping they can find cartridges, you know, on that. But they're also low on men, right? Comparably, the French at La Haye-Sainte outnumber them, even with the different reinforcements that are coming to help them. So, yeah, it is. I mean, they maintain the position. The French aren't able to fully take it until they're, you know, are really forced to retreat to save themselves. So I think it can be as much as the ammunition. Now, I know the ammunition is a controversial topic, right? Are they stretched thin in other places? Are they purposely not sending it? You know, they have rifles and not muskets, and, you know, all of these types of, you know, supply issues. But I do think sometimes supply can determine how effective you can. I mean, the men are willing to fight. And if the French, they have the cavalry, the horses, the artillery, all positioned at them, they managed as best as they could until they couldn't. So I do think it's supplies, or it can be as much as supplies, because it's not bravery or morale or anything like that. That's abstract.
And I mean, if I'm honest, I'm inclined to agree with you. You know, these men were practically surrounded most of the day. And it's one of the, I find some of the accounts, some of the primary source material that comes out of La Haye-Sainte, some of the most harrowing of the battle. And maybe it's the power of hindsight, and maybe it's a sort of a bias for those soldiers. It'd be difficult for me to really put a marker on it. But you know, the primary sources feel really powerful. You really feel that desperation almost. Where I don't mean to belittle any of the service on the battlefield, but you know, it's something that I get from those primary sources. Now, and I'm sure I could probably predict where you would go with my next question, but how important was their contribution to the battle?
I mean, I think everyone should be able to anticipate my answer to this, because I think their contribution is incredible and incredibly important. And yes, the French do eventually capture it, but the delay in capturing it means they're not able to use it to gain their decisive victory, right? Like, so even though they are going to be eventually forced to retreat, yes, the French get it. Them holding it as long as they can delays the entire position of the battle, to the point where Napoleon's already used his reserves against the Prussians, and Ney is no longer able to get those, right? So it changes the dynamics. So I think their ability to hold the farm as long as they do, for hours, you know, the entire afternoon until the evening when the French finally capture it, prevents the French from capitalizing on it to where they could actually break Wellington's line and, you know, turn the battle in their favor.
I mean, I think, like you say, I think had the farm fallen a lot sooner, we're looking at a potentially not a different outcome, but, you know, things certainly
a different battle, perhaps, right?
Yeah,
you know,
indeed.
A different, you know, the way the battle would play out might perhaps have been different. Yeah.
Now, in terms of reaction to the KGL, I know, you know, we talked a little earlier about some of the mistrust between some of the allies, you know, feelings of maybe are the Dutch going to stand, are the Belgians going to stand? What was the feeling towards the KGL? And I don't necessarily mean before the battle, but after the battle, you know, after this sort of very brave and staunch defence, what was the feeling towards the KGL then?
From whom? Like the
from the Allies, sorry.
The Allies
the,
of the British public.
Yeah.
As far as I know, from my accounts reading, there's a lot of well, there's going to be some officers who are going to maybe disagree. Like, why didn't you send us ammunition? There's always that competition between the German officers and the British officers that gets better as time goes on, but that's there from the beginning of its formation. As far as enlisted men, when we're serving, the relationship is much better.
Thank you very much, Hayley. I'm going to have to stop you there. It's something I'd love to go into more detail with. That's Hayley Stewart, historian at the University of North Texas, expert on Hanover during the Napoleonic Wars and the King's German Legion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm now going to hand over to another of our esteemed colleagues. He's back again. Dr. Zack White, thank you very much.
You can't escape me today, can you?
Absolutely not.
You need to run away faster. Because let's be honest, you've had enough, mate, surely. But hey, you've got another 3¼ hours of this. You just shouldn't have signed up for it. Although admittedly, it's increasingly looking like I am buying the beer at the end of the night. So as I say, folks, please do keep those donations coming in so that I continue to lose this bet by catastrophic means. I want to talk about, I've talked a lot about money and donations, and I fully appreciate that not everybody is in a position to be able to donate. But there is another way that you can help this organisation. Time and time again, I've gone on the record saying that the NRWGC is 250 years too late to this effort, and I mean it. There are days when I walk into a cemetery not even knowing who is in that cemetery. The first time I walked into Southampton Old Cemetery, which is the first site I visited, I had listed 12 names and I was confidently predicting it would take me about 3 hours to find them all. 5 hours later, I'd found 3 of them. It took another 4 visits to find the rest, and even now, thanks to local knowledge, I'm finding more graves that I've walked past time and time again. And this ties in, you know, Russell is a classic example of this. We didn't know about Russell's grave until January of this year. So, you know, we are finding more of these men all the time. The challenge here is enormous. When you think about the state of graveyards, you've got eroded headstones, you've got shattered memorials, you've got graves engulfed in bramble thickets. I have had to physically cut my way to tombs, knowing full well that they're there. There are times I have had to assess tombs without the benefit of secateurs to cut away the bramble thickets, and I've had to poke my head in and deal with the consequences, which is as amusing if you're not on the receiving end as it sounds. And this is not just a UK-wide phenomenon, this is an international phenomenon. We are an international charity. We don't just focus on the British, we focus on every nationality, including, and all services, including the Royal Navy. It doesn't matter which side you fought on. There is no right or wrong side in these conflicts. All that matters is that you served. And what we are trying to do is piece together that fragmented information to try and work out where these guys were in order to be able to go and find them. And that's why we started the Rediscovering the War Dead volunteer project. The idea behind this is that, bottom line, we need people in the field. We need to get people into archives to start to look at the burial records and find out what they can tell us as we try to build a database of who is meant to be in a graveyard, to then go and try and find them, to assess them, to then start thinking about allocating the funds for restoration. It is a multi-layer process. It will take us at least a generation to do this. I am unlikely to see the final fruition of this project. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to make a start. The long-term aim is that we will have a database and an interactive online map that will enable you to pinpoint any grave related to this period anywhere in the world to a 3-meter square location. That will enable you to connect with your local links to this period so that you can go and pay your respects rather than having to rely on us streaming
memorial services for you to be able to watch. Within the Rediscovering the War Dead volunteer project, there are three fundamental roles. There are the site volunteers, the people who go and have a look at the graves, go find them for us, fill out the reports on what state those graves are in, take the photographs, take the measurements in some cases that are needed, do the necessary stuff with What Three Words, the location app, so that we can have a report that tells us, the trustees, what state the grave is in and how urgently our intervention is needed. We've got our research volunteers who do what it says on the tin. Now, the research volunteers help with kind of the wider kind of transcription elements, taking the material from the archives and helping us to put that in a format that we can process and use as part of this database we are seeking to build. And then, of course, there are the archive volunteers, the people who give up their time to go into archives, photograph this material, so that others can then work on that transcription process. It is all labor intensive, it is all deeply laborious, but it is all hugely important. So I would urge you, if you can give up as little as 30 minutes a month, please give us something arguably far more valuable than money. Give us your time. In order to become a volunteer, all you need to do is email contact.nrwgc@gmail.com. I'll state that again. That is contact, contact.nrwgc@gmail.com. Just give us your name, address, and contact number. We only keep those for legal reasons. We keep everything in line with GDPR. We don't share your data. You don't need to be a member, crucially. I do understand that for some people, £25 a year is an awful lot of money. Whilst you might like to join, actually you're not able to do so. We do understand that. So if you are willing to empower us with the knowledge to get on with the restoration process, please do enable us to do so by considering being a volunteer for us. Now, we're going to stay with this memory aspect and think very much about the people who made it home from Waterloo, people like Russell, many of them injured, many of them suffering from the psychological trauma of what they had seen. Recently, Evan Wilson wrote a fantastic book on exactly this. It was very hotly anticipated. It's called The Horrible Piece. And I sat down with him to see why we in the historical community have been so excited by his findings.
Joining me now is Dr. Evan Wilson, Associate Professor at the Hattendorf Historical Centre at the US Naval War College and author of The Horrible Piece, British Veterans and the End of the Napoleonic Wars. Evan, thanks very much for your time. Let's dive right into this. After the war comes, of course, the demobilization. What options do these soldiers actually have once Napoleon has been defeated for the final time?
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So the 7-year men, the short service men, get out. Almost all of them are going to get out sometime between 1814 and 1816, 17. So there's a pretty hefty demobilization then. But when they get out, most of them don't have skills beyond agricultural laborer. And there's a major agricultural labor crisis in the country in 1815 and 1816, especially because of the eruption of Mount Tambora that happened in April 1815, which caused a global climate catastrophe. I think people watching this know that this has been pre-recorded, so I will allow that to happen. But it is currently feeling very much like 1816 here in the East Coast of the United States, because there are major wildfires in Canada, and the sky is basically yellow and orange, and the air quality is terrible. And I can tell you that if it felt anything like this in 1816, it was truly a horrible piece. So crops didn't grow. This was the year without a summer in 1816. So there's no jobs for agricultural laborers. So it's widespread misery, lots of reports coming back to the government about widespread misery. So not a lot of options for soldiers who are getting out of the army in the years immediately after Waterloo. A lot of them take to the streets and protest because they think, hey, this can't stand, we need to do something about it. Some of them use their military training to make protests more effective. And that's the story that I try to tell in my book, which you should all buy. a horrible piece. It's out now.
People absolutely should. Now, there was a lot of stigma attached to being a soldier during this period. How does society kind of respond to this influx of what are effectively trained killers onto the job market?
I have a little more to say in my book about what the soldiers do, and that is they commit a lot of crimes. So there's a major crime wave after Waterloo. The Old Bailey records show, roughly speaking, there are about twice as many crimes committed in 1819 as there were in 1814. So it's a dramatic increase. So lots of transportations to the colonies, to Australia, to places like that. There are also resettlement schemes. The idea is basically, okay, we don't really want the soldiers here in Britain, or the demobilized soldiers here in Britain. They're, crime-ridden and difficult people to be around. Let's get them out. If they're not committing crimes actually, and we don't transport them, we could maybe incentivize them to move to the colonies. So in the 1820s and into the 1830s, Canada and Australia both have major settlement schemes where soldiers are encouraged. They're given basically free land as long as they maintain it. They're given a certain number of acres based on how what their rank was. So a private might get a small plot, but an officer would get a much larger plot. The idea is basically that soldiers would make good frontiersmen. You can see the logic, right? They're trained to survive ideally in difficult conditions, but it assumes a bunch of skills that soldiers don't necessarily have. And it turns out that they're not actually great frontiersmen, and they're not great settlers. But nevertheless, some do take up the opportunity. And so there are these schemes that run in the 1820s and 1830s. By the middle of the 1830s, most of the colonies have decided maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But what's fascinating is that you can find evidence of the soldiers' settlement patterns all through the colonies. So look for Napoleonic era names throughout Canada and Australia, and chances are they were founded by a soldier who, named his farm after his rifle regiment or whatever, the rifle battalion. So that there are lots of different places you can look for this in the colonies.
I want to talk about the psychological impact too. Talk us through kind of a couple of examples of this which you've come across in your research.
So it's really hard, and we probably shouldn't retroactively diagnose PTSD, but the actual name of PTSD, right, post-traumatic stress disorder, it is absolutely clear that a lot of these men underwent trauma. Therefore, when there's trauma, there is often PTSD, but we shouldn't say, oh, that guy definitely had PTSD. It's more complicated than that. It's hard as a historian sometimes to find exactly how to handle this. The term that they would have used at the time was probably something like melancholy. So they say, I'm suffering from melancholy. Maybe that is because of their experience in the war or some other thing, or maybe it's just alcoholism or whatever it is. But the sources that we have for this are often memoirs. Memoirists tend not, you don't usually write a memoir when you're about your post-war experience if it was all, smiles and kittens and two children and a white picket fence or whatever, right? It was often the case that the memoirists would write about their difficult experiences in the war. And so we have some evidence of what a difficult experience might look like, and that could be a real feeling of dislocation. And I think that's a more common and easier to diagnose understanding of what it was like to have left the military. So the regiments deliberately created, Army regiments deliberately created homes away from home to try to separate soldiers from their families, to make the regiments feel like their new family. So if you're dislocated from your family, that can cause a lot of trauma in and of itself, regardless of what you saw in battle and what you saw in the war. So you read a lot of memoirs of soldiers who call them, they say that they are like, after they've left the Army, they're like fish out of water, which I always thought was a fascinating framework, because the sailors generally don't say that. The soldiers all say they're fish out of water, which says something about something. I'm not quite sure. But anyways, so the soldiers say we're fish out of water. We don't know how to handle this post-war period. I don't know what to do with myself. I feel like I'm not at home anymore. How do I make a life for myself? And it gets back to this fundamental problem that soldiers don't have marketable skills, generally speaking, in the civilian market. Some niche aspects of soldiering do, but compared to sailors, where there's at least a chance that you could translate your maritime skills into a merchant ship if you could find a job, which you probably couldn't, but never mind that. The theory works, right? Soldiers don't necessarily have anything that they can bring home to say, hey, I'm good at this. There are a couple examples of like accountants. There's a lot of paperwork in the Army. So if you're good at the paperwork in the Army, sometimes you can translate that to that kind of skill. But yeah, a lot of sense of dislocation, a lot of sense of being removed from their home, rather than saying specifically, oh, that guy had PTSD. That's dangerous.
And you come across some really curious ones. So, for example, we've spoken in the past about a guy who decides to blow up a tree stump because it seems like a good idea at the time.
Yeah. So this is an old cavalryman who is, to be clear, not trained in the use of explosives, and that becomes important in the story.
Don't try this at home, folks.
Exactly. Yeah, he stays in. So after the wars, he'd enlisted in about 1806. He goes through the whole peninsula. He's at Waterloo. He stays in the whole time, and he gets all the way through into the late 1820s when he hits his 21-year mark. And at that point, the math just, you should get out because your pension's probably going to be better than staying in. So he decides, all right, I'll get out. He goes back home, and he just can't feel at home at his old home. He says every stream he sees reminds him of a stream that he crossed in Spain, you know, and there was a battle fought there. So he decides, well, my job right now is going to be to get rid of an old oak stump. And if anybody's ever had to deal with a tree stump, you know that like that's a real job. You need actual machinery to do that. But he decides, no, I got explosives and I know what I'm doing because I was in the Army. So I'm going to blow this thing up. And of course, it explodes before he expects it to. And he says, you know, the town gossips are all like, what is this idiot doing, trying to kill us all back from the Army, right? So that's a good example of someone who doesn't feel at home when they come home. He goes back to his regiment to visit, and he says, I immediately felt more at home in the barracks than I had in the last couple of years than I've been at my actual family home. So that's the kind of common dislocation that you see. And again, don't try to blow up a tree stump.
That's good life advice there. Just going for you for free. That's what we do for you folks here on Waterloo Live. I'm very interested in the support that does and in some respects doesn't exist for the wounded. We talk a lot about the Chelsea pensioners, but in practical terms, does a pension really help that much if you have sustained a wound?
So it's important to distinguish between the two different kinds of, really there's three different kinds of pensioners. There's the ones who don't get any. That's an important category. Okay. But of the ones that get a pension, there are in pensioners and out pensioners. There really aren't many in pensioners. There's a reason they trot them out today at all these major events, because there aren't that many of them, and so you see the same guys over and over again. The Greenwich Hospital for the sailors has I think less than 2,000. Chelsea similar, so a couple hundred, couple thousand, depending on the year, depending on all that stuff. The vast majority of pensioners fall into the 80,000 Chelsea out pensioners ballpark in about 1820, let's say. These numbers don't take these numbers to the bank, but that's to give you a rough sense of scale. So let's say there are 80,000 Chelsea out pensioners. An out pension meant that you didn't live at Chelsea Hospital, you didn't get a room and board, you didn't get any of that stuff. All you got was a quarterly payment, a pension that was dispersed to you. You'd usually have to go to your nearest excise office to get it. The state, however we want to define that, the Army, Parliament, the government, was very clear that this was not your income. This was not meant to be, you're going to live, on the pension for the rest of your life. This was supposed to be drinking money. It was supposed to be a supplement to your income. And in some cases, when it worked, it literally was drinking money. So because you didn't often live maybe right next to the excise office or wherever you had to go to get the pension, you travel with your buddies every quarter down to the pension to get your pension. And then you'd probably drink it all. And then you'd come back feeling good about yourself. And then you do that again in 3 months. So that's the ideal. In practice, though, with the unemployment crisis, the agricultural labor crisis, and the post-war economic depression, a lot of soldiers relied on the pension to get by, and that was a bad situation to be in. So a typical pension would be a shilling a day, ballpark. A shilling a day is about 18 pounds a year. It's hard to give precise numbers here, and this changes over time, and there is inflation. But let's say that you probably needed at least 40 pounds a year to sort of make any kind of reasonable ends meet. So 18 pounds a year isn't going to do that. Now, if you can make money as a laborer, and then you also have 18 pounds on top of that, that's fine. Like, it's not great, but you can see the theory. So the pension depended on the severity of your wounds. If you weren't wounded, it depended on how long you served, that sort of thing. So you had to show how disabled you were. If you were severely disabled, you lost a limb, you might get a bigger were lower. So it all, I understand how the state's just trying to sort of even it all out here, right? So no, there's not a lot of support for them. It is, however, the first state welfare system of any kind of meaningful of any kind of value. So this is not new to the period. This is not new in 1815. It goes back centuries, various kinds of pension schemes. But it's interesting to see the state recognizing that it had some sort of obligation to these men, that it needed to provide them with something, but it wasn't willing to provide them with a livable income. That just wasn't on the cards, and it wasn't what the pensions were designed to do.
And how much beyond that, how much public recognition do veterans get, obviously aside from the Waterloo Medal, which is sort of a unique thing in and of its own right?
Well, the fact that the Waterloo Medal is unique is exactly the key. So the General Service Medals, the Peninsular War Medals, those stuff don't go to regular soldiers until the 1840s. So for 20, 30 years after the wars, you'd say that ordinary soldiers were not recognized by the state in the same way that officers were. With the exception of the Waterloo Medal. And now the exception of the Waterloo Medal is the exception proves the rule, right? The fact that it was such a unique thing is exactly the point. Waterloo was seen as such a world historical battle that it was worth recognizing everyone who participated in it. And so the state went to all this trouble to print these, to mint these medals and all the rest of it. So if you'd ask, like, who are the people that are recognized after Waterloo, you'd say the officers of both services. They are raking in all sorts of rewards, knighthoods, peerages, medals, all the rest of it. The Navy had been giving out medals for major battles for a long time, but they weren't given to everybody who participated in them, and it was usually something that officers got. So the general sense of ordinary soldiers after Waterloo, aside from the Waterloo Medal, these are not worthy of the state's recognition until they're all dying off in the 1840s. And then people say, oh, maybe now's a good time to recognize what you've done 30 years earlier.
Yeah, a little bit late for many of them, of course. Dr. Evan Wilson, it's been a fascinating discussion. Author of The Horrible Peace, British Veterans and the End of the Napoleonic Wars. Thank you for joining us on Waterloo Live.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for having me.
Welcome back. It is 7 p.m., which means that we are 3/4 of the way through this undertaking. Now, I don't know how many of you have spoken to me in the run-up to this, but I think we were all thinking this was going to be a little bit more insane than it actually has been. I've been joking that this was going to be watching three men go slowly mad. And in fact, it's been, frankly, a joy and a lot of fun. But I do want you guys to think about something as you've been watching this, or we've been going at this for 9 hours now. And 208 years ago, these men were going at this for 9 hours straight, right? We're lucky enough we have snacks, we have tea, we have all of that. We're also not being shot at, which is a crucial development. So just, do give it some thought. We're 3/4 of the way through. We're 3/4 of the way to our donation goal, or more than, so please keep those coming in. But right now it's 7 o'clock, which means it's time for another battle update, and I have the baton this time. Liam has started a trend. All right, so I'm going to pick up exactly where Liam left off. La Haye Sainte has fallen, and the Prince of Orange is unwilling to accept this. So he orders the 5th Line Battalion of the KGL to retake La Haye Sainte, despite the continuing threatening presence of the French heavy cavalry that had caused such havoc before. Inevitably, the 5th is cut to pieces by that cavalry, with only a flank charge by the 3rd KGL Hussars, allowing the survivors to retreat. Their colonel, their commander, Baron von Ompteda, is shot in the neck at point-blank range by a French infantryman and falls right by La Haye Sainte. The near annihilation of the 5th leaves Wellington with a problem, and it's a problem that he doesn't want to deal with: a hole in the center of the Allied line. Lambert's 10th Brigade are effectively sacrificed to hold the center. Forced to stay in square because of threatening French cavalry, they present a prime target for French artillery, with a number of regiments, most notably the 27th in Enniskillings, effectively dying in square, just standing there and taking it. They lose 68% of their fighting strength in those moments. Meanwhile, on the Prussian side, von Ziethen's corps has arrived at Papelotte on Wellington's left, allowing Wellington, that is, to redeploy his units from that part of the battlefield. This allows the Allied center to be reinforced with Chassé's 3rd Netherlands Division and troops from the Brunswick Corps, including ensuring that the sacrifice of the 10th Brigade isn't entirely in vain. And the next time someone tells you that it was only the British and the Prussians that won Waterloo, remind them of this portion, remind them of the 3rd Netherlands and the Brunswick Corps, who hold the center for Wellington at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, off to the east, Grouchy continues to fight Thielmann's 3rd Corps at Wavre, finally crossing the river at Limahl. He tries to rush troops from Limahl to Berge to turn the Prussians' flank, but they don't arrive before nightfall, by which point, well, it's all over. Now then, we're steamrolling through. At 7:30, we have a real treat for you. We're not just doing the attack of the Imperial Guard as a battle update, we are doing it minute by minute. But before that, we've got a few crucial things to get through. We've got an interview that I am really looking forward to. But first, we're going to do a little bit of why we're doing this. We're not doing it in the old-fashioned way, though. We don't have a trustee giving a talk to camera. Instead, we have a grave for you. And I want you to look closely and see if you can spot whose grave this is. They're a significant person in European military history, although I will give you a hint that they weren't at Waterloo.
So there you may hopefully have seen the clue that we were talking about. This is footage that I shot in October last year when I actually went up to attend a memorial service to somebody else whose grave we had maintained. That is Walter Burke, post-war HMS Victory during the Battle of Trafalgar. You'll hear more on that from Sam Jolly later on. Why this particular one? Well, it's in a very quiet corner of Kent. If you didn't know about it, you wouldn't even know that this unimposing, very tranquil church was the resting place of William Carr Beresford, who was Wellington's effective second-in-command for a time, Marshal of the Portuguese Army, a really significant figure, as Luke just said in the intro, in European history. What you will notice, if you look very closely though, is the gaps between the different pieces of stone. Effectively, this is a tomb at risk, and that's why we wanted to show you this particular piece of footage. What has effectively happened is the test of time. Beresford's grave has undergone one stage of deconstruction, in actual fact. It had a kind of roof structure over it that was removed in the early 1900s because it was becoming unstable. Now water is wreaking havoc with the rest of the foundations. It has got in to the gaps between the stones, the mortar is crumbling, and in the frosts during cold winter's nights, it is expanding as water inevitably does. That therefore means Beresford's tomb is breaking apart from the inside out. This is the sort of thing that requires us to make really rapid judgment calls on what we focus on.
Beresford is quite clearly a significant figure in the history of this period. His tomb is unquestionably deserving of attention, but fixing it, well, that's really expensive. That's £2,000, £3,000, maybe even more. Effectively, work will need to be done to lift those stones, dry out the gaps in between them, and then put fresh mortar in, put caulking in, prevent future water ingress, and preserve that tomb for generations still to come. If we do not act rapidly, there is a very real risk that we will lose Beresford's tomb entirely. And that is why we are pushing so hard for your support. Thank you once again to everybody for the donations that you've kept coming in. I am now going to hand back to Luke, who has been so excited about this. It's been like working with a kid at Christmas, quite frankly. Luke, I'm not going to steal your thunder. It's all yours. Enjoy, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, it was this in the cavalry interview. I'm not going to lie. So we have a real treat for you. We've mentioned before that we are here in the Hartley Library at Southampton University, and we are being hosted very kindly by the Special Collections here. And joining me on stage right now, live, is Karen Robson, who is the Head of Special Collections, I apologize, here at the Hartley Library. Now, all three of us have worked with these papers. Zack and I are heavily familiar with them. There's a chapter of my book I wouldn't have been able to write without your Special Collections. I had a blast here a couple of years ago. So we get to hear from you, which is a real treat. And thank you so much for having us as well. So let's start with the background, because there is that moment of sort of, wait, Wellington, Southampton, what's going on here? So give our viewers some background as to how the Wellington papers ended up here in Southampton.
Yes, well, you're quite right. Southampton doesn't seem the most obvious place for the Wellington papers. But in fact, there were some connections between the family and the university prior to the archives coming here.
You're fine.
The 7th Duke of Wellington was the president of what was then the University College Southampton from 1948 onwards. And when the university was granted university status in 1952, he became our first chancellor.
Okay.
But it was his death in 1977. The papers of the first Duke were offered to the nation under tax legislation. And then they obviously had to find a home for them. The Vice Chancellor at the time was a prominent 19th century historian of 19th century history, who actually had the foresight, or perhaps you could call it a vision, to think about what the acquisition of this very significant collection would make to the university. So supported, alongside the then librarian Bernard Naylor, the developing of an area in the library, the employment of staff to work on the collection, and actually made a bid, which obviously worked out successfully, for the collection to come here. So that's where we started, and 40 years ago.
Wow. Let that be a lesson to you guys. Make more 19th century historians in senior positions in universities.
Yep, that would be great.
Indeed it would. No bias here whatsoever.
Yeah.
So talk us through the perspective that the papers offer on the Waterloo campaign and Wellington's wider life.
Yeah, actually. Well, obviously, the Battle of Waterloo comes at the end of more than 2 decades worth of conflict. It's an extraordinary struggle, unprecedented in its scale and consequences, which really changed Britain's sort of role in the world. Yeah. But it's also a conflict where it offered the opportunity for men of sort of ambition and determination to make an impact. And obviously you could say Wellington is very much a man of such ambition and determination. So his archives, which obviously show things very much from his perspective, and he obviously has such a very distinctive voice. I think one of the things I'd say is, we have to think he wasn't just a soldier, he's also a politician. So in 1815, he's on the ground in Europe. He's actually there at congresses, sort of part of the discussion to sort of shape the continent after the abdication of Napoleon. So he's in Vienna when Napoleon escapes from Elba and sort of sets in motion the whole process that leads ultimately to Waterloo. And I think that the fact that there's the political element as well as the military sort of side to Wellington's career means that we get the political perspective in the build-up to Waterloo. We have all the material about Napoleon being outlawed, all the sort of political machinations, as well as all the sort of military sort of preparations as well. So from the papers, you really can track the process that, you know, leading to the battle, as well as to the. Obviously, this is the era of government by communication. Wellington is a consummate sort of record keeper. His collection is about 100,000 items, so a very considerable collection. But it represents a really detailed evidence of both his career and also events of the era. I mean, he had a ringside seat at so much that was going on at the time, as well as being a player in many of the events as well. So I'd say it's a very, very significant collection that really shows the development of Britain and its place in the world from really the late 18th century, really up to the sort of middle of the 19th century. So very significant from that point of view.
Absolutely. I mean, I can vouch for that. I spent a week here in, I think, 2019, and I felt like I barely scratched the surface of what was in there. Yeah. And actually, this brings me on very neat. What you said brings me on very neatly to my next question, which is, what do we know about how Wellington went about compiling and writing what he wrote? Especially in this case, let's talk about the Waterloo Dispatch, right? Because it is Waterloo.
Indeed, yes. Sadly, we don't actually have the Waterloo Dispatch here at Southampton, but we have so many other things we can't really complain. I think the Waterloo Dispatch really shows Wellington following very, very defined processes of how you go about writing these official documents. I mean, he starts writing at 3 a.m. on the 19th of June. He starts writing at Waterloo, although he moves to Brussels and is writing from Brussels later in the morning. And it's really at Brussels that the fair copy, the copy that's sent to London, is completed. He starts the letter, "My Lord," which is a formula which indicates that it's an official letter rather than a private letter. And the distinction between official and private letters are very, very sort of very prescribed. So it means that official letter, you have to write all the, you have to evidence all the facts that you're putting in there. So that's one element of the writing. But you can also see sort of 4 different sort of elements within the dispatch, the way he's writing the dispatch. In the first place, he's writing and making a few corrections. He's going through it. He then reads through it again and makes further corrections, alterations, additions to it. The third element is the addition of the final folio, the sort of the half sheets, which was possibly written when the rest was the fair copy was being made in Brussels. And that's the one that mentions the death of Sir William Ponsonby, and also that Henry Percy is going to deliver it with the Eagles to London. And the fourth element to it is Wellington and his lovely soft pencil. He's very, very fond of soft pencils. But obviously it's a real challenge for us archivists because they continue being materials being lost there. I mean, if I could go back in time, that's the one thing I'd confiscate his pencils. But this, the soft pencil is where you can see he's made the alterations that turn this from a letter from Lord Bathurst to the letter that he's writing to the King of Netherlands, which he reports that he sends on the 21st of June. So overall, I'd say it shows the process of composition and structure of his dispatches. We can see how he writes the text, great clarity of thought, particularly his overview of the strategic aspects of the campaign and the brief factual nature of the dispatch contents. There's some sections that are written almost without any alterations at all. And that's very reminiscent of, there's a dispatch he writes after Busaco in 1810, of which there is no other copy at all. There's just the one copy of the dispatch. So he obviously has, really sort of got this process down to a T. And he, where he does make minor corrections, it's really, or additions, these are to add precision. So for instance, you can see a few tweaks that he makes that emphasises more Blucher's contribution to the campaign. And finally, we can see the additions where he's adding in information that he's acquired from other sources. So, this is where he's adding again to the precision. So this is just some of the elements there. Yeah. He's also quite precise. I think there were a number of complaints from people saying it's only 2,350 words, I think it is. We wanted more than that. We want to be mentioned as well. But, he has his brief, and he literally keeps his brief. Yeah. Just stays in what he feels is appropriate.
Absolutely, yeah. And we will be talking about a little bit later on about sort of the involvement of Blücher in that dispatch and all of that. I love this. It's like talking to an art historian about a painting, except it's a document. This is fantastic. But it's not just documents that you guys have. You have some really interesting ephemera, physical items, sort of what we would refer to as material history almost, in the collection, such as the very impressive Wellington Nautilus shell and a few others. Would you?
Yes. Well, the Nautilus shell is a more recent acquisition, very generously donated by a collector in Canada who brought it all the way over from Vancouver for me. So, which I thought was very, very kind. It dates from around 1851, produced by an engraver based in Australia, who was very well known for his work. So it has the Duke of Wellington on one side, St. George on the other. There's what we think is a companion piece, which is in the National Maritime Museum in Greenwich, which is Lord Nelson and St. George. We also assume it dates around, as I say, 1851. So we think it was for the Great Exhibition to sort of emphasise, sort of, the Great Britain, I suppose, the elements of British heroes, etc. So it fits also very well. I mean, it's obviously 1851. It's just before the Duke dies, and the great outpouring of creating him as a national hero. But those are some. That's probably the more impressive of our artifacts that we have. But we have other things. Locks of Wellington seems to have been hero worshipped by Princess Charlotte, who wrote him a piece of music called Lord Wellington's March. But also we have locks of hair by her. We have Wellington's ribbons for his Order of the Garter and his Order of the Bath. But also we have a slightly intriguing, fairly recent acquisition, which is a handkerchief of a cavalry officer from Battle of Waterloo, which was passed on to us from a museum that they'd acquired sometime in the 19th century, but thought we were the more appropriate place to have these.
How wonderful.
Yes.
That is fantastic. Yeah, the collection is remarkable, and I'm going to be, at some point you're going to get a very nice letter from me going, please may I look at this Nautilus shell because it fits my second book dead on.
Well, that leads to what we may be doing this year.
Yeah, actually I'm giving my own segues here. So 2023 marks the 40th anniversary of you guys acquiring this collection of the Wellington papers. So how are you marking this here at Southampton, besides letting us take over a room for 12 hours?
This fits in beautifully with the things we do. We're going a bit Wellington 40 mad this year, actually. At the moment, we have an exhibition in our Level 4 gallery, which is marking the sort of celebrating 40 years of the curation of the collection and sort of the work we do in cataloguing, conservation, lots of the events that we've done over the years as well. So that's a current thing. We've done lots of social media. We had in March, which it was 17th of March, 1983, when the Wellington Archive arrived. Throughout March, we had a whole social media campaign where people, including Zack and others, chose their favourite item from the Wellington collection and wrote about it. We've done lots of we have a very active blog for the special collections. So we did a whole series of blogs that followed Wellington's name. So anything you could think of from W to N. We actually, rather appropriately, I suppose, finished with N for Napoleon. So so those are some of the things we've done. I must give a plug for our event on the 7th of July, which is a behind the scenes. So you can come and see some of the documents, see the conservation, talk about the work in curation, but also there's a tea and lecture by Zack as well. So it's nearly sold out, I'm afraid. So it's looking very successful, but yeah, it should be very good to come and see some of the activities here. We have a special collections exhibition in the autumn this year, which is actually objects from the collections, which will include the Nautilus shell.
Excellent.
So it will be opening in October, which will be in time for the Wellington Lecture, or the annual Wellington Lecture, which is also in October this year. And I should just say that we are planning a Wellington Congress in 2027, April 2027, 25, I beg your pardon, April 2025. We will be sending out calls for papers and details of that fairly soon. But that's something we just thought we ought to put in the book as well. So
fantastic.
So we've been very busy. And anything else anybody wants to suggest? We're open to other suggestions for activities as well.
How delightful. Well, you've heard it here first, everybody. We need to sell out. First of all, we need to crack £1,000. Then we need to sell out Zack's lecture and the 40th celebration. And then we all need to submit our papers for the Wellington Congress.
Indeed, 2025.
2025.
We will be advertising that soon.
Wonderful. Karen Robson, thank you so very much for joining us and for hosting us for these 12 hours.
It's been a delight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To hell with never meeting your heroes. That went bloody well. That was fantastic. All right.
You were the first one to curse on stream.
Ah, such it is. You knew what you were getting into, getting a yank onto this stream. So,
said it, not me.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. So we are about to do the attack of the guard.
Yeah.
Do we want to do some questions first?
Let's see if we've got time for one or two very quick ones.
Okay. Liam, you want to spin the wheel?
Liam, our glamorous producer for this section, is going to pop some questions up on the stream first. Screen. That doesn't bode well for the next 35 minutes, does it? Mark Duckers asked, could Napoleon have been more expansive in his approach to the campaign with these marshals? Difficult question. He doesn't have his A-team, inverted commas, throughout the campaign, which is obviously a big pain for him. The absence of Berthier is universally acknowledged is a major thorn in his side. With the best one in the world, Soule is a poor replacement, does his best, but Berthier was the man who was able to translate Napoleon's vision into the staggering success that we saw on the battlefield. You know, that almost photographic memory, the eye for detail, and just the clarity of the translation of Napoleon's thoughts into practicable orders. That's a huge downside. There's a lot of debates, you know, what if he'd taken Davout with him? Well, Davout is holding Paris for Napoleon, so that's not really an option. We've talked already about Ney. We won't, you know, revisit those, but, you know, Ney doesn't do a Ney, which is negative at Quatre Bras, but then does do a Ney at Waterloo, which is negative. So, you know, it handles both ways. Sure, we could kind of suggest what if Grouchy had the left wing and Ney had the right wing. Yes, in an ideal scenario, that might have been better, but that's because we know how those parts of the campaign unfold.
I mean, I think really what it comes down to more than anything, and it's something worth remembering, is that neither side has their A-team here, right? You know, no offense to anyone who's serving there, no offense to anyone who is achieving what they're doing. We've already talked about how Wellington would have given his eye teeth for his full Peninsular Army, including Beresford, who we just talked about. And Napoleon would have very much given his eye teeth for his marshals and probably more of his old veterans.
We've got time for one more, Liam?
All right.
It's just popping up on the screen. So we are watching the stream as it comes up. Bukim40 asks, should France have shifted the battle to its left, mask Hougoumont with a division, hold the center with a corps, and then send 2 corps towards the left? So this is push Lebeau through the woods. Prussia can't deploy. So this is effectively what Wellington's fearing. He's preempted this. That is the logical thing in many respects to do with the ground. But in some respects, I think that's kind of what Napoleon is aware of. You know, sometimes just don't do the expected. It is quite a bloody kind of hammer strike approach. Perhaps if Napoleon had a little bit more, not fear of Wellington, but certainly a sort of a more healthy awareness of Wellington's a man who can bite you if you're not careful, then perhaps he might have attempted that, in fact. But Wellington positions a force at Hal. Off the top of my head, I think it's 15,000 men.
15,000.
And that is designed for exactly this eventuality, to be called in to basically hit the French with almost a kind of a pincer strike if Napoleon tries to loop around that flank and take Wellington by turning the flank.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, we've got the crucial thing. You know, yes, Napoleon underestimates Wellington. That one's granted, but he also, I think, is playing on Wellington's troops. He's gambling on the ones that are going to break, right? And he's hoping that they're not going to be able to seal the gaps. hence that hammer blow. And I think the other interesting thing is we have this question here, but had Napoleon done that and Wellington's pincer and the 15,000 men sort of come out of nowhere, there's an argument to be made that he would have been hailed as even more of a tactical genius than he was, right? We would all be talking about how did he see this coming? How did he, you know, there's almost a moment of it might have actually ended sooner.
I think it's also quite hard for us to read the battlefield now because the motorway's been built through it, which doesn't help in terms of, well, it hasn't been built through the battlefield, it's been built around sort of the flank of Hougoumont.
We definitely have changed Napoleon's tactics.
Yeah, along with the airport. Had the airport been there, you know, things might have been a touch different.
Air support.
Yes, but let us bring it back to historical reality. It is just after 7:30. The attack of the Guard is imminent, and we will be covering this blow by blow for you, minute by minute, here on Waterloo Live. This is it. This is the culmination. It's not the it's for the live stream. We're going to continue all the way until 10 o'clock. But in terms of the most frenetic action, this is the moment of crisis. Let's start with a quick stock take of what we've seen unfold. La Haye-Sainte has fallen. We've talked about that already. Papelotte has fallen. Wellington's army has been suffering from attrition throughout the day. Heavy cavalry, gone. The 27th are literally dying in square, trying to hold the crossroads, right at the front lip of the Allied position. But the Prussians are arriving. All is not lost. The 1st Brigade of 1st Corps, that is Ziethen's Corps, are arriving to the north of Papelotte. The battle for Plancenoit rages on. The church burns down around the soldiers as they are physically fighting inside of it. Bülow's men have been forced out by just 2 battalions, however, of Napoleon's Old Guard. Consider that, 2 battalions of the Old Guard, taking or pushing back a corps. Nearly an entire corps has been pushed into the Plancenoit area. 6,000 men committed to taking Plancenoit in one single attack, and Napoleon pushes them out with 2 battalions of the Old Guard.
I mean, it's a statement to the Old Guard. It's also a statement to urban warfare.
Yes.
The fact that you can do that, because with the best will in the world, 2 battalions of the Old Guard in an open field cannot do what they do there. Right? Absolutely. There comes a point where it's just numbers are going to tell. They're not carrying enough ammunition to go back to the old system to really break it. So yeah, please.
Absolutely. And also consider what we said before. You know, this is fundamentally a militia corps that Bülow is wielding. Literally 3/4 of his battalions are militia. The Landwehr, which is a form of militia. So the village of Plancenoit is now occupied by a total of 11 Guard battalions of Lebeau's corps. But the Prussians aren't giving up. They try again. Why, you might ask? Because they know they have to. There is no other choice at this point in the battle. They can see the writing on the wall. Wellington's line is under pressure. His Anglo-Dutch, KGL and Hanoverian force is on the verge of splintering under the ongoing attrition they have suffered.
They attack again for the same reason the 27th stands and dies.
Because there is no other choice.
Exactly.
There are no guarantees that the Allies are going to win this. This is the crisis moment. Everyone can sense it, including Napoleon. This is the guy who won a staggering victory at Austerlitz, the victor of so many battles across this period, the man who literally gave his name to this conflict. This is the moment to break the enemy and do what Napoleon does best. He commits the Old Guard, and it's worth us just pausing for a minute to consider the reputation of the Old Guard. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. So, and I think you've given me the perfect entree with the 2 regiments, right? They balance a corps, right? That's what they're doing to the Prussians. They're shutting them down, right? This is that moment. This is Napoleon's, these people are Napoleon's best. They have service requirements. They have height requirements. In fact, their grenadiers are the reason why Napoleon is vaunted to be short. Because it's not because he is short, he is of average height. But by God, does he surround himself with large men. Read into that what you want on a Freudian level. But the Old Guard are some of the first to flock to his banners. They're the ones who make up the bodyguard that goes with him to St. Helena. Not, yes, well, there is that, but the Elba is what I actually meant, and then comes back with him, right? These are the true believers in the old school sense of the word, and they are feared, and they are vaunted. And they are also, correct me if I'm wrong here, Zach, people who have not traditionally faced the British. The British have not faced these. So they are an entirely new experience. And Napoleon is counting on that. I think Zach and I are going to have a bit of a discussion later on about just how much this reputation tells. But I think we can't ignore that there is something there. And this is going to play a part one way or another. So we have this guard. And we have it appearing in that wonderfully theatrical way that only Napoleon can really manage, right? The British know they're coming. The Anglo-Dutch know they're coming. They see them coming, right? They come down the slope and they keep coming. And it is, you know, basically this is what I think Bernard Cornwell gets very right, is that beat and that drive and that feeling of you can't stop these people. Except, of course, as we all know, it may very well be the British who can and the Anglo-Dutch who can. Oh, God. All right, now I've got to find out. All right. Napoleon goes all out. He goes all in. He commits 10 battalions of the Guard in 3 waves. And that's a bit tricky because they've got to manage those 10 battalions in those 3 waves, dealing with different crisis points, dealing with different aggressive areas, dealing with different levels of defense across all 3. We also see an all-out attack on the right flank. D'Erlon's First Corps have been reformed. It's only taken them 5 hours. But
to be fair, they have had cavalrymen run over them. I think you can give them the best.
I was about to say. And I'm going to hand over to Zach.
Okay, you're gonna leave the techie stuff to me. I refuse to use the baton. I'm just going to say.
That's fine.
But I do have my hands full with notes for this one. So,
do you want me to hold the mic to give you?
Yeah, that would be helpful because I need to point, and I have yet to grow a third arm as yet.
We promise that none of the donations from today will go to Zach's medical experiments.
Glad you clarified that. So, the first wave of it's all falling apart, but we have been going for like 9 hours. The first wave go in the area to the west of the Lion's Mount. So we are talking this region here. So the Lion's Mount, this is why I said earlier in the live stream that actually the Lion's Mount is so useful as a point of location, because the area that is now covered by the Lion's Mount is part of the ground through which part of the Guard attack goes through. So westernmost are the 1st and 2nd battalions of the 4th Chasseurs. The 2nd, 4th on the left of the attack, and so therefore next to them, the 1st, 4th. They face Maitland's Guard, that is the 2nd Battalion 1st Guards and the 3rd Battalion 1st Guards, i.e. what become the Grenadier Guards, who are, of course, benefiting from that reverse slope mentality. The thing that Wellington is famed for, this idea that if you shelter your men behind the crest of the ridge, it's quite hard for the artillery to spot them because you can't see through the ridge itself.
I tell you, physics.
I know, it's a wonderful thing. But this also has a psychological impact. So Maitland's Guard are ordered to lie down. Again, entirely sensible, plausible. You know, if you're lying down, you are less of a target.
He's used it in the peninsula.
Exactly. It's not earth-shattering.
It's earth-sheltering.
It's earth-sheltering as opposed to earth-shattering. Very elegantly put. But what this also means is that for a moment, the 4th Chasseurs think they're advancing over a near empty field. You'll see a few staff officers, you might even see the officers of the battalion themselves standing there, but that's a handful of men. And then the order comes for the Guard to stand up. We will get there in just a moment. But before we do, the right-hand side of the first wave is the 1st Battalion 3rd Chasseurs, who would have been around about here, and the 2nd Battalion 3rd. So the 2nd, 3rd is on the right-hand side of this line. So you're only talking 4 battalions
Napoleon is asking 4 battalions in this sector of the field to achieve a breakthrough. Now, they are not, however, the only wave, but the 3rd Chasseurs are facing an all-British contingent. 2nd Battalion, 30th Regiment, the 33rd Regiment, which only has 1 battalion at this point in time, the 2nd 69th, and the 2nd 73rd. Of those, only the 2nd Battalion, 30th, have served in the Peninsular War. So it goes back to what we've said.
Yeah.
He would rather have had more of those Peninsular War veterans if he could, but he'll take any British units that are going, given the opportunity. Now, the French are not just sitting idly by, watching the Guard march merrily up the slope. Jerome and Foy, with the 6th and 9th Division, are still occupied with Hougoumont. They are still suckered into this fight that has gone nowhere throughout the entirety of the day. But Bachelot, with the 5th Division of the same corps, Ray's Corps, is to the west of Hougoumont. So in this region here, and is acting as a form of support, but doesn't do vast amounts. It's just there as a kind of supporting presence designed in theory to try and help ward off any kind of flank attack. Hold that thought. So
that's the east of Hougoumont.
That's
okay.
The east of Hougoumont, not the west of Hougoumont. Thank you for pointing that out.
No worries.
The second wave is heading straight down the middle. So Napoleon marches forward with his Guard. He reaches a position, as near as I can judge it, around about here. And I say that as near as I can judge it, having walked the field and tried to work out where would he have pulled up. There is a suggestion that Napoleon actually wanted to march all the way up and potentially die with his Guard. We've talked earlier about how Napoleon is a fan of the dramatic. He likes that kind of flair, and if Waterloo doesn't go his way, then perhaps dying on the battlefield is perhaps a more fitting end. Not that he knows what's coming if he loses, but nonetheless, there is this debate about, is he intending to go all the way, inspire the Guard with his presence, and perhaps die if he's unfortunate enough to get hit. And considering the losses that some of these units take, actually that is a very real possibility. Mm-hmm. They are led forwards, the Guard, by Marshal Ney, who has had a number of horses shot under him over the course of the day, and has a further 3 horses shot from underneath him in quick succession over the course of this attack.
One of the memoirists I've written on describes that as Ney displaying a level of bravery worthy of a better cause.
That's quite nicely put, actually. It's also worth bearing in mind Ney's got a lot invested in this at this point in time. He has said to the French king that he will bring Napoleon back in an iron cage only to rejoin Napoleon. So, Ney has to be all in. And there's a lot of debate about to what extent was he kind of chastised by what happened at Quatre Bras. And therefore perhaps that influences how he handles the engagement on the 18th of June. There is a third wave that is effectively a reserve force. So if either of these thrusts break through, then the reserve will come in and support. And that is kind of based in this region here at this moment in time. That consists of the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Grenadiers, and the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 2nd Chasseurs. So what happens to the first wave? We've said already, they are heading directly for this area here, the area around the Lion's Mount. So they actually move directly sort of through what is the Lion's Mount and then deploy left. So they're advancing in a form of column and then deploy outwards. And it's at that moment that the Guards are ordered to stand. Now the Guards are fresh. Not only are they one of the best units, they're certainly some of the best paid troops.
Probably the best fed as well.
Debatable about the best fed, but...
Well, no, but their pay will get them a little of an edge.
Okay, that makes sense. The officers of the Guards actually hold 2 ranks because the Guards are interesting.
It makes tracking them a nightmare.
Oh, it really does, believe me. And then what follows is a quote that is debated at great length. It is claimed that Wellington, who has done this thing that he does, he's put himself in the position of greatest threat, turns to General Maitland, commander of the brigade, and declares, "Now, Maitland, now is your time." That certainly fits the character of Wellington. There is another quote that is claimed to be "Up Guards and at 'em." which doesn't feel very Wellingtonian.
No, it would be at them at least.
Well, yes, I mean an abbreviation.
Yeah, no, I can buy the micromanagement of Maitland. Especially given, look, I'm not the biggest fan of Maitland. His colonial career illustrates nothing but poor choices. So there's always that moment of like, just, you know, do we really trust him to make the right decision? And I can see Wellington, the micromanager, just going, go, go, go. But I cannot see up guards and at them.
No, absolutely. But the fourth chasseurs are not expecting this. As I said, they're looking at an empty field. Suddenly, this line full of guardsmen appears almost out of nowhere, almost rising from the ground itself.
Yeah, it's like the ground has been sown with rooster's teeth, and then boom,
exactly.
Up they come.
Exactly, and that caused them to just pause a second, but ever so slight recoil. And again, it's Wellington picking that moment with a single volley and a bayonet charge. It is all over for the four chasseurs. They break. So the first two regiments of, the first two battalions of Napoleon's first wave are now broken.
By God, that will do.
Not yet.
No, I just meant Wellington's moment.
Yes. To their right, the third chasseurs are doing better. Halkett's men were slowly giving ground to what would become a kind of slightly protracted musketry exchange. And meanwhile, Kramer's horse artillery, this is from Chassey's 3rd Dutch-Belgian Division, opens fire, killing or mortally wounding many of the French leaders. And once the 4th are broken, the 3rd chasseurs decide that discretion is the better part of valor. They're taking artillery fire, they have this force in their front which is giving ground but not breaking. They have a horribly exposed flank. There's one logical option, and that is to pull back and reconsider. You know, there is a reserve force that can fall back up and then go again, should they need to.
I will just emphasize this again. British infantry, Dutch-Belgian artillery, an allied moment.
And this is the really important thing. You know, this is, if you ask who defeated the Imperial Guard at Waterloo, the answer is quite simply the Allies, period. You know, to say that it's the British, that it's exclusively the Dutch, say that it's exclusively the Hanoverians, is to only give a small snippet of the story. So as the first wave fails, so the second wave is striking. And in some respects, this is argued to be part of the problem. You know, had both waves gone in at the same time, in terms of the artillery positioned here, that could actually have been really key, because you can only fire at one target at once with your gun, right? And because of that kind of delay, it gives Kramer's battery and others in the area time to finish dealing with the first wave and then pivot those guns and start firing on the second.
They swing around.
Exactly that. However, the Imperial Guard has found the weak spot. This is the tender, softest part of the line that is held by Landwehr. Kielmansegger's men break. Vink's men are pushed back. So Kielmansegger and Vink are holding this line here, just behind the road. And as they start to fall back, the British light cavalry, the remnants of the heavy cavalry, form a line and try and physically force the Hanoverians to stand and fight. They are using their horses as a wall of flesh and the threat of their swords to say, no, you will stand, you will turn and face the enemy. Now, that isn't actually successful. It creates this really dangerous moment, actually. You know, what happens if Kielmansegger's men do not stop and they start actually reaching for their bayonets and deciding, I don't want to be killed by Frenchmen, I'm going that way and you're going to get out of my way. So you can see the level of crisis that is unfolding here. The relations are even fracturing at this point in time. So with very little left in the way of options, Chassey has to call up his men, which form the second line behind Kielmansegger and Vink. This is pretty much all that's left in this part of the line. And what you have here is Chassey's 1st Brigade of Dutch Belgians under Dittmer. We're talking about the 2nd line, 35th Jaegers, and the 4th, 6th, 17th, and 19th Militia. They are ordered to charge, and it works. As Kramer's guns also turn on the second French column, causing huge destruction, the psychological pressure takes its toll, and the grenadiers beat a hasty retreat. Not broken, but nonetheless pulling back.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate militia troops charging the old guard?
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, but fair play to them too for going through with that.
But this is perhaps one of what we were talking about earlier, this idea that actually sheer weight of numbers, if you've got an entire brigade here that is charging at you with bayonets and you are a mere 4 battalions, that's slightly different. I mean, okay, 4 battalions could form a brigade, but it's psychologically something different, particularly if you're under artillery fire. The psychological effect of a bayonet charge, regardless of who's behind it, is really imposing.
Yes, it is.
If you stand there and watch it come straight at you. Yeah. So now we have 2 waves that have broken. Napoleon's last-ditch attempt is not going well, but all is not lost for the French, because now the 3rd wave can start to press home. They can take advantage of the fact that Maitland's brigade have had to charge. Remember, it was a volley and a bayonet charge. As you come forward, that therefore means you are out of order. Men do not run in lockstep. Watch the Horse Guards Parade, Trooping in the Colour. We saw it just yesterday here in the UK. Even marching in a directly perfect line is really difficult. And that's just marching.
And that's over flat ground.
That's over flat ground in a parade setting with somebody carefully beating the drum. If you charge forward, you are inevitably going to lose order. We saw the same thing with Picton's troops when they charged to take on Bourgeois' division of D'Erlon's Corps right at the start of these infantry engagements. So the Guards are vulnerable, dangerously vulnerable, and a well-timed, well-executed attack straight into their flank as they've charged here could have easily broken Maitland's brigade. So everything still lies in the balance. At this point, initiative and experience really begin to tell for the Allies, because although these troops are supported, this 3rd wave is supported by troops from Foy's brigade and Foy's division and Bachelot's division that weren't involved in Hougoumont, they get flanked. So they move directly up to try and attack the disordered Guards, but there are more troops here. Adams' brigade is sitting here poised with very little to do. These troops, many of them are veteran Peninsular War units. This is a Peninsular War brigade. Another one of those incredibly cherished troops that Wellington needs in moments like this. And without explicit orders, at least initially, they begin to wheel. You've got the 2nd Battalion 95th, the 52nd, the 71st, the 3rd Battalion 95th.
Some of the best skirmishers in the British Army.
Absolutely. The 52nd do much of the work here. There are 1,000 men strong with a substantial Peninsular War veteran contingent among them.
Led by a man who will end up field marshal.
Exactly. He knows his way around a campaign map, if nothing else. And what effectively happens is that they deliver a series of volleys and then charge with the bayonet. Again, it's that psychology thing. This idea that bayonet faces bayonet is actually not really the case. It happens very, very rarely. It does happen on occasion, but very rarely. It's about the psychology. And timing it well is exactly what is needed. The 3rd wave decides that discretion is the better part of valor. They've been hit by these volleys. They're being attacked in the flank. They're trying to advance in the face of a flank attack. That's only going to overextend them and expose them even more. They start to pull off into the center of the field here, out on the French left flank. Now, the French are wavering, but they are not broken. It is not over yet. And at this point, Vivian's light cavalry, we are talking the 10th Hussars, the 18th Hussars, and the 1st KGL Hussars charge, supported by Vandeleur with the 11th, 12th, and 16th Light Dragoons, and Dornberg with the 23rd Light Dragoons and the 1st and 2nd Light KGL Dragoons. So German troops, the Hanoverian KGL contingent. Again, this is an all-arms artillery, cavalry, and infantry multinational effort here, trying to turn the tide, sensing, as you said earlier, blood is really in the water here. It's not lost on these troops that, the significance of this moment. They've experienced this. They know the tempo of the battle and they can feel what is happening here. And then the 52nd do something really quite remarkable. Supported by the rest of Adams' brigade, so they do have the approval from on high to do this. They march across the face of the Allied line all the way towards La Haye-Sainte, to the trees actually to the south of it. They are effectively clearing this entire area out of French troops. In doing so, they are leaving a gap in the Allied line, but they know that they need to clear away any kind of residual pressure on the Allies and buy them that breathing space. So as they're doing that, this cavalry charge by Vivian and Vandeleur and Dornberg's troops hits home. It is just as full-blooded as the Union household style of charge. This time, it works. I mean, in fairness, the Union household cavalry,
it works,
but it then has an important coda to it. This time, there is quite simply no coda. The retreat starts to turn into a rout. And this is the point where Wellington starts to order his general advance. Yeah. This is the moment. But that is only one side of the story. That is only this part of the field. There's still an entire battle going on the other side of the field. As my glamorous assistant now assists with the transition, we now move over to the other side. Thanks very much, Liam. Actually, can we zoom out a little bit, please, buddy? So what you have here, for context, so we have La Haye-Sainte here. Papelotte is that building there, and we also have La Haye on this side of the field. The French have also been applying on this side of the pressure on this side of the field with, as you said earlier, d'Erlon's troops. They have reformed, they have gone back into the fight. Sure, they're bloodied, but they are now available again. So this is pressure along the entirety of the Allied line, preventing Wellington from stripping troops out to try and then plug any gaps that start to open up on the other side of the battlefield. Feel free to chip in at any point should you want to. I know I'm hogging the mic.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
You've got a front row seat to me waffling, if nothing else. So, enjoy it or not.
I mean, just do keep in mind, right? Napoleon is not stupid. I think we can all agree on that. Even the people who detest him know he's not stupid. And yes, the Guard has pushed the Prussians out of Papelotte.
Which is
down here, sorry. Yeah. That pressure needs to stay. Place Noire.
Sorry, yes, you said that.
Yeah, up there.
I was starting to say that.
Yeah, the part I was actually pointing to.
Before I corrected you incorrectly.
Indeed.
Yes.
But the point is, the Prussians are there. And if they're left alone, if Napoleon throws everything on his left, Wellington's right flank, there's nothing stopping the Prussians from coming right across that field. So he's got to keep an even push. It's not just to stop Wellington from reinforcing, it's also to stop the Prussians coming in. The Prussians have arrived at the point where they are providing pressure. And that's in itself giving Napoleon a harder time.
All day, Wellington has known the Prussians are coming, the Prussians are coming. He's been expecting them much earlier in the day. But the irony is that arriving when they do, they actually inflict a much more comprehensive defeat alongside the Anglo-Dutch army on French forces. Had the Prussians arrived much earlier, it's quite plausible that Napoleon would not have been as committed, would have had more in the way of reserves. His cavalry would not be spent in the way that it was by late afternoon. Some of his other forces would not have been sucked into the battle for Hougoumont. And as a result of that, he would have been able to conduct a withdrawal and consider his options. The invasion of France that follows would have been a very different affair if Napoleon's wing of the army had not been broken.
Both sides are all in. And that's the crucial thing about all in. You win or you lose all. It's death or glory, except not quite. We're not quite there to the no surrender bit. Absolutely. But, it is that feeling.
It really is. So we've talked about the Prussian 1st Brigade. They arrive at an opportune moment. So Papelotte falls and the French are still trying to...
You sure that's Papillon?
Yes, all right, you. It's been a long day.
It has. No argument.
Look, I haven't confused Huguemont and La Haison yet, so until I do that, you could just shush. So the Prussian 1st Brigade, these troops that are finally arriving, surprise Doris men, and they retake Papelotte, almost as the French are trying to reorganize themselves and think about what they do next. Yeah. It's very much the sort of surprise element in terms of how they arrived. This area of the battlefield is much more broken, and the brigades sort of arrive kind of from the north, so it's almost as though they sort of march straight into this oncoming French force that is still kind of reorganizing itself after.
This is one of the themes that we've talked about. We talked about it with d'Erlon, we've talked about it with the Guards, right? It's not just defeat that brings disorganization. Victory requires you to reorganize as well. And if you hit at the right moment, you can break that. You can snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
And that's exactly what happens. You know, Durow's men have fought all day. They are the division that was not shattered by the Union and Household Brigade charges. And that therefore means that as they pull back, it creates a gap at both ends of the battlefield. Now, Napoleon's line is buckling, and buckling badly. As Prussian 1st Brigade begins to march in this general direction, it means that the forces that have pushed their way up to threaten the Allied left, so they're fighting on Napoleon's right flank, it's the Allied left, they risk being outflanked. They risk being quite simply encircled by vengeful Prussians on one side and a resurgent Anglo-Dutch, Hanoverian, King's German Legion combined force on the other side of the field.
While they're watching a single regiment of the British Army march across the entirety of the thing.
Well, this is the thing, because this is the last point that I think we should talk about, because at this point, the claim is that the cry goes up, La gare recule, and there are sources to suggest that. But the trouble is that if you have ever seen a Napoleonic reenactment, you know that the amount of gun smoke that comes from a single volley is huge.
Yeah.
That therefore means that you can't see, you know, more than a few feet in front of you. If you are on this side of the field, actually the landscape means that you can't see what's happened over Napoleon's observation post, then sure, you can see what's happening. Although, of course, Napoleon at this point is in the middle of the battlefield, getting a kind of a front row seat to his guard's demise. But this idea that, you know, the guard recills and then suddenly everybody runs away, that's a gross overstatement of reality.
No, it is. But I think at the same point, we've made the point throughout the day that that you can sense things on a battlefield. You can feel energy, right? There are people who know that it's this moment there. You can feel that their blood comes up. And so they sense, and like, remember Charlotte Waldy, right? I was reading about this earlier. Brussels is 20 miles away, and they're getting constant reports that the French have won them, the Belgians have run, the goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So disinformation is powerful. And I think what happens here, and I think where this comes from, and I agree with you, right? The entire French army is not seeing seeing the Imperial Guard collapse and go, well, that's the end of it. But I think what they're seeing is as defeat comes, and as that moves its way through bad telephone down, it gets exaggerated, it gets messy. And what starts out as the Guard is falling back, or even is routed, becomes more and more and more, it's a snowball, and it starts to roll, and it keeps getting bigger.
The other point, of course, is that if you're watching what's unfolding here, you don't just leave these troops in the fields to die, be encircled, and suffer a really torrid few hours. So the messages would have ridden back and forth.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to know exactly how those messages get exchanged, but it's entirely feasible for somebody to overhear, you know, a shouted order as somebody sort of gallops up, issues an order to a divisional commander, you need to get these men out fast. That then leads to kind of the rumor mill and perhaps a degree of panic. Napoleon has no more reinforcements left. All that can be done is to salvage what troops he can from this defeat. The Guard has fallen. The Battle of Waterloo will continue for another couple of hours. It will take an hour and a half alone to clear Plancenoit, so the Prussians have much more fighting ahead of them. But the Battle of Waterloo is only going to go in one direction from this point, and that is against Napoleon. Thanks very much for glamorously holding the microphone and for offering your insights along the way.
My pleasure.
Apologies for being a hog, but you know my methods by now. I'm a fan of a mic. So we now have an interview on surgery. We're going to start focusing more and more on the aftermath, as is only fitting at this point in the Waterloo story. And I sat down with Mick Crumplin a few days ago in order to discuss the care that Wellington and the Allies more broadly tried to facilitate for the wounded on all sides of the battlefield. And a warning, this segment does include discussions of injury and treatment, which, while not gory, may not be appropriate for some younger viewers. Joining me now on Waterloo Live is Mick Crumplin, retired surgeon and historian and author of Men of Steel, Surgery in the Napoleonic Wars, and co-author of Waterloo After the Glory. Mick, it's great to see you. Welcome to Waterloo Live.
Thank you.
What training did someone need to be part of the medical services in the British Army during this period?
Inevitably, it's going to be a haphazard and ill-organised and an ill-prepared education. But basically, the pattern seemed to be that after any form of schooling, be it private or public, an indentured apprentice would join his master at the age of about 15, and then for 3 to 5 years, usually either working for an apothecary physician or surgeon, would work for him, and then depending on his abilities and learning, he would then join a hospital, a regional or big hospital in a city or town, and walk the wards, attend lectures and dissections and anatomical examinations. And then he would be subjected to an examination, which was not that rigorous and fairly despotic, I would think, really. It was an oral exam only. The examiner, one of 10 in the Royal College of Surgeons in London or in Scotland, would ask what his training had been, and then he would fire questions, or and the other 9 examiners would listen, and then you would get a response of pass or fail, and you could either take the certificate, military certificate, which was more common than the membership of the college, which may have been a more difficult exam. If you passed, you went to Berkeley Street, headquarters of the Army Medical Department. You may have been asked more questions about physic, and then appointed to be a regimental assistant surgeon, a warranted or commissioned hospital mate, or even, if you were very clever and had other assets, a full surgeon to a regiment. And then ideally you would, according particularly to John Hunter, to serve in hospital first, so that you got some idea of military and hospital and bigger diseases and more complex problem. And then you'd go out onto the field. And I think that is the most important thing in the training, that most of the good doctors we read about, and unfortunately it's only the good ones who write, or the famous ones who write, the learning curve was best achieved on the battlefield. And there was no substitute for that at all. He had to purchase his own instruments, although he was given drugs by the government. He had a mule or cart, and in England, we didn't really get a chair of military surgery until later on in the 19th century, although in Scotland in 1806, there was a Regius chair of military surgery. So inevitably, because life was cheaper north of the border, lots of military surgeons fled up to Edinburgh and Aberdeen and what have you for learning and preparation. So that really led to a pretty poor preparation for military campaign and surgical life in the army, but many men managed to get through it and do very well.
It's not exactly a training that fills you with confidence these days, for sure. Most casualties in armies during this period were, of course, due to disease rather than wounds sustained on a battlefield. What were the common ailments and how were they treated?
Well, of course, it depends on the climate, it depends where you are, it depends on the season and the prevailing problems where you're stationed. You can reckon that in most units there would be 30 to 40% sick at worst. And that meant that regimental surgeons had to know with their commanding officer how many fighting men were available and how many were not. Now, the diseases that were common were bowel infections. Diarrhea was very common. Dysentery with blood was more severe and probably accounted, although it was a fairly low mortality rate, for most deaths. The other problems were ill-defined. Nosology, or the classification of disease, was limited. Fevers of all sorts of diseases were recognized, but ill-classified. Malaria, of course, as you can imagine, particularly benign tertian malaria, was easy enough. Large spleen, temporal episodes of rigors and so on. Typhus with its rash, yellow fever by jaundice and vomiting blood. Scurvy was pretty rare in the army, but it did occur, with joints, bleeding gums. Bilharziasis in Egypt. There was a host of problems, and of course ophthalmia, I forgot to mention, which was a real blight of the British Army, was actually the first disease to get a disability pension in the British Army. So there was a flurry of diseases that were ill-recognized, except for a few. Continued fever was common, and that probably in the main was due to typhoid. But we don't know. And I mean, some common colds and pneumonias were obviously recognizable. And I think God cured most of these men, because the treatments meted out by physicians and surgeons were not terribly useful, as you know. The antiphlogistic regimen of bleeding, catharsis and emesis, low diet, and so forth. And just to mention, of course, alcohol and venereal disease, both were big scourges in the army at various points. And you cannot blame a soldier who's been womanless and alcohol-less for months and months for going into a town after seeing their mutilated friends from having a bad time. And that is an issue. The other disease that's worth mentioning is the Walcheren fever, which was a mixture of diseases, probably dysentery, typhoid, and particularly malaria. The commonest cause of discharge from the army was worn out, and therefore we mustn't forget rheumatic problems and joint diseases from the 6,000 to 7,000 miles that the average soldier would tramp across the peninsula. So there's a variety of the diseases, and they were managed pretty crudely and ineffectively.
So when it comes to the battlefield then, how does casualty triage work? Did such a thing even exist?
Well, I think that triage did not exist. I really, Larrey does mention it, and people mention Larrey as being involved in it. And if you have a quiet time with a few casualties, of course you can sort them out go into a tent if you're walking wounded. You go into a dying tent if you're dying, and we'll sort out the ones who need urgent management. And those are the three categories, really. And today, if you collect the ones that need urgent treatment, they need continuous review, because people go off and get worse suddenly and need to come up the queue. So it's a complex matter, and I don't really think it was well used then. The trouble is that officers and friendly casualties were often picked out in preference to NCOs and privates, and also, of course, enemy casualties came a bit last, and that's not terribly good thing. I think when enemy casualties got treated, they had reasonable management, but they were not put to the foremost. And there's no doubt that there being a lack of triage and facilities to go on a battlefield and clear out hundreds or thousands of wounded that had happened in one day is a challenge that even barely today we are faced with. So I don't think it was really practiced. There was a man in the Navy called Young, and he, in his ship, did sort out casualties in one battle, but he had a fairly constrained number of casualties to do that.
So in terms of the wounds, what's the most common, well, what are the most common wounds, and how are they treated?
Yeah, most soldiers presented to their surgeons with limb injuries, because the torso and head and neck wounds were often fatal and less common. And it's interesting that the leg wounds were often 2 or 3 times as common as arm wounds, because they do actually present a much bigger surface area. Many shots are dropping. A lot of wounded men were hit by spent rounds, which were also deflected or slowed down, or by distance or imparted less energy. And these, so the commonest cause of injury was small arms fire, undoubtedly muskets mainly, carbines, pistols, and so on. Different in the Navy, there you have heavy ordnance, which throws off shards of impregnated jagged oak, and second in the Army to small arms fire the cause would be ordnance fire as well. But the only way of surviving an ordnance strike is a tangential shot or a limb avulsion or limb shot. And I don't know, I've often discussed this with Patrick Mercer, but I think if you look at the surviving people, because no one's done a dead battle count, that's what you really need to know cause of death. It's probably small arms fire mainly. And the surgeon would put the patient often in the position that he received the injury, if it was difficult to find, digitally explore the wound, enlarge it, remove the musket ball, and most importantly, any porous material that was thrust into the wound to, because bacteria were in the interstices of these things. Then sword and lance and spontoon wounds were probably much more frequent than bayonet injuries, which were rarely seen, really. So those were the most common injuries where they occurred. Survival depended very much on getting through bleeding on the battlefield. So many men bled out because there just weren't the staff to remove them. And when you got to your surgeon on the front line, he would bandage, dress, try and stop bleeding, and send back to a regimental field hospital and so forth. And the field hospitals and general hospitals were where the big operations were carried out: trepanning, removal of a joint or a limb, disarticulations, and so forth. And general support was with the antiphlogistic regimen: bleeding, low diet, catharsis, and emesis. This was believed to reduce the chance of infection. There's no logic to it whatsoever. And it was a heritage of the humoral theory, I suppose.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is sort of still at the tail end of the age of the humours, isn't it? So that awareness of bacteria as a means of spreading infection just isn't there. When it comes to that survival prospect, I just want to stay with infection for a moment. We have this perception that infection was absolutely rife. Is there sort of this growing awareness that there are methods you can use? I think in the past we've talked about things like separating patients who have a particular type of ailment as a means of trying to stop that spread. Can you just sort of talk us through that a little bit?
It's a very good question. There isn't a lot written on this, but there was one lovely trial, and I've forgotten the reference, where they put uninfected soldiers next to infected ones and saw that the uninfected one, that was totally unethical, got infected. So they knew there was something in the air or in the fomites or whatever one surgeon treated one patient, went on, he could transmit the infection. But of course, the germ theory just wasn't there yet. Pasteur came around in the 1860s. And Lister followed. So de rigueur infection, they did know that it was transmissible, and they would often separate surgically wounded men from diseased men. And that's very important too. And I mean, in McGregor in Egypt, put sentries around people he thought were going to get the plague and prevented anyone going near them. And these little flashes of inspiration were not generally well known. And obviously there is such a diverse spread of different types of injury, of disease, that you can't really make general rules. But there were examples of the understanding of transmission, although the mechanism wasn't known.
And just very briefly, in terms of that immediate care, we talked about how the debate about triage and your research suggesting that actually such a thing doesn't exist. At the point of taking a wound, is there much awareness of what today we might term first aid? You know, these ideas that you might tie off a limb that's taken a wound, you might compress a wound. Is there any awareness of those kinds of methods? Do we see that being implemented?
Oh yeah, I mean, splinting a fracture with very badly designed splints was done, dressing a wound to stop bleeding, putting a tourniquet on, although you had to watch how long you left the tourniquet on, was practiced, and they knew that. So yes, I mean, stopping bleeding if you could, but obviously any intracavity bleeding or intracranial bleeding on the field was just, I mean, there were overwhelming numbers of casualties, you know that, and there's no force then that could have cleared them and triaged them and brought them in. So this, to get to hospital was a huge survival indicator, actually.
Mick Crumplin, it's been a fascinating discussion. Folks, this has been Mick Crumplin, retired surgeon and historian and author of Men of Steel, Surgery in the Napoleonic Wars, and co-author of Waterloo After the Glory. Mick, thank you so much for your time here on Waterloo Live.
Thank you, Zack.
Mike is on.
That was the expert on Napoleonic surgery there, Mick Crumplin, author of Men of Steel. I'm going to give you a very exciting donations update in just a moment. But firstly, I just want you to pause for a second to consider the surroundings. You will notice that the light is starting to fade. We will stick the lights on in just a second. But you can nonetheless see me pretty well. And bearing in mind that camera lenses tend to kind of darken a room anyway, it's still perfectly clear and apologies for that. We've had ongoing issues with the Wi-Fi. We've managed to hold them off as best we can. I think the Wi-Fi is trying to tell us that it's had enough and wants us to shut up at this point, but we're not done yet, so we're not going to. So my point, quite simply, is that the light. Just look out of your window right here, right now, and if it's a clear day, that gives you a good sense of just how light it was in the closing stages of the battle that enabled it to keep on going. Night did not come to Napoleon's aid in the early stages. Obviously, in time, night closes in, but not early enough, perhaps, for Napoleon's needs. Shout out to David Maxwell, who made a really nice suggestion that we should put up a book list on our social media of all of our guests who have very generously given their time over the course of today. We will do that. We will also put the interview segments as well as the entire live stream up on our YouTube channel. Please keep an eye out on our social media feeds. We are at NRWG Charity on Facebook and on Twitter for updates on when those go live. I promised you a donations update. Remember what I said back along? I thought we were going to make maybe £150. Luke threw down the gauntlet of £1,000. The current total is £917. We are £83 away from Luke's target. A massive thank you to everybody who has delved deep into their pockets. The scale of some of the donations that have been coming in has blown my mind. I don't know how people have that amount of money to give to an organization like this. And I know many of you are giving quite simply what you can, and it is absolutely fantastic. So a huge thanks to everyone who has donated. Particular shout outs to Mars Abbott, Mark Lechmere, Ross Flowers, Butchers de Graaf, Gary Willis, and Samuel Moore, all of whom have donated since our last round of shout outs. The reminders, again, if you'd like to donate by text, details are on the screen. To donate £5 by text, text UDP X01 to 70970. To donate £3, text UDP X01 to 70331. Please do not try to text donate if you are outside of the UK. We will not receive the donation, but you may still be charged. And fundraising and payments and donations will be, if they're processed by text, will be processed and administered by the National Funding Scheme
operating as donate. Text will be charged at your standard network rate. For terms and conditions, please see www.easydonate.org. Alternatively, you can donate anywhere in the world using our website, www.nrwgc.com/donate. I know it says £5, donate £5 at the bottom, the little blue button. You can, however, if you click that button, having filled in the form, then amend your donation up and down to a level that suits what you are able to give. So please do not be put off by that. And do bear in mind that you can become a member. Once you're on the website, you'll see details of how to do so. We have another interview coming up, and again, we're going to continue this focus on legacies and outcomes. Earlier today, we aired an interview that I shot with Tony Pollard from Waterloo Uncovered. Okay. Apologies. I've ignored part of the proceedings. We're going to come to the interview with Tony Pollard in just a moment. There you go. I've given you a teaser to keep you glued to your screens over this next portion. We're going to do another Why Are We Doing This segment, this time using some footage that was shot at the first grave that we cleaned. This was a really poignant moment for us. I'll say a little bit more about that in just a moment, but here is Sam Jolly telling you about the life of Walter Burke and why we were so proud to make the restoration of his grave our first project.
This is All Saints Church in Walden on the River Medway in Kent. Amongst the graves of locals lies a hero of the Battle of Trafalgar, Walter Burke, the purser of HMS Victory. At age 60, Burke was the oldest purser in the entire Royal Navy at the time of Trafalgar. With Nelson as he died, Burke is said to have held him in his arms as he passed. In the famous Death of Nelson painting, Burke is depicted supporting Nelson's pillow. Amongst Nelson's last words, he is reported to say, "It is nonsense, Mr. Burke, to suppose I can live. My sufferings are great, but they will soon be over." Burke retired to Walden, owning 2 houses, which were recognisable to visitors by the Trafalgar shells he placed at the entrance. The inscription you see today is actually a re-engraving from the 1950s. The original inscription can be seen on what is now the reverse of the grave. Both old and new inscriptions got Burke's age wrong. Burke was 79, not 70 when he died. Revered by the people of Walden, every year the local primary school pay their respects on the 21st of October. Thanks to the work of NRWGC, October 2022 was the first year the children had seen the grave clean in decades.
NRWGC trustee Sam Jolly there talking about the life of Walter Burke. And Sam put it brilliantly. You know, this was our first project. And part of the reason that we chose Burke was because the reason that we do this is not to just make the grave look pretty. It's not just because we feel it's a nice idea. It's about empowering local people to connect with their local links to this conflict. Because scattered in graveyards across the world are people near you, where you're sitting right now, probably. I mean, if you're on the, if you're in California or something, then not. But for many of us, in graves very near to where you are right now, there are veterans of this period. And Burke's grave is the site of a commemoration every year where the children lay flowers at his grave. For the first time in a generation, because we went in, because we had that stone professionally cleaned, the school children were able to read that inscription as they laid flowers at his grave. They weren't able to do so for a generation prior to that. I had the privilege of being at that commemoration service, and it was one of those moments, and we're going to talk about a few of those moments over the course of this, but it was one of those moments where it began to feel as though the charity was doing what it is built to do, what it is built to achieve, having that positive impact in local opportunities to enable them to remember this conflict, ensuring that these people's sacrifice is not forgotten. Now, I promised you an interview with Tony Pollard. I've emphasized that we're not just about graves, we are also about bodies, trying to get people who are disturbed as a result of whether it's archaeological processes or as a result of things like building programs back into the ground. Give them that dignity of a marked place in the earth that they deserve, just as they would have received if they'd died in another conflict. I was quoted in the Express article that came out today that just because somebody dies in the wrong war does not mean that they are not worthy of our respect and attention. So I sat down with Tony Pollard from Waterloo Uncovered to talk about some of the archaeological discoveries that that fantastic organisation have made in relation to human remains on the battlefield of Waterloo.
Joining me now on Waterloo Live is Tony Pollard, Professor of Conflict History and Archaeology and Director of the Centre for Battlefield Archaeology at the University of Glasgow and Archaeological Director at Waterloo Uncovered. Tony, thanks very much for your time. I know you're a very busy man.
It's a pleasure, Zach. Good to be here.
Why is it that so few bodies of victims have ever been found to generate this discussion?
It is a very interesting point, and it's one that, as our project with Waterloo Uncovered at the battlefield has continued over the years, began to really fascinate me, because we've done very intensive work, including geophysical survey, which you would hope might throw up buried features such as pits that have bodies in them. We've done a lot of excavation, we've done a lot of metal detector survey, etc. But we started in 2015, and site after site, feature after feature turned out to be something other than a grave site. And it started to puzzle me. So it was at that point I kind of hit the books and the archives and looked for answers to that. And came up with some possibilities. One was the old chestnut about bones being removed in the decades following the battle for the use in fertilizer, for phosphates, and ground down and used as bone meal. And I've still not gone off that idea. I think that is one reason. I've looked at some of the records in the UK. There are major importers in England and in Scotland of bones from animals, whale bone, bird poo, guano, but also human bone. And we know that battlefields like Leipzig, bones came from there. And I don't see why this wouldn't be happening at Waterloo. We have various newspaper stories from the 1820s talking about bones coming from Waterloo. Going back to the archaeology, we continued to work. Most of our early work was centered around Hougoumont, obviously the scene of very serious fighting throughout the day of the battle. And then we moved over to Mont Saint-Jean, and not having found anything at Hougoumont related to burial, we had one or two close calls. We had strong magnetic signals that indicate burning or can indicate burning, and we excavated those. And rather than funeral pyres, because the important thing is, one of the reasons we don't have bodies is that a lot of them were actually burned. And I've been looking at eyewitness accounts from the days, weeks and months after the battle, and a lot of the bodies were cremated as well as buried. So that's part of the explanation. But these high magnetic signals, when we excavated them, turned out to be the site of brick kilns. And quite excitingly, these are the sites where the bricks that Hougoumont farm is built out of were created right in the neighborhood, front and back of the farm. And so what we've got there is really the genesis of Hougoumont, but as I said, don't relate to burial. And then we moved from Hougoumont to Mont Saint-Jean, behind the ridge where Wellington's army was positioned. And famously, Mont Saint-Jean farm was the site of his main field hospital, a very busy place on the day of the battle. And we were in an orchard outside the farm at the back and doing metal detector survey, some great finds, including our first cannonballs. But then we struck in 2019 a really phenomenal feature. And it was thanks to Gary, our metal detectorist, called us over at one point and said, I've got a metal detector signal, but there's something weird going on. He was excavating down very carefully to reach this piece of metal. But before he reached the metal, he found a piece of bone stuck well into the earth. And so we called in a excavation crew and exposed that area, opened it up very carefully. And lo and behold, what we had were human bones. And by the time we finished that 2-week season in summer of 2019, we had uncovered quite phenomenally the remains of 3 human amputated legs. And this was an incredible discovery. I draw back from using words like exciting when we're dealing with human remains, but it's difficult not to be engaged at that level as well as the emotional. And so we had 3 legs that had clearly been sawn off wounded soldiers. We could see that the shattered bones in the legs that had caused those amputations to be necessary. And of course, medicine at the time is reasonably primitive, no anesthetics, no antibiotics. We don't know whether the men who lost these legs survived. We know that men did. Some people survived incredible wounds. But nonetheless, we had 3 legs lying in a heap. And the metal, they were lying on top of a load of tin iron, which had some shape. We now know, after further excavation, that they are the liners from the ammunition pouches. So these are the things that would have a white strap, the black leather box, and then inside the box, you've got the tin liner. And that's what they are. So this is where ammunition boxes have been pulled off soldiers. And of course, when they're brought to a field hospital, the first thing that happens is their uniforms and clothes are stripped off. And this is where these have been dumped. And there is a wonderful painting of a burial taking place at Hougoumont, the site of which we haven't found, despite our efforts, of bodies being at the South Gate, bodies being dumped into a grave pit, all naked. But by the grave pit, there is a pile of bonnets and hats, shakos, tunics, and a load of these ammunition pouches. So that's what we've got. So what they've done here is, in a pit, they've dumped a load of these pouches, and then on top of that, they've deposited 3 amputated legs. Now, they went away to our colleagues' laboratory in Brussels and were examined. And one of the things that came out of that examination is that one of them contained a fragment of a French musket ball. It had actually broken up on impact with the bone, so there's about half of it's quite clearly 6.9 caliber, so it's a French musket ball. So that was the cause of the wound on that individual. So a phenomenal discovery, and it was quite clear from the archaeology that we did then that there was more to come.
So it's really interesting to see how this project has developed and how you kind of expanded your work in light of all of these kind of discoveries and this kind of ongoing relationship that you have with the landscape, I guess. I gather that once you'd made the Mont Saint-Jean discovery pre-pandemic, it was kind of inevitable that you were going to go back and look for more.
It was, and obviously we were very much looking forward to going back and continuing that work. We had encountered a few meters away from the amputated human bones, the signs of animal bones eroding out of the archaeological section. And we thought they were horses. So there was something else going on there. So we were desperate to get back and continue that work. There's only so much you can do in a couple of weeks. And then, of course, COVID intervened. So we didn't go back in 2020. We didn't go back in 2021. All of Waterloo Uncovered's work went online with lectures and such like. But then in 2022, last year, we got to return, and we carefully backfilled those trenches so we could open them up quite quickly. Obviously, the human bones have been taken away to the lab, and we continued our work. And quite staggering, really, what we found just a few meters away in the same trench. Now, I was working on the hypothesis, obviously going away and scratching my head over those 2 years, working on the hypothesis that what we had was actually a ditch beside a road, a track that was behind the farm in 1815 and is still in a form there today. And what I thought we were looking at was debris from the farmyard, which had come out of the barn where the amputations were taking place and the operations. Part of the cleanup operation, they were sweeping basically stuff into this roadside ditch. It became clear quite quickly when we returned last year that it wasn't a roadside ditch. It was a deliberately dug quite shallow trench with a flat bottom. And we continued to work with those animal bones, and they turned out to be horses. And indeed, we fully excavated the skeletons of 3 horses lying on their sides, nose to tail. We know there are more. We did a trial excavation further up. There's another horse there. And then, so that's one side of this pile of ammunition boxes and amputated legs. On the other side of it, in the lower part of the trench, we found our first complete human skeleton with another amputated human leg lying alongside it. So that was a really notable discovery, given the only other human skeleton to be recovered from Waterloo archaeologically was an excavation by my colleague Dominique Vasco in 2012, when they were doing a watching brief on the new museum, and in the area of the car park that was going to be, they found a human skeleton buried in quite a shallow grave. So this discovery last year is the first complete burial, rather than deposition or dumping, that we've come across. So a staggeringly interesting feature, and actually quite unique. Burials, as you know, related to Napoleonic battlefields are quite rare. There are examples out there. There's Aspen, Wagram, some possibly related to Austerlitz. And they include horse burials. There are examples of horse burials. They tend to be individual horses in pits. What we've got here is a long pit that contains human amputated limbs, human burials in the form of a complete human being, and horses. Now, the interesting thing about the horses is, again, Gary ran his metal detector over the skulls of these because they had holes in them, and each one of them, as far as I recall, contains a musket ball. So these are horses that have been put down. They've been euthanized. And so what we have there, in addition to a burial and dumping pit, is a killing pit. And we can see from the skeletons that some of these horses have suffered horrific injuries to the legs. And they've been walked in to this pit. There must be a ramp or something at one end. They've been walked in. Once in position, a musket or a pistol has been put to their head, and they've been shot, and they just dropped. So again, quite a moving image. And through the researches I've done, I'm obviously, as an archaeologist, I describe myself as inhabiting a place called Aftermath. I'm not there for the battle. I could never be there for the battle, but I still today, 200 plus years after, I am inhabiting the aftermath. So the clearance of the battlefield is of great interest to me. So over the last couple of years through COVID, I was deeply immersed in accounts of visitors, both military and civilian, who saw the battlefield change once the fighting was over, and that includes the burials, the burnings, the clearing of the artifacts, etc., the growth of the site into a heritage site. And of course, there's a lot of work these days in what we call dark tourism. So that's all been very fascinating. And in fact, on the anniversary of the battle this year, I have a paper coming out online, which anybody can look at. But there is one account by a Scottish soldier who describes being on the battlefield. I think it's the day after the battle, and seeing a horse, and it turns around to him, and it is missing one of its forelegs. It's a 3-legged horse, and this soldier is obviously disturbed by this image, and he said, I deeply regret that I didn't have my pistol on me at the time, or I would have done the decent thing. And so, as well as thousands of men, thousands of horses were killed and maimed in this battle. And a lot of those that were maimed, you know, they didn't have the option of, many of them have the option of a veterinary college or infirmary they could go to. They were put down. Whereas at least if you were a human and wounded, you had a chance of pulling through. But there's going back to the uniqueness of this site, there is no other feature like this on any of the other Napoleonic battlefields. This is, as far as I can see at the moment, unique. And as I've said, it's it's unfinished business. I think we are going to get, and I think there's a deliberate demarcation of this pit. I think one side we've got the horses and the other side we're going to have human bodies. So I think we're going to find more human burials, as we don't know how long the pit is. We certainly know it's longer than the section we've opened. So thanks to the good graces of Anthony Martin, who owns Mont Saint-Jean, which is today a brewery. I'll give a plug for his beer. Waterloo beer is very good. Other beers are available, but Anthony's is particularly good. So I'm really looking forward to returning to that site, because it is challenging. It's emotionally challenging. It's archaeologically challenging. But we really are now changing our understanding and adding to our understanding of the aftermath of warfare at this time. And it's unfortunately not going to happen this year. We're going back to Waterloo this year, but with a smaller team and for a shorter period of time. And our efforts will be focused this year on the area to the south of Hougomont, which was woodland at the time. It was one of the earliest scenes of fighting during the battle in the morning of the 18th. So we're returning there to look at a couple of targets, because what we've done is a huge geophysical survey, probably one of the biggest ever done on a historic battlefield. And we have a lot of anomalies that we are testing, and so we're returning there. But we will, I sincerely hope, be returning to Mont Saint-Jean next year.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing the results as and when they come through. Waterloo Uncovered is a fantastic organisation, folks. We're going to put details of how you can find out more about their work and how you can support their work in the comments within this video and also within the live stream. So please do have a look at those. It's a cause that I believe very passionately in, and I say that as somebody who runs the War Graves charity. Professor Tony Pollard, it's been fascinating talking to you, Archaeological Director at Waterloo Uncovered and Director of Centre for Battlefield Archaeology at the University of Glasgow. Thank you very much for joining us here on Waterloo Live.
That was Professor Tony Pollard, conflict archaeologist and director, or archaeological director for Waterloo Uncovered. I would urge you to go and have a look at the brilliant work that Waterloo Uncovered do in supporting veterans through archaeology. We're going to jump straight from Tony's interview into another piece, a piece that I had great fun editing. There is a jaw drop moment at the end of this, as our very own Dr. Luke Reynolds took me completely by surprise. So I do need to give you a warning. This next piece contains images of animal skeletons, specifically a horse skeleton. Please be mindful of that. You may therefore not want to see that, and we completely understand and respect that. But over the next 5 minutes, Dr. Luke Reynolds, author of Who Owned Waterloo, will be giving you chapter and verse on the skeleton of Marengo.
In 1823, a small white barb or Arabian horse was exhibited at the Waterloo Rooms in Pall Mall. Advertised as Marengo, Napoleon's favorite horse, who had been acquired by his master, the future emperor in Egypt, and then carried him at the Battle of Marengo, the name he bears, Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram, and of course Waterloo, where Marengo was captured. The horse immediately became a smash hit. All of popular London flocked to the Waterloo Rooms to pay their shilling for ladies and gentlemen and sixpence for children and servants to see and gawp at Napoleon's charger. When the horse died in either 1831 or 1832, there's some disagreement on the dates, his skeleton was preserved, almost like a holy relic. It then found its way to the Royal United Services Institute, and then of course to the National Army Museum, where he stands guard over the Cyborg model to this day. Now, there are two things worth highlighting here. Number one,
if this is Napoleon's favorite horse, then what's he doing in Chelsea? And the answer to that is best summed up by a quote from the 1843 catalogue of Madame Tussauds. Everything connected with the late Emperor Napoleon belongs to British history. In the aftermath of Waterloo, and especially as the 18-teens became the 1820s, became the 1830s, Britain decided not only that it had won the Battle of Waterloo, we don't mention the Prussians, we don't mention the Hanoverians, we certainly don't mention the Brunswickers, the Nassaus, all of the Dutch and Belgian troops, but also that they owned Napoleon. They owned everything that the man had ever touched. He may have been emperor of the French, but he was a British circus exhibit. Marengo is a classic example of this. London also had his carriage captured at Waterloo. Portions of his toilette, his gilt shaving boxes, his cap, things that he used in as much privacy as an emperor ever receives. I said there were two things worth talking about. That's one. The other is that while this is unquestionably a horse skeleton, and we can vouch, and the National Army Museum can vouch that it is a real horse, Jill Hamilton has done extensive research into the imperial stables and found that there was never, in their lists, a horse named Marengo, nor was there any horse that matched the description of Marengo. So, we have a possible fake horse. And this too is very much in keeping with Waterloo memorabilia and Waterloo relics. Relics were so popular, they fetched so much money in terms of purchase, in terms of seeing them, that it was inevitable that the market for fake relics exploded. In some cases, this was relatively small stuff. P.T. Barnum records in his memoirs that at one point he met a manufacturer from the north of England who manufactured fake Waterloo relics that were shipped by the barrel load to Waterloo, buried, dug up again, and then sold back to English tourists. So fake relics are very much a thing. And so there is a very good possibility that Marengo here was not Napoleon's charger, but was simply a side product of Napoleon and Waterloo mania in Britain. Now, even if that is the case, he deserves his place here in the National Army Museum, because whether or not he was ever ridden by Napoleon, he is certainly part of the culture of Waterloo and the culture of British War and Peace in the 19th century.
A mic drop moment there from our very own Luke Reynolds. Folks, please keep your donations coming in. We will do details of where we've got to with our total at the end of the stream. We are into the last hour and 5 minutes of this 12-hour odyssey. And as you heard a little earlier, Napoleon has now lost the Battle of Waterloo. The Allies are in the ascendancy. They have secured victory. But as a wise person once said, the moment of greatest danger comes in the moment of victory. Meaning the peace that follows the destruction of the Napoleonic Wars. Well, yesterday I sat down with Professor Beatrice de Graaf, NRWGC trustee, and professor, very well-respected and internationally esteemed professor of diplomatic history and security studies, to ask exactly that. And if you look very closely, you might notice some continuity issues with some of the other recorded videos that we've done over the course of this live stream.
Now on Waterloo Live is Beatrice de Graaf, NRWGC and Professor of Diplomatic History and Security Studies at the University of Utrecht. Beatrice, welcome.
Give us a sense of what relations were like between the coalition powers prior to Napoleon's return in 1815. And how does his return from Elba change that?
Yes, that's a very good question. The relations were quite well. They had met since September 1814 at the Congress of Vienna. And in February 1814, they had almost concluded every point on the agenda, and most of them went home. And then on the 7th of March, he returned, and Metternich heard about it and convened all the powers back again. And this was also the moment that the last dots on the I were placed, and only in June, then after the Battle of Waterloo, the final contract and the Treaty of Vienna was signed. But Napoleon coming back put a real pressure on the Allied forces to get their act together once more, and not just sign the treaties as a paper tiger, but also make them work for a longer period. So one could harbor the thought that hadn't Napoleon returned, that the Treaty of Vienna would have remained just that, a treaty on paper. But because he returned on the 7th of March, and then on the 25th of March, the powers under the guidance of Wellington, they concluded not just the Treaty of Vienna, but a treaty of mutual security. And this treaty made them promise each other to mobilize the forces once more for the 7th coalition, but also, and this is a marked difference from the 6th coalition, that they would remain an alliance up until the spirit of the Bonapartism would have completely removed from France. So it was not just a coalition for military warfare in war, it was also a coalition that would really enforce the Vienna Treaty with bayonets. And that's the novelty, and that's how the relations were between the Allied forces. So there's a lot at stake at that point, and they knew it.
It's often speculated that a victory for Napoleon in the Waterloo campaign might have made the Allies sue for peace. You've touched on this idea already, that there is meant to be this clause of kind of unity within the discussions and negotiations. So how realistic, therefore, is it that if Napoleon had won at Waterloo, the Prussians, for example, might have sued for peace?
Oh, that's quite a difficult question, because on the one hand, Napoleon had discussed peace, and the Prussians and most importantly the Austrians, Metternich, they had discussed possible separate peace treaties with Napoleon. The Austrians had hesitated for quite a long time, the Prussians and the Austrians, to join the last coalition, the 6th coalition. And then even after the Battle of Waterloo, Metternich visited Napoleon and discussed it before that, but also after that, and discussed with him in Dresden and other places as well, whether he could just stop and conclude a kind of a peace treaty. But that ended not well, not for Metternich, not for Napoleon. And Napoleon said, well, I'm just going to wipe you away, and I don't care about bloodshed. So the question is, had Napoleon won, he would probably have engaged in manipulations toward a peace treaty, but all the powers knew that he would not be serious really about it. He would overturn that peace treaty the moment he saw fit.
So how does Wellington change attitudes within the coalition powers when it comes to negotiating the Congress of Vienna? We talk a lot about Wellington sort of holding Blücher back, but we perhaps talk less about Wellington's personal role within the framing of the Congress into what and shaping it into what it becomes.
Yes, well, initially Wellington was the ambassador, but then when Napoleon returned, he became the supreme commander. And there was some hassle with, for example, the King of the Netherlands, who had to give over the reins of his military forces to Wellington, which he did after some hesitation. But everyone knew, Tsar Alexander, Metternich, all the others, they knew that Wellington was the victor of the day. He had been applauded and heralded at the salons of Vienna that way. So he was the one that then sat down, wrote to all the troops, wrote to all the forces, and, well, you know, his handiwork, his paperwork, all the letters that he wrote. I mean, no one is as diligent as you, Zack, in bringing together all those material for Waterloo, but perhaps Wellington also reaches you at the Crown, because he sent around so many notes and so many notitions and so many calculations, and almost single-handedly he pulled all those troops together, the Soviets, the Belgian troops, the Dutch troops, the German troops, and also Blücher and Gneisenau were quite hardy, and they were completely willing to submit to Wellington, which wasn't a done deal. So that they did that had to do with the fact that Wellington was the victor of the day. He was the military hero, so they wanted to work with him.
Yeah, it's certainly true that Wellington's work ethic is something that's really quite remarkable. If you've ever looked at the Wellington papers in Southampton University Library, it's very apparent that the man could write for years. It certainly takes years to read them, that's for sure. When it comes to Vienna, what was actually agreed in terms of a peace settlement? What's its sort of intention and its thrust? Is there a kind of a desire for retribution, or is this something that's much more balanced?
That's a good question. It's a bit of a leading question as well. I wholeheartedly agree with you. It's interesting that when the Congress of Vienna convened, at the beginning of September 1814, the French were still part of it. Talleyrand was there, and he was horrified when he knew about the return of Napoleon. And after the return of Napoleon, and after the whole of France and the admirals went Napoleon's way, then it was clear that France could not longer be part of the peace agreement. So after the Congress of Vienna, the peace settlement was worse for France. Still, as Metternich ensured, and as Metternich also implored the Prussians, this war cannot be a war of conquest. So the Prussians wanted retributions, that's for sure. After Waterloo, they even wanted to execute Napoleon. And when that was not possible, they wanted to loot, to pillorize, to take away, and they tried to do so. They rushed after Waterloo, they rushed to Paris to be there first and to get their share of the treasure. And when they weren't allowed to do so, then they really made quite a case of getting more land into their hands. So bits and chunks of French territory that they wanted to incorporate into the Prussian kingdom, or another Prussian and other German states. But then Metternich said this war cannot be a war of conquest. Tsar Alexander also agreed with Metternich, because they felt if we do that, if we make the French pay with land, then we have another war in perhaps a couple of months or years. So, and then Wellington comes in play, and then there's this whole negotiations, but that didn't take place in Vienna. I know that you want to talk about Vienna, but let me bring it back to Paris then after that. So Vienna was in June, and in Vienna they agreed that they would carve up Europe, yes, and they would bring pieces of France back into the Allied fold, yet they wouldn't go any further, but there had to be some additional retribution on top of what was agreed in Vienna. So in Vienna was the map of Europe, was the constitutions, was the rights for minorities, even rights for Jews, so more constitutional agreements, but what to do with France was more decided upon in Paris from July 1815 onwards, so after Vienna. So you could say that Paris was the follow-up of Vienna, and that's where they operationalized and translated the Vienna treaty work into more practical arrangements. And the retribution was a very clever act that they negotiated together, and it was a kind of a balance. So the novelty of it was that the French had to pay, and they were made to pay because there would be an allied army that would remain 1.5 million troops and then return to 150,000 for the coming 5 or even 7 years. In the end, it was a bit shorter, but nevertheless, they would stay in place and occupy 2/3 of France, and later on a smaller piece, and they would enforce France to pay. And France would not pay with land, but with money. And France would also invest in the creation of the Boulevard de l'Europe, the bulwark of Europe, a series of fortresses along the northern frontier, the eastern frontier, to Prussia, and even down to Italy. And that was kind of a masterstroke. It would be a collective security system that France would be made to pay for itself, but the Allied forces would take part in it as well. So the Dutch had to pay, the Prussians and the British also furnished some monies. So you could say that the countries of Europe created a balance of peace, by means of fortresses, stone, by means of bayonets, the Allied army, and by means of paperwork, the treaties, over France, against France, but also to some extent with France. And there were no war tribunals. The only thing that happened was that King Louis returned after 1815. He took the liberty and put some of the traitors, as he called them, for the squadron, the firing squad, and that was, for example, Marshal Ney. Very tragic story. So apart from that, there was no real retribution.
Yeah, as you say, Ney's story is a very tragic one. You talked there about fortifications. I wonder if we can just very quickly talk about the Wellington Barrier, as it's sometimes termed. And I know some of your research has found that whilst some of these fortifications might have looked quite impressive on paper, the reality was perhaps a little less so.
Yes. Well, the thing is, it was impressive in terms of numbers. There were almost 19-20 cities that were fortified from, let's say how to put it, from the North Sea coast, Ostende, via Dendermonde, Ghent, Doornik, Charleroi, Namen, Marienburg, Bouillon, up until Frankfurt am Main, you could even say. So it was quite a lengthy series of fortresses. Millions of francs were put into the construction of them. And on the one hand, they were quite impressive, and it took 20 years almost to complete them. But if you had a closer look, already Wellington himself doubted the effectiveness of barriers in the age of huge artillery, heavy artillery, very flexible force movements, maneuvers. So what was the value, the worth of the fortresses? And well, I'm making the case that their value was more in terms of the political cohesion between the Seventh Coalition, the Quadruple Alliance, because they all had to invest in the fortresses, including the French, and there were even European bonds issued to pay for them. So it really brought the countries of Europe together in this investment in the fortresses. But in terms of military effectiveness, Wellington himself said, well, they're already quite obsolete, and the Dutch, the brother of King William II, who was in charge of the fortresses, said, all that masonry, all those stonework, what does it really bring us? And in my research, I also came across quite some instances of fraud. Well, the Belgians were incorporated in the Netherlands weren't very happy with the Dutch from the north dictating them how to build the fortresses. So they sold improper materials. They filled the fortresses with sand instead of brickwork. So some of them even came down and crumbled while the king of the Netherlands was visiting the fortresses, and Wellington heard about it, and it was a huge investigation. So there were quite some flaws in the creation of the Wellington Barrier. Still, in terms of political cohesion, in terms of the founding element of this Quadruple Alliance, I think they were quite effective.
So overall, how effective would you say Vienna is at establishing a lasting peace in Europe?
Quite effective. I know that it's contested and there's quite a debate, and participated in that myself, but Vienna was effective only if you couple it with the Paris treaties of November 1815. Without them, so you could say that the return of Napoleon really translated the treaty work of Vienna into real practices. Without Napoleon's return, it probably wouldn't have been that effective.
That's sadly all we've got time for, but Beatrice de Graaf, Professor of Diplomatic History and Security Studies at Utrecht University, thank you for joining me here on Waterloo Live.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Zack.
That was Professor Beatrice de Graaf there joining us from Utrecht University. What we're now going to do is have another kind of reflection on why it is that we are doing what we're doing. And I want to show you something that really cuts to the heart of some of the emotions that are embedded within the search process behind what we do here at the NRWGC. I made what was frankly a chance discovery on a very chilly January morning. And I won't say any more other than to so that this kind of emphasizes both the excitement and the sense of satisfaction that comes from some of our discoveries.
So the last 15 minutes have perfectly encapsulated why this job is so hard, so frustrating, and yet has some really unexpected joys in it, because somewhere there is probably, according to the information that we have, but the information we have isn't perfect, but it's probably the grave of John Montague, who was an ensign in the 52nd during the Napoleonic Wars. The trouble with Montague's grave is a legistone, which is basically just a slab of stone laid flat on the ground, which in a cemetery inevitably ends up being covered over with dirt and leaves and debris, and then grass grows over it and you can never find it. So I don't have, apologies, there's a kind of pigeon courtship ritual going on behind me, very distracting. So the issue that I have right here and now is that it was very cold overnight, -3, the ground is frozen, and I haven't got a clue what's underfoot. So even if I sort of gingerly prod the ground with my foot, I can't tell what's underneath anyway, to even attempt to work out where the stone might be. And I certainly haven't got anything with me to start prodding the earth to see if there's a stone underneath. So we don't know where Montague is, but in the process of going and hunting, you then end up making completely chance discoveries. And I've just found somebody who we didn't know was in here, and it seems that he was a member of the rank and file, because over here is the grave of Brian Dougalby. Let me get you a zoom in. Now, this is a classic situation that we have with these graves, whereby the inscriptions become really eroded, but you can just make out battles of Nimes, Nivelle, Waterloo. That means he's a veteran of the Peninsular War and the Waterloo campaign, and he's one of ours. What we'll do about the state of his inscription remains to be seen, but it's progress, and that's what this process is all about.
That was me from a very chilly Brompton cemetery. And as I said, that really cuts to kind of, you can sort of hear the sense of excitement as I sort of gabble my way through that and get distracted by pigeons. Odd things happen when you're on the hunt for Napoleonic veterans in cemeteries. And this, again, goes back to what I said earlier, that actually part of the challenge is that we are so late to this, that we need to go and find these people, and we make lots of chance discoveries like this. And there is a team behind the scenes that gets sent a whole raft of pictures and a task with trying to find out if these particular individuals are indeed people who are eligible for charity support. Folks, please keep the donations coming in. Please do consider if you're willing to volunteer. If you'd like to donate online, the website is www.nrwgc.com/donate. And do bear in mind that you can become a member for £25 a year. Benefits include free access to our online talks, discounts at our other events, and exclusive deals at military history publishers. And of course, you are supporting the cause, which hopefully, if you're sticking with us at this bitter hour of the live stream, hopefully you feel that it is at least worthy of your time. We have emphasized the civilian dimension over the course of today, and it's important to stay with that even as we begin to consider legacies of this conflict. We focus a lot on the number of people who died at Waterloo, but it was just as difficult in some cases for those who survived, particularly the families who were left behind and having to manage their grief. I, therefore, had a chat with NRWGC committee member and expert on mourning during the Georgian period, Séverine Anger, to find out how families tried to come to terms with their grief in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars.
Joining us now on Waterloo Live is Séverine Anger, PhD researcher at the University of York and a specialist on families and their reactions to grief during the period. Séverine, welcome. What were the social expectations of families in mourning? Were there any sort of conventions that they had to adhere to?
At the time, yes, but mourning in the 18th century and early 19th century, it's much simpler than the big mourning rituals of the Victorian era. So one thing that we would see was family would close the curtains of their house when a death occurred, so just to inform people there had been a death, and they would remain closed until the funerals usually. In time of mourning, when they would send letters, usually they would use a black seal. There was a black outline on paper, so that was one way to inform of the state of bereavement that they were in. And we do also find some mourning clothes that families would wear. Gloves were a big one, scarves, and most commonly people would wear ring. They were hugely popular at the time. So mourning rings were usually made with using hair from the deceased. So it was really a very personalized memorial that they would use. And also, well, they would restrain their social life in the few months following that, like not going dancing, usually things like that. But it's still quite simple, but we're seeing a movement towards the big rituals of mourning of the Victorian era.
So for military families, how would they have actually heard of their loss? Do they have to wait to read it in the newspapers? And how does that differ for the rank and file, who obviously weren't listed in the newspapers, so you haven't got that reference point?
Yes, so for officers, as you said, newspaper were one of the main way that families could learn about the death. So mostly the London Gazette, so all wounded and fallen officers were listed in it, and it really became rituals for military families in Britain that they would eagerly read a newspaper, hoping not to find the name of their loved one. And that's one thing that officers on the battlefield are very much aware of. And when death occurs, their fellow officers tend to write to the families of their fallen comrade to give them the news in a more gentler way than simply reading a name in a newspaper. And that's something that they explicitly write, like, I'm writing, hoping this will reach you before you have time to read it in the newspaper. So letters really play a pivotal part in informing families of officers of their loss. Now, when it comes to the rank and file, as you said, they can't rely on a newspaper at all. So, and there's no official system to inform families of the rank and file of their death. So unlike the two world wars, when there's the telegram that is sent, there's this whole rituals really that appears. There's no such thing during the Napoleonic Wars. So what we can see is that times commanding officers could write to families of the men that were under their commands, but they don't always have the time. And when they do write, it's usually a very brief letter. So soldiers could also write to families of their fallen comrades, but of course the literacy rate of in the rank and file is much lower than in the officer corps. But that's one thing that we see, and I've found one collection where there was a pact really between soldiers, like, if I die, you write to my family, and the opposite too. So that's another way, letters. And finally, families could inquire to the War Office. So by the end of the 1790s, so the War Office required officers to list all fallen soldiers in their rank, but they would not give the information to the families. They had to go and ask for it. So you have some official forms family could fill out and send it, and hoping for an answer about the fate of their loved one.
Does that happen very often? Is there a lot of uptake for that service, or is that something that a lot of people don't actually even know about?
I'm thinking some don't even know about it, because I found one in a collection of letters that was this form there, and since it was from the War Office, I thought, oh, there must be multiple ones, at the National Archives, but no, there wasn't. I've checked and checked, so yeah, I have to look more into it, but I'm sort of thinking that's not a service that might have been used as much as it could have been.
And is there a phenomenon of that sort of last letter home that we sort of romanticize about a bit? You talked about how literacy isn't widespread amongst the rank and file. obviously. Do we have a lot of instances of people kind of doing that sort of slightly Hollywood thing of taking a letter and going, give this to my loved one sort of thing? Is that a thing during the period?
I haven't found, a letter that was written in the provision of if I die, you give this, but they do prepare their death because they know, they're going to battle. Also, there's the threat of disease that is there, so they know death is a very likely possibility. So yeah, they do ask, if I die, give this, my helmet or my that object to that member of my family. So I've found some last wishes that they would ask to their fellow comrades.
I want to talk about the burial process or lack of
Mhm.
burial process, because we talked about funerals earlier. The whole point of a funeral is that you're meant to bury your loved one's remains. And of
Mhm.
course, if somebody dies in a theatre overseas, you can't do that. There is very little in the way of repatriation. Nelson is actually an outlier in
Mhm.
that sense when his body is brought back. How does that affect the mourning process? Because it's kind of a bit unusual to have
Mhm.
a funeral without a body. So do they hold funerals with empty coffins? Is there a sort of an effort to bury a loved one, or do they have to kind of go without a funeral and therefore find other ways to mourn?
What I've found is that they have to find other ways to mourn. I haven't found so far any instances of families that had a funeral without a body. So they might have had a memorial service at church. I assume there were some, but not being able to have a funeral, it's a major disruption to the usual mourning process. Also, there's not the possibility of assisting the loved one in his last moments, so you have no idea how did he die. Did he have a good death? Was it painful? And also that's one thing that families are really eager to know, like how did the last moment happen. And having a body really to mourn brought a tangibility to death. It helps to bring a closure, resolution of grief. So without that, family had to experience mourning to an extent in a mediated fashion through the letters that they received from the front. So they would ask fellow soldiers or officers about details, how did he die? Where was there a burial? And there's really an insistence in letters that officers sent home about the burial, if it was possible to have one on the battlefield. That's one thing that officers tended to have much more than the rank and file, of course. So, but that knowledge, just knowing that the body has been buried appears to have been very, very comforting to bereaved families, because then they're not left contemplating, the idea of the body of their loved one being left to nature without care. So that distance really between the front and home deeply informed that mourning process. They had to find new ways to remember, new like locus of remembrance, because when you have a grave, you can go there and, oh, the person is there. It really helps. When you don't have that possibility, you have to adjust. And that's when objects really will come to take a much deeper meaning. It embodies, the deceased person, those objects that once belonged to the loved one.
Well, let's stay with that kind of theme then. How do families try and go through that process of keeping the memory of their loved ones alive?
Yes, so as we just mentioned, objects, they really play an enormous part in it. They bear a new significance in mourning. They act like as a surrogate for the death, and they become a focus for the grief, consolation, and remembrance. And objects really have long been associated with mourning. There were some sort of rituals like making jewelry, like rings with the hair of the deceased, or lockets also with the hair. But you can't do that when you don't have a body, so you need to find new objects. Some that were very mostly used by families were watches, if they had miniatures object, but anything really could become a memorial. It's the mother of Major Edward Cox, who died at Burgos. She kept every single object that had once like been touched or belonged to her fallen son, and she turned one room of their house into a memorial temple to her fallen son. So it's very poignant to read about how a childhood drawing could become a memorial under those circumstances. And letters too that the soldiers had sent were turned into private memorials. So that's one thing families would hold on to very very dearly, because letters, it's a tangible evidence of the intimate relationship that they shared with the loved ones. So they had been touched at times. It's mentioned that they had kissed the letters even. So it's very tangible proof of that affective ties they had with the disease. Then there's the interesting case of Captain John Lucy Blackman, who died at Waterloo in the last moment of the battle at Hougoumont, and his elder brother George, he kept all the letters of his fallen brother. He annotated them even in the decades following that. So you have notes from the 1840s there, so you can tell that he came back to the letters of his brother, annotated them. So it became a sort of ritual for him to look at the letters of his fallen brother.
I also want to ask about support networks, both kind of financial and emotional. What is there, particularly for widows and orphans during this period, to help them through this process?
Yes, so there's not much before the beginning of the war, but the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, it's really a period of transition, because there are so many families that are affected by the wars, that there's this new awareness, okay, we actually need to do something. So there's but between like what you want to do and what you can actually do, usually there's a big gap. But already in 1793 there's a new charity that is established. It's a private one, so it's the United Society for the Relief of Widows and Children of Seamen, Soldiers, and Married who may fall during the wars. And members of the royal family, like the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York, were patrons of that organization. So that's one, but it's still a private initiative. You have the Foundling Hospital in London that would take care of orphans of soldiers, but they had limited resources, so they could not, unfortunately, admit all of them. We find some attempts, of officers writing to the War Office, we need to put on a scheme, to help, but also it's a period where taxes are already very, very high, so it's not very popular to ask even more financial aid. So there's the desire to help more, but even during the wars, we don't see a long-term financial scheme for these orphans of widows. So they still often rely on poor relief on their familial relative next war for both financial and emotional support. For widows that are in the regiment, so that followed the army on campaign, the regiment became a very strong emotional support. So there was a sort of moral obligation at times on the soldiers' part to take care of the widows and children of their fallen comrades. So we find them remarry very, very quickly within the regiment. So that's an unofficial support network that existed too.
And for people who've died and obviously they leave objects behind, do we have this image of their items being auctioned off and that money going to the widow to support her and the family? Is that accurate? Is there any evidence of that really happening?
Yes, there's if a soldier died and some money was due to him, there was the possibility of the family asking for that money. And there are huge records. It's very thick books at the National Archives at Kew, and it's all list of all the fallen soldiers, how much money was due to him, and who was the next of kin that money was due to. And when that money had been given to the family, we find a sort of little receipt, that had been signed by the next of kin. So that's one thing that happens. The money that was due to the family, the pay of the soldier, but also some object that had been sold to auction.
So Reynolds, PhD researcher at the University of York. It's been a really interesting conversation. Thank you for joining us on Waterloo
Thanks
Live.
for having me.
Now, it's a little after 9:30 or 21:30 for those of with a military disposition, and it's time for our last battle update. Around about half an hour ago, 2100 hours, after vicious urban fighting in and around Plancenoit, the Prussians finally retake it, and with a serious risk of being cut off, the last French troops start forced pull back towards the main road, serious danger of being cut off, and the rush to the rear to get back to that French-Belgian border is in full flow. Around about this time, 208 years ago, the few battalions of the Imperial Guard, the survivors of the attacks that Zack and Luke discussed earlier, in particular including the 1st Battalion, the 1st Grenadiers, they're trying to buy time for the fleeing army now. Everyone's basically trying to hit back towards that main road, and the Imperial Guard, they retire slowly and steadily. British light cavalry have been inspired by Wellington's general advance. They try and take on those Imperial Guardsmen in their squares and are beaten back, but the Guard cannot hold off an entire army. Shortly after 21:30 hours, this is where Wellington is going to meet Blucher, just south of La Belle-Alliance, and that's when we get that famous meeting. Now, time for our final interview, and I would just like to welcome back to the stage Dr. Zack White, and he's going to introduce what's happening next.
Absolutely. Cheers, buddy. We are on the final charge, folks. If you stuck with us to this grueling end, then kudos to you, and thank you for giving up your Sunday evening to be with us. Now, you've seen him a few times over the course of this live stream. He is Mr. Memory, Dr. Memory is perhaps a more apt title when it comes to the Battle of Waterloo. Doing our final interview talking about the legacy of this battle that we spent so much time talking about is Dr. Luke Reynolds, assistant professor at the University of Connecticut and author of Who Owned Waterloo, a book that I thoroughly recommend. Luke, Waterloo, it's big business, isn't it? Why is everybody so keen to cash in on this? Is this kind of an extension of something a phenomenon that exists for other battles, or is there something unique about what happens in relation to Waterloo?
Waterloo is special because of what the countries make it, especially Britain. Right? Britain takes it and runs with it, becomes part of their national creation myth, and everyone wants a piece of that. I'm just going to steal the mic from Zack. Everyone wants a piece of that. In addition, you have an economic crunch across Europe, right? War is awful, but it also is business for a lot of people. And without those government contracts going out, there's a lot of people who are searching for funds. And Waterloo Village especially makes a massive amount of money off of this battle, right? Waterloo Village is described by people who were there as sort of this rundown little place full of hovels almost. You go 30 years later, it's a prosperous town because of that tourism business.
And we talked a lot about Wellington, inevitably. How important, this is a dumb question really, who wrote these? Oh wait, I did. So how important is Waterloo to Wellington personally? Answer, very, spoiler alert. But let's dig beyond that. Is it fair to say that he becomes fundamentally synonymous to this? And how does Waterloo survive its association with Wellington, given how his political career progresses into the middle of the 19th century?
Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely big, right? And Wellington, along with Napoleon, and I would also put George Washington up there, are masters of managing their image, right? They're really, really good at this. And he is particularly good at it. And Waterloo is significant, right? He's fought his way through the peninsula. He's done a damn good job. But there's always those people who are going, yeah, but you never faced Napoleon. You never did all of that. And this solves that for him, right? This is that ultimate gauntlet in the face, basically, of that. he curates his association with the battle really carefully, right? He knows how to associate himself with it, and he manages that. He's got the Waterloo banquets every year. He's got his, sort of his patronage of people like Sir Thomas Lawrence, John Walter Peineman, William Salter, all of that. And on the other side, he's got those that he refuses to patronize. Syborn is the great example of this, right? He sort of shakes his head at that. In terms of how Waterloo survives its association with Wellington, it's pretty easy because you can celebrate one without the other. It's just sort of a necessary, it's an easy coda one way or the other. And as Waterloo becomes more nationalized, there are more and more people who separate them, even as there are more people who also conflate them.
I want to tackle the big debate, the unending debate, the Prussians, right? And the fact that their role, yes, it has been downplayed. Where does the responsibility lie for that? Because I'm going to try and quote Wellington's Waterloo Dispatch directly here, when he says that, and I'm quoting, "I would not do justice to my own feelings and to Marshal Blucher if I did not attribute the successful outcome of the day to the timely arrival and cordial assistance," I believe he writes, "that he'd received from the Prussians." That's about as close as you're going to get at this time of night, people. Apologies if it's a slight misquote, but it's in...
Better than I could do right now.
Well, we're held together by string and magic. Wellington is happy to acknowledge it in the moment, right? When the coalition is alive. But with the passage of time, he seems to take a different view. Talk us through that process.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key words there are when the coalition is alive, right? When he writes the Waterloo Dispatch, they're still at war. Britain and Prussia and Austria and Russia are still looking down the barrel, potentially, of another 1 or 2 or 3 battles, right? There's no saying, there's no guarantee that Waterloo is the end. We know it's the end, which is why we're doing this. But in another world, we could be hosting this live stream in 4 days' time to celebrate the actual culminating battle, which would have been probably the Prussians, maybe with the British rushing to help them, rather than the other way around. Wellington knows at that moment he needs Prussia. He needs Prussia as an ally. It's going to help throughout the military side of it. He doesn't want those cracks spreading further. And crucially, it's also going to help the negotiations afterwards. Think about that crack that Napoleon puts in between Prussia and Britain, right? The secret reassurance treaty. Prussia's pissed off at that. And if this gets further, right, if Wellington says, hey, we won Waterloo, the Prussians didn't do anything, the Prussians are going to dig their heels in, and it's going to be much harder for Wellington and Castlereagh and all of them to convince the Prussians to do what they want, which is let France survive so that France can balance Prussia on the continent for Britain. And then we get, as it goes further away, and as that succeeds, then it becomes less important to keep Prussia on the good side. And thus, Wellington is allowed, along with his officers, to basically say, no, this is us, it wasn't them.
Let's talk about geopolitical impacts of Waterloo for Britain here. Apologies, we are going to be slightly Anglo-centric on this one. The argument has been made, you know, Waterloo is everything. Some historians have made the point that that when it comes to Waterloo, the fact that it is the British who can say, look, our commander was at the helm of the final battle where we finally beat Napoleon. You know, the fact that the British troops have been involved in this final defeat of Napoleon, not just the Peninsula War, which is to some extent a sideshow. It strengthens that hand at the negotiating table and therefore puts them in a position where they are much more ascendant than they might have been had the war ended in 1814 as originally planned.
No, absolutely. I'm one of those historians, functionally. You know, I'm getting my own work quoted back to me, and at least it's in a positive way. Yeah, no, there's a huge impact here, right? And it basically, it's sort of 3 stages. I took my notes for this, and I went short-term, medium-term, long-term, right? So short-term, we actually have an economic crunch, right? Evan Wilson talks about this. He's the man on this. And we've got sort of massive demobilization leading to unrest. So we have a Britain that has to look ascendant, but isn't quite there yet. It's got clay feet. It's smoke and mirrors, as so much of the British Empire was. In the medium term, we do have that expanding empire, right? We have them taking advantage of the fact that the rest of the continent has been looking internally for 25 years, not externally, and allows them to take what they will, and while claiming that role as the world's policeman, right? We're talking about hegemony here. And then in the really long term, we have the other side of that, which is identity and the creation myth. And Waterloo, not just its Britain's place in it, but the battle itself becomes a rallying point for Britishness and British imperialness across the world, right? We've talked about this in Australia. Spoiler alert, that's a podcast you'll be looking forward to seeing at some point soon. And so it's coming from there, right? It's building that. So it starts small, but appearing big, and then slowly grows to fill its shell.
Let's look at the other side of this coin. You know, we can talk a lot about Britain. We have talked a lot about Britain. We have endeavoured to be fair to all sides over the course of this live stream and tell all of the perspectives here. But for France, this is a problem, right? To put it mildly, yeah. Shows how we're of one mind on this point, that we're literally parroting each other. How does France go about trying to resolve this? Because Napoleon has built this empire, built France up to a strength and a might that it probably hasn't seen since Charlemagne, perhaps even before that. And it's all gone horribly wrong. It has all imploded. And not only has it imploded once, it's imploded twice. Huge numbers of men have died in the process. Waterloo is a defeat. The fact that Napoleon wins the war for the gift shop is by the by. What I mean by that is if you go to the Memorial 1815 Museum on the battlefield and you walk in the gift shop, it is actually owned by a French company, which is part of the reason, I suspect, why it is absolutely stuffed chock full of every single size of bust of Napoleon that you could possibly imagine. If you want something that's got Wellington or Blucher on it, lots of luck. But for the French, how do they handle that kind of complex problem of remembering a defeat whilst also acknowledging the bravery and the sacrifice of so many soldiers who have fallen in its process?
They turn to the common soldier. That's what they lionize. That's what they raise up. They say, whether you think that Napoleon was the greatest thing since sliced baguette, or whether you think he was a vainglorious monster of a tyrant, we can all appreciate the bravery and the sacrifice of the regular French man and boy. Let's be real here, boys and men. And so that's what they lionize, right? It becomes about the sacrifice and the dedication of the average soldier, represented by things that very probably didn't happen, like the very famous mot de Cambronne, Cambronne's final words of the guard, the old guard dies, it doesn't surrender, and then promptly surrenders. But it's that sort of thing, right? They turn to that lionizing. And then within that, you have this really interesting conflict start to arise between those who are diehard royalists who think that Napoleon is the worst thing ever, and diehard Bonapartists who want him basically embalmed. It's actually, to a certain extent, a little bit the same thing you see with those who want to celebrate Waterloo in Britain, but without Wellington, right? Turn to the common man.
Let me ask one final thing. Napoleon. You know, he spends... it's a name that rings a bell. Now, ABBA will...
Folks, do me a favor. Make sure you are following the Napoleonic Wars podcast. Hit that subscribe button so that you can find your way back. And if you're loving the show, please leave a review. Remember, we're in the midst of trying to rebuild after Spotify unplugged us from at least a third of our listener base. So these are all the most powerful things that you can do to help with that recovery. If you want to go that little bit further, remember that there is a Patreon feed. Head to patreon.com/the Napoleonic Wars pod, where you can find a host of perks from early releases to exclusive content, behind the scenes footage, exclusive meetups, and much more besides. Shout outs to my mentioned in dispatches patrons: Rob Griffith, Brendan Teeling, Beatrice DeGraff, Lynn Dawson, Jamie Kingston, Lucy Tatner, Jim Deary, Josh Keeney, Colin Fieldhouse, Stephen Colson, Jim Getz, Stephen Gillen, Hugh Brennan, Alistair Campbell-Grieve, Andy Meakin, Mark Hanscom, Rob Coughlin, Bruins Girl, Noah Fink, Mark Trowbridge, Miles Reedy,
Nick Overland, Graham Goodwin, Chris Pramas, Anthony Gumbau, Anonymous American, Martin Pisani, James Fluick, Natasha Hobday, Rod Schwager, Chris Kimball, Gary Dennis, David Graylick, Ted Andrews, David Milinski, Richard Anderson, Arthur Forgy, Sam Moore, Wyatt Pollock, Carol Dixon Smith, Roland Shark, Jason Mohan, Mark Chestnut, and Giovanni. And the Admirals, John Haynes, Ryan Diamond, JC Kaiser, Bob Burnham, Mike Guest, Liam Telfer, Todd and Led Campbell, Rachel Stark, Mark Duckers, David Maxwell, David Priest, Graham Callister, Sean Sullivan, Stephen Ashworth, Dan Hazelwood, Kate Walcombe, Clemens Beman, Charles McKay, Reto the Sci-Fi Fan, and Tim Day. I'll be back very soon, but until then, I'm Zack White. This has been the Napoleonic Wars Pod. Take care of yourselves, my friends. Stay well, stay safe, and as always, thank you for listening.